when they say 1 is to phi as phi is to 1. What do you think that means, Kosha?
I think that's incorrect.
Oh,
Just
is it?
incorrect statement. Yes. Phi is to
Okay.
1 as 1 is to 1 over phi would be correct. Actually.
No, I don't think that's correct at all.
Okay. Well, 1 divided by 0.618 or 1 times 0.618.
It's
1.3 whatever.
0.26308.
No, that's phi squared.
No, that's the breakdown of phi. 0.23608 is
No, that's
the
1
breakdown of
over
phi.
phi. Yeah, that's 1
No,
over phi. That's what. Yeah, trust me, man. Trust me on
I'm
this
not
one.
trusting you. That's what I'm not doing.
You
And
should
I don't
trust me on
trust
this one.
you
Well, I agree with
or
Coach though,
Jace.
right? When
I'm sure you
when
do.
I hear 1 is to phi is to 1, what that means is 1 equals phi and phi equals 1, which is just demonstrably false.
Yeah, what the case? What happened is actually, yeah. So I think it's actually 1 over phi. Yeah, 1 over phi is 0.618. And then phi is 1.618, and then phi squared is 2.618. And so 1 phi to 1 is 1 to 1 over phi. That statement's true, but not not what you said before.
It's like saying pi is equal to 3. No, it's not.
This is the breakdown of the golden ratio. In case you didn't know, can you define the golden ratio?
Yeah, it's when it's
Give
the
us an
ratio
explanation
by
on that.
which. Yeah, it's the ratio by which almost exactly like the identity I just said. The ratio between the two parts is the same as the ratio between the bigger part and the whole. That would be the golden ratio. So it's like that's exactly
This is a
why
breakdown
1.
of what's found in Plato's Republic, 509D through 511, which is essentially a logarithmic spiral or fractal self-similarity. Yeah. So have you read Plato's Republic, 509D through 511, where it talks about the dividing line and how if you take a
I read
line
the
and you
whole
split
thing.
it
Yeah.
up into unequal parts? Yeah.
I've read the whole thing. I don't remember the golden ratio being in there, but I do recall the other part.
Well, it's enshrouded. It's enshrouded within it. So it's not blatantly jumping out at you and saying this, that, or the other, but when you follow the logical pathway, this is what it leads you to. Which lo and behold, Ken Wheeler discovered about I don't know, 12 years ago or so. Yeah, which connects to the 108 36 36. Is it the isosceles triangle? Which is what the Pythagorean, which is what the referred to as the most perfect geometry in the entire universe, which follows the water molecule. Interesting.
What follows water molecules?
Yeah, we already had this conversation, Jace. Maybe twice. So I guess it'll be the third time. So if you measure each atom within the water molecule at the center nexus of that molecule to each other molecule, it comes out to 108 36 36 degrees of angle.
Is that correct? Doesn't sound
Well, you would
right,
say it's
bro.
104 Yeah, you said it was 104, or that's what the mainstream says, but it's actually 108. And I said that because they're not measuring from the dead center nexus of the atom. They're measuring the outer covalent wall or something.
You measure the dihedral angle, and it can't be that big because water has two lone pairs. You can't have a three atom molecule with a central electronegative atom with two lone pairs that has that large of a dihedral angle. It's not possible.
Maybe you misheard me, but that's fine.
But why is it impossible?
Because of the electromagnetic force.
Care to unpack that?
Yeah, the interactions that the lone pairs on the oxygen are going to have with the hydrogens it just doesn't permit a bond angle that large. It makes it smaller.
You ever heard of water structure? Structure of water? Restructuring water? What do you think that's about?
Silliness.
Well, at least does mean that there's variation, right? As to what bonding angles might be, right?
Yeah.
So you don't think it's
of course
possible?
there's variation. But no, so if you structure water, if you change the water is defined as H2O. If you change that structure, it's no longer water.
No. I don't mean change the structure, but change the geometry of the structure. Meaning, if you move it from 108 to 104, that's the difference in what's being said here versus structured water versus unstructured water. It's the geometric change within the polar molecule.
Yeah, but the only way to accomplish that, right, you're going to have to start ionizing the central oxygen atom. And good luck with that. I've heard people talk about that, like sending water through pipes and around corners. And if it's in natural springs, we'll do this structuring, but definitely not in the way you're talking, changing the bond angle. Sending it through some pipes or down a spring is not going to change the bond angle.
Does water have a helical flow?
Yeah, you can make it flow helically if you wanted to.
Naturally. Does water have a natural helical flow to it?
I would say no.
Why? Why do you say that?
I mean, I guess it just depends on the conditions. Like when you flow water out your tap, right, it's not flowing in any kind of helical way. The water that's flowing down the street right now, the rainwater that's going into the sewer drain, it's not in any kind of helical thing.
So
but
it
I'm
all
sure there's some
moves in
condition
unison?
out there.
Is that what you're
Some
implying?
conditions out there where it may flow in some kind of helical pattern.
So water flows in a unified fashion. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said it's conditional, right? But the most of the time when you observe it, it's not flowing in a helical pattern like out the tap or rainwater flowing into a sewer. But there can be, I'm sure there's some kind of condition out there where it can flow in a helical way.
Well, if you look at things that fall out of solution with water, i.e. gold, you'll see it follows a said pathway, following the helical flow of the water. This is what they call getting on the gold. If you ever done placer mining. So yeah, subsequently gold falls out of the flow following that helical flow. And it's always the same pattern. No matter what creek bed, anywhere where there's gold bearing medium, This has been witnessed everywhere. So I don't understand how you're going to deny that water has a helical flow to it when we can see in contrast with things falling out of the water in a said path, following this certain geometry.
Well, I've never done gold mining or gold sieving myself, but I've watched some videos on people doing it before, and I did not notice the gold going in helical motions when I did this. Not saying that it can't, but like you're saying that this is indefinite every time. That's not a detail that I recall.
Yeah, if you go and start panning for gold in a certain area, you'll find that pastry, is what they call it, has a path to it. So all of the gold is individualized and connecting through this certain path where it fell out due to the helical flow of water. That's what placed it there. And if you follow that path, you can follow that path all the way to the source. This is why they grid sections of pay dirt out in order to find the highest yielding content within that medium to get on that path back to the source. And from there, that's where they start getting into load mining. But that's a whole nother topic. Point is, water has a helical flow to it. It's not like a unified flow. It follows this certain geometric expression due to the nature of water.
What about when it has laminar flow?
Okay.
I can, I mean, for the sake of argument, just because I want to know what you're getting at, right? When it's not in laminar flow, sure, maybe there's this helical flow that it has. I'll give it to you, but there's definitely no helixes when it's in a laminar kind of situation. But nonetheless, I'll give it to you that it always has this helical thing. What is the point? Those are like, so what?
I guess they're always going to have a geometry of like with the flow that the bonding angles are going to be changing, and then he's going to probably bring it back to structuring water.
Yeah, I mean, that's all fine, but we're going to have to start, getting into the specifics, like what do you mean by structuring, right? You mentioned one thing about bond angles.
I think he's going to
right?
probably say something like that water structures itself naturally, and it's just built into this material.
Okay, but I mean, are we talking about liquid water? Are we talking about solid water or ice? Or are we talking about gaseous water? The ice definitely has a crystal structure. There's different kinds of structure that the ice can have based on how you crystallize it. That there's no argument there, though it's still water. It's still H2O. And the bond angles and all that are still all the same. It's just the way the molecules are interacting with each other are in different kinds of geometrical patterns based on the conditions.
But he's saying like water in flow has that quality to it.
Okay, so like liquid water flowing.
I'm trying to just think about liquid water flowing. I'm going to have a Zen moment. I'll be back.
I mean, it's fine and all to, make about the macro patterns that we could see with our eyes in the water. Like if you want to make claims about that, that's all fine and dandy. But if you're going to try to make claims about the actual molecular structure of the water, like the bond angles, well, how can one even do that? Because in order to study those things, right, like when I study molecular structures, right, we have to either crystallize the compound which means it's no longer a liquid, it's a solid. Or we have to remove so much thermal energy if we're doing like a cryo EM, we cool the substance down so much that it has almost no thermal energy, which means it's not flowing anymore. That's what allows us to actually see the structure. So it would be hard to make claims about the molecular structure of something that's flowing.
Water and I don't know if this is in any way related actually, but water and steam or water vapor, whatever you want to call it, gaseous water, uh, they both are mostly hydrogen bonds, correct? But just different kinds of hydrogen bonds, like different format hydrogen bonds. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean the molecule itself is a central oxygen atom covalently bonded to two different hydrogen atoms in a bent type of geometry. But then the molecules will like you don't just have one water molecule. Like a liquid is a multiple of Avogadro's number of water molecules interacting in very fleeting ways. They're having hydrogen bonds, which is a different, it's not a covalent bond, it's a intermolecular, it's a bond between two different molecules, not within the same molecule. And those, when it's a liquid, are just fleeting and random. There isn't any kind of structure to it. That's what makes it a liquid. If it had a structure to it, it wouldn't be a liquid, right? When you start structuring it, it'll become a solid, right? You have to remove some energy and it'll turn into a solid, aka ice. And that's where you get a crystal structure. Gas is it's an even more extreme version of a liquid. You put more energy into it, and these hydrogen bonds between water molecules become even more random and dispersed and disordered or fleeting, and that's what makes it a gas.
Yeah, I just remember reading somewhere that the reason why it expands uh, when it's frozen, like when it turns to a solid, is because it's uh, I forget. There's a different number of bonds on average, or something like that between
Yeah.
each. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a combo of a different number of hydrogen bonds. Like one water molecule, when it's a liquid, can have two hydrogen bonds. Like it can have hydrogen bonds to two other water molecules. When you start to freeze it, it can have bonds to three or four. But it's also about the distance at which those bonds are
Right.
occurring.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Because hydrogen bonds uh, are spaced out more than covalent bonds. Like they make it just a uh, it's gonna end up being less dense uh, than like a covalent bond, which is much closer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, covalent bond typically not an oxygen hydrogen covalent bond is like 1 to 2 angstroms on average, whereas a hydrogen bond, no matter what kind of hydrogen bond it is, it's going to be like 5 to 6 angstroms in distance. So yeah, the hydrogen bonds are occurring at a larger distance, which makes the ice less densely packed than the water is.
Anyways, I wasn't trying to break anything up. I was curious on what was being said before. I don't know if we want to go back to it, but the tennis racket thing. I thought. I mean, I thought that didn't have anything to do with like magnetism or anything like that. Just because it's that's just based on like spatial uh mechanics, right? I don't know what you call it, but
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to have Dice elaborate on his magnetism thing of this intermediate axis theorem, right? Because my understanding is that it's just a inertia, an effect of inertia, has nothing to do with magnetism. But you know, he was diverting away from that. Then he started getting into this water, structured water stuff, which a few days ago there was, people were making some crazy claims about the structured water stuff.
well, there's always been claims about that. Like, was that Japanese guy? The water memory. I'll be honest. 15 years ago, I was, I'd seen that movie. What the bleep do we know? Whatever. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, I guess that's real. But, uh, yeah, I mean, after you look into it, you find out that he's like discredited by really anybody. Did he walk back his claims? The Japanese guy?
Yeah, it was either him or there's another guy who won the Nobel Prize, and he did something with antibodies and diluting antibodies in water and claiming it had some kind of memory. It's like he was like going off the deep end. It's either him or the Japanese guy that recanted what they were claiming.
Just discovered my Pac-Man frog's dead, dude. Pretty upset about it.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. It's been having a lot of seizures lately. I think it has to do with his water. Funny we're on the topic, but
a frog?
yeah, I mean it's my son's frog. I bought it for him, but I fucking take care of the thing. So, but yeah,
This is
I think
also
he's
start. He's still breathing?
hard to tell.
Well, I hate to change it even further, but since you brought up the frog, I found out I was watching a show with my girlfriend, dude. There's this thing called frogging. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that, but it's like when someone's like the whole show is about all these stories of frogging. It's when someone's living in your house. Like someone's living in your house and you don't even know about it, I guess. Like they're living in your attic or in your walls or something. And it's called frogging. Actually, there's a story. One of the guys that I think this is where the name comes from, possibly, but one of the guys that was doing it, he killed the lady's frog while she wasn't home or whatever. Maybe that's a coincidence. Maybe that's where the name comes from. But anyways, it's crazy how many stories there are where that happened. You would think people would know, but some of those stories people
Are you trying to say I need to
were
check
living
my
in the
attic?
house. Yeah, maybe, man. Some of those stories, people were living for over a year, dude. They were living in their house for over a year. Yeah, it's crazy.
I've heard of stories longer than that. Guy living in this lady's attic for a couple years. I want to say it was like 2 or 3 years. It's a while ago I read the story, but yeah, it's not uncommon.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. Hey, man, I don't want to press you again, dude. And I wasn't pressing you in the first place, okay? I'm not. I'm just one to just not a test of your knowledge. I'm just trying to find out what you're talking about, okay? When you say this thing, the intermediate axis thing, the tennis racket thing, Jace is saying it's inertia. I'm curious also what relationship it has
Well,
with magnetism.
there's also the T handle in space. I don't know if you ever seen that video.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all pertaining to the same thing.
No, that is. Yeah, that's the same. That's the same thing. Same thing with cell phones, and they say cats. Well, cats somehow the cats sort of do this on their own or whatever. The way they like twist their bodies and land and shit. And really 3-dimensional rotations. But that aside, yeah, I'm just curious. Like I said, like the magnetic component of all this.
Yeah, it's magnetic friction, essentially, or is what we're calling gyromagnetic precession, which is actually magnetic torque created by friction.
Yeah, I was looking at that one too because, like I said, I have Ken Wheeler's definitions summarized by AI, so it's whatever that's worth. But it's in a thread in the server, and for gyromagnetic precession, he says magnetic torque is the force that causes a magnet to rotate around an object. It's also called Lamar precession. When a magnetism generates phase, it creates a torsion that eventually causes the flipping of the north and south pole of the magnet. This is the same process that causes a gyroscope to spin down and eventually flip over. So that part, I'm not sure. That's. I thought those were two different things.
It's also what
I thought those were two
said
different.
to be the responsibility for the old Earth's poles shifting or flipping over time as well.
Okay, but this claim. Okay, so this last sentence. This is the same process that causes a gyroscope to spin down and eventually flip over. I would say maybe those things are analogous or something, but I thought those were two different. Like one's to do with the magnetism. The other one has to do with an actual rotation of a body, regardless of its magnetic. But I could be wrong. I don't know. And like I said, I'm just reading these summaries of Ken Wheeler's definitions, which who knows what that's worth. I don't know. And AI created these summaries, and these summaries come from Ken Wheeler. So it's like, what am I really reading?
Oh, I mean, you could always refer to one of his videos on the topic. If you're that intrigued, it's all there. It's not like I got any more information that anyone else couldn't obtain.
If we use Lamar precession and Lamar frequency and like NMR and stuff, and it's how the spin axis processes in the applied magnetic field, and then you can use radio frequencies to knock it out of alignment. It'll emit a radio frequency to come back into alignment with the field. That's my understanding of Lamar precession, Lamar frequency.
Can you speak on what we were talking about? Because, like I said, I think the Kepler definition sort of these are two of the same thing, and that might be kind of what Daiso's saying. But could you speak on the distinction between Lamar precession, with magnets, and I guess like the precession of a gyroscope, which, like I said, it sounds like it was being claimed that those, the same thing that causes that precession to flip in a gyroscope, which I think is the same thing as the intermediate access thing. Yeah. So, could you speak on the distinction between those?
Yeah, I mean, Kosha, you're better with these mechanical kind of things, so you probably have a better understanding than me as far as what makes the gyroscope precess. From my understanding of Lamar or Larmor precession and the Larmor frequency comes from NMR or nuclear magnetic resonance, the mechanism of how an MRI machine works, which is like so typically you're talking about spin half nuclei, which hydrogen is the representative nuclei for that kind of thing. And this nuclei has a spin axis, right? So it's not really spinning, it's a quantum thing, but it still has a vector that goes along with it. And this vector will precess around when you apply a magnetic field. So the NMR instrument applies this like 12 to 15 Tesla magnetic field strength to the atoms that are inside of it, the atoms in your sample, and it'll make the spin axes of the hydrogen atoms precess. And the rate at which those axes precess is what we call the Larmor precession. Then you can send a electromagnetic frequency that is the same frequency that that precession is. And typically for hydrogen and spin half nuclei, it's a radio frequency that you send at the atoms, and it will knock the spin axis out of alignment with the magnetic field. It'll totally kind of flip it from the direction that the magnetic field is by using the Larmor frequency. And then the nuclei will emit another EM wave or EM photon of a radio frequency to come back into alignment with the magnetic
So that's
field.
kind of what got us on this topic to begin with. I was having a conversation with Necro, and he essentially alluded to everything, at its base axiom being a vibration, or we broke that down to frequency, and then I brought up Lamar frequency. So, how do you perceive frequency? Like, what would be like just a crude 3-word explanation for frequency, Jace?
Usually it's just like, counting how many times something will pass a certain point.
Okay.
I guess would be like a simple way of putting it.
Okay. And is that lineal?
It can be.
Can you give me an example of where it's not?
Yeah, in the Larmor case with hydrogen nuclei, their
Well,
axes are precessing.
That's the point of contention between us. So, something aside from that, because you're perceiving things one way versus me perceiving it another. So, just from eliminating that, do you have any other example?
Yeah, the rotational frequencies of organic molecules would be another. The rotational modes of organic molecules are occurring, they are rotations. They're angular frequencies of the molecules. So they're like how many times the molecule spins in a circle in 5 seconds,
Yeah.
right? That would be its angular frequency in that case.
So angular wouldn't still be considered lineal?
No, linear would be like how many photons is this mode emitting per every second or every 5 seconds or whatever, where you're just counting, like you have a detector at a specific point, right? And the photons are just being emitted and hitting the detector. They're just traveling in a linear fashion. And the relationship is thus linear.
I'm like referring to kind of like how like a standard computer processes, right? Like it does it in a lineal fashion versus what they call like the quantum computer, right? Where it's not just a process of algorithmic computations processed in a single direction in a sequential series, working down a single path. It's like multi-directional, if that makes any sense. So I guess what I'm alluding to is what would you call a spherical frequency?
I don't know. I guess we'd have to be more specific. I would just call it a spherical frequency.
And is there an example of that already?
I don't know. Probably.
Like multi-directional, emitting from one point outwards in all directions.
Yeah, I guess there's stuff that does that.
Involving frequency.
Yes.
Like a signal being broadcasted, right?
Yeah, that's a good example.
Now, does that signal that's being received and modulated by the radio, does that signal exist within the radio? Is there any demonstrable point at which you can contain or point at that signal existing within the radio? Or is it only passing through it?
Yeah, I would say, right, it's only passing through it, right? Because it's really just an electrical impulse until it's actually emitted by the emitter source, right? Then it's received by the
So,
antenna.
so what would you call a signal without modulation?
Just an unmodulated signal.
But how could you definitively say that it's a signal without quantifying it or measuring it or acknowledging its existence somehow?
Yeah,
And at
you'd
that
have
point,
to.
is it unmodulated or is it, is it modulated?
Um,
I mean, aside
I
from
guess
all intents and purposes, right? It's the fact that you're detecting it to begin with.
well, you can just have a
Or considers it.
standard vanilla signal, right? And it becomes a signal when you can establish it from the background noise, right? But then you can have a modulated signal where you're actually altering either the impulse strength, or there's just different ways to modulate the signal, but you're changing the form of the signal by modulating it. And still, you still have to measure the modulated signal by establishing that there's actually a signal from the background.
And that's why, people like Wheeler like to say everything is essentially boils down to signal over noise ratio, which is essentially another words of saying, incrementarability or any of the other stuff I said. They all kind of segue. Everything is a ratio, i.e. incrementarability, which is a ratio. The divine ratio.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, there's things like signal to noise ratios and stuff, and there's ways of optimizing that for specific purposes. But right, when I hear people, a lot of these claims of frequency, is that like we have some kind of frequency that we're vibrating at that can like
The
interact with
allele
other
frequency.
yeah, that can like interact with other people's frequencies, and yeah, or other objects frequencies, and like that stuff, that is where you're really getting into the woo woo land, because we have atoms and molecules that compose us that have vibrational modes, and those will give off frequencies, but those are dictated and interact in very specific ways, and even if they could be influenced by somebody else's, that's not going to change anything about your mental or behavioral or success kind of state.
Well, that's kind of a subjective thing, but I don't necessarily want to get into that.
That's usually the type of path people are going down when they're talking about this frequency thing. They're not talking about frequency in the sense that physicists would say like you're composed of proteins and nucleic acids and carbohydrates and lipids that have molecules composing them, which have atoms, and all of these things have vibrational modes, but they're specific to those components, and they don't have an influence on your mind state or any of that kind of thing.
What happened?
I don't know. I thought it was me.
Now, Wheeler is, talking about frequency in the sense of signals and electromagnetism, right?
No,
As
no,
some
he's actually
overlap.
calling. He's actually calling the atom a spherical frequency, and he's got like a whole formula and paper that he published and shit on it, which is pretty interesting. I posted it in here a few different times, but nobody seemed interested. But yeah, that's that'd be a different topic.
Well, I would read it for sure. What's it called?
I don't know. I'll post it. It's just gonna take me a second to dig through my file.
Yeah, no problem.
What is the reason that these certain little energies get anchored or stay to themselves or come together, or the center points of them, or the field that they're manifesting on? What are some of the rules of that?
Yeah, well, right, there's like many levels
Counter
to
space?
this. It depends on the level you're talking about.
You just think about the anchors, the centers or whatever. I mean, it could be positioned wherever, but the rule of the making it a unit, making it uh just, I don't know, balance itself. The tiniest, and I don't know, man, y'all be on like all these like little things in the atom smashers, like y'all be like on that they're particles, like it's all like it's very new.
Be smashing particles.
I found it.
Yeah, but they're all decaying, so there's like really no anchor. They say that there's these smaller ones, but they're really not stable. Like I think it's we're talking about the smallest stable type of things. But
Yeah, they're stable. Go ahead, post it. I saw. I heard you. You found it. But no, there's definitely stable
what's the
particles.
what's the smallest one that
The
can like
the
I
elementary
post,
particles.
which is essentially what we're calling hard light, also known as the protium, which is the hydrogen nuclei.
yeah, stuff like that. Like that's what I'm talking about.
So I just
See
posted
that?
it there. Essentially, it's saying P equals FC to the third power. That's his little breakdown of his formula. Um, where P is the proton, um, and then he gives his whole breakdown. F is, I believe, frequency, and C is capacitance. Yeah.
And that's of the energy or of the field? The energy?
It's the loss of energy. Pure energy is within an inertial state of rest.
What's the thoughts about the hydrogen nuclei protium titled energy that they're
That's
that
that's essentially what we're calling hard light. Basically, we're just So uh, essentially, what he's saying is all matter is a composite of light, and this matter at the fundamental level is essentially protium. So
you're
if you look
basically
at
saying that light.
if you look at
Go ahead,
if you look at if you look at every single element on the periodic table, it's a harmonic condensate of
the first one. So, but like,
hydrogen.
right, but like, so does that tie into kind of what I was asking? Is it known or theorized? Is that item? Uh, is that like the smallest known stable thing that can be there? Is it still a theory? Is there like arguably smaller things that they say? Like, you know, aren't there pieces that
Well,
they say
yeah,
make up that shit? Like,
mainstream claims there's subatomic particles,
right.
and then but the problem is it'll never end. There'll be something that makes up the subatomic particles that make up those things that make up. It's just like a never-ending fucking
Right.
It's
regress.
Like if you
what
have an
you have.
eggshell and then
Hang
you
on,
break
hang
up
on,
the eggshell,
hang
it's
on,
still a shell. Sorry.
hang on, because it's already at an end, right? We already say there's elementary particles that the electron, the quark, things like that, the
No, that's not the
bosons.
point, Jace.
There's
The
nothing
point is
that
it can go
makes those up.
smaller,
It
but it
can't
could be
though.
later. It could
Modern
be.
science has determined that you really can't go smaller than that.
Jace, how ignorant does that sound? Think back from every step. It's been the same exact claim every other time. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, but they weren't like if you're talking about like the example that's given all the time is like the Greeks, but they were just philosophizing. They weren't testing. We can test these
No,
things
man.
nowadays. That's how we figured out that there's smaller components. But now when we do these tests on these smaller components and even more sophisticated tests, it shows that there isn't a smaller component than this. There can't be anything smaller than a point.
Oh,
It just
man.
logically doesn't jive.
There can be a smaller point, but I obviously I'm, you know, not the authority here, but
Yeah, but a point is
it seems,
Cartesianal, and what
yeah,
we're
it
saying is
doesn't.
the background state being non-Cartesianal, i.e., counterspatial,
Interesting.
which is the
Right.
only other postulate that's ever been presented in the history of science. The
It's
predication
about fragments,
on
though.
the cosmos.
Come in and like I'm more interested in how much like they are going to be willing to accept more of these counter spatial type theories. Um, I just I just think it seems familiar that you can see people theorizing something smaller, finding that like the cell or the atom or then the nucleus or electron, always saying like there's going to be the smallest thing and that's the smallest, and then they found it and then they're like, yeah, there it is, that's the smallest. And then other people are the whole time saying, no, there's going to be smaller and smaller. I mean, look, you got to give them there's there could be smaller shit, Jace. Why do you do this? Why do you just science is
Because
spoken? Come
it's
on.
silliness, man. There was one group of people who ever laid a claim to having found the smallest thing, and it was the Greeks philosophizing about the constituents of matter or what makes up the things around us. They said there must be a smallest part of all the stuff that's around us. There's a smallest component that joins together, in these collections that make up these
I get you. I
microscopic
get you. And I don't
objects.
want to. I get you.
And they
I get
called
the point.
those atomos, right? But even the people who discovered the electron and the nucleus and stuff, they never said that these. It was only the Greeks who ever made a claim that there was a smallest thing. And when
Okay,
these
Jace, you said that
people
already.
found these other things, they didn't claim that they were the smallest things.
All right, I get you, man. But look, I think I could prove some of that stuff. Like I can enlighten you a little bit logically, actually. And the audience, I'm sorry about just this non-data Jace logic moment here. But buddy, like, what do you're speaking for everybody that ever existed? It's so funny. Or I guess you're like notes of these historical like. You got to get off that. Like, think about it. There's going to be a range of people the whole time. Some that think there's always going to be smaller things. Some that think there's some middle ground limit, and some that think it's already been discovered. Right? There's always going to be this range. Within that range of people, they're all going to also be a mix of range of how many of them are trying to find more smaller things or not, whatever level they believe. So you got that whole grid box of all that shit. So for you to speak for everybody, it's like, dude, it's crazy. There's
Yeah, I
people
wanted
that
to
are
ask
always.
you, Jace. Do you think you're
Yeah,
smarter
sorry.
than some of these ancient Greek philosophers like Syrianus or Plotinus or any
Well,
of the, do you consider yourself to be above these guys?
we should go with what we can show, not with like what we think or what a group of people thinks. Like that's all fine and dandy, right? But what we can actually show, right? I've done deep inelastic scattering experiments,
Okay.
and the only thing that you can show is that there's constituents of protons and neutrons. We call them quarks. And
What are the smallest stable ones?
They
Stable.
seem to be point-like particles, which means there can't be logically anything really smaller than that. And modern science has gone to fields, right, that these point-like particles are actually manifestations of the underlying fields, because we're not going to get particles that are smaller than these point-like particles.
But I mean, that's just an abstraction. Like to say point, we all know that that doesn't even exist, right? Like what you're really trying to say is 0 point. It's not a point source. This is touching on your quantum background field state that everything comes into existence from and goes back into after diminishing.
Well, no, I was talking about real particles. They're point-like. Now, they may have.
I got a phone call, Jay. Sorry.
I wasn't talking about virtual, or what people call virtual particles, which are just renormalizations of the field. Those have energy fluctuations that appear and disappear, etc. Real particles don't, but they may have, even though they are point-like, they're infinitesimal, right? They may have charge densities, whether that's electromagnetic charge or the strong nuclear charge or the weak hypercharge, that are not point-like.
So, sir,
That's the only thing we can really measure.
is a virtual particle, is that like a particle with the imaginary number I?
Kind of, but no, that's not a great way to think of it. It's better to think of it in terms of energy, that there's these quantum fields that make up these particles, and they can only take on integer values of energy. So if you have 1 joule of energy, you have 1 particle. If you have 2 joules of energy, you have 2 particles. But if you have 1.5 joules of energy, you have 1 particle, and the 0.5 joules of energy that's left over is what's termed a virtual particle. So it's not a real particle because it's not an integer value of energy, but it's still a value of energy that the field has, so it has to be accounted for.
Interesting.
Man, that's dumb as hell. I'm just gonna say
Oh, that's just how it works, man. Sorry.
it's
So
proving,
it's
it's
just
saying to itself it doesn't work. It's saying it's a band-aid on its face.
It works spectacularly. It's like the best theory that science has.
Yeah, and
Applying.
admitting that it doesn't know what's happening.
And in reality, real scientists use something called renormalization, which is just a more technical version of this virtual particle thing. And when you do that, you can predict the value for properties like the anomalous magnetic moment of the electron or of the muon, right? You can predict that value, the measured value, to like by using these virtual particle concepts, you can get the value to like 12 decimal places. It just like blows out any other measurement that science can make.
Yeah, but why do you even do the 1.5 thing anyway? Why don't you just understand maybe your other scale thing is different and just go to 3? You know what I mean? Or just always say there might be these smaller quanti that you don't, you assume aren't. You know what I mean? They're grouping differently. Like, why do you do the virtual thing? You're admitting that is some bullshit. You're saying virtual. It's not really, but we pretend. Like, what are you talking
Well,
about, Jay?
it's because of most of the time that energy is coming from the particle itself, right? Like you have one unit of energy which composes the particle, but the particle has kinetic energy, it has rotational energy, it has vibrational energy, right? And that's also being imparted into the field, and it's almost never that those energies are going to sum to an integer value to compose another particle. So you're always going to have when you total the energy in the entire field, or even in just a specific region of the field, it's always not going to be an integer. So you're always going to have these virtual particle
Right,
situations.
that aren't virtual particles and are just other energies and attributes of the real particle. So talking about virtual particles to me, sir, just seems stupid. When
Yeah,
you had to waste
I
10.
actually agree with you. That's why I said most real scientists don't really use this virtual particle thing. It's more of like an introductory, explanatory concept. And when you're actually doing, real calculations and real predictions in physics, you use perturbation theory and something called renormalization.
You gotta make it normal again. Hey, I can't. Sorry if I'm whispering. I'm not allowed to be on here right now. Hey, is it true though that virtual particles come about because of the uncertainty principle? Was that
What do you
correct?
mean allowed, bro? Why don't you stand up for yourself?
I'm standing up
I
for
know,
myself right
say
now.
it,
You need to
Costa.
mind your own business.
Yeah, you can think of them coming about via the uncertainty principle. But
Yeah, but would that
I
be
would
right?
just always advise against taking this virtual particle as literally being like particles that are popping, or even just energy that's popping into and out of existence, because that's just it's demonstrable that that's just not really what's happening. It's just a way of explaining what's happening.
Well, let me ask you this: can something exist without quantifying, having any kind of quantifiable measure to it?
No.
So if you can't quantify it, then it probably doesn't exist.
It can be quantified though.
How can you quantify it if you can't measure it? It has to exist in order for you to measure it, right?
This idea of a virtual particle, it comes about from what Feynman had done with how these interactions occur and the states of the fields, the amount of energy, right? Because they're quantized, which means like if you have a 10 particle state of the field, it means you have 10 units of energy in
Yeah,
the field.
that's
They
the only
have
way you
to
know
be in
energy.
integers. But
That's the only way you can. That's my whole point, though, Jace.
measure the field as being at 10.5, 10.2, 11.6,
And what are you measuring specific?
20.4. Right, it's
What are
almost
you
never
specifically
going to
measuring?
have an integer value of energy. And so these leftover non-integer values that are contributing to the state is what's termed a virtual particle.
So when you named off those values, 10.5, so on and so forth, what were you actually measuring if it wasn't energy?
It is energy. That's what I was talking about. You would measure 10.5 joules or 10.5 electron volts, depending on what units you're using.
Right. So my whole point is, if you can't measure it, then it doesn't exist. Otherwise, you have no way to perceive it or quantify it.
Well, yeah, that's well. I mean, by your logic, that would mean virtual particles do exist because they came about from these measurements, like knowing that the fields are quantized, so the particle states are integer values of the energy, but the fields can be measured as having non-integer values of any range. So that's what the virtual particles are. Right?
And
They
how do
came
you
from
measure
that
that? What do you mean
quantization.
they can be measured that way? Yeah. I like the way you just sneak that through real quick.
Yeah, by your logic, right? So when we measure 10.5 electron volts in the field, that's a proof or evidence for virtual particles existing. Because if they didn't exist, then you would only have 10 electron volts or 11 electron volts.
So it's an
Energy.
ad hoc
It has
assumption.
to be integers.
Yeah, you have a scale that you put those numbers on. Why don't you? I mean, come on, man. It don't make no sense to me, bro.
You're just presuming it to be, even though you can't quantify it. Like,
Well, no, I
that's not
actually
science.
claim
That's not
that
science by
virtual
any means.
particles
That's a
don't
philosophy.
exist. Right, it's your
You're talking about a
logic that's the
metaphysical
one
thing that
that's
can't be
causing
quantified,
them
but
to
presuming it's
exist.
existent.
No, you're just denying it. They come
No.
about from
And I got
these
no problem with that. I'm good with metaphysics and
quantifications.
philosophy. That's fine. But just
They
be
Yeah,
come.
honest here, dude.
No,
what you call
hang on,
10.5 electron
John,
volts, I call
hush.
23. Oh, be nicer about it. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's rude,
There's
though.
no metaphysics and no philosophy. These virtual particles, by your logic, come about from energy measurements of the field. From those energy measurements, they are almost never exactly integer values. Thus, by your logic, from the measurements, these virtual particles would have to exist. Now, I starkly oppose that. I say virtual particles as this idea of them popping into and out of existence as the same thing as a regular particle. No, that's not what's going on.
But I mean, how do you get off saying that?
It's like you're conceding, but then you're like defending it or something. I don't know. I
I've
can't
made
know.
my position
It's the
very
opposite.
clear many times. Right? They're great. The idea of virtual particles as the same thing as a real particle that just pops into and out of existence is a great teaching tool for introductory concepts or for the general public, but it shouldn't be taken too literal, because to actually come up with predictions for measured values of real properties of particles, real interaction beginning and end states, you do not use this virtual particle concept. You use something called perturbation theory and renormalization, which is not particles popping into and out of existence, but that's a way to visualize these perturbations and renormalization concepts, but it shouldn't be taken literal.
Yo, can you hear the crickets?
It's a lot to think about, man. Because to me, it's like
I hear
I
knuckles
don't
dragging.
I don't understand what position you're actually defending, Jace. Like, I really don't. You seem like you're giving us flexible ideology, but then I don't know, man.
I
Fuck the
don't know
virtual
how to
particles,
be any
okay? Fuck
more
them.
clear.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
say it
fuck
together.
them.
All right, cool.
Yes, you should. It's more proper to think about it in terms of renormalization.
And so the Casimir effect, like virtual particles, are a way to describe.
That's funny. That's what I was
happening
going
there.
to. I was thinking about Larry. Yeah, like let's talk about 0 point energy.
I was thinking
Jace,
Led
because
Zeppelin.
that's.
Hey, Larry, where'd you go?
I don't know if he was ever in here, but Larry, that's like Larry's little shtick, dude. He's pretty good at that one.
So what's your stick?
I don't know that I have one. Maybe just straight fucking ether. I don't know.
Everybody has a shtick. Come on. Mine is just
Yeah, I
goofing
guess.
around and having fun with it all because, taking
Oh,
it
yeah.
seriously is just too depressing,
Right, for sure. That's mandatory, dude. If you're not goofing
So I hope
off,
that
dude,
nobody in here thinks that I'm trying to like pick on you personally or mess with you. It's just to make fun.
Oh no, man.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm all about comedy, dude.
Speaking of comedy, I thought it was funny that you said that protons were hard light. Does that make light flaccid protons?
It's light with a
Photon
boner.
is a flaccid proton.
No, I said I called hard light protium.
Right.
A little different.
Has anybody seen this particle of light before?
Isn't
Well,
protium
like,
just another name for generic hydrogen?
No, I mean, like, has anybody ever seen it?
like an individual particle of light, like a photon. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen demonstrations of it, like on YouTube. But do you really think that that's something to like? I don't know. I just always wonder about stuff.
Well, for
All I ever
starters,
see is photons.
nobody.
When you need a
Nobody's-
computer to render it and all that, it makes me wonder if there's not some, theological thing going on behind the lines that kind of makes it not actually what you're seeing. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure if there's a lag here, but for starters, nobody sees light. No, the human eye is incapable of perceiving light.
Ain't that the
Right.
truth?
So
I want
The
to tell
only
that
thing
to the
that-
Glovers because they believe that just because the color of the light that comes from the sky comes down and we see it that way, that must mean that those things in the sky those lights are just planets made out of solid minerals, right? So I guess
No.
Well, if you were
I think-
able to like see a photon and like grab it and take hold of it, that would totally debunk what science claims a photon is. It would be starkly opposed to it.
it's a good point. That is a good point.
Yeah, so there's no theology or any of that kind of stuff going on.
I mean, I guess where I'm going with it is like to know something for sure, I got to see it, right? I got to see it in its own environment or in an environment where I know that someone didn't come in and change the environment in order to make it that way.
Are you a
Especially
flat
when it comes
earther?
to something that is hard to believe. Well, you could say that, I guess, but I don't like that.
So-
I don't like that
So
term
do
at
you,
all.
do you think we can have a positive pressure next to a negative pressure and have
Not without a container, no.
okay?
I don't believe it.
So have you ever measured or seen the container,
What,
or is it just
the
a
one that
logical
we're in?
necessity?
The one that we're in, it's a logical thing. I think it is. I can't prove that, but it
Right.
obviously
That's
there's
fine.
got to be something to it, right?
Yeah. No,
but I don't think it's
agree
gravity
with
because
you.
if it was gravity, then if it was gravity, I could put condensed gases into a bowl in my backyard and they would just stay there, right? They'd
Well, I mean-
pressurize it in the bowl. They wouldn't need the top to put on, right? Because
We don't have to
if
get into
gravity
the
could
minutia.
do that, but
the whole point
Right,
is the whole
you're
point is you don't.
opposed to what science actually says again.
the whole point is you don't have to necessarily see it or measure it to know its existence, right? Like some things are just
Not necessarily, but yeah, but generally there's got to be some kind of evidence that we're going by, right? Now, like the light comes on when I flip the switch, so therefore something's happening, right?
I mean, logic in itself is evidence. Like something that's not logical would
I agree,
require,
but you can't prove it to someone else. You can just kind of like tell them, this is what I see, this is how I see it, and this is why I see it that way. You know what I mean? The different, like actually proving it to someone else and showing them what you saw and helping them understand it is nearly impossible. It's kind of like you have to lead them in and let them see the same thing somehow. You know what I'm talking about? Because like if I told you that I had a pig that could fly, right? I know it sounds dumb, but you'd want to see me show you that to you, right? You'd want me to demonstrate that I had a pig that could fly, right? Even if you knew I was just goofing around, you'd be like, all right, show us the pig, right? So like when I hear like, you live on a spinning ball, but I don't feel it and I don't see it, then I want to see evidence that shows me that that could be true and I don't see it. That's where I'm coming from.
You're hanging yourself like big time with your own statements.
No, I'm not. I'm being honest with you.
Show me the.
I'm not making up things, and I'm not trying to avoid terms because you're going to bend them around something else.
Show me where there's a negative pressure. Show me where there's a container. Go on.
Did I not already explain what I said?
Yeah, I mean, you hung yourself pretty well with your words.
Well, I guess if I was having a debate and I was trying to win something, then I guess that would be true. But since I'm just trying to figure out the truth and I could care less about debating, then I guess, okay, whatever.
Interesting. Well, if you were,
my question for you is, do you want to know what the truth really is, or are you just stuck on knowing that it's a ball or whatever you believe in? You're just stuck on that, and it doesn't matter what I say.
Trying to figure out the truth, right? I would do some measurements of the atmosphere, maybe something like parcel tracking or some kind of meteorological methods for obtaining pressure values. Wow, you sounds like you've got the truth, bro. You looked at the ocean, the very, right? Like just.
Well, the Globers say they look at the sky and see lights up there, and they say that we must be on a ball because there's lights in the sky. So why can't I say the other thing? What's wrong with that?
It took me about more than 15 hours to fly from Seattle to Japan and then Korea. And I had a compass, right? So I knew we were going in one direction the whole time. We weren't like doing circles or any kind of tricky thing, right? So that tells me, and we didn't end up at the same
Well, wait a minute.
location.
When you say one direction, are you talking about a single vector?
The same heading, the same compass heading. We weren't
like
your
reference compass. That's the whole point.
We weren't going in a circle.
Yes, you are.
We weren't.
If you're using the northern magnetic field to guide yourself, i.e., the compass you just stated, then you're not traveling in a straight direction, straight as a crow flies. You're traveling in a curved fashion due to the curvature of the magnetic field.
It's the same compass.
If east or west. If east or west.
What on earth
if east or west.
The point is, we weren't doing deceptive circles.
We're going to start arguing about whether or not a straight
line in the same radius circle over and over for hours and hours. Right, we're following the same compass heading. Right, and it took more than 15 hours. So the information that gives me is that the Earth must be very big. Right. So when you say that you went and stood at the beach and looked at the ocean and somehow drew a conclusion about the entirety of the Earth from that very minute portion.
Wow, that's a lot of words to say.
Yeah, you're kind of rambling. All right, real quick.
You keep interrupting because you're terrified of the illogic of that kind of conclusion.
Jace, you hear me, dude? Hold on. Hey, Cookie.
No, you were speaking over me, bro.
I know, because I'm trying to mod. I'm trying to mod, dude. I'm trying to tell Cookie not to interrupt you.
I apologize for
stopping someone from speaking.
All right, Jace, stop being a victim. Let me just do my thing here. Cookie, you sound like a good fellow. I'd love to continue conversation, but we do got to give each other some space. That's all I wanted to say, Jace. Go ahead, Jace.
No, I already said it. Going down to the ocean and drawing conclusions about the entirety of the Earth from only what you see with your eyes is like the definition of illogical.
It's the same thing Glovers do when they look up at the sky and say that they're living on a ball. So I don't see a problem.
What globe, Kosho, do you look up at the sky and say that the Earth is a ball from that?
Kosho's
His
still on the
answer
potty.
would be no.
Well, I mean, there is a lot
I
of.
was asking you though.
Yeah, there is a lot of that that is said, JAS, whether or not you have that position or not. But yeah, there is a tremendous amount of arguments that come from a globe enthusiast perspective that says, hey, look at these things in the sky. We must be on one of these things. Look at these circular lights in the sky. We must be on a circular light, etc. Claiming those things are spheres in the sky and that they somehow know they're spheres or just think they are. And then therefore we must be on one. And there's all kinds of claims about stellar parallax that claim that fit with the globe. So I mean, whether or not you're making that argument or not, there are many, many globe earthers that will depend tremendously on the sky to back up their claim that they're on a globe. So that part of it is what he said is true.
No, they don't just look up.
Yeah,
at
I'm not
the
pushing that on
sky
you.
and say that it's a globe, right? They've developed technology that's able to go to these other objects and take a look at what they are and say, this is a big spherical thing over here, right? And so they make that claim that it is kind of sensible that if all these things are big spheres, that right, probably we're on a big sphere too. Then they take measurements of things like stellar parallax and they say, look, these measurements are clearly indicative of the movement and the spherical nature of the Earth. They don't just look up at the sky and say they're a sphere.
I don't know if you ever got a chance to look at that thing I posted, Jace, but just to break the news to you, bro, when you went from Seattle to Japan, you weren't going straight, bro, if you were using the compass. All right, over now.
And how was I not going straight?
Because if you were traveling, sounds like west, then that magnetic field is going to curve, and if you're following the magnetic field, then you weren't going straight as a crow flies. You were following the magnetic field in a curved fashion.
So you're telling me compass headings now are curved. They're circular.
Yeah. And this is why you'll always end up in the southern hemisphere, traveling any direction other than north, following a northern guided magnetic compass. Yes.
I think like maps would be like indicative of that, that you're going in these circular patterns, but for some reason they're not. You think the forces, right? When you measure the forces, that
So
you
if all
would be
maps are
able to
flat and
detect
they have square
that
edges
you're
and they
actually
all fit together, doesn't that
turning
make
on
sense
this
to you?
compass heading.
So your longitude and latitude lines on your globe are straight? Is that what you're claiming? What's the definition of straight
They're
again?
not circles in the way you're trying to portray them as.
I was going to throw in the definition of what a line is.
Yeah, so
because
in
the
case you didn't know,
INS and the IRS of the plane would tell you that there's some forces acting. You're actually, this compass heading is actually going on this kind of curved circular kind
What
of
forces?
The centrifugal that you experience when you're turning.
No, is the INS experiencing that?
It would if what Dyslow said was true. That's what you would expect the INS would measure that.
So you think the IRS is actually measuring a curved surface, a spherical curved surface?
No, it would measure the forces being exerted on it.
So
You take an IRS in your car, an inertial reference system, or a forget what the acronym is for the ones that planes use nowadays, but you can look it up. If you took that in the car with you and you took a turn, you could look at the graph of that turn and you would see that the system measured the forces while you were taking the turn because you're no longer just traveling on an inertial path. It came on, you took a turn, right? So that would have to be the case if
Yeah.
these compass headings were actually these turns.
Guess what? An airplane can also turn. An airplane, climbs, is on a level flight, and then descends again. That's the whole magic behind it. But if it would be living on a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball, it would need to fly over a surface that is not equal to the flight path.
But we're just talking about the logic here, right? Like the plane just followed relatively the same compass. Like you said, it does take little slight turns. So you may go from, 270 to 270.5 or 269 for your heading, but you're still relatively on the same compass heading for more than 15 hours all over the ocean. Right, so
Well, it's
that
just funny
gives
because I
you
brought
the
this.
information that the Earth must be rather big, right? So when you go down to the ocean and you just look out at the horizon and draw conclusions about the entirety of the Earth, it just is like the definition of illogical.
Yeah, I don't really care for long
agree
distance
with that.
observations myself. Regardless of the fucking the fact that it's. Go ahead, Rakia. I wasn't talking. Go ahead.
That's what Glovers did. Hang on. You've been talking the whole time. I tried to get in one.
The guy I was
that.
speaking to said he went
Hold-
down to
hold
the
on.
beach
I mean,
and
that's what
looked at
Jace.
the flat
Glovers did.
horizon,
Jace.
thus
They
the
went
Earth
to the
is
beach.
flat.
Jace.
They told
Jace.
back in there, Jace.
Hold
You
on,
got me
guys.
turned down,
Everyone's.
Jace. I mean, I
No,
opened my
hold
mic
on,
one time.
hold on, Rakia. You got some delay going on. And Jace, when you hear somebody trying to get in, bro, come on, dude. Don't just.
He wasn't talking when I started talking. He was talking, then he went quiet for me for a few seconds, so I started talking. Then he came.
Oh, maybe
back
you
in.
got a delay too. Maybe you guys need to drop out, come back in. Let's try to fix this again. But it's Rakia's turn. Go ahead, Rakia.
Yeah, I'll just complete what I'm saying. It's very quick, and then y'all can go on with your hours. The Glovers taught us to go to the beach and see. Didn't do that. I think that's ridiculous. I hope
Robot, bro. Robot, bro.
I've never told anybody to do it. I've literally sat here many times and like it's completely illogical to go down to the ocean and say, oh, the horizon's flat, thus the Earth is flat, drawing conclusions about the entirety of the Earth from that. I would never advise anybody to do that.
But that's not truth. That's not the argument.
It was from the guy that I was speaking to when I brought all this up. He said he went down to the ocean and saw that the horizon is flat, therefore the Earth is flat.
I mean, that's pretty good logic if you ask me.
Amen. Thank you.
That's why I told you, right? You can take a plane. I took a plane from Seattle we stopped in Japan and then went to Korea. Took more than 15 hours on relatively the same heading over the ocean, the whole time, right? So that gives me the information that the Earth is very, very big, has to be. So going down to the ocean and drawing conclusions about the entirety of the Earth from the very small portion you can see of it when you're down at the ocean is the definition of illogic.
Can we try to be like a little bit shorter with our responses, guys? Because we can't. You know what I mean? Like, there's too many people that want to get in. We can't sit here and like deal with like 2-minute long fucking monologues, dude. Just make it short and simple. I just wanted to say, contrary to the point you just addressed about the horizon, thus the surface is flat. I mean, I've heard a lot of Globers make the same argument in saying that look at all the stars and planets; they appear to be spherical, thus we're spherical. So it goes both ways there. Anyhow,
And I already addressed that. They don't say that. They build technology that goes to these things like planets and looks at them and says, hey, this is a sphere. So we're going to claim that it's a sphere. It's clear from the images that we're taking that it's a sphere. So it's probably logical that the thing we are also on, or that we are on, is also spherical, like these other things. Then we take measurements of stellar parallax, which seem to indicate the movement and sphericity of the object that we're on. No one just looks up at the sky and says, ooh, sphere, Earth sphere.
You can't see a sphere from any distance away. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, that's true.
And-
Human eyes are
and y'all
incapable of
do-
perceiving 3 dimensions. We only perceive 2 dimension.
And y'all do make conclusions based on going to the beach and looking out into the distance when a ship appears to go over the what, Jace? Curve of Earth? That's pretty big assumption to me, especially when we can prove that it doesn't do that in controlled environment. We can make things even disappear or be obstructed bottom up due to density or the surface is a curve, like on a smaller scale. So I guess both sides make assumptions. I don't. I measure it. But what you can't do, apparently, because it would be done millions of times everywhere, there would be like a place to go on a lake and see the horizontal plane above the curved water. Never happens.
You know, I never thought that I would get argued with that kind of an argument ever. Wow, world's changed.
Flat Earth truth. You believe in flat Earth truth, right?
By the way, just to refute what Jay said,
proof.
how many times have just to refute what Jay said, the rebuttal
Proof?
to
I
the
don't
thing
know.
of looking at the sky?
Logically.
Good luck.
Can you guys hear me? Forget it.
Yeah. Here you know. They're talking over you.
I was gonna say everybody's cutting out to me. I don't know what's going on.
Might just
Go
be
ahead.
you, buddy. Drop out, come back.
Go
Drop
ahead,
out, come back.
Gio.
He's going to refute what I said, apparently. Good luck with that.
Go ahead, Gio.
Yo, yeah, sorry, I got a phone call. But I don't know. I said something, but then it sounded like I don't know if you guys could hear me because people were talking over me, or maybe I jumped over someone. Sorry if I did,
No.
but I was just gonna say real quick. I was just saying that. How many times have we heard people say the Southern Star rotation, therefore Earth globe? So it's just another example. It's just refuting what Jay said. How many people claim to stare up at the sky and then make a conclusion about the shape that they're on? Another huge one is the Southern Star rotation. That's been brought up over and over and over and over. And they'll say it like the stars are moving that way in the south, therefore Earth must be globe. We've heard it endlessly, constantly. So just saying, it's another rebuttal to Jay's trying to say that people don't look at the sky and say Earth globe, but actually they do. I'm not saying Jace is saying that right now. I'm just saying people do say that.
Exactly, and they say that the boat's over the curve.
Yeah, but those are kind of valid arguments.
The butt over the curve is what he just said.
New perspective. Your mic is like really
yeah, it's bad.
Oh, I got the bad mic.
Stop. I don't understand how y'all haven't figured this out yet. I mean, across the board, it's not about a belief of flat Earth. It is what it is. You see it. You look at what you've been told. You will
But
see it's wrong.
sir, but sir, the sun and the moon are spheres.
Okay, cool.
Hey, I'm
Stuff
back.
like
So
that. Wait, wait,
the
wait, wait,
pool balls, the pool
wait,
balls
wait,
on the pool table
wait,
are
wait.
spherical. Thus, the pool tables.
Okay,
No, but the celestial objects, the massive celestial objects are spherical because of gravity.
okay, sounds cool. But that's just stuff in the sky.
Do you believe
Yeah,
in
real quick, if you can hear me now, I was just
Wait,
going to add in.
wait. Let him finish. What are you about to say?
All right, cool.
Oh, I was gonna say, are you a biblical cosmologist?
Why would that even matter? Just because I
Well, I'm
see
just
dot.
curious. Like, is that why you're
Okay,
a flat earther?
I'm not a flat earther. No.
Oh wait,
So
you're not a flat
that's
earther?
that's an assumption for yourself. So if you please don't point people to that just because you speak to them. Just because you see a dot in the sky doesn't mean that what you stand upon is a dot.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because things go across the sky, you can lift your arm up in the sky, and wherever you live at, you can take your own arm, point at the sun, and just stay out there in the sky. What your arm do? It goes around. Doesn't mean that the ground is round. Something to think about. Come on, new perspective. Get in here.
Come on, new perspective. What do you got?
Arthur, you're amazing that you could act like you're hearing these arguments for the first time after all these years, by the way. Like you've heard that before, obviously. That's not what we like, what's in the sky is not necessarily what we're standing on. You've heard that argument many times, right?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. You've been in here years hearing the same arguments, and it's
Well,
just funny. It
no,
sounds
I'm
like
trying
you're
to
hearing it
make
for the
the
first time.
argument, and well, I'm trying to make the argument because at a macro scale, objects are spherical usually.
Have you seen the micro scale?
Well, I mean, planets, stars, black holes. I mean, the only
Well,
thing that's
it's all here.
not. I mean, galaxies are spiral shaped, but everything else is a sphere.
Typically flat. Actually,
Hey,
there's a
real,
simple
real quick.
Go ahead,
I was just
please.
going to add, just real quick, because I'm at work, and I was just going to add to was Gio still here? Gio, are you still here? I was just going to add to what he was saying. Never mind. It's just I was going to say that it's a good concession that Jay Ace is saying that it's silly to think that you know what you're living on by looking at anything, like any observation. And then he put all his money on like actually going to these places as like the sole reason that anyone thinks that we're actually, that we know what they are. When it's, like there was a debate with the Winston the other night, and one of the guys didn't believe in the moon landing or space travel, but he was like, he didn't think the Earth is flat. And I'm like, okay, well, at least he's reasonable on that level, like he's going to be a flat earther if he actually looks into it further, in my opinion. But it's just funny how, like, there's some people that are globers that are at least logical enough to think, no, the space travel stuff is pretty bad. Like, it takes a leap of faith to think they're actually doing any of that. That's all.
Fair enough. I'm at work too, by the way, new perspective. But I respect You were quick. Uh, I was going to respond to what the gentleman said about the things typically tend to become spheres at large enough size. And that's true. Actually, it'll be a sphere or it'll be flat, depending on if it's big enough. It depends on how
What
fast.
about crystals?
It depends. Excuse me, sir.
Are they
Crystals
all flat?
aren't big like I'm talking about. Listen, dude. I'm saying objects once they get to a certain size will
Not
either
crystals.
adhere to a sphere. Don, don't do this, man. I can't try to talk over you.
Yeah,
Do
DMOC,
this right now.
let's settle down.
So, what was I saying? Oh, what I'm saying is objects at a certain size will either succumb to gravity and become a sphere, or they'll be rotating fast enough to where they'll be flattened because of the rotation. This is always the case. This is why galaxies are flat and solar systems are flat. Yet, stars and planets are spheres. That's all.
Okay, so
Not all
obviously,
galaxies are flat, by the way.
okay, so when you say the galaxy itself, is it flat or no flat? Or they appear flat?
Uh, yeah, some galaxies are flat, some are spherical
Okay.
or globular. Like I said, it's a question of the ratio between the amount of density and mass and the rate that it's rotating. If it's rotating fast enough, it'll flatten out. So it's a battle between the two. If obviously you don't believe in the globe Earth model, but even in the globe Earth model, the Earth is a sphere because of gravity. But you can see that it's a spheroid, let's say oblate spheroid, because of the slight flattening the rotation is causing. If the rotation was extreme enough, the whole planet would be, it'd be a disk.
Okay, so I need to know what equipment I can get to see that.
Say what?
What equipment I can use to see what you're talking
Well, surveyors had measured this when they first measured the Earth, like the entire Earth. They measured that, and as I think Newton had predicted it, that there would be blankness, um, you know, near the equator due to the rotation. So you can see this in any system. Most systems are going to be balanced between either perfect sphere or a perfectly flat plate, and it'll be somewhere in between those, depending on which one's winning the battle, gravity or rotation, or
about. So what?
centrifugal force, to be more specific.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So is gravity causing the force to spin, or is gravity the force?
No, these are just two different. These are just two different forces on that. Like there's a centrifugal force and there's gravity, which are technically both pseudo forces. But regardless, these are the two interactions uh, that are challenging one another to decide the shape.
Okay.
They're two different forces. They're not dependent on one another.
Yeah. It's it's a long way to keep the story going for me. Good on that.
I mean, the globe Earth is a cool story, but in the end of the day, it's just a fairy tale, basically.
Until there's proof of this gravity, I'm gonna stay where I'm at. No proof, no gravity. And as they say, cool story, bro.
I like it when somebody says something really profound that just like cuts through all the crap, and then everybody just goes completely silent instead of saying, "Yeah, you're right. Hey, that was well put. That was good. Awesome. Hey, buddy. Nice. What's wrong with people?"
Can you
Hey,
repeat that profound statement that you're referring to?
I think I
yeah,
pinpointed.
he said, "Cool story, bro." I mean, it doesn't matter. We don't have to agree on everything. Like, some people are flat earthers, some people are globe earthers. That's okay.
I'm a realist, not a flat earther.
I'm a realist as well, also not a flat earther.
You got proof of that globe Earth,
You're in good company.
Levon? No.
I got.
Well, the scientific community has come to a consensus that it's a globe Earth.
No. Well, they
Yeah,
have
but that.
said. Wait. They have said that
Good for them.
gravity is not a force. So how do you make it a ball?
That gravity is a horse, so how do you make it a ball?
I said not a force.
Oh, not a force.
Yeah. Don't miscrew that.
Okay. Well, gravity is omnidirectional, right? So naturally, an omnidirectional shape would be a sphere.
No. Gravity is not a force.
No,
You
but
need
did you
to
hear what I said? Like, it's
look.
omnidirectional. It goes in all directions.
That'd be a zero then, right?
Uh, I don't know what you mean by zero.
Okay. So there again, gravity is not a force. So it can't make anything if it's not a force.
I mean, we know it makes things fall, right?
No.
Okay, things do fall when you drop them, right?
Okay, so I spin it to you. If it's on the ground, where's it falling to? If it's already on the ground, come on.
Well, it's relative density, sir.
Okay, so like I said, if it's on the ground, it's not moving. It's on the ground.
Yeah,
What
but
does relative mean?
just because it's on the, you put your phone on the ground and you turn on the accelerometer, or you read the accelerometer, you'll see that it's still undergoing acceleration. So you'd have to
I
kind
don't
of
I don't know what you're talking about
explain
phones.
that.
You put a freaking rock on the ground. The rock is there. Is it going up? It's not going down because it's on the ground. This is so stupid. Stupid talk
Yeah,
right
but
here.
that's my point. If you
I
put a
know, but
rock on a scale, if you put a
what
rock on
what
a scale that's
what
on the ground, there'll be an
what
acceleration towards the ground.
what app do you use for some stupid accelerometer or whatever you want to say?
Okay. Well, there's an
Just
app
post
called
it.
Physics Toolbox.
No, just go and
Sure, I'll
post it.
post it.
Post it.
I'll post it. But regardless,
Your item is
if you have the
flawed.
app,
That scale doesn't
regardless
work
if
on
you
default, does it?
regardless if you have that app or not, you can type a code into your phone and it will pull up all the sensors.
Okay.
But Physics Toolbox Suite will allow you to look at those sensors. And Don's right. If you drop your phone or if you throw your phone up in the air while it's in
Why?
free fall, it's not going to read acceleration because it doesn't read spatial acceleration. It reads proper acceleration. which is caused by gravity. So
I'm starting to understand. You always pipe in when I'm talking to somebody else.
What did you say?
It's getting real cute.
who were you talking to? I'm the one who brought up the accelerometer, and then you asked me a question about where can you get the accelerometer, and I just told you. And then you're
I
getting
don't
mad at me
agree
that I
with
typed it up.
proper acceleration though.
No, that's what I'm saying. He piped in to say that the phone is still accelerating to the ground. I just wanted to post it. Continue on talking to what's his name? There he is.
The truth teller or something.
Truth
Something.
Truth seeker.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk to Kosho also. I mean,
No, I
he's
don't want to talk to Kosho.
I mean, he knows more about the globe than I do, so you should probably talk to him.
I don't want to talk to him.
I gotta get back to work anyways. I'm just gonna post the app.
Go back to work. Yeah, post it. Go back to work.
Well, you're some believer in your thing, man.
Actually, I changed my mind. I'm not gonna go back to work.
You're
I
not
don't
gonna
like being
go back
told
to
what
work.
to do by red man or any man. So I'm not going back to work.
It sounds like you're playing the game because
Stuck with me.
I can hear the button clicking. So you're not at work, but it's okay.
Hey, Kosho.
Come on through and have a good time.
Kosho. Kosho, stop working. Don't go back to work.
How do you go back to something you never had?
I'm commanding you not to work, Kosho. Thanks for complying.
Because when you're a free man to this world, you don't have to worry about what's going on in the world. There's a lot of people that are confused. It's not at rest within their minds, but they're so worried. But it's okay. When your mind is free, you don't have to worry about it. Everybody else can combat it as much as they can. That's why I asked that simple question. I'm not a flat earther, but what's the real reason why everybody else is here?
Because we're seeking truth.
Where'd you find truth? If all you see.
I think we know that you're true, brother. Come on.
Who?
Sasha 2.0. Just, I'm challenging that. His case.
You don't think I'm a real truth seeker?
No, well, I mean, I used to, but I really don't anymore. Because it seems like every time anybody asks you an honest question, you have your answer. You just go, oh, well, but what about what Kosho thinks? It's like kind of sad, bro.
No, I said he should continue talking to Kosho. Like, he shouldn't dodge the question.
But why don't you know your model and your beliefs better? Like, why do you need Kosho to explain for you?
I mean, I'm more of like a math guy. I don't really know much about physics. I mean, I'm good at math, but not really physics.
Why would you be a mascot? Oh man.
No, I said I'm good at math, but I'm not good at physics and stuff like that.
You know what a damn ruler is, right?
Yes.
Yes. So why would I use a bent ruler versus a straight ruler? I go to Home Depot and I say, hey, let me get that ruler right there. Let me get that bent one. That's not the ruler you're gonna use.
Be careful, because tomorrow they're going to bring in these plastic
What?
rulers that bend, and they're going to be saying, look, I can bend the rulers. You flat earthers are dumb.
No.
So
Anybody?
don't believe in rulers
Mark my
anymore?
words, bro.
No. Just analogy. You know, you spend so much time of if I go to Home Depot, I'm not buying a bent ruler. I'm buying a ruler that's straight. So stupid.
What is that? What are you saying right now?
If you can't catch up with that, bro, stay on mute.
Now, do you see my point?
Yeah.
Not trying to be mean or nothing. I'm just stating out.
No. If anybody coming with a bent ruler, when I say they need a ruler, and they come in with a bent ruler, see?
It's about the straight edge. It's about the edge, sir. You can't. You can only
That's all
bend
right.
it.
I had somebody tell me yesterday that that lines could be curved and that they call them something else. That there's another name for them. I said, no, a line is a line and a curve is a curve, dude.
Yes, lines can be curves. For example, the formula y equals x
Here
squared
we
is a
go.
curved line.
The rest of my case.
Yeah. See, that's when it comes into time wasting.
This is the brain that I'm in. This is what I'm up against.
No, I'm not up against that. Those are the ones
I
gonna
know.
go.
I'm saying you agree with me.
I've been here a long time. Oh, can somebody please unmute my buddy? Turn up, please. Geo.
Oh, turn up truth.
I
You
didn't
know,
do it.
anytime I see someone with truth in their name, I'm already friends with them.
You don't match that.
Wait, what?
I say you don't match that.
Your admin. And thank
No,
you for whoever unmuted
I'm a
me.
truth
And
seeker.
also, I apologize for the night that I was completely fucking wasted. I didn't mean to offend anybody, and I don't remember it at all. I had to be told about it.
Oh yeah, you were swearing like a.
I bet you I was. I don't remember it.
You
I
were
mean, Wendy was pissed at me in
a
the morning.
lot of foul language, I will say.
Ooh. So hold
Yeah.
up.
And
I got a
very,
question.
very
I
interesting
got a question
political
about
takes
your name.
also.
I got a question about your name because I didn't put I didn't put your name on that. The Truth Seeker. The
Yes.
Truth Seeker.
Yeah.
And think about it. Think about it for within itself. Truth Seeker. How can
Yeah.
you seek? How can you seek truth if you know red, blue? That's a common denominator. It's right across the board. Red and blue and black and white. So you do have a concept of what is truth.
Of course.
Okay. So what is your truth?
Well, is there any truth in particular you would like to hear?
I don't know. Spill it.
Well, I believe in God, and I
Hmm.
believe in the globe Earth, and I believe in evolution, and I
Okay.
believe
So
in,
hold on. Wait. So how you put God and globe Earth in the same sentence?
because they can work. They can work together.
Okay. Do you have scripture for something like that?
Well, I don't need scripture. I can have my own idea of God.
Okay. Fine. No problem with that.
So do you believe in evolution though?
No.
That against scripture.
No sense. No sense in evolution. It sounds good. No proof.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically a lie, but I mean, I think it's kind of real sometimes.
I mean, it might sound cool, but no proof in it. So how could you believe in it? Well, I'm not gonna say you believe, but I mean, it's like a cool ideal.
It's basically a fantasy.
Okay. So why would you coin it? Hasn't been anything.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I mean, wait, what was the question? Why would you what?
Why would you even? Okay, you can give evolution an ideal and think it's something, but it's nothing. It's nothing. Nothing concrete about it. If you believe in God, God created man, woman, child, animals, but he kept them separate. Man, woman, child, animals. He wouldn't distort it to be like the man came from the animal, but yet now we got man, and it come into fruition from juicy slurp, splurp, or whatever they want to call it. I mean, it's almost like taking the concept of I'm gonna take this car, I'm gonna throw it in the junkyard, and over time that car is gonna be a Bugatti.
Oh, Gotti.
No, a Bugatti, not a Bugatti, a Bugatti.
Oh,
It's just the same way of thinking. Man, I'm finna take these car parts and throw it into the yard in the junkyard, and then 100 years later, I got me a Bugatti. I'm going back to go seek. That's a set. It is a. I never seen a Bugatti come out the out the freaking junkyard. Never seen it.
wait, what is a Bugatti? Is that like a bad Bugatti?
Okay, I'll spell it to you simple. I'm gonna throw a couple parts, and then I'm gonna go back and get me a Civic.
Oh well.
You think that's gonna happen? If you believe in God,
What?
if you believe in God, evolution is bad. It ain't there. No proof on none of
Yeah.
it.
Evolution is a man-made concept.
It's only in the mind.
But like, I mean, don't we have like evidence for evolution though?
No.
No, none whatsoever. There's not a single speciation evidential piece out there.
I see.
But you still believe in it.
Sure.
Hold hold on tight, brother. Don't fall at the wayside.
Well, I believe in it because it makes sense, because natural selection makes sense.
You know what makes sense? Taking Adam and Eve and taking the biblical age of the earth and then doing the multiplication of a population growth of like whatever it is, like 50% or 5%, whatever the fucking the like average is, and guess what it comes out to, Sasha? It comes out to fucking like 7 to 8 billion people when you get to this year. Ain't that crazy how that works?
That is crazy.
I know, dude. It's so weird how that happens.
I give you a better thought. Sometimes maybe you shouldn't be focused on material things. If you believe in God, focus on Him. It'll help you. Don't worry about the
That's good
material.
advice. That's actually really good advice.
No, just hear me out. You shouldn't be focused on material things. Focus on Him. That's why I don't worry about the shape no more.
Interesting. So you're focused on serving God's will.
Well, yes, that's my focus now. At my age, yes, I can't worry about the shape because the material, this body, is not going to carry me spiritually because the body is going to die.
Mm.
So the body's not going to stick around. No sense of worried about material things. Oh man, I ain't get my cube steak tonight. Anything from my potatoes, my favorites. But my potatoes, everything else, can't focus on. Focus on Him. Where'd Kosho go? He don't want to hear
I'm
you.
gonna focus on my family if that's okay.
You still got to focus on you and Him because you can't.
No, I don't.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't. I've never needed to.
Okay, well that's fine with you.
Yep.
Go back on mute, and I'll talk about what I'm talking about. So, if you just focus on
Yeah.
Him,
You can't bark orders at me. That's funny. Focus on him. Who? Jesus?
yes,
Okay, got it.
yeah. So, like I said, if you all you do worry about this material things, just well, kids themselves, they're material too. You can't help them there. All you can do is give them a better life to guide them into the right direction. It's up to them to go into the right direction. Almost
I
like the
agree with the last
Matrix.
part. Yeah, I agree with the last part. I
Yeah,
just don't
yeah.
think that this should have anything to do with worshiping a deity. Like you've got all the power in yourself, so you're good.
Okay. Not at all. Not at all. You're missing the whole point. So just stop. So in a way, you can guide them. It's up to them to make their own choices. Free will is your free will, nobody else's. Now, if you make the wrong choices, I can't even say the wrong choices because man is flawed across. We're all flawed men. But I would say focus on that. You believe in Him, believe in Him. I'm not here to twist nobody's arms.
Well, good.
And by him, do you mean Jesus Christ, or
Well,
who is your God?
you focus on Him. You focus on Him, and He'll guide you to God. Yes, that's the way I believe. But I'm not trying to turn this room into a spiritual thing. But I say, give you a small snippet. He's helped me throughout my life.
He helps you when you need it most.
No, no, He helps me when I
By
didn't.
God's name.
He helps me even when I don't know.
Do you believe in guardian angels?
Yes.
I believe you're.
Oh, thank you.
I believe the ones that listen, you can hear them. Anyone that listens, you can hear them.
I feel very zen right now and very meditated.
Well,
You think we got through to Jace at all?
huh?
Maybe you weren't here for that comment.
I don't think a Mack truck would get through to Jay.
Yes, ma'am.
Dude, he's convinced that all the stuff he knows how to regurgitate reflects reality. I don't think we're gonna stop that train anytime soon.
Stuff like that.
But
What
sir,
up?
you know there are mathematical structures to the universe, right?
I know that mathematics can describe phenomena. Yeah.
No, but like there's properties like vector spaces.
Can you show me a 4?
Vector.
Give me a 4. Give me a 4. Or how about a 5? Who can give you someone a 5, right? Just hit their hand.
Numbers are the natural numbers are they're abstract.
Oh, okay. Well, that's honest. What else you
Yeah.
got? Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
So numbers describe reality, right? Math is not itself reality.
okay, you don't know that though.
I do. Show me a 4.
I know that. I know.
You know reality is just applied math, right?
Math is a language just like Spanish.
Math was invented by men. God made things with his math. It's a little bit different, I think.
So we're still talking about
Besides,
God and stuff.
rationalize how I can multiply 5 apples by 0 and come up with no apples. Can you explain that one to me? It makes sense.
I love that shit. That stuff's so fun. When I was in school, I was like, really? Y'all gonna tell me you can have -2 apples? Okay.
I love when people say math is a language, and then I say a bunch of random numbers and ask them, "What does that mean?"
Well, you have to know how to conjugate the translate it to.
But it doesn't mean anything until you force it to and say that it's curved.
We didn't catch a lot of that. Sorry, you were breaking. It was like scratchy.
Sorry, I'm driving and the wind's blowing through the window. My bad. I lost it. So
No problem. No, math. So only in math does the Earth curve exist. It doesn't exist on Earth. But it does exist in math. So that's, I guess, where we could look for it.
it must be real, right? It just must be.
Explain insane in the membrane. Explain it. Can you?
I'd say that a more fruitful conversation using math than the one currently happening in English. So
What good is math? It's just like a made up concept.
you can say random words. You can say random words in any language.
That's what
and it
math
can be
is, though.
nonsensical, or
That's
it can
what
be
math
sensible.
is. It's
It depends on
random numbers
how it's
and
used.
symbols. Math is just random numbers and symbols.
Depends on how it's used, man. If you
No, it
use
doesn't do
random
anything.
numbers and symbols, then it could be nonsensical. But it doesn't have to be nonsensical. It can
It
be
doesn't do
sensical.
anything.
You just have to make it sensical.
Actually,
Math
it does a
doesn't
lot
do
of
anything.
things. You like calculus. There's a lot of applications.
You have to have a primer a legend to decipher any type of information. So therefore, math isn't
Bingo wasn't
necessarily a language.
Yeah, math does nothing.
You can communicate using a language, so you can communicate using mathematics
You
in
can't.
almost the most pure form.
Listen,
Yeah, of
Kosho,
course you can.
words have established meanings. Numbers don't have established meanings that relate to the reality by which we're within. Okay? It's not like I can
Actually,
just
yeah.
tell you 2, 3, 5. What did I just say? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, there has to be some sort of an intermediary between decoding those numbers into some sort of a format that we can make sense of, and that all has to be established on both ends. That's why language is an agreed upon communication. So if we're to agree upon numbers have meaning similar to language, then we would have to come up with some sort of a way to add meaning behind each number and a way to decode that. Then we can say math is a language. Until you do that, it's not.
Numbers have intrinsic meaning, which is more powerful than you can say random words like feta, red, jump, and it doesn't mean anything because it's not the syntax. The syntax isn't correct, and there's no meaning behind what I said. But math has syntax also, and you can use the numbers, which certainly have meaning, and the syntax to create powerful statements that can be proven to be true.
All right,
So
real quick, if I may.
it's indeed a
The only
language.
time you
You
find
can
an
also say you
syntax
looked at the sky and
error
saw
is
the
when you
word.
do math.
Okay, hang on. Real quick, if I may read this, this might help clear it up, even though you guys are probably going to argue after this. But a Google search says, in order to be considered a language, a system of communication must have vocabulary, grammar, syntax, and people who use and understand it. Mathematics meets this definition of a language. Linguists who don't consider math a language cite it as a written rather than spoken form of communication. Yes, now I'll stop. Thanks.
You're welcome. Syntax error is only applicable when using math.
What? No, you can. What are you talking about? Syntax error
Make
is
it make sense.
applicable in any language.
You debate
any
that?
language, you can have syntax error.
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
I've only seen it on a screen with code.
English. You can have syntax error in English, and you can say a sentence like the way Yoda talks.
I've only seen it in ones and zeros.
Ones and zeros.
Like I said, y'all are just going to argue anyway, huh?
Mind blowing, dude. You can't believe it if you made it up. Shit's a trip.
I mean, I've studied I was a linguist in the Navy for.
But I studied mathematics.
I studied math in college. All language has syntax.
The university
syntax is a part of every single language. Otherwise, there's no structure to it. There's no way. There's no rules to how you make sense of it.
You went to the university, and then you're going to tell me about your coded encryptions.
What? No, I learned. I taught myself Hebrew and Arabic, not from the university. It doesn't matter though. Mathematics has syntax. Programming, coding languages have syntax. Spoken language has syntax. I don't even know why we're arguing that.
In order to give math its meaning, you needed language before you had math. Therefore, math isn't any form of language. It's a subsidiary.
Why do you need language to understand math?
You have to be able to communicate what these symbols mean because these aren't words.
You can show what they mean. There's, for instance, Pythagorean. Yes, you can. That's the whole beauty of math is you can actually prove them.
You need words to describe what
you can prove many mathematical statements. You can prove many mathematical statements with simple geometry.
But what we call a flock of birds, another nation could call something else, right? So you have to have a language to describe what it is that you're using the math on.
Yeah, if anything, math is a language that transcends all spoken and written language.
Not at all. Not at all.
That's very
not
wise.
asking. Certainly not asking.
That's
very wise,
I'm doing what I do the best. You know how I do it. You guys have figured it out? Come on.
And I agree with what I just said.
I would say that Flub has become much more wise in the past few years.
I was trying to get the bottom of the truth here. I appreciate that. Fresh grown. Sorry, my
Blown.
bad. That is my bad. So you don't think math is a language, but you studied a lot, correct?
So much of it.
So much. Okay. So do you not agree that mathematics meets the definition of a language because does it not use vocabulary, grammar, syntax, or don't people use it to understand it? Or which part of that do you not agree with?
Well, it doesn't have any vocabulary associated to it.
Really? Trigonometry is not a vocabulary word?
You're going to walk down to the store and use trigonometry to buy some milk, dude? And just start talking ones, twos, threes, fucking syntax, yada, yada? I mean, come on, bro. This isn't a fucking language.
So you need a language. So you need a language to communicate your symbols, correct? Is that what you're saying, Dyslow? Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Right.
So I'm just wondering, so you don't agree that it's a language even though it meets the criteria?
Well, whatever Google says, that's cool if you live by that.
Oh,
but
okay.
I mean,
Got it.
we just kind of had an open chance for somebody to rebut that statement. Like he made sense for me. So what are you going to go down to the store and start speaking ones and zeros?
I get it,
and
dude. I
or
get
are
it.
you
I
gonna
can't
use
find the form.
language to communicate what you're doing.
Yeah, brother, I get it. What I'm trying to figure out is who's right. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't care about who's right. You're asking my opinion, and I'm just trying to be finite with my definition of what
I appreciate
I'm saying.
it.
That's
Yeah,
all.
yeah, I
I'm
got
not
it.
trying to
Thanks,
argue
man.
at all. I think it's not a language because you have to use language to describe what it is. And it's not a universal language. It's literally dependent. It's regional. It's literally like what we call
It
one
takes
is called something different. It's uno in Spanish. It's un in French. It's different. It's not translated the same way.
So do you agree that linguists who don't consider math a language do cite its use as written rather than spoken form of communication? Can you agree with that?
Yeah,
Well,
for sure. Yeah, it has to be written. You can't speak in math.
Okay.
I can tell you this. Right? Math has never explained anything. It doesn't do that. It's not the purpose of math. Math is a descriptor. It describes things. And descriptions are not explanations. Science is supposed to be about explanations, which require language, right? It requires word, not fucking mathematics. So
No, I agree with you. I literally at the beginning of this conversation didn't say everything you said there, but I did say the beginning part is that it doesn't describe or do anything. I did say that earlier as well.
well, math does describe it, but it doesn't explain, right? And it's good at describing things, right? But it'll never tell you or explain anything. It only describes things. That's it. It's a good tool for that, and that's it. But today's scientists, i.e., quantum relativists, want to quantify everything, i.e., glorified beam counters. So to them, everything is based on particle interactions, which have quantifiability, i.e., counting. So they haven't explained anything with logical, rational conciseness. They've only vaguely described things, and they're just glorified mathematicians. They're not real scientists.
Yeah, they're subsidiary linguists, right? And that's why I said math is a subsidiary of language because that's why it uses letters.
Yeah.
And what's odd is what we consider like global or, quote unquote universal. We use that term universal, but we can say global or like worldwide, if you want to call it as from the flat earth perspective. Like everyone uses the English definition of math, right? For the a squared plus b squared equals c squared. So it's like, I don't know. You tell me what's going on.
Yeah, that's a good example of a mathematical statement which is proven with geometry. You can prove that with using pictures. You don't have to use any English words or Greek words or anything. You can prove the truth of that statement using pictures. And there's many mathematical statements that are just so. As a matter of fact, mathematical is a more profound language for that reason, because you can actually prove things using that language.
So how do you translate the like a squared plus b squared equals c squared to somebody that doesn't have the alphabet in their language system?
Give me 30 seconds.
He's consulting with AI.
Yeah, I was like, what are you asking ChatGPT real quick?
15 seconds more.
Oh, he's actually asking his
Still
mom
loading.
now. It's a long
Still
drawn out
loading.
state.
Still loading.
His mom's got to draw him pictures with crayons and stuff, so it takes a little longer.
I hope it's not much longer because I've been drinking a little bit and I won't be able to hold this thought for that long. And I think that's his tactic.
You gotta move from wine coolers and seltzers to whiskey. Your staying power will be longer. But here's the way it's over. Here you can see that the square of the third line, the hypotenuse, is equal to the squares of the other two sides added together. That's proven in this geometrical picture.
What's up with the avatar and the fucking new name, Kosha? Are you like being sneaky or something?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
So don't call me kosher.
All right, Kevin.
I'm not supposed to be on here.
Kevin Kushner. Got
No, I mean, I don't know what that little thing is because I was just saying, like, how do you translate a squared plus b squared equals c squared to like a tribe of people that don't use the alphabet?
Show them this GIF.
What if they've never seen like a phone or anything? What do you mean, like, show them this GIF? What does that mean to somebody that
Sure.
doesn't use math or anything? Like, what do you think that translates to them?
Get construction paper, 3 different colors, ideally. Cut them out, and then just do what this GIF is doing.
And that's it. And they'll be like, oh, they'll understand.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
This proves that the size of the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the two squares that make up the other two sides, which is the statement. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's the statement, and this proves the statement in geometric form.
But what is this saying though? That's what I like. That's what I'm saying. So what are you translating? You guys said this is the language that translates and transcends everywhere. So what is this saying?
I think he's saying you only
This
need
says-
two of the values to determine the third.
Let's say that you want to make a right angle. You want to make sure that the wall that you've just stood up was perfectly plumb. You don't have a plumb bob for some fucking reason. or we want to make some other right angle. This proves that if you can make, let's say 3, 4, 5, which fits the triangle, if you can have one of the sides be 3 and one of the other sides be 4, then the third side and the other side is 5. So if you can make 3, 4, 5 triangle, it's gonna form a perfectly right angle. This is the reason this was made up. This is a very useful tool for thousands of years now.
Are you taking us tomorrow morning?
That's not my point. My only point here is that you don't need English or Spanish or something like that. Mathematics is an independent language.
What are languages used for?
Sorry. It was perfect timing, dude. We had let that dead. Sorry, go ahead.
Communication.
Right. And what are we communicating?
Communicate ideas, truths, lies.
You think that's how communication started?
Well, as
How would you translate that without language, though?
the way that I just did. That's the whole point. This picture is a translation of that mathematical formula, that statement. This is the same statement. It's just shown in geometric form.
Math has never said a single thing, bro. Sorry to break the news to you.
And Spanish has never said a single thing, and neither has French or English. But people speak English to say things. It's just people use math to make statements.
It's not that I just still don't understand any type of statement that's being made without using language to translate what the statement is. Right? Like there's a statement, but that needs a language to translate what you're saying.
That's not computing.
Why would you need if you had this GIF I posted, why would you need to explain it to anybody for them to get it? You wouldn't have to say it in any language.
Well, then why did you explain it?
Because you guys don't get it. You guys don't get it, man.
So then the point's made, dude.
You just contradicted yourself, bro.
Touche. You're right. There are some people out there. I'm not going to name names, but they're you guys. That you might have to use other languages.
Is it so easy a caveman can do it?
Guys, we're splitting hairs and arguing about something. Me and Glant, we believe different things about different shit, but I mean, it's just everyone knows that mathematics is a universal language. It's not the same type of language that we use to communicate normal things like to each other, but in some ways it's more powerful, and in some ways it's obviously not as useful, right? Like obviously we don't speak in pure math with each other because there's more ways to communicate simple things, but you know, in some communicating some things it's only possible using math. So,
dude, everything information-wise requires a primer or a legend to decode the information, which is an established, which is an established upon agreement, right? Upon what's being translated. So, for example, like Morse code, you've got a series of blips and whatnots and stuff, and all of that amounts to something that's decodable due to the primer used to decode it into words. But when we're talking about numbers, there's no established line of communication to translate with or attach words to. Like sure, you can talk, you can do your math, and maybe that might be universal between people that speak various languages, right? And always amount to the correct value given the proper, you know, formula or what have you. But point
Hold on.
is those aren't words, bro. That's not
Yeah, hold
anything
on.
you're gonna use. Yeah, you can hold on,
Let
dude.
me tell you
Go ahead.
something, Nice Love. You said something earlier. I'm going to use words against you. But first, I'm going to tell you that mathematics uses axioms and it uses syntax. Okay? One of the axioms is that one, is it's the same logic in the laws of logic. It's like what do you call it? A law of identity. There's a single thing. If you add one and one, you get another, and you can keep adding one, and you get another. And this defines every single number. And you defined all the elements in the periodic table in the same way earlier, when you said that they're all harmonies of the same thing, basically a proton. You add more and more protons, you basically define the rest of the periodic table. And that's this. It works the exact same way. It actually works better than a normal language because the axioms define all the numbers, right? Like an infinite set of numbers, beyond infinite. Uh, right, yeah.
I'm not saying it's not a useful tool to describe things, dude, but or concepts, but at the same time, it's not a language in the sense of verbal communication where you're
So we
gonna.
can't even agree on the shape of the Earth. We're not going to agree on this. It doesn't matter. We're gonna sit here. We think we're gonna fucking do an agreement on this shit.
I don't know.
What did it say? I agree to disagree. How about that?
Maybe when I learn GBT language or something, I might see what you're saying.
You guys are such assholes sometimes. No offense, by the way. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I was just looking for this GIF, and you guys always asking his mom. He's asking ChatGPT. Come on, man. Come on.
It's definitely fitting.
Like I said, let's bridge a gap here. Instead of being combative about this, I think it'd be interesting for you guys to explore this idea of math as a language, especially in more discrete math, where they're made into like logical statements, and you'll find that there's actually no such thing as proofs beyond both logic and math. Like only in discrete math can you actually make logical statements that can be proven. Actually, kind of cool thing. You can prove silly things like like 0.9 repeating is equivalent to 1. You ever heard somebody say that? Or 99.999 repeating is equivalent to 100. You can prove that.
So why
Disagree, guys?
differentiate between? Hold on. Why differentiate at all between
Okay.
99.9 to infinity and 100? If they're the same.
That's a good question. I mean, do people do that? I don't even. Honestly, you never really hear people express that, like 99 or 0.9 repeating forever. Yeah, I mean, you never really hear that expressed, so I don't even know if people do. The only thing is, if you happen to find that as your solution to something, like if your solution is 0.9 repeating forever, then your answer is equivalent to 1. But like I said, I don't know if people do make that distinction. Yeah.
I do. I know that 99.99 repeating is less than 100.
That's fair. I have so many proofs. There exists way more proofs for this than I think Pythagorean theorem. But I mean, like 1/3. Like this is the simplest one. Like 1/3. If you write that into a decimal
Yeah, that one blows
form,
me apart. I hate that one, dude, because 1/3, then 2/3, then 3/3 is 100. It's like, wait, what? What?
Right.
But
And 3/3.
33.33, and then it's 3 instances of 33.33, right? So how does that equal 100%? To me, that's what it won't add up, to be punny.
Well, that I feel like that's one of the simplest proofs. Like that's why it's just kind of like fucks with your head a little bit because it's like. So that's why I feel like that was the simplest proof. But then there's other proofs like, you know, uh, what's in between. I think it's like what's in between the two. Like what value? If 0.9 repeating. Maybe I'm not. I don't remember it quickly. I always use the 1/3 one because that's the easiest one for me to remember. But there's a bunch of different proofs. But what do you think
Like
then? What do you think about that one? Because you just
what
said
about like 3.14 blah 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 repeating? Like why simplify it down? Well, because you have to in order to get a finite shape of the globe. Because you can't use an infinite or forever repeating number to get a finite answer, right?
Yeah, that shit is dishonest. That's the point.
No, it's not dishonest.
999 ain't equal to 100 because then 998 would be equal to 999 and 997 would be equal to 998 and everything's equal to itself. You fucking clown.
That didn't make any sense, Don.
The proper way to say though, it's dishonest. Sorry, let me just prove the division. It's dishonest to say like the 333. You just stop. You go 1/3 equals 3.1/3, or one. You get as many threes as you want, and then you just have another third at the end. You don't get to just make up fantasy fucking land. If you see your proof
but
is
what's a third? What you just said didn't make any sense.
your
Don.
proof is dishonest. That's where you go. The
Don, what's
math
the
is
third? What's
wrong.
the third
Math
that you're
doesn't
adding
work
at the
this way.
end? Don,
Look,
what's
you
the
can
third
use
that
it.
you're
The
adding
point
at
is
the end?
you could use a different number. So it's because you're in a base 10 system.
That's why language is different and math is different. They're not the same thing. You got to make this shit up in order to translate it, man.
You just got demon.
Let me ask you a question. If you repeat nines forever, if you have 0.9 and they're
How do you do
repeating
that?
forever,
I can't.
Yeah, don't repeat nines forever.
Well, you
don't do
can
it.
do
That's
that.
the wrong way. That's a rule that you use that is wrong.
That's
No,
saying
it's not,
infinite.
Don.
It is.
It is
0.9
wrong.
forever is the
Okay,
same thing
convert.
as
Okay,
You're proving it wrong right now.
Convert 1/3 to a decimal, and what do you end up with? What's 1/3 in decimal form?
1.
No, what's 1/3 in
1.
decimal form?
1. I'm using the
No.
the base 3 system.
What the hell are you fucking talking about? Listen to me, dudes.
It's Illuminati
What's
over and over and
1/3?
over again. We get it. You're Masonic 33, bro. We get it.
No.
I mean, Kosho, the thing is, what's 1/3 is it's
1/3.
1/3
I can't talk
is
about it right now.
point
3.
whatever you want to do to represent a third. You just put a third. Like, what do you mean?
It's 0.3 with a line over the top. The line indicates that the threes go on for infinite.
You don't have to be bound by this. You're binding
that's the
yourself.
language. This is how the language works, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, your math language is working
That's
real
his
good.
point. You're making Kosho, you're making this binding agreement.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have to make that point.
I don't know, bro.
Give me a number between 1 and whatever. How many proofs do you want for this? Because I can give
Use
you
a different.
I can probably give you
sorry.
100 proofs for this. 100 proofs.
He said 100, bro. That's 33.33 times 3.
I've seen more proofs for this than I have for any other mathematical statement.
The first third gets a 3-4, and all the additional thirds get a 3-3. It's that simple. But you can't bind yourself and then say,
Don,
"Oh,
that's
What do you want,
Don,
a primary
what you're
number,
saying is
a
not
repeating
true.
number? What kind of number are you looking for, man?
Don,
I got what
Don,
you want, bro.
the issue with what you're saying
I
is
got
that's
all
not
kinds of
true.
numbers. No, what you're saying isn't
Not a
true.
true statement. If you make two of the numbers end in 3-4, or one of the numbers end with 3-4, and the two of the numbers end with 3-3, then you have three different numbers. You don't they each can't equal a third. So you have an issue there. The problem is that all the numbers don't end in 3-4. They all have repeating threes. If you add repeating threes, three times, you get repeating nines.
And then you
It's that
got
simple.
one, you add them together, and that's 2, but 2 is its own separate number. So now you have 3 different variables. So 1 plus 1 is 3. That's Common Core. That's not It's a failed attempt too, because you have to shorthand a lot of stuff. And then
Was
you
he
have
just
to
breaking
use.
up, or was it me?
No, it was
I
you.
thought it was me. I guess it's definitely him. Let me ask a question.
Damn, they got me.
Is there a difference between 0.99 and 1? And what is the difference?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Very simple answer. The
1%.
answer is
1%.
the answer
The
is point. Yes, there
answer.
you're right.
The
The answer is
answer.
0.0. Hold on, fresh. The
Dude, you
answer is
asked me a
0.01.
question. Damn, my bad.
Yeah, I know. He already answered it. Okay, he answered the question. He answered it correctly.
Well,
Points
You
go
were
to yeah,
penny,
points
Kosho.
go to Tom. The point is that
Black still finds a way.
the difference between 0.99 and 1 is 0.01. Okay, so here's a more tricky question. What's the difference between 1 and 0.9 repeating?
0.01 with a sliding decimal zero repeating.
That didn't make any sense.
Are you
Didn't make any
kidding
sense.
me?
Yeah, the answer is that there's an infinite amount of zeros, Don.
No,
There's an
listen.
infinite
That's
amount
what
of
he.
zeros because
Yeah,
there is no
sure.
difference.
That's what he said, dude.
You understand that
That's what I
infinity is
said. You can make that math
quantification.
rule. Put it in there.
One more time, infinity is not a quantification. So there's that.
Right. That's true. No, that's true. It's not a quantification, but it is a well, I mean, it kind of is a quantification. It's not an exact quantification, but it is a statement on
you
It's not
can't
how
final.
quantity
measure.
goes on
You
It's
can't
not
forever.
final.
measure
Quantity doesn't end.
repeating.
Yeah, gotta
You
measure
can't
it.
Yeah, but
measure repeating.
the
Then
point is
where's
the
the logic?
quantity doesn't end.
You
There's no
can't
logic
Quantity
there,
measure
doesn't
bro.
end.
repeating. Math isn't real. You cannot measure repeating.
What are you talking about? If the nines go on forever, if the zeros go
You
on
can't measure
forever,
that. You
if
can't
there's
measure that.
infinite
It's not
zeros,
real.
if the zeros don't
It,
stop, that means there's no
if a frog
difference.
had a hip pocket, it'd
All
carry a
right, all
45.
right. One at a time. One at a time, dude.
This guy
Come
doesn't
on.
know how to not interrupt, dude.
Just take it easy.
Can't measure repeating. Any number repeating, you cannot measure that. That's all I'm saying. It's not real. It's not reality.
What about pi?
It's not
Same
real,
thing.
Sasha. That's why they shorthand it to get the finite shape of the earth.
They don't shorthand pi because it's not real. They shorthand pi because it continues forever, as far as we know.
Glo-
There's no end in
Glover,
sight.
No, it's
exactly, and
been
you can't
proven to be
measure that.
irrational.
You can't measure that. You can't use that in equation to find a finite measurement of something. That's all I'm saying, and that's reality.
Yes, you can. As a matter of fact, you need to. In order to actually make those calculations accurate, you have to use the most accurate form of pi. If you shorthand pi, you're going to come up with an inaccuracy in your answer, depending on how shortened you made it. Pi is a very long number, and it goes on at farther than we know it to go.
So
Then why?
It
how
probably goes on
Because
infinitely. We don't know. We don't know that it doesn't.
many
then
light
why?
years are
No, we know
in
that
Then
it does.
wait,
infinite?
wait, Daislo,
We've
wait,
proven
Daislo,
that pi
wait,
is
wait, wait,
infinite.
wait. No, Sasha, wait, both of you guys wait. Then why do you guys shorthand it and use it as 3.14 in the equation?
Because you have to, if you want to do something on a
You
back of
just
an
said you
envelope, you
can't
got to
though.
use if you want to use it on the back of an envelope, you got to use 3.14. If you're going to use it in a
You said you,
calculator, you got to use 3.1415926. If you want to use a longer form of it because you have a computer that can store a big number, the bigger the form of pi you use, the longer form of pi you use, the more accurate your answer is going to be. If you use a short form, you're going to have an inaccurate answer, and that's understood by the people who do that.
but when they teach the equation and they teach people how to find the circumference of the earth, they teach it using 3.14.
That's right. And that's an inaccurate form. It's as inaccurate as it is
So,
short.
so the globe's circumference is inaccurate.
I typically use 3.1415926 because that's as far as I can remember. But if you can store a longer version of it, and the longer the version you can store, the more accurate your answer is going to be.
Right, but they don't use the longer version in any sense. They use the most
Right.
shorthand version there is.
Exactly. And it's going to be as inaccurate. The inaccuracy is going to be based on how short they decided to make it. Yeah. Like I typically like if I wanted to do like because I do a lot of Earth. Like I talk to you guys, I'm doing like equations with like what's the I don't know amount of feet in the circumference or something like that. Yeah, I typically use the estimated radius of the Earth, and I have to use an estimated pi. I usually use, like I said, up to like 5926 or whatever. So it's not as accurate as it could be, but it's also accurate enough to go with a meaningful answer. I mean, we do understand there's irrational numbers. There's more irrational numbers than there is rational numbers. Like there's way more irrational numbers than there are rational numbers.
Hold on, is
There's
that like
way
saying
more
there's more
numbers
dark
Doesn't
matter?
have
than
to be.
Are you saying it's more like so it's like there's more dark matter than light matter or something? Is it like that? Like we can't see it, we can't
Look,
quantify it, but we know it's there.
I can call him out, man. And Coach, let me try to call you out because you do this reference frame shit, man. So anytime you have like, dude, you be on this reference frame thing in physics. So like, why can't you just apply that and be like, whenever you have that situation, you're allowed to look at it from the reference frame of any base number system.
It doesn't matter what
Like,
base number system you use. It's going to be an irrational number.
no.
Like it's going to be an irrational
What?
number in any base system. Yes.
No, you can shift whatever irrational number you think that is, you can shift that to the base of 1.
So you're saying you just make the square root of 2 the base, and then what?
Yeah.
And what's that worth?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, if you translate the square root of 2 to the base of the unit that you're using, that's going to translate 1 to an irrational number.
Dude,
Remember, all rational numbers are going to become irrational at that point. So
you have to talk about a phenomenon in reality to apply it to, bro. Other than that, you can make anything your freaking base. Anything. You're in Fantasyland anyway. Make whatever you want your base.
okay, but if you do that, it doesn't fix the problem.
Well, the base would have to be an irrational
not
number.
irrational numbers.
If you have an amount of cream, bro, you know that there's an answer to it, right? How much cream you want. Anywhere from 0 to the full amount. It's just that simple. Anywhere, you know? You can shift now. This is where you go. What's the smallest fragment? You can keep adding Why don't you want to add zeros forever? What's wrong? Why can't you shift your base system from any logic you wanna put it? And just because we can't understand the logic doesn't mean that you're not able to see that it's just something from beginning to end. You know what I mean? Like I don't know where this all started with these guys challenging you about language and math and all this, but it's like, dude, don't you agree that it has to be learned? Otherwise you don't get to add all these rules that put you into paradoxes, because you're only going to apply stuff to nature that you can quantify, that you can put phenomenon on.
Let me say it again. In mathematics, there's many different types of mathematics, by the way. In mathematics, though, there's syntax and there's axioms. There's axioms, meaning there's base rules that you need to apply in order to have the entire system. This is the case. This is true. It's not as complex as English, but it still is required. English
So
also
where
has
did the
axioms and rules.
Where did the disagreement start then?
They said math wasn't a language. I don't know. I mean, I already said I agree to disagree. They don't. They're not. They're never going to agree about that. But then I went on to explain that you can prove things. You can prove mathematical statements with mathematical proofs, including.
So math proves and science does it. That's what you're saying.
That's right. Yeah, science doesn't deal in proofs. Math does. Logic does. Science doesn't deal in proofs. Science deals in theories and laws.
Something gave you a logical paradox, you say can give you proof.
But what logical paradox? Give me a logical paradox.
The thing that talks about objective reality, you think isn't proof, and is And then
So give me the
what's the
logical
logical paradox?
You just brought, you brought
999.
up you
Something
brought up a
that's
logical
missing
paradox.
a piece of whole being the whole. That's the logical paradox. You think something that you want to represent missing a piece of the whole is equal to the whole. Thank you.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Here, let me ask you the same question I asked you before, Don, based on what you just said. There's a piece missing from the whole, and I'm saying it's equal to whole. Is what you're claiming I'm saying. I'm asking you, what's that piece, Don? What's the difference between 0.9 repeating and 1? Meaning, what's the mathematical difference? If you subtract 1, if you subtract 0.9 repeating from 1, what do you get? What's the piece that you're describing?
Babyest titty hair that you can keep erasing a hair and you slice the hair off of. And since we have rules we can agree on, we say that this has to be the rule that we agree on, that there's a titty hair missing. Just keep getting sliced off. Baby slice. Tiny.
Don, I pretend this whisper is an answer to my question, man. You just said that there's a piece being sliced off. I'm asking you, what is that piece? Quantify that piece, because I'm quantifying the two
Whatever
parts.
you want it to be, man.
Listen,
Not
Don,
the
the 1
whole.
and the 0.9. No, Don, it's not what I want it to be. If there's a
so
difference
mad,
between 0.9 repeating and 1, you should be able to tell me that difference.
It is 0.01 repeating. I've told you the difference already.
0.01 repeating?
0.01 repeating. You know what I'm saying.
No, what you're saying is 0.0.
You know what the answer is.
Don, what you're saying is 0.0 repeating infinitely, and then after it's repeated forever, there's a 1 at the end. So first you have to repeat zeros until the end of time.
No, it's not after forever.
And then you
It's
add a 1 at the end.
continuous. There's no after.
Yes. But there,
no
that's what I'm
after.
saying. If there's no after, there's only zeros. If there's only zeros, there's no difference.
No. There's only continuously growing zeros, and the 1 is at the end, and the zeros are getting pooped in the middle. Whatever you want. You're being a weirdo, and everybody knows it's so weird.
Don,
it's so weird, man.
Don, make sense of what you're saying. You're saying two things. You're saying the zeros
Okay,
repeat
I just
forever.
want to tell you this.
No,
Listen.
Don, stop for a second.
You think the whole
the
and
zeros,
not the whole are the
why you
same
doing this,
thing,
man?
or you don't, or you're saying it's weird to talk about, and that's fine. It's weird for you to put a rule on it, but you shouldn't say it's the whole
This is
thing.
what I'm saying, dude. I promise you to God. I promise. I don't promise to God that often, dude. We were supposed to meet up when you came to Austin. If we meet up, I'm gonna punch you in the stomach, dude.
If you weigh less than me, I'll
within
allow
the first
it.
5 minutes, Don. I'm just telling you now that, dude.
There's no way.
Remember,
if you're
I'm
bigger
saying
than
this
me,
now.
there's
I'm
no
gonna
way.
punch you in the stomach within the first 5 minutes, dude. Not as hard as I can, but you know,
no.
pretty hard.
So anyway, listen. Do you not believe in the law of non-contradiction?
I do, Don. Now listen to what you just said, though. You contradicted yourself. You said that the zeros repeat forever, and at the end of that, there's a 1.
Dude, I don't know how to say it. I don't.
I know, but Don, I'm letting you know. That doesn't make sense. If the zeros repeat forever, and at the end there's a 1, that's not a number.
It's a rule. It's a rule. Just like your 9 repeating is a rule, you just can apply the same similar type of logic to this. It's your type of rule system, man. Don't get mad at me that I'm using it against you. I've seen the little proof, the little rounded it up thing. I've seen it. It's pretty interesting. But I don't like it, sir. I think it's contradictory, just on its face. So, you know.
Hey, Don. It changed a little bit. Are you coming to Austin again?
I hope so. So it seems like if you can just imagine you have a whole thing,
Don,
and then
Don, if you don't change the fucking subject about the thing, because I'm really getting pissed off about it. That's why
I'm sorry that it makes you mad. They told you to feel that way, Kosho. That's what I feel, though.
You make me mad, and Dice makes you mad. That's why I'm going to agree to disagree with you, and we'll just drop it. How about that? Agree to disagree, and we'll drop this one too. You know, for the longest time, I was known as a fence sitter. People thought I was a fence sitter on a flat earth or whatever, but you are the fence sitter, dude. You've taken the torch.
Oh my gosh.
It's fine. Honestly, Don, let me just tell you this. There's nothing wrong with being a fence sitter. I that's why I have friends on both sides, is because I was known as a fence sitter. You know what I mean? So it's good to be able to communicate with people on both sides. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Dude, it's not that serious. Like, all these other issues are not the map issue. The map issue is so serious. To say, like, hey, man, maybe there's people that really have done enough to, like, put the whole pieces together. Like, maybe there are just really a lot of, like, things that really present that way. And maybe there really hasn't been the full actual, all these orbits have been a little bit bullshit, and people haven't done enough actual fucking falsification to actually fucking know, not the public. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's not really sitting on, that's a pretty consistent position. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty, the most position the average citizen should be in. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason citizens should have to count on all this research of how much navigation is going on out there and how much all this and that. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. You know what I
I have
mean?
no idea what you mean. But hey, listen, Don, you said you don't know when you're coming to Austin again. Do you know there's an eclipse coming up?
I think I saw one where it was going to be the Ring of Fire.
Are you completely clueless? Yeah, there's a Ring of Fire. That's right. It's a big deal, man.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mic check. Hey, what's up, Kosho?
Oh, is that who I think it is? What's up, my man?
Of course. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Long time, man.
Nah, it's only been a few weeks.
Months, maybe.
That might be a
Doesn't
long time
matter.
for you guys. Yeah. Hey, so what are you guys talking about?
Me and Don are talking about bullshit. Before that, me and Dyslow were talking about bullshit. Fresh blown flowers. We were all talking about bullshit. But we're trying to change the subject because we're going to disagree with each other. I was displaying the whole proof. You've heard this before. I know you've heard this before. Like the proof that 0.9 repeating is equal or is equivalent to 1. You've heard that before?
Well, that's so funny you said that, Kosho, because I opened a new sock account, and the email I have is proofoftruth at gmail.com. That's my email. So
Fair enough.
yeah. I mean, what proof do you have of your truth that you're, telling people to, consider?
I can't go on about it over and over again because Don has exhausted me at least. But I'll say 2 things. 0.3 repeating is equivalent to 1/3. 3 times 1/3 is equivalent to 1. 0.3 repeating times 3 is equivalent to 0.9 repeating. Ergo, 0.9 repeating is equivalent to 1. Very simple. Also, there's no difference. When you subtract 0.9 repeating from 1, you get 0 as your answer.
I've seen this in the calculator, right? When you try and divide some of these numbers, I think one of the last combos I had here, I got in a fight with one of you Globers about how math isn't real. And it's simply just, it is make-believe because these things can only exist in a make-believe world. But in a calculator, you can see this 9999999, but it was programmed by somebody. It's not a natural phenomena that when you divide 3 or if you divide 100 by 3, you get 30, 3333333.
You don't. You get 334.
No, you don't.
You never get 334. There's no way you'll get 334. But go ahead. There's no way you'll get 334. Why?
Isn't there a rule in math where you like round up or something?
You round up.
Isn't
you have
rounding.
Right. What about when you use?
I wanted to address the rule that rule, what do you mean by rule? Is it somebody's made up rules? Because I used to play, silly little games when I was a kid. We called it like hide and seek, uh, tag, smear the queer, those types of things, right? And we made up the rules. So just because kids can make up rules, just like silly scientists can make up rules, like rules and laws, uh, we got governments with some crazy laws too. So doesn't mean they're always the best, and doesn't mean they represent reality. Thank you.
So if I had a cake and I cut it into 3 pieces in maths, what would that be? How would you represent that?
1/3.
Yeah, and what's another way with the decimal point in there?
It turns out that 1/3 can't be written in decimal form. It can only be
No,
you
you
can
give one
you
of
can
them
write
a
a
4.
23 with a bar over the top.
It's a finite item. It's a cake. It's not ongoing. It's not a recurring 3 on there, because like your cake isn't going to last forever unless you start like dividing the atoms up.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's in decimal form. You know what, dude? Thank God Matthew's here. Matthew's here, dude. I'm
I see you guys
exhausted,
are
Matt.
talking about math. What are you talking about?
Thank you, Matt. We're talking. Listen to me. Please help me out here. I've shown 2 proofs so far for why 0.9 repeating is equivalent to 1.
Yes, that's
You should
true.
be able to speak on this better. Yes, thank you. Well,
In decimal notation, there are 2 different representations for the same number. In fact, for every number.
Hey, can I? Okay, based off that, can I didn't want to just gloss over what dude just said about the cake, but since you guys have this number infinity, and it can be, how 100% of something, like how he brought up the cake, can you can you divide infinity and know where it starts and it ends? Because how could infinity have any beginning or end when it's infinite?
So
the cake before, I don't think you understand what I'm saying, since it
yeah,
took
I
you a
didn't
while to
hear the
answer.
example of the cake. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the cake is 100%, right? And if we divide it into thirds, we're gonna have 1/3 each cake. So
Right.
now we can even say we have 3. So when we use infinity in math, there's a lot of ways to use infinity in maths. To take that and place it on a paper, that would mean that it's a whole, right? Or it's a standalone something because it's being factored. Now we
Give
want
it
to
a roundup
divide
rule.
that infinity. We want to, huh? Oh, what was that?
So I say give it a roundup rule. You can make whatever rules you want.
So what are you talking about putting it on paper? Like the fact that each third of the cake is 0.3333 portion, or what are you talking about?
No, I'm getting that infinity is infinity. So how can infinity be quantized when it's an infinite and it doesn't have a beginning or an end? But a cake has a beginning or an end, and we can definitely cut it up and divide it into different sections or segments. But how are you going to do that to infinity?
Yeah, so when you take a finite object like a cake and divide it into pieces, each of the subsets, they're called mathematically, are smaller than the original. The parts are smaller than, a part is smaller than the whole. But one of the unique, weird things about an actually infinite set is that if you take a subset, it can be the same size. So, for example, all positive numbers is an infinite set. But then let's take, if you take out
all of the even numbers, that's half of them. Take out half of them. All of the even numbers is the same size. So even though it's half the set, it's the same number of things in the set. And that's just one of the weird properties of infinite sets.
Man, come on, man. That's just the fucking
No,
paradox of self. That's just the paradox of self-reference. We open this with a simple logical theorem that we believe in the law of non-contradiction. That Kosho says he wants to keep slipping in the word equivalent, but the whole is not equal to less than the whole. Period. It's that simple. So if you
For
can't come up with a
finite,
rule
for
set,
finite sets, you're right.
okay, well there it is.
But for infinite sets, sometimes it does work that way.
No, see, you have to make these rules, to bend, your bend your logic, man. I mean, it's ridiculous. I wish I was able to bend some of the rules the way you guys do to make your concepts work. But nobody gets away with that. There's certain people that have to follow the rules, and this is the way it is.
Well, and especially mathematicians are sticklers for following the rules. That's why these concepts are well defined, and the proofs are like very meticulous about these things called sets, finite sets versus infinite sets, and how you determine the size of different sets. So you're right about that.
Yeah, but first of all, we haven't even, proven infinity. We've never been. I know we haven't. Some people haven't been to China and whatever, but it's just a concept at best. Like it's like we can think of and imagine some wild things, whatever we like. That's the awesome thing about our brain, but doesn't mean it's real.
Right. In fact, I think all mathematicians would agree with you that the idea of infinity is merely a concept, an interesting concept to play with. But as far as the real world goes, everything in the real world is finite, not infinite.
So yeah, right. Like infinite photons, or
nobody thinks there's infinite photons.
Okay. Ha.
Well,
How about
wait a minute.
infinite gravity? Wait. How about infinite gravity, Dicelo?
Yeah, nobody thinks that either.
I was going more towards the fact that space is ever so expansive, expanding into what? The infinity and beyond. Does it ever stop expanding in your model?
So when you're talking about expansion, you're referring to something that's called potentially infinite rather than actual infinite. So even if you, to use a simpler example, if you start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ... and so on, that list as you're counting is potentially infinite because it never has to stop, but it's not actually infinite. It hasn't like filled up the set. So I would say space is the same thing. Like, yeah, you can keep growing and keep expanding, but it's still finite the whole time.
Hey, Matthew, what if I potentially cheated on my wife? Like she's gonna, know that what I'm doing, is similar to this, but I my excuse is I potentially cheated on her, but didn't actually. Like, you think that'd be a problem for me?
Yeah, that's a different use of the words potential and actual. So potentially infinite means that it has the possibility to eventually become infinite, whereas actual infinite means it's actual. So technically, every man has the potential to cheat on his wife, even if he hasn't. You see what I'm saying? Like, by potential cheating, it means that you have the possibility of doing it.
I think that's a contradiction because if it's actual, then it's not by definition infinite.
If I told her that I was
in the real world, yeah,
contemplating cheating on her, instead of actually cheating on her, she'd probably be a little bit hurt, that I was thinking about it, but she'd still be hurt all the same. Like,
yeah,
the degree would be the degree would be both would be as severe, but the potential would just mean that, further down the road, she's going to be wondering about me instead of knowing right off the bat that boom, I did it. Infidelity, fidelity was broken. Trust is lost. One's delayed and one's, instant knowledge of it. So this
Or you
is
could
the
put it
same
this way:
thing.
one has happened already, and one hasn't happened yet.
Okay, well, so in terms of what we were talking before, has it actually happened then?
Nothing in the real world is ever actually infinite. No.
Well, I'm glad you can admit these things. It's a start.
Well, I mean, everybody admits it. It's not like I'm saying anything unusual. There's nobody in the world who says that the universe is actually infinite. I mean, no serious thinkers say that.
Yeah, but we got that math symbol infinity. That sideways 8 that people sometimes use.
Right. That's referring
Pretty
to
soon they're
an
going to put it
idea,
on a
not an actual
keyboard.
thing.
I mean, eventually they'll find a space for it on the keyboard, and then it's going to be like, everybody's going to be using it. I mean, next, people are going to start naming their kids after it, and it's going to get
It's all
popular.
satanic. It's satanic symbolism. They're casting rituals with these symbols.
I use the sideways 8 symbol in a non-satanic way to mean the mathematical idea of actual infinity.
It doesn't exist.
Right. It's a mathematical concept that doesn't exist.
All right. Hey, okay. So I don't think we kind of went anywhere yet, but I guess just to shift the topic a little bit, memory. Since we got the smart Glober here who goes to college, so how does memory? You're a famous YouTube professor, so we got to ask the best, right? So memory. Don't tell me, how it or what it does, what it is. Tell me how it is, how it does it, and where. And how do we remember things? And how are things stored? Like, because I can remember stuff that I did yesterday, and a computer is built that way too. So if you could differentiate between the two as well, that'd be kind of neat. One computer and one biological computer, like a human. But yeah, if you could, fill us in on the memory thing.
Well, I'll try. First of all, everybody would say that we don't know for sure and they're just guessing. So everybody would admit that. I would say the mainstream science model would say that human beings are only made out of material matter. And so it must be somewhere in the brain. I don't believe that as a theist. I think that we think with our minds and that our essence and memory and being is immaterial in our soul or spirit or whatever we want to call it. But I would admit that there is some correlation between your brain and your memories, such that if you have a brain injury, it can affect your memories. But other than that correlation, I think nobody really has any solid ideas of how it actually works. So I would say yourself, your memory, and you is immaterial. In other words, if you die, you still have your memories.
Oh wow.
Okay, so like whenever something's like saved on a computer, it's just placed. We call it a file, but basically it's somewhere. It's just not accessed right now, like for you, like
right.
Kind of just compartmentalized, right? It's still always there. It's not. It didn't go back in time. It didn't go anywhere. It's somewhere. It's just not where we are right now, or at my fingertips, but it's always there. It didn't go anywhere. So
right. Right.
the same thing can be said about, any thought. Like, whatever happened yesterday, and I remember, it doesn't mean that, like, did it get imprinted, like, on some sort of, like in some file folder? Like, how am I able to remember that? Like,
Well, yeah, for a computer, it's stored as ones and zeros on a hard drive or in a solid state drive, these electrical signals. And then people who are methodological naturalists, it's just a fancy word for people who say we don't have a soul. They would say that the same thing happens in some mysterious way in the brain, that the neurons remember somehow. I think that that's not true. I think that our memories are something more than just what we have in our brain, although there is a strong correlation somehow. But I admit it's sort of mysterious and nobody really knows how it works. I mean, obviously, people who have you can take brain altering chemicals, cause you to forget things or remember things, or get a brain injury and you have short term memory loss or whatever. So there's definitely something to do with the physical brain. So it seems like memories are at least correlated to those brain states, but I don't think they're identical.
Can I say something very
well,
quickly? Because I'm
real quick,
just
let
very
me just respond to
go
that,
ahead.
Kosho, real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead. Go
it'll
ahead.
take. I'll be really quick. So that didn't really like address, how or where, like, I, you, when we save something, we'll click the save button and, close that file. But we're just pushing a button, and you said, okay, we got this, solid state hard drive. That's still only a different location. But how is it actually saved? Like, how are our memories saved? Like, I don't get it. Like, I'm not, I mean, I'm not satisfied with the answer. I'm sorry. I know you did say nobody knows, and then you even said maybe, some mysterious, uh, or you really don't believe what the scientists think either. And you're saying maybe when people do drugs or like have injuries, it could like affect memory.
Yeah, real quick, man.
Yeah, let Kosha go. I'd say welcome to the club. Nobody is satisfied with my answers, with any answers, and nobody really knows. But Kosha, what were you going to say?
Well, I want to say I also am not satisfied. No, not really. I agree with what Matthew said about that nobody knows. And I'm also a theist, although probably a different brand than Matthew. But I will say
But which
that
one of us is the right
I have a
brand? That's what we
different.
need to fight about.
Yeah, that's the question, right? But yeah, I understand memory differently though. And I'm still my understanding is fluid. It's always changing, and I'm learning all the time. So, but I can understand memory. Um, like I said, I try to separate what I understand supernaturally and that kind of thing into a box where I'm saying, okay, this is my uncertainty, and then I have a box where I say this is what I think can be shown scientifically or whatever. And in that box, the scientific box, I would say that memories, the way that I understand them, are stored. I'd say it's analogous to computers, but in reality, it's really stored in the pathways of the neural pathways. The same way muscle memory works. Like if you practice swinging golf or shooting hoops, if you do it enough times, there's a neural pathway that builds and it's strengthened. And so it becomes second nature, basically. And I think memories, I understand memory, or what I understand is that memories work the same way, which is that if you have an experience or if you're thinking something, there's a neural pathway that's attributed to that thought, basically, whether it's sensory or whatever. And your memory is simply that pathway, which can be
Okay.
drawn upon or
All right.
whatever.
Let's wrap
But
it up,
yeah.
dude. You're monologuing. Okay, so let me respond to that, Matthew. So I like, I like Kosho's little tactic, right? He pretends he's not using Chat GPT, Google for what memory is. I like it, that, but at the same time that he's, coming up with it on his own, kind of disingenuous that somebody would do that. But I know he did Google it, and I know that's the first thing you see when you Google from Harvard or even where whatever site pops up. They mentioned that neural network pathway. Now, let's talk about that. Let's actually delve into that, because neural network pathway. So basically, we're saying a network of all these brain cells. And you said something about strengthening. I've never seen a computer strengthen its solid state hard drive to actually remember something. You just click a button and it'll do it. So
yeah, let me respond to a couple things. First of all, computers don't strengthen the actual hard drive, but they have neural models in them, and the way that they recognize images and even chat GTP and that type of thing, the way that it works is that it strengthens certain pathways through their model to favor things that work better. So in that sense, they're kind of following the same structure as the neural network goes. And as far as like, it doesn't really matter where information comes from. If you Google it or use chat GTP or whatever, like complaining about the source of information would be committing the genetic fallacy. It doesn't matter where the information comes from. It matters more whether it's true or not.
no, I'm just saying that the tactic, Kosho uses, that, when he wants to talk about something, he talks, because he mentioned the neural network pathway. Like and I know he Googled the first thing he found and read, real quick, and then wanted to talk about it, but he didn't really tell us much, if you notice that. All he said was he mentioned the neural network pathway and the connections
So
strengthen
I'm gonna go
over
back to
time.
doing the dishes. I'm gonna let Matthew take over again. I'm going back to doing the dishes, dude. I'm just letting you know. I've talked to people about this in here before. It's one of the things that I've been passionate about in the past. So I'm not getting this from anything, dude. But I just gotta also say, I gotta make it clear that I said there's analogies between what the brain does in the computer. One of the analogies, though, is not the strengthening. It's true that neural networks and stuff like that might do that, but I'm saying specifically the body and the brain, the memory comes from the strengthening of those pathways. So that's a distinction I'm actually making between, obviously, computers have a different way of storing the information. So, but I'm
Okay,
gonna go back to doing the dishes.
let's talk about
Just
that
respond to Matthew.
before you
Respond to
run
Matthew.
away. No, well, you said there's different ways that computers and humans remember things. Well, let's talk about that.
We know exactly how computers remember things because it's physical and a very specific encoding of information that we have programmed. We don't have any idea how humans remember things. We think it might be similar, and that's why Kosho said neural networks or neural pathways. And that's a common phrase. I've heard that phrase before. I didn't Google anything. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kosho came up with that without Googling anything. It's a well-known phrase. If it's the first time you've heard it, fair enough. But I don't think that's evidence that he necessarily Googled something. And even if he did, it doesn't matter where the information comes from, if it's right.
I'm just saying, I looked into this too, dude, and that's pretty much all that comes up. Is all you'll find is neural network pathway, and they won't tell you what it consists of. They won't show you pictures of it. They obviously have to just beg the question that, okay, well, since we have pathways in computers and we send ones and zeros to this place and that place, and they get compiled and go to this other place, and in its little storage tank or little file cabinet, and ready to be accessed whenever you'd like. But for the brain, they never talk about what the neural network pathway is. They never show pictures of it. Obviously, they'll try and like show you CGI of the brain, right? Of these, and they don't even look like cells. Like if you notice like normal looking cells, you got your cell membrane, you got the nucleus, but when you look at a brain cell, they look like some weird like fractal tree that's just, you know, any possible way it could, you know, expand. uh that's what it does. Like it's right, like, and okay, and these connections, so the connection are what are they constantly, in order for us to remember something, this is a possibility, because you guys didn't come up with this, I always come up with the good stuff. So could it be that in order to remember something, since like a brain cell, hold on, I'm getting somewhere, dude. A brain cell doesn't have a way, the way we make a photograph, right? We have, you know, a silver plate, we use some chemicals, and we, you know, kind of like etch it, or, you know, photograph it on the plate, right? And then put it on film. Well, we don't have a means to do that in our body. So here's one, you know, proposal that I'm making is, could it be that these, and I don't know how they do it, but these brain cells are constantly talking to each other about the experience they just had, and if it's worthy enough to remember, like, because that's why sometimes we forget things. Could it be that why we forget things, the brain has just, or the, you know, the little connections have stopped chit chatting about that event, and it's gone, like,
Could we not?
because I'm sure
Could we
like
not?
memory
Could we
doesn't
not?
weigh anything, right?
Could we not test that with people with photographic memory though, to see what it is they have that others don't?
No, the photograph is just an analogy of how, like, if you want to like place something
No, no, no,
somewhere.
no. You know, there's people that have a photographic memory that don't forget anything, right? There's those
Oh, I'm
people
sure
that.
what? Well, that,
So like,
well,
yeah. So like, maybe they have, like you were saying, maybe there's something. Like you were saying. Oh, what if it's the cells having a communication, right? And saying, oh, this is worthy to save the memory. But then what about those that have that photographic memory that save everything?
that means that their cells are still communicating about that event, which is wild to think that it's not going anywhere. There's not a fucking holding tank where these people are holding, you know, these people that can remember things, right?
It's more like
Everything.
the subconscious, which has everything that you can't always unlock, you know?
Well, what I'm saying is there isn't like there isn't like a janitor's closet, you know, that you can put all your memories in, lock it up, and whenever you want to retrieve it, you got to use the key. And that's, I don't think that's what's going on, man. I think there's, let's just say there's, you know, a big circle of people, 100 people holding hands, but they can't, you know, they're spread out about 10 feet, so it'd be kind of hard if somebody was yelling, and and you can only whisper, so one person turns to this person and says, you know, whatever word, you know, the telephone game, and then that person, you know, turns around and tells that other person. And I think that's how memories are actually saved. I don't think they're going to a storage tank. I think whatever the event is, whatever the moment was, that's being just signaled or talked about, communicated, because we found a way to interpret it. But through ourselves, we
Maybe
just
also,
constantly talk about it. And that's why it's remembered.
and maybe also it sort of triggers some emotion, right? Because I remember a lot of people that try and like beat world records at remembering things. They when they try and remember things, they try to, like impart a memory to that a feeling, an emotion to that memory,
Also
so that it's
mnemonics.
easier to remember.
Okay, can I respond to all three? I got one statement to respond to all three at the same time. So mnemonics, muscle memory, which I brought up, and also your theory, Flat Daddy, or used to be, I don't know what you're going as now. Anyways, so all three are related to the same thing. Like muscle memory, the way I understand it, is exactly the same thing. It's your neurons being strengthening, and it's like your neurons communicating to each other. That pathway gets strengthened by the amount that it's being used. So that's the same as a memory being strengthened. This is why you can have false memories, and this is exactly why mnemonics works. There's something else that I've used and studied in the past is uh, um, mnemonics, which if you, so let's say you're trying to remember a grocery list or something, and then you attach each of the things to a crazy story, and the story has different features to it, like freaky features, like visual and even I don't know, even you smell or something. You
Out of
include
the
these
ordinary.
others. Yeah, you include these things that are basically going to extend the pathways. So it's the same reason why if there's I don't know if you ever had that experience where you smell something that you haven't smelled in a long time and you have instantly the memory of that experience. It's because that memory was attached. That was attached
Yeah.
to that neural pathway, and that's
What are you
that's kind
talking
of what I'm
about?
saying is that.
Yeah,
Say
we
what?
got to. Excuse me. We got to talk about this attach. What do you mean attach? Attaching to what? Because the way I
Okay,
put it, it
Yeah.
what? What? Let's what?
No, no, no.
What are we gonna do?
Well,
Let's
it's
what?
important to understand what a neural pathway is. Like the
Okay,
neurons
well, tell me
connect.
what that is.
The neurons connect through these synapses and their neurotransmitters and all this kind of stuff, and so they connect to each other. And there's different neurotransmitters, and they can feed different information. But let's say something traumatic happened, and there was a smell associated with it, and there was something visual associated with it. And let's also say that you've expressed this experience multiple times, so you've relived this memory multiple times. The neural pathways that were accessed during that experience, the more times that you recreate it in your head, the stronger it's going to become. Which is, like I said, this is my understanding that this is what strengthens a memory, and this is what also, like I said, creates false memories. False
Is
memories
this
are extremely common, and it's easy to create a false memory because you're going to mix up the original experience you had with the many, many retellings that you had of it. And if you
is this
retell something over and over again and you put in errors in there, you might end up remembering something, way in the future in a way that it didn't happen because the way that you kept remembering it was wrong. Does that make
right?
sense?
Is this the same sort of? Is this like an explanation also to sort of explain, like how donors can, they have different memories that seemingly aren't their own, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, yeah,
Like
that is a
it
good
could be,
point,
but
dude.
I'm not sure.
When somebody like say if somebody got a heart transplant, uh that person that had the heart transplant or whatever organ, there's been multiple organs, that person will have the same cravings, even the same memories of the person that they got the organ from. But before, yeah, that's amazing too. Before I get sidetracked with that, I just wanted to critique Kosho's explanation of strengthen, because last time I checked, whenever I strengthen, like, one of my muscles, I'm actually just putting, like, more uh, stress on it and making it more tolerant. But I think strengthen is
That's different.
an
That's it.
inaccurate. It's an inaccuracy. I'm not surprised, but I think more
No, but
more
you're talking about
analogous.
strengthening muscles.
Yeah, I know. So you're not strengthening any neural pathway. What you're
Yeah,
doing
that's
is you're
that's that's that's
increasing
different though.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. What you're doing is you're increasing the magnitude, or uh, just you're just adding, dude. You're not strengthening anything. Like, you're adding more connections uh, for communication. That's it. That's all you're doing.
Okay,
You're
well,
not.
Lars,
So this chit
I'm not
chat,
claiming
this
that.
communication.
I'm not claiming you're strengthening your muscles. Your muscle strengthening is from, that there's a totally different process. I'm talking about strengthening the pathways. So the way in which you communicate to your muscles is through your
No,
nerves,
dude.
is through the nervous system.
Dude, a pathway just a new is created. What sort of physicality is those video games where bricks lay in front of somebody's foot, or come on, Kosho, how are these neural pathways strengthened?
You roboted for me. I just
Well,
heard the last question you asked, but it's fairly simple, dude. Actually, Snacks is one of the people that I've talked to him about this in excess a few months ago, but uh, but oh yeah, right, but yeah, so they're strengthened just by their use, like just by a pathway. So that's what. So let's say for instance, you smell like a beautiful woman, you see her face, she says something to you. Okay, this is going to trigger the way your brain's gonna interpret all this. It's going to be different neural pathways that go to your sense of smell, your eyes, what you saw, and some thought process you have. And this is going to make a unique memory. And this unique memory is going to be that thought, like that unique thought. And so if you if that let's say you see her again and the same thing happens again, that it'll persist or something. That same feeling, that memory will persist, or you can just recall it. What'll happen though when you recall it is you might recall things incorrectly, or you might not be able to include the smell. However, if at some point later in the future you simply have that smell, that pathway that was created is going to be attached to that smell. So it's like this pathway is like I forget what it's called. I'm not a
Shortcut,
neuroscientist or a
like a
biologist or
shortcut.
anything, but there's terms for these things. They become strengthened and they become weakened, neural pathways. So
It
I'm not going
sounds
to
like what
pretend to
you're
know
saying
the
is
terms.
almost like the difference between mundane and you're less likely to record the mundane everyday thing that you do every day. Anything out of the ordinary is gonna be more embedded in a memory because it's out of the ordinary.
I'm trying to finish up my work real quick.
So there isn't a storage bank in your brain, Kosho?
I've already said this many times. I don't think that there's a storage bank. I think the storage bank is simply the pathways, simply the neural pathways that, let's say they start as threads, okay? Let's just say, the more that a pathway is traversed, it will be strengthened. And like I said, I'm not an expert, so don't quote me on that. But in layman's terms, that's the best way to say it. But I gotta get back. I gotta finish my work. Hold on.
I just wanted to ask though, like
Well,
with
let's see if you can hear this. Like, hold on, let me just
sure, dude.
10 seconds. I guess what he's trying to say is, imagine like a highway only has 2 lanes. You know, you just
That's
make
perfect.
more lanes. You know,
Well, there's no
and, you
highway.
know, like
There's a field. There's a
you're
field.
not
There's
gonna
a
have
field.
a.
But my question was going to be: you said about you can have false memories. Now, is that a part of, is that a part of the pathway? So is
Yeah.
part of the
Listen. Let me
pathway?
give you an example. All Mandela effects. Let's say there's a line from a movie. Let's say the line is from Star Wars, and it's "I'm your father." No, I'm your father. Or Luke, I'm your father. People get confused on it. Well, they may have seen the movie once or twice. This will establish the experience, the memory, and then it will be recalled upon, referenced by other people many more times than those original times. So you'll have the original memory, and then you'll have a recalling of the memory, which may be include false,
Exaggerated or
false
vague?
things. You remember falsely, or other people remember falsely. So the memory is being strengthened, but it's being strengthened incorrectly or inaccurately. I think this is what creates false memories. Yeah. Might look back and remember the movie, and you'll remember it with that false line, only because your memory is now the strength of the memory of that false line is stronger than their actual experience.
If you guys are done with this, I'd like to ask Matthew a question. If you guys are done.
We're absolutely done.
Yeah, there's not much more to say about memory because we don't know much.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's, yeah. So Matthew, I was thinking, because I was talking about evolution today with many people, and I was thinking, because you're like, how shall we say, you're like a little different, because you take the baller route, shall we say, but you also believe in God, right? So
Yeah.
I was interested in your take on evolution, biogenesis, whatever you want to call it. What's your take on that?
So I think it's clear that the universe and life has been designed by an intelligent designer, or God, if you like. As far as the details of how that works, we can make some guesses, but we're not so sure. I mean, it's pretty obvious that you can breed dogs or cows to have different traits and that type of thing, so that species can change with time. But I don't know if God created all of life that way with a common ancestor. I think not. I think that he probably created several different lots of different kinds of animals, and that the most we've seen since then is devolution, like things getting worse. And part of that is because I think that we're actually in the 7th day of creation right now. God created everything already. Now he's resting, and everything's just sort of going slowly downhill. But I wouldn't
Hey,
put it
real quick.
outside of the realm of possibility that God could have used evolution. I just don't think he did for most species.
Right. I like the de-evolution part. Yeah. It seems that there's less, shall we say, species, whatever you want to call them. There's less kinds, and more kinds are dying off instead of more. Yeah. That's a good one there. I
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, that was
Hey,
good,
can I
Matthew.
get in real
I
quick?
haven't heard that.
Well, hey, I just wanted to ask, since this is what Matthew believes that God created, and he started saying, he's not sure if they're all the same species and whatnot. Well, we do know that the first of these species have to be Adam and Eve, right? Is that right, Matthew?
Yeah, I do believe that God created humans separately.
Okay, so I guess my next question will be, since Adam wasn't Cain's son, that means that Cain came from another man. But if Eve is the first woman, how could there be? How could Eve have a side piece as another man?
So Adam and Eve had a son named Cain, which I'm confused what you're asking.
Well, it's purported that Cain, or I'm sorry, Adam wasn't Cain's father.
Why not?
You never heard that? You never heard
No,
this
it
story?
clearly says in the Bible that Adam and Eve had two sons, one named Cain and one named Abel.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they both came from Eve's, womb. I mean,
I suppose
could
it's
have a
possible. I
step.
just
I could.
don't know
I could have
why.
a step kid, and it'd still be my kid, but it wouldn't have, actually came from me. But this is kind of important when we're talking about how did things, how did kids, you know, come about. The genetics or genesis of each person at this juncture is highly important. But there is some people that out there that say Adam wasn't Cain's father and there's another man. But if that's the case, because I'm sure you guys will start hearing about this argument pretty soon. So I always come
So
with like,
to be clear, the Bible says Adam had sex with his wife Eve, and she conceived and bore Cain, saying, "I have gotten a man with the help of the Lord." Again and again, she bore his brother Abel. So, I mean, you could either believe that or not believe that, I suppose, but that's what the Bible says.
Yeah, I was thinking more like the evolution part. Like, how do you square? Because the evolutionary story, right, claims that life started in a pond with a single cell organism. That's the scientific part, right, Matthew? What do you think of that part?
It's the story they say right now, but there's deep rumblings and like dissatisfaction with that story, even among evolutionists. They're like, well, we don't really know how this happened, so I don't feel any compunction, or I don't feel compelled to believe their story if they don't even if they're having serious doubts about it. I
Yeah, but
actually
they
think that
teach
God.
it. Don't they
Well,
teach that,
sure,
Matthew?
they do. Because here's the thing: if you already believe that God doesn't exist and you make that as a rock solid preconceived notion, and you know that that's true, and you just say, "I know for sure that God doesn't exist," then guess what? Evolution is the best answer, the only game in town. There's no other explanation. But I think that their preconceived notion that God doesn't exist is false. So, I don't feel compelled to like use the same dumb answer that they have. It's not a dumb answer from their perspective because it's the only answer they have. But I don't.
So when you say God, you say you think supernatural being, right? Like the way I think.
Right. I think there's a supernatural being who created the universe, the laws of the universe, and who created lots of different kinds of life. Human beings separate from elephants, elephants separate from rats, and I don't think that rats and elephants have a common ancestor.
Neither do I. Yeah. Yeah, so we're in agreement here.
Right, but you see what I mean about if you preconceive that God doesn't exist, then you kind of have to say that they had a common ancestors because there's not really any other way to explain it. So I understand where they're coming from. It's just that I don't agree with their preconceived starting point.
with that concession, would you admit that most schools sort of push people into evolution and that idea?
Yes, many secular schools do. I work at a university that does not teach that.
And I'd say it probably drives people further away from God, in a sense.
Probably, yeah, probably. I mean, many people see it as, oh, if you have evolution, then you don't need God. It turns out that the more and more we understand about the world, the less and less force that argument has, because even just the genesis of life itself is hard to explain. You can't have natural selection if there's no selection, if there's no nature, if there's no reproduction happening. So even if you grant, okay, fine, evolution happened, well, then how did the kind, the different, how did life start? And they don't have any good answer to that either.
Well, that's two different things now, right?
Right.
Because I usually give him that because, let's face it, nobody knows, right? But even if you give it, even when I argue it, because I don't want to spend 10 hours arguing about how life started. Even when I grant them, I say, okay, life, here's your present. Here's the first organism. In your pond, like you say, you have the first single cell organism, right? Okay, now tell me what happened next. And they just go crazy. No, it's not like that. You're straw manning the thing, and they just go crazy.
Right.
So this, I find this fascinating. Like on one hand, they believe in evolution, they believe in speciation, right? And then when you tell them what the model says, they say, no, you're straw manning me. But how am I straw manning you? Everybody's learned in school that life started in a pond, a single cell organism, and then they show us the tree of life. Well, this became that, and that branched off into that, and that. But then when you ask them, okay, show me some proof of this, they have absolutely nothing. I mean, nothing.
Can I say something to Matthew real quickly? Sorry, go ahead. I just want to say something real quickly because, like I said, I'm a deist, but I also believe in evolution. I just wanted, because you said that if you're not a deist, then you have no other choice but to believe in evolution. But would you admit that even without that, though, there still is, like what you said about the elephant and the rat, to say there's no, like, if you're not a deist, your only conclusion is that evolution would say they have a common ancestor and this and that. But would you agree that there is actually evidence to say that they have a common ancestor even without that need of just the answer, without the need of having that as an answer?
I would see the notion that a rat and an elephant have a common ancestor as a conclusion based on a preconceived notion that evolution must have happened. But if you step back and look at it more rationally without that preconceived notion, instead you could see it as common design, right? I mean, a Ford and a Kia are two different cars. Now they happen to have four wheels apiece and four doors and a steering wheel and that type of stuff. Just because there's a common way to design a car that kind of makes sense. And so it kind of makes sense for land animals to have, 4 feet and maybe a tail in some cases. And just because they're designed the same doesn't mean that one is descendant from something. Just like a Kia is not descendant from a Ford or vice versa. Just commonalities does not necessarily imply common ancestry, is what I'd say. Maybe it's just common design.
So would either of you two, Matthew and Kosho, would you point to an experiment that would sort of, I don't know, give evidence towards evolution, but then also would have to sort of define what evolution is? Because, like you said, we all know you can change, change traits, but it's not kind of what evolution really claims,
Yeah, that's microevolution, and nobody disagrees with that. Obviously, populations of moths can change color based on the different circumstances, or you can breed dogs or cows, like I was saying before. That's microevolution, or even just changing traits, as you said. The bigger claim, the problematic claim with evolution, is that new traits can be formed based on natural selection. And back in the day of Darwin, they didn't know anything. They didn't even know that genes existed. Now that we know that genes exist and have DNA, then they say, well, maybe it was like because of random mutations in DNA. And that worked
Right.
for a couple decades, but the problem with that is that now we know so much about how DNA works that it codes for proteins. We know the sample space of proteins is like really, really small. Like there's hardly any combinations that actually work. That the
This is a really
chances
cool.
of a single like mutation making something useful is very, very close to zero. So that can't be the
Well, this is a
mechanism.
really
So they're
cool
left without a
segue
mechanism.
into what I wanted to bring up, which was about the Dutch famine. Do you guys have you guys heard about the Dutch famine that happened in World War? Was it World War One or World War Two? I think it was World War Two.
I know there's a lot of famines in World War One. I haven't heard of that one specifically.
Well, the pregnant women that were born became pregnant after the war had ended. The children were more prone to becoming obese, and there was loads of other certain genetic chaos going on at that time. But I just wondered whether either of you two would pin any of it down to evolution at that point, if they were actually experimenting and trying to see if they could create new traits in humans.
Yeah, I know people who could answer that better than I can. I don't know the answer. So basically, you're saying after you're born and your DNA is set, are there traits that you could pick up based on your environment and pass on
Well,
to your
yeah,
kids?
what it was is because the Dutch people normally had a good diet, so they had a good amount of calories, right? So, and then they were starved. They were starved by the Germans. So they went from having a really high average calorie intake to next to nothing, and then after the war ended, it went straight back to normal. And yeah, they got results of higher obesity. Now, I don't know. Something about that might be saying that it can sort of. It's like the body's managing to get energy better, or is it more of a would we see it as more of a condition?
Yeah, it's an interesting example. I guess I would just say something generic like the body's physiology can be affected quite a bit by the environment. So if you have not enough food, then more than enough food, the body can respond. It's designed to be able to like adapt to those different things. I don't know if there's any good evidence that would pass on to children easily in the same way that DNA and genes do. But there might be some other factors. And in fact, I feel like we don't understand all of this super well anyway.
I think there's a lot going on there that I wouldn't just
There
say
was
has to do with genetics.
sorry, Koto. Just before you start, there was a similar thing that happened at Leningrad as well. So yeah, all right, go on, Koto.
No, I was done. I was just saying I think that there's a lot going on there that just pointing at genetics would be maybe foolish or something, because there's a lot of different aspects, that can like, they say nature and nurture. There's a lot of nurture differences going on there that could probably influence what's happening with babies. So
Is that not the same though for all of the animals?
what do you mean? I mean, that experience of World War One is it's such a different environment that, who knows about all the details. Like, they weren't eating, and then they got a lot of food, and there was a surplus, and so they were obese because of this. I mean, it could have been purely a nurture influence, right? But it's hard to say because there's a lot of different variables to look at. I would just say that I wouldn't know. I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't check it down just to genetics. That's all.
No, but I'm not saying, I'm saying the genetic change due to obviously environmental change. You know.
Sorry, man. I'm not allowed to be on here right now, so I just found out today I'm not allowed to be on Discord on any weeknights. So I had to be a little quiet. But I want to throw something out there for Matthew. 'Cause I don't want to argue with you about this, Matthew, because I probably know a lot less than you do about this. We also have both different ideologies, you know,
Yeah,
theologically
fair
or
enough. I
whatever.
don't want to argue either. I'm just
But
explaining what I think.
I'm going to throw one thing out there, though, and just say that at least from what I understand, as evidence for common ancestry between, let's say, a rat and an elephant, is I had seen in the past that there's like viruses that had um, changed our genome, and so like through that there's almost like through all mammals basically like there's a few viruses that actually define most mammals and stuff, and through that it can be argued that sort of identifies a common ancestor or like a common line at least through them to some extent. But that, like I said, that could be argued. It could be argued that that was uh, implanted in all mammals, or it was designed in all mammals, or something like that too. So I just know that that's a. I think that's a fair argument though for common ancestry.
Yeah, I think you're right. That is a fair argument for that. I don't have a good answer to that. I have heard that. I don't know the argument super well, but yeah, I think that if you were going to claim that common ancestry doesn't happen, you'd have to come up with a viable explanation for those viruses and those changes in the genome or whatever. So it's a fair point.
Yeah. And like I say, your arguments, especially the car thing, I've heard it, and it's a fair argument too. I'm not. That's what I like about this whole. That's what I like about this community and these sort of topics is we're allowed to sort of discuss these things, and we don't have the answers, but we can kind of bounce off each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and by
See
the
where
way,
everybody's at.
as a theist, I actually have more options open than a mainstream scientist who's an atheist. Their only game in town is to somehow fix up and patch up this common ancestry all the way from a single cell to the abundance of life. Whereas I could say maybe that happened, or maybe God helped it along the way, or maybe God created new kinds ex nihilo along the way. So I have a lot more options, and I just look at the evidence and see where it leads. And in the end, it's hard to know, and we can make educated guesses. But yeah, as a theist, I have a lot more leeway.
I agree with that
Definitely, a
actually. And
theist has
just real quick, SC,
one over.
go ahead, SC, go
Go,
ahead.
go on, Coach.
Well, I was just going to say very quickly, just because I think that's interesting. I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying too, SE. That is true. I'm curious, because like I said earlier, I separate in my mind, or at least I try to, what I think might be supernatural and what I can attribute to experimentation or science or evidence or something. And my question is, what do you think about like the God of the gaps sort of criticism, like the criticism that people use against theists about applying a God of the gaps sort of idea? Like, do you? Well, I guess it sounds like you don't attempt to separate that. Is that fair? Like you don't attempt to avoid the God of the gaps sort of thing.
Yeah, I understand the God of the gaps idea, and just for anyone listening, it's the idea that oh yeah, people say and complain to me, oh yeah, you just put God in there, things you don't understand, but eventually science describes those, and then you don't need God anymore. Um, and so there has been a history of that kind of thing. We understand more about how God works. We understand that thunder and lightning comes from these weather phenomenon or whatever. But I would say that still we're looking to the most reasonable explanation, and there are some cases, especially in terms of design and creation of life and that kind of thing, where God is the best explanation still. Um, and it's not saying, and it's not just saying, oh, we don't know the answer yet. It's saying something more. It's saying that we understand genetics and mutation well enough to know that it can't be that answer. It's not that, oh, we just haven't figured it out. It's that we have figured it out to such a degree that it
Is that
can't
due
be
to,
mutated.
is that due to that irreducible complexity?
Irreducible complexity is a big part of it, but also just the fact that when you're coding for proteins, a very, very small number of proteins are actually useful, and you need many proteins or even dozens of proteins, new proteins, to make new structures, and that's what makes it irreducibly complex.
Yeah,
So
it's
is
they
that,
got it backwards. It's
is
not
that
the
sort of
God
like
of the.
contesting the idea that evolution is like growing new parts to make that organism better?
Say that again. Who's contesting that?
Well, irreducible complexity is sort of like, is that not showing that it's not what evolution is trying to say, which is creating new parts for that organism to become better? Because
yeah, because land animals need lungs, and mammals in the ocean need, fish need gills, and so how do you get lungs out of gills? Well, that's a whole complex thing requiring dozens of proteins, or hundreds probably in that case, and it's not clear how. There's no mechanism for changing DNA to make that happen, because it's the
because the parts are already there. The blueprint for that is already there. It's already needed. You can't add parts to it or
right
take parts away.
Yeah, so there's in a fish there's no there are fewer proteins than would be needed to make lungs, and so it's unclear how anything descendant from a fish would ever get the proteins needed. Even just a single protein, a new protein, it's like 1 in a trillion, or like way more than that, different DNA sequences that make proteins versus the ones that are actually useful for something, and to get the right combination of them put together, there's no known mechanism for making that happen. Random mutation certainly isn't it. And so it's not just God of the gaps and saying, oh, God must have done it because we can't figure out how it's done. It's that we know how DNA works and we know how proteins are coded, and it doesn't seem, God seems like the best explanation for new information, because this is
Right.
new
So
information
here's
coming
something I
into
want
the
to ask
DNA
as well.
sequence.
Like, is mutation itself supposed to be like? Is it claimed that that's new information being added, or is that just because of the stress from the environment? It's
stress from the environment, but it only changes 1 or 2 base pairs at a time, and you need to change hundreds of them for new protein, so in the right direction. So random changes don't make new information, is the point.
I'd love
And
to talk.
usually
Honestly, I'd love to talk to
mutations
you. Go
are
ahead.
detrimental to the species, not beneficial. When they speak of mutations, mutations are usually detrimental, not beneficial.
I know, that's
So
why
that's
I was
another.
saying that generally what we see is not evolution but devolution. Things are getting worse as they get, more and more changes.
They're mostly benign, often detrimental, but possibly beneficial. Very small chance. But anyways, I'd love to talk to you about this, Matthew. I feel like not in a room full of people like this, but it'd be an interesting conversation to have with you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not the person who knows the most about this. I'm friends with like biologists and stuff at my work who could explain this way better than I have, and I've sat on their lectures and stuff, and that's where I'm getting this from, what they say. So or you look up stuff by, people like William Lane Craig or people who have thought deeply about these kinds of things. They would have a better answer than me.
What did you think about that debate? Did you ever watch that debate with Professor Dave and I forget what the other fellow's name is?
Yeah, the old guy there. What a joke.
David Weiss?
You just want to punch him in the head,
No,
like
no, he's
just
no,
want to
no, no,
slap
no.
him. No, the
Kevin.
professor guy.
What's that?
He's, yeah.
What's that? What's his name? What's his name? I see.
I forget his name, Kosho, man.
James
Was the
Tour,
topic
right? James
theism?
Tour.
Oh, James Tour. Yeah, I heard it
What do you
didn't
think
go
about it?
well. I heard clips here and there, but I don't remember much about it. I think James Tour is not like a skilled debater, and just sort of got.
What do you think about his argument? Or sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I think his ideas are good. He just didn't present them very well, and Dave Farina is much better at debate. I've met Dave Farina, Professor Dave, before a couple times
You
at
like
these
him?
YouTube conferences, and I've heard James
You're
Tour
talking about
speak
not
in
a Dave,
person.
not a
I didn't meet him.
Professor
I was in the same room as James Tour, so I know, I've been around both of them, but I didn't watch. I confess I didn't watch the whole debate yet.
I didn't watch the
He
whole
was
thing. Either. It
very
wasn't really
disrespectful.
worth.
Very, very
Yeah,
disrespectful.
I don't like Dave's tactics, to be honest with you. I don't think it was hard for me to watch, so I didn't watch the whole thing. But yeah, I don't know what to make of it because I don't understand the topic as much as other people. But I guess I'm curious, like, what you think of James Tour's argument or his argument's not a debate, but like, his actual argument. Matthew, like, what do you think of his stance on it?
To be honest, I don't remember the main points of what James Tour talks about. And my context for hearing about the debate is I heard a podcast about the debate, and it was talking mainly about the tactics used by both sides. I will link a podcast I listened to. It's William Lane Craig's podcast where he talked about it.
Before we go too much further, can you define theist as you labeled yourself? Seriously.
Generally, someone who believes in a supernatural God or a supernatural creator, something that is above nature and created nature. So generally, the God of the three main monotheistic religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, would fit that bill.
Yeah, that was my next thing. Do you believe in one of those?
Yeah, I believe in the God of the Bible generally as a Christian. I would say the Christian account of who God is true.
So you believe a supernatural being gave a creation story and had men of earth write it down in the Bible?
Yes.
Very cool. Is there somewhere that points there that I'm missing, that we're on a chaotic, like the God of the Bible that I've studied is not chaos, right? It's in order. Put the earth in the center, sun orbiting above. Is there somewhere in the Bible I can read where that's opposite?
Yeah, so saying that God is orderly is different than saying that God put the earth at the center. The earth doesn't have to be at the center in order for it to be orderly.
No, I'm saying the God of the Bible that I read, maybe we're reading different Bibles, says that the earth is the center. And all throughout the Bible, God as human flesh coming to earth as flesh, man, is not chaotic. It's very orderly and like the opposite.
I agree with that. I think that orderliness and putting things together in a well-designed thing does not imply that humans are at the center. In fact, I think God put us not at the center so that we would see that there's something larger than ourselves and sort of a silent witness to the existence of God. So I think he did that on purpose.
So you don't think the Bible, that the supernatural God wrote through men and they wrote it down and preserved it, puts the earth in the center and the sun, moon, and stars above it, or in a circuit? You think that's a mistranslation?
I don't think that the reading of the Bible that implies the earth is at the center of the creation is meant to be read as that physical, literal way. It's at the center of God's spiritual creation. Obviously, the biggest being, the height of His creation, mankind is here. But I don't think it means it's at the physical center. It's at the spiritual center for sure.
So the same thing with the sun, moon, and stars. You don't think that's a physical placement of the sun, moon, and stars? You think that's a spiritual? Because that's the creation story.
Yeah, but the Bible never says that the earth is at the center. It just says
address the sun, moon, and stars. We moved on from that point. I get what you're saying. I think people twist that. That's the mistranslation part of either on your part or my part. But he also talked about where he placed the sun, moon, and stars. So do you think that's physical, or do you think that's spiritual? Or however you...
Well, I mean, he placed the sun and the moon and the stars in the heavens above. So from our perspective, we look up and there they are. I think that's true. I'm not sure what you're asking, I guess.
Well, when you get into the sun and moon, especially, one rules the day, one rules the night. He set it in their paths above us, right, in a circuit in the firmament, right, in the heavens, which is called the firmament, day 2 creation. Of course, you know that. So there's different layers. One of the layers is the sky, where the birds fly. One of the layers is where the sun and moon are set in their positions and in their circuits. It's very clear on that. It's no debate. So you either think those are physical and they're above us in their circuits, and I get what you're saying, that they're just in the sky above us. Yeah, I agree with that too. Or that there's something else going on. There's a misinterpretation because there's specific words for specific things.
So it sounds like you might be trying to ask like 21st century questions of exactly how everything works of an ancient text which wasn't written to satisfy your scientific questions, but instead to answer questions like, who did this and why did he do it? It's the purpose of creation. I mean, the sun for the day, the moon for the night. That's describing purpose more than like, okay, it's going to be 29.5 days of the lunar cycle and exactly this, exactly that. I mean, the Bible doesn't concern itself with those smaller details. It's talking about the bigger picture, which is God did it
Maybe
for
so.
His glory.
And yeah, I agree with that too, but I'm saying he was very specific. He had certain people of different orientations, different time periods, write these things down so we could understand it. They could understand it back then. We can understand it now. It's very simple. He told us to read it like a child, right? And when you get when you think of it that way, without bias, without our adult learning, it tells a totally different story. So he stopped the sun. Well, if he stopped the sun, turned it back 15 degrees, and it's just so happened to use 15 degrees, which is very specific, right? Then the sun would have to be moving, right? It would have to be in a circuit above us 15 degrees per hour if he stopped it for an hour and turned it back 15 degrees. He didn't turn the earth, right? He didn't rotate the earth backwards. He knew what the earth was. He's the creator, right? So he moved the sun in its position above the earth 15 degrees so they can complete a war. He did it more than once, told very specific stories through different men who different time periods who didn't know each other. I mean, and I think he did that for a reason.
Yeah, I think that he wrote that as a description of what it looked like for the people who saw it. That's what it looked like. I don't think it was meant to distinguish between, well, technically the earth went backwards, or technically the sun did this or that. It's like they looked up in the sky and they saw it move 15 degrees. That's what they saw. That's what it's written.
No, they saw it because he actually did it. He actually moved the sun. Well, to move the sun back 15 degrees, it would have to be moving forward 15 degrees. So you're saying they just see it in the sky that way? That's not actually how he created it?
No, I'm saying it could be that God moved the rotation of the earth back 15 degrees, and from their perspective, it looked like the sun moved, and that's what he wrote.
Well, you don't think? No, he didn't write that though.
Yeah, he did. He said the sun moved 15 degrees. That's what they saw.
No, he stopped the sun and moved it back. Moved the sun back 15 degrees. He didn't move the earth. Like I'm not arguing about that. I mean, it could be both ways, right?
Right.
It could be both ways, but that he's the creator of all things. Don't you think he would have told those men that he chose very carefully to preserve his word, like exactly what he meant, exactly how he created it?
No, I think he
You don't
wrote
think
it.
so? You think
I
he's
think
just
he wrote
fooling
it
around?
for a specific purpose to describe what they saw. In the same way that God is the creator of electricity and magnetism, and you know what it says in the scripture about electricity of magnetism? Zip, bupkis, nothing. That doesn't mean that God didn't create it or he didn't know about it. It's just that the Bible is meant for other things than teaching us about electricity and magnetism or
Wait,
these other
what
questions.
didn't he write about? Magnetism?
Electricity and magnetism.
No, he's saying he didn't write anything about electricity and magnetism in the Bible. But I'm more concerned, Matthew. I don't really. You think that there is a supernatural creator.
Yes.
You just don't think that in the same size. In the same sizes, like instead of when Rakia says he built the sun and the moon and put it in like a. Let's imagine a fish tank. Okay, then he put the sun and the moon in a fish tank. But you're saying no. Yeah, he did. He put the sun and the moon, but the fish tank we're talking about is the biggest ever expanding fish tank you've ever seen. And I'm just going to build the sun and the moon in a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a small portion of the entire fish tank. So that if I need to move to make the sun move, it looks like 15 degrees, I only have to move it 1/2 of a slight millimeter over here to make it look like that way over there.
So I guess I'm not
Are
sure
these
what
the
you're
sizes
asking.
you're telling me? How big or small do you think this supernatural creator is? Because the sizes we're talking about, in some way, I can sort of imagine Earth being small enough for that to work, for someone to move that. But if you're going to say that there's billions of billions and trillions of billions of light years in between these distances, and it was all still created by the same thing, he created a canvas that's ever expanding, and he's only using a small portion of the canvas.
Yes.
do
I think
so.
that shows his glory more than creating something small. In a similar way that Adam and Eve, when they first appeared in the garden, they might have said, I wonder if this is all of reality right here, this garden right here. And Eve says, no, there's probably this big ocean with thousands of miles of water and this other continent called America over there that we've never seen. And Adam would be like, God wouldn't create this empty thing for, that we haven't ever heard of. That Eve would say, no, it expresses his glory to make this ginormous earth, even though there's only two of us for now, because maybe we'll expand into it later. So a similar argument could be said about the size of the Garden of Eden at first. So I think God's glory is magnified by the fact that there's trillions of stars.
I mean, comparatively, though, if we're talking about, I would say that all of this Earth realm is in some way, shape, or form the Garden of Eden. But it's sized per se to be humans or even slightly much bigger humans. The sizes are proportionately, they kind of make sense. But what you're talking about is stuff that's infinitesimally ridiculous.
Yeah, like a garden, a 1 by 1 mile garden on the entire earth, and that's all that Adam and Eve saw. It's infinitesimal compared to the expanse of the entire earth.
You think that their entire lifetime of Adam and Eve, if they were real people, they only walked around in a 1 by 1 mile area?
Okay, 100 by 100. How big do you want to be? I mean, they probably went pretty far. They lived pretty old.
No, how tall were Adam and Eve?
Less than 8 feet tall.
Is there any actual evidence of that, or I don't know.
They were human beings, and human beings are typically about that tall.
But, I guess you kind of Okay,
I'm not.
So basically,
what?
You made it so big that you wouldn't even be able to see Adam and Eve. I don't understand the distances. Doesn't make sense for anyone to create something like that.
So God is under no obligation to do things that make sense to you or to me. And yes, if you're flying, even if you're flying in a human-made airplane and you're flying over the Garden of Eden, looking down and trying to see Adam and Eve, you won't see them. You'd be like, oh, there's a green patch down there. There's a Garden of Eden.
Yeah,
But I don't see Adam and Eve, and I'm
you
only
can
like
you
7
can
miles in
go
the
from
sky.
What is it said they're made for, though, in the Bible?
even in an airplane, we could theoretically go from one side to the other in just 48 hours, 72 hours,
right?
Not 72 light years, right?
But what is
That's
it actually?
doable. That's like that's a
What,
that's
what,
like an actual thing that's tangible that you can actually do and travel upon and around. Something that's trillions of like seven. You can't. That's not real. That's not a. I don't know. That's impossible for any one person, and so he designed something that so that no lifetime someone will ever.
but
It just doesn't
what
make
were the
sense.
stars made for, though, in the Bible? What does it say?
The stars are made for God's glory.
Hey Matthew, can I just ask you? I'm reading the chat, and North is in the
Yeah,
chat. He is asking your opinion. Maybe okay. Go ahead.
yeah, I saw that. North, sorry, I haven't had a chance to do it, but maybe this would be a good time to say that. So Proverbs 8:27 says, "When God established the heavens, I was there. When He drew a circle on the face of the deep, when He made firm the skies above, when He established the fountains of the deep." And so this is wisdom personified, expressing the importance of wisdom in creation. And she's saying, I was there, not she being an actual person, but kind of like a representation of what wisdom is. And so the wisdom literature is correctly seen and read as poetry. And so if we're going to try and like answer 21st century questions about exact shapes and models and sizes of things, we're already on the wrong path. The point of this whole passage is, look, it's good to be wise, and God is all wise, and He used exquisite wisdom in creating every little part of the universe. Now, that thing like the circle of the face of the deep, do I think the ocean has a face, like eyes and nose and a face? No, it must mean something different than that. Through a circle, I mean, if you're out in the middle of the ocean, look around you, it kind of looks like a circle. So, I assume that's what it means. I don't take anything like more specific out of that. North, are you on the chat? Is that something you had?
He might be on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Listening, Matt. I mean, if you're listening, North, you're welcome to come in and talk about it. I know people criticize or whatever, but I mean, you're more than welcome to come in.
And then Job 38:30. Let's see.
I believe that's the one about the pressed clay, the stamp, Preston clay, something like
Yes.
that.
The waters became hard like stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. So there's before that says, "From whose womb did the ice come forth? From whose womb did the ice come forth? And who has given birth to the frost of heaven?" So it's talking about snow. Before that was like rain and dew. So where did the weather come from? Where did ice come from? How is it that water sometimes freezes? So the waters become hard like stone. The face of the deep is frozen. It's just talking about like frozen water. These are all part of the rhetorical part of Job, where God is finally answering Job. Job's like, "Why did all this bad stuff happen?" And his friends are like, "Well, because you sinned." And he's like, "No, I didn't." And they're like, "Yes, you did." And he's like, "No, you didn't." Then God comes and says, "Who are you to question me? Did you build everything? Did you make this? Did you make that?" And then he doesn't get an answer. It's like left as a mystery. Like, oh, right, God did everything. So that's the context. But I think there's something that it says in the King James version that is different. Let me look up that one.
Matthew, I can see you as a preacher. I never thought I'd say this, but you did pretty good there.
Well, thank you. I mean, I kind of preach to my students, right? And like teaching them math and teaching them computer science is not unlike preaching, I suppose.
Hey, Matthew.
Um,
So if the face of the deep is frozen and the waters beneath it are hid as with a stone covered, being the frozen face of the deep, and it has a circle carved into the face of the deep. What is the face of the deep? It's frozen, right?
Yeah, so
Wait.
just to read it in the King James Version to give context to what you just said. Out of whose womb came the ice, and the hoary frost of heaven, who hath gendered it? The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. So yeah, I think that's describing like when it gets cold, the winter ice freezes sometimes, and the face of the deep, like, you know, lakes, or I don't think the ocean froze around there at that. Well, who knows where Job was, right? So
That's kind of a
the
vague
ocean
interpretation.
freezes.
So
It's what?
lakes and things are you saying lakes and that in, being in plural, there are circles carved into the face of the deep, and the face of the deep is frozen. Is the bottom of the lake frozen?
Typically not. No, the
Yeah.
bottom of the
So
lake's
if
usually
the
made of
face,
earth, right?
yeah. So if the face of the deep, and we have to look up the word deep, right? And we have to understand what the face is, and we know it's not a human face, right?
Yeah, it's the surface. The surface of
Okay.
the ocean is what the face of the deep means.
Well, I wouldn't say the surface of the ocean. Are you speaking about the water? The
The
surface of
deep is
water?
usually like the deep ocean. If it's not the deep ocean, what you think it's something else?
Well, it can't be water because it's frozen, right? So
Why not water?
it's not
Water
in
freezes.
liquid form. It's not in liquid form if it's frozen and it's like a stone, right? If the waters beneath it are hid as with a stone covered, meaning that the face of the deep is frozen with a circle carved in it. Do you not get that? Do you not get there's waters beneath the frozen deep and waters above the frozen face of the deep, the surface of the deep? The deep is not the surface. You understand that, right?
Yeah, so the ocean freezes and the top freezes, and at the bottom of the ocean there's rock, bedrock of the earth. And if you're standing on the surface of the ocean, whether it's frozen or not, then it looks like a circle. So I mean, I don't see anything more than just like a description of,
Well, you're
gets cold
backwards.
and freezes.
You're backwards. You're saying the surface of the water is the same as the surface of the deep. So you're backwards, right? So again, look into what the language is saying when it's saying deep. It's not saying the surface of the water has a circle carved in it. So when you see the deep and surface, and there's something carved into it, and there's waters beneath it, and there's waters above it, right? And there's land above it too. So, yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you, man. Look into the language, Matthew.
Okay. So again, I would say let's back up a little bit and look at the context of what this is. The point is, look at all this mysterious stuff that God has made, and He was the one that did it. And who are you to question me? That's the big picture, and you and I agree with that. Trying to figure out exactly what He meant by each and every word here, and using this as sort of a scientific guide to exactly how He built the universe, I think is not what this was meant to be. So the deep, I thought the deep was just the ocean, like that. It's the deep ocean. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
No, the ocean, the entire ocean, including the surface, cannot be the deep. You're
So the
totally
deep.
wrong.
Okay, so what do you
the
think the
deep,
deep is?
that's why I suggested to you to look into the language to see what the deep is. That's why I'm asking you to do that. So the surface of the deep. We're not speaking about the surface of the water in a lake or an ocean. And we're speaking of Job 38, right?
38:30,
So,
yes.
yeah. Well, you're speaking on it like it's some kind of poetry, as you did with Proverbs. And you're speaking as if he's like an author of confusion and he's not telling us the truth, right? But he later in
No,
the
I'm
same
speaking as
chapter,
if it's his wisdom literature and this is poetry, which it is.
the very next verse speaks of Pleiades, Orion, and speaks of the Mazzaroth, right? And the following verse, and the ordinances of heaven, right? So we went from the deepest place all the way to heaven, to the heavenly places
Mm-hmm.
in this chapter.
What are
right?
the what are the
and in this
chains
chapter,
of Pleiades and what are the chords of Orion?
well, before we get into that, we have to, get you to concede what the surface of the deep is with a circle carved in it. Now, if you're saying, I don't know what you're saying. Where's the circle carved into the lake? Where is that? Is it on the surface when it's frozen and only when it's frozen during the wintertime?
So
Or
Job
is it
38
carved
doesn't
into it?
mention the circle, but in the previous, Proverbs 8, the circle is describing what we see when we look around us. If you're on the ocean, you see a circle. It's I think you're making it more complicated than it needs to be. It's just describing what
On
we
the
see.
ocean? You say on the ocean you see a circle?
Right. If you go out in the middle of the ocean on a boat, away from land, you look all the way around you. It's like the horizon is this big circle. It's like you're in the middle
Oh,
of the
yeah, azimuth of grid of vision. Okay, I get what you're saying. So we're talking about it's frozen, and you're talking about going out on the ocean. But we're talking about something that's frozen, and you're talking about how you see. Now, when I'm in Proverbs 8:27, as you have read it, he drew a circle on the face of the deep. And he's speaking about making the earth. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. What does he mean by no depths in verse 24? When there were no fountains abounding with water, what fountains is he speaking of?
I was talking about
Is this just poetic? Is this
anything
just poetic language? See, this is the thing. There is a bit of poetry, but I want you to understand that when you're reading Proverbs, these things are actual facts. There are depths now, and there are fountains abounding with water. There are mountains before the mountains were, before the hills were, when he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set the circle upon the face of the deep, when he established the clouds above, right? So he's speaking about creation. Creation is not only in Genesis, it's all throughout the scripture. So to just take Proverbs and say, well, this is just meaning this, as you stated earlier, you have to take into account Genesis, you have to take into account Job 38, Job 26. It's all over scripture. It's all over the place. But what I'm telling you is the surface of the deep is frozen, and the waters beneath it are hid as with a stone covering them. They're not coming up. They came up in the beginning with the flood, right? But they're not coming up right now. So there's a circle carved in that face of the deep, and a surface that has a face like a board. What does that surface look like? Is it more flat than it is spherical?
Well, it doesn't say in this passage either way.
How do you carve a circle? How do you carve a circle? I mean, can you carve a circle in the surface of the face of a board? Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you carve a circle in a ball?
Yes.
Can you show me? What would that look like?
If you stick a basketball in a guillotine and then press the button,
So you have two halves, right? That's not a circle carved into a ball.
It makes a circle. The cut makes
That's cutting a ball in half.
Right, and
Well, that's
that
cutting a
cutting in
ball
half
in half.
makes a circle.
You stick a basketball into a guillotine,
and you cut it in half, means you carved a circle into it.
What shape would you call the cut? If it's not a circle, it's not a straight line, it's not a square.
I thought you were actually going to be intellectually honest, man.
I am.
I'm sorry.
Come on, man. He's being 100% honest, man. If you cut a sphere vertically, if you cut it vertically anywhere, not even at the center, anywhere, it'll create a circle.
That's not what we
It doesn't even have
asked.
to be
Carved
vertical.
into
It
the
can be at
face.
any angle.
Hang on,
It doesn't
back
have to
up,
be
stop. You said you were going to be
I would have to
intellectual on it.
disagree.
Carved in the surface of a sphere. It doesn't say sphere anyway, it says face, but he's asking you to carve a circle in a sphere, and you're saying put it in a guillotine and chop it in half, it makes a circle. That's not being honest.
Let me say this last thing.
That's either
very
being
quickly.
dumb
All lines of
in the
latitude
surface.
create great circles. All lines of latitude create small circles. They're all
In the
any
surface.
line of latitude is a small circle.
I'll
It's
repeat
on the
it.
surface.
In the surface, not through it, not cut it in half.
Yes, on
on
the
the surface of a sphere. Hello? Is my mic working?
Okay, if you go to the 89th.99th parallel, 89 degrees 0.99, 5 feet from the North Pole, on a sphere Earth, if you make a circle around yourself, it can be 5 feet radius. It'll be a circle on a sphere. Absolutely.
So forget the guillotine, cutting it in half now. Y'all are doubling back.
No, all lines of latitude. Yeah, go ahead, Matthew. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically it's a geometric fact that if you take any plane and intersect it with any sphere, no matter how high or low on the sphere, the shape that it cuts is a circle. But let me back up a bit and say, I don't even know why we're like trying to do math on poetry here. This is poetry describing the wisdom of God, and you're like, wait a minute, what does this word mean? What does that word mean? I'm like,
No,
okay,
you're
fine.
twisting
Why aren't we
things.
arguing about the chains of the Pleiades in the next verse? What
This
are
is
the
not.
chains? There's no such thing as chains that tie
You think the whole
stars
Bible
together.
is poetry? And
No,
like
part of it is, part of it's not. Read it correctly in the correct context.
you're
It's
saying I'm not.
called hermeneutics. It's a
Weird.
whole subject that people should learn.
Dude, you just took the surface of a sphere, carving a circle, and said put it in a guillotine, and you're going to say I'm doing something wrong?
I'm saying
you guys,
that if you
Matthew,
cut a sphere,
Matthew, please. We all know this. That if you cut a sphere in half, you're going to get a fucking.
That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about taking the face of a flat board and cutting it in half and seeing what shape you get. We're talking about scribing a circle in the surface of a flat board or a sphere. You're the one who took it to a guillotine. It's weird, man.
I think it's weird to like try and do geometry on this poetry. That's all.
I think it's weird. Now you're trying to switch that. We're trying to do geometry when you took it to the guillotine. That's why I quit talking to you, because then you took God's word in the way he did his creation and said that you can interpret it this way and it's just spiritual, but the physical things can be interpreted this way. Like it's strange how you've had to twist things around.
What do you think the main point of Job 38 is?
You're missing.
To teach, to very clearly teach you something.
What? To teach you what?
Whatever you want it to mean, I guess.
No,
that's what you're saying.
God wants it to mean, not what you want it to mean, what God wants it to
Well,
mean.
you're not saying God meant this. You're not saying I meant this. You're saying God said this. No, that's not what God said. You can read it to everybody if you want. It's how you're saying God said it. But that's not how it reads.
This is the point where Job is questioning the Creator, and Job at one point he says, if I only had an audience with the Creator, right? If I only had an audience with him, I'd ask him why all these things are happening to me. And so, and it goes on and on and on, and he has these, two so-called friends trying to speak to him, 2 or 3. But here's the point. The Creator is stating facts in Job 38. And he's asking Job, I'm the one who did these things. I'm the all-knowing. You may not understand what's going on right now, but I put all this together. So these are all facts, right? There is a deep. The face of it is frozen, and there are waters beneath it, and there's a circle carved into it. right? And there are Pleiades and Orion and the entire Mazzaroth above us in the heavens. Those are facts. When we go to Proverbs, it's not just God trying to explain wisdom. Wisdom is actually, it can be a deep conversation, but everything said about wisdom and when it was, the context is, when did wisdom come about? In Proverbs 8:27 or 8:15 through 36 or so. The context is, when did wisdom come about? And wisdom came about before the earth was, before there were any fountains of the deep, before there was a circle carved on the face of the deep, before the heavens were established, before the highest part of the dust of the world, before the hills, before any of that, bro. These are facts. And we look around us and this is what we see because they're facts, right?
Right.
So we know we can trust his character because we have the mountains, we have the fountains of the deep, we have the stars, we have all these things, correct? We have the hydraulic cycle explained in Job also. These are all facts. It's not just poetry. And who did all these things? Well, the Creator, duh. So it's not just poetry. It's a fact. And I don't see the problem and the hang-up you have with a circle being carved in the face of the surface of the deep.
Right, because it could just as easily be a circle and a sphere, and it would still match.
No, Matthew. If I had a wooden ball, a ball made out of wood, and I went to some guy to carve it, or like some woodsmith, and I said, "Hey, could you carve me a circle on the surface of this wooden sphere?" And if he gave it back to me chopped in half, and thinking that that's perfectly what I felt like I wanted him to do, you think that that's the same thing, and that you're being intellectually honest by saying this?
Chopping in half would be a little bit much, but no matter where you chop
Exactly
a
what you're
circle,
saying.
it makes a circle.
Put a guillotine, right? You're saying chop it in half. You're saying that would be the same as when someone said, "Hey, can you carve me a circle on this on the surface of this?"
I'm saying that geometrically, not that I think you should do geometry with any of this chapter, that geometrically, if you take a plane and have it intersect a sphere, the shape that it makes is a circle.
We know that, but that's not what we're asking. We're asking if you were to scribe or carve a circle into a sphere, do you really think that cutting it in half, I mean, it's no longer a sphere then, right? You're changing it entirely. That's not the same thing. You really don't get this. If you really don't get this, I don't know, bro.
Where's the face of a sphere? Can you show me the face of a sphere?
Yeah, at the top.
Please show me the face of the sphere.
Yeah, the whole thing. What are you talking about? Face is like the surface of the sphere. Now, but let me ask you this: the chains of the Pleiades, are there actual chains, or is that a metaphor talking about? Are you able to like draw the Pleiades closer to each other, or the chords of the Orion? Is it an actual chord, or is it a poetic metaphor for like being able to move the positions of the three stars of Orion's belt?
Does Orion exist?
Orion exists, but the chords of Orion do not.
Well, what are the meteor showers? I'm interested in that. What are they?
They are probably bits of asteroids.
Why do you want to avoid? I don't get it, man. I don't get why you're not being intellectually honest and you're speaking of.
Wait, no, I am being intellectually honest. Don't accuse me of that, sir.
Well, you're not.
The chords of Orion don't exist.
And I think I was quite correct because you said you wanted to take a basketball and put it in a guillotine. Now, I've used only 2 verses, and you're going a verse further. Now, I've explained the context of the entire chapter.
Okay. And I agree with your context. Yes.
Okay, you agree with my context. So therefore, all of these things are facts. Now, I've brung up only 2 verses for you to address, right? Now, we could go on and have a further discussion maybe at some other time because other people don't want to hear these things, and I'm speaking more
that's fair.
But I would say this. I would say that there is a surface of the face of the deep and a circle's carved into it. Now I'm asking you what the surface of a sphere is, and you're saying the whole thing. And I'm asking you to carve a circle in the whole thing, if that's what you're going to say. And you can see that's completely ridiculous, right?
Right. Yeah.
It
That doesn't make
doesn't.
geometric sense. You're right.
It doesn't make sense at all. So I would just ask you to look into the language, study the scripture a bit more. Don't just say it's poetry when it's giving you nothing but facts. Nothing but facts about what the creator did and how he created this place. And if you want to know anything about what it looks like, you have somewhere to go. And he's not an author of confusion.
Right. So I would challenge you to look at that word chords, the chords of Orion. And my answer to you is, what is the face of the deep? I don't know. It's poetic language. Just like I would say, what are the chords of Orion? Guess what? I do not think the chords of Orion exist. I think it's poetic language talking about being able to move Orion's stars closer to each other. So is God lying by saying chords of Orion or chains of Pleiades? There is no chains. There is no chords. He's not lying. It's poetic language. And if you don't want to take chains and chords literally, why can't I, take the face of the deep poetically also? It's the very next verse.
When you're looking into English and you're talking about these words, I suggest you look into the original language. And I just want to ask you, do you think wisdom is lying and there is no circle in the face of the deep?
Do you think there is no chains?
Language? I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you.
It's the same.
I'm only asking you about 2 verses, bro, and I've asked you many times.
And my answer is it's the same thing as chains and chords.
We're not on to. Do you want to go in, bro? Do you want to go into the language? Is the whole room comfortable with us going into the language?
I don't particularly want to, but I'm just saying chains in Hebrew probably.
I know
means
you
chains.
don't.
Chords
I
in
understand
Hebrew
you
probably
don't.
means chords.
I'm more curious about Matthew. If it's just poetic language, how is it that you could in any way use the language to discern that it's actually heliocentric in nature?
And you can't. I don't think this teaches whether it's heliocentric or flat.
So anyone drawing a comparison is just grasping at straws?
Right. If you're trying to use this to prove that the Earth is a globe, then that's not true. If you're trying to use this to show that the Earth is flat, I don't think that's true either. This is poetic language meant to say that wisdom and God in his wisdom created everything. And so that's the main point, which North and I agree with, which I'm glad about. But my basic answer is, if you're going to argue about the face of the deep or the stone of this or the circle of that, then why can't I argue about the chains of Pleiades and the chords of Orion? It's the very next verse. And if you don't think there's literal chords or literal chains up there in the sky, then why am I forced to say that the rest of it is literal? If you don't think verse 31 is literal, why should I say verse 30 is?
Maybe the stars are. I don't know. I don't know how the stars work. Maybe they are connected by some chain.
That's good. That's a good point, Fuzzy.
Oh.
That's a good point.
Okay, fair enough. They might be, and in fact, I do think that in the end, in eternity, when we ask God about what He meant by all these mysterious things, we will find out that they're way more literal than we actually believe. We're like, oh, now that makes sense. That these are the things that why He chose these words, because His wisdom is infinite. So we're sort of grasping at straws here, trying to guess.
Well, no, but
I agree with you in that sense.
Before you're grasping at straws, you're almost like you're also pushing the stars farther away from you as you're trying to grasp them by thinking about this guillotine thing. I still feel like you are only saying it to appease anyone talking about this, but you still think that you're totally legit in being intellectually honest with the way he was talking about it.
No, I was. I mean, bringing up the guillotine was just a quick and easy way to show that if you chop a sphere with a plane, the shape you get is a circle.
Right. We all know that, but right. what that's not exactly at all what he was asking.
No one mentioned chop a
the
sphere.
Only other person, no one. The only one confused about that is Kosho and yourself. I don't have a dog in this race, as far as Bible talk. I don't know. But what I'm following along with what you're saying, you guys have no idea what he's asking about. Carving a circle to a sphere, it's not chopping it in half. We all know that chopping it in half will give you a circle. We know that it will create a circle. That's not the same.
Okay,
as
well then we're all in agreement,
That's not
man.
the same
That's
as
Matthew's
carving
point.
it.
That's Matthew's point, is that it's not distinctive between a sphere and a plane. It can apply to
Carving a
both.
circle in the
That's-
surface, in the space, on the surface is not cutting anything in half.
I mean,
it doesn't
Hello?
matter. It doesn't matter if it's cutting it in
Pretend it's
half.
not a sphere.
Doesn't
You can
matter.
create-
That's the
carve a
context
circle.
of what we were talking about. It does matter.
Yeah, I know,
It's
but
the only thing that
Matthew's-
matters. The fact that y'all are changing it to cutting a sphere in half. First of all, you're creating something that doesn't exist in this context, which is a sphere. No word in the Bible in this context, in this passage, mentions sphere.
Or flat.
And then you're cutting it in half.
You guys are missing the point, man. And it's
No, we're not missing your
losing the
point. We've
conversation. But
explained
yes,
that we
you guys
know
are all
cut
missing the
sphere in
point.
half makes a circle. We've
Listen, dude.
announced that, so
Matthew's
we're obviously not
Matthew's
missing
point.
your point.
Matthew's point to describe that is just to describe what happens when you inscribe a circle in a sphere. Is it creates a circle. You can take that same inscription and you can intersect. You can intersect a plane right there, and it will create a circle. That's his only point. That you can make a circle in a sphere, and it's a circle the same way. It's a circle the same way it's a circle. Doesn't matter if you trust me, dude.
No, we know it's not.
Matthew's telling the truth. Listen, Matthew's telling the truth
I'm
here. We're just trying to share the truth with you, dude. You can ascribe a circle in a sphere the same way you can ascribe a circle in a plane. That's the only point that he's made. It's the truth.
Kosho, if you repeat it again, I'm gonna mute you. We fucking.
Well, go ahead and mute me, dude, because I'm repeating something. You're going over this. You already.
Okay. Yes, we know. Anyone with a half a brain knows that if you.
Yeah, they're arguing something that we don't dispute. We're only disputing why the context was changed. I mean, we're talking about a scripture, not geometry.
Yeah, we're talking about poetry, not geometry.
We know.
A poet. Now you're turning the whole scripture into poetry again.
No, not the whole scripture, just the poetic bits. The poetic bits are
just
poetry.
the part that you want to turn into poetry.
Not what I
and
want.
Not
Context.
take it as fact. So you don't take the Bible literally, or you take parts of it literally.
I take the parts of it literally that are meant literally. I take the parts poetically that are meant poetically. I take the parts as wisdom literature that are meant as wisdom literature. You got to take the Bible in context and read it correctly.
So when it says like or as, that's metaphor, right?
Right.
So when is it poetry again?
Depends on the context.
Yeah, depends on when you want it to be.
So,
when
for
it
example, some
disagrees with your
people
worldview.
think Proverbs is commands of what to do. Proverbs are not commands; they're proverbs.
Is there a word for sphere and a word for circle?
Yeah, sphere and circle.
When does he ever describe creation of the earth as a sphere?
Never.
Point to
I
that
don't think the Bible distinguishes and doesn't answer our 21st century questions. Here you are asking all these questions of the Bible, and
You don't think the Bible applies to the 21st century? You think we've outgrown the Creator and His Word?
That's not what I said.
So it doesn't apply to 21st century, is what you said.
It applies to the 21st century. I'm saying that your 21st century scientific questions that you're trying to ask are not answered in the Bible.
No, that's very. I want the audience to know I don't agree with that at all. I agree
audience.
that. Hang on. You don't have to cut me off when I'm making a very specific statement to the audience, not to you. Like I can address you when I want to, and you can address me, but I'm addressing the audience. How I feel is that it's a very vivid description of exactly how creation was done back then, yesterday, tomorrow, before then, forever. How the Creator intended His creation to be looked upon is exactly how he stated it and used God's word, right, to be preserved throughout the centuries, including the 21st.
Yeah, well, I agree with you there. The Bible is definitely relevant in the 21st century, and we need to obey God's word and live according to His commands. That's 100% true. I'm saying that sometimes if we want to find out about electricity and magnetism and information theory, those are 21st century questions. We go searching through the pages of the Bible, and we don't find answers to about how.
No, I think you're wrong about that too. But
really,
you know,
Where
Yeah.
does it talk about magnetism in the Bible?
Dude, it talks about all types of magnetism and spectrum, electricity, lightning,
It does
the
not.
power of God, the energy, frequency. It talks about, just because it doesn't use your word that man has created, such as electricity, doesn't mean it's not talked about in the Bible. Energy? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you really
No.
a theist? You really
I'm
a
a theist
Bible
who
believer?
says
I'm
the
starting to
Bible.
question that. If you're saying that energy, electricity, lightning, magnetism, and things like that aren't talked about in different ways in the Bible, like that's when I stopped talking to you earlier. It's strange, man. It's talked about throughout the Bible, from the very beginning, how he spoke us into existence, energy, how he is light, energy, movement of things is energy.
So Hebrews 4:12 says that describes Scripture as living and effective, sharper than any two-edged sword, penetrating even between the soul and the spirit, joint and marrow, able to discern reflections and thoughts of the heart. That's what the Bible is about, teaching us how to live, understand, the soul and the spirit, thoughts of the heart. And that's what the Bible is. And if you're trying to make it into a science textbook that teaches us about the Coulomb's law or Maxwell's equations on electricity, then you're just mistaken.
Well, I'm not saying I'm right about everything, but it also teaches how to use discernment and not just be so narrow-minded that the Bible is just this, because I would hope you would agree that you can read the Bible over and over again. It's going to teach you many things about the physical, the spiritual, and your own heart, other people's heart, differently each time you read it. Not
Right.
just about the heart or emotions or whatever. To say it's not a science book or not this or not that is limiting the person who wrote it, which is the creator of all things. If you want to do that, go right ahead, because it also talks about how you're going to be judged on that. So if you want to be judged on how you say that and teach people that, that's fine with me. Don't include me in that.
God knows all things. There are things that God knows that he didn't write in the Bible. That's all I'm saying. The Bible doesn't include all of God's knowledge.
I would say if you're still
I
in bold,
don't say that. I don't say that, audience. I don't say that. All
So
things are in the Bible.
there is some knowledge
It
that's
doesn't
not in the
lie to
Bible.
you. It teaches you everything you need to know. Just because it doesn't use the same words of the 21st century doesn't mean it doesn't apply in the.
yeah, it's not poetry, man. Again, I address that. These are facts,
You don't
right?
think the Bible has
and
poetry in it?
I would say this.
I've
I would
never
say
said that.
the verses we just read from,
Are
even in Job, and I explained the context to you, and you agreed, you conceded that I was right and I was correct in what I was saying. So these things are not. I heard what you kind of did, and maybe the room didn't catch it when you were asking, the previous verse 29, out of whose womb came the ice, as if there was someone's womb the ice came. He's not actually asking them poetically, and there is some deeper meaning to it, that some womb produced the ice, because in the verse previous to that, he's asking him. He says, "Hath the rain a father? Or who hath begotten the drops of dew?" He's telling him he did all these things. He did all these things. And for you to say, about there's no chains, and just because your mind, your little mankind mind can understand what he means when he's talking about the things above us like Orion and Pleiades, as if you would even understand what he's speaking of. And that's the context of Job 38. He's telling Job, you have no idea what's in store. I'm the one who creates all these things. That's the context. So it's not poetry. He's having a real conversation with Job on a deep level, right? So you've conceded on that fact. And those are the facts, man. And Proverbs 8, it's not poetry. It's facts. It's giving you examples of when wisdom was here, before there were mountains, and there are mountains, before there were fountains abounding with water, before the any of these things, and it goes into specific detail, wisdom was there. And then it goes on and it says this, Matthew, and you need to hear this. And anyone who hates me, after wisdom says all these things, anyone who hates me loves death. Right? And bro, Rakia is right. You're going to be judged for that. For saying the inspired word, and you believe in the creator of the Bible, and you say it's poetry, like
Right.
some men wrote it as poetry. This is
No.
the inspired word, man. That's all I got to say. I know people
You
are
don't think
tired of
God
it.
can write poetry?
Oh, man.
Do you think? Are you saying that none of the Bible is poetry?
I don't think you understand anything I said, man. I really
do.
don't. I don't think you. I don't think you can comprehend anything I'm saying.
I understood everything you said.
It's terrible, man. It must be
There's no
terrible.
way you understood what he said and then asked him if God could write poetry. Man, this is so weird. It makes me think like this is a project, you're trying to manipulate and control and see how we react and things like that. It's like a psyop.
I'm trying to encourage you to read the Bible
No,
in the context it was written, so
as
you get
poetry.
it correct. That you read the Bible correctly. That's what I'm trying.
As poetry.
Parts of it are poetry. Parts of it are.
By asking people who know, if you're smart enough to pertain that I believe in God the Creator, you know God can do all things. But His inspired word is just poetry, and we should read as it such.
No, not just poetry. The poetic parts are poetry.
But you just asked us if God could write poetry.
The
God
answer is yes.
poetry. Yeah, of course He could. He is poetry. He's the creator of all things.
Right.
Hello? Yeah, okay. So I'm glad we agree on that because I was beginning to wonder. Now, at what point did I give any inclination that I didn't believe that?
It sounded like you were saying that there's no way that the Bible is poetry.
Who even said that? I even agree with you that parts of the Bible is poetry. They wrote in poetic ways back then.
Bingo.
But it doesn't mean that all of it is, and we should just read it as poetry and not take the facts from it. And it can't teach us anything about science. It's scientifically perfect, not illiterate. It's not for entertainment purposes as poetry is written. Are you kidding me? The inspired word of God, sir. You agree with that?
I agree. When he says, whose womb did the
I'm
ice
glad.
come from?
Maybe repeat it. Tell the audience that it's the inspired word of God.
Yeah, the Bible is the inspired word of God. And when Job says, when he quotes God saying, from whose womb did the ice come forth, he's talking about the fact that God makes ice and it's from him. And when it says womb, it's not talking about a literal womb of a woman. It's talking about the idea that God is the one who made the ice.
You need to quit talking, man. You really do. You think people think that every time it says womb, it's the womb of a woman?
I don't know, because the next verse, every time it says deep, you guys are thinking
creator of all
deep
things can't use metaphors and things to mean different things.
Bingo. That's all I'm saying. He can use metaphors, just like he did in the face of the deep is frozen. That's just a metaphor.
The face of the deep is frozen.
Yes.
Is just metaphor.
As with a stone covering the waters beneath. That's the metaphor. The ice is not a stone.
Yeah.
What do you think it means when liquid water becomes hard? What is
you
that?
misunderstand. You're trying to apply a metaphor where it's not applicable. Okay? So in the text, in the verse, there is a metaphor, but you're misapplying it. So the actual face of the deep is frozen and the waters beneath it are hid as with a stone covering them. Means
that's where the metaphor begins.
Through. Is it not coming through, Matthew?
The waters become like a stone. They freeze.
Boy.
Yeah,
well, there you go. There you go.
Like an as, or the metaphoric terms.
So I would say the King James version is a mistranslation when it says it's hid as with a stone.
It's a mistranslation of poetic book. No.
Boy.
Wow, man.
You're just
Like I
trying to
said,
get a
maybe
rise
you
out of
should.
people, man.
It's unbelievable. I think this is a sign. I think you're here just for entertainment purposes. That's why I asked
I
you
think a
what your
better
definition of
translation would
theist
be
was.
the waters became hard like a stone.
So you should have wrote it.
Wait,
No.
that's my job.
Would it say waters of the deep, or would it say waters? What would it say, Matthew? What would a better translation say, Matthew?
The
Can you
better
tell me?
translation would be say the face of the
Wow.
deep is frozen.
No, I don't think so. So where's the word deep? Where is that?
Okay, Job 38:30. The waters became hard like a stone. In other words, liquid water froze, and the face of the deep is frozen. In other words, the surface of the deep, the surface of the ocean is frozen. It's clear as day.
Well,
I don't know why you guys can't get it. It's
would have
just
lost
talking
it.
about frozen seas.
Yeah, you
Look
would
at
have
the
lost it
context.
long ago.
Talking about
If this
ice,
was
talking about
about-
frost, talking about the freezing of the ocean. It's simple.
He's
You guys are
he's
making
talking about the rain. He's talking about the herbs that come up out of the earth. He's talking about all of creation.
Right.
He's talking about all
What
of
if
it,
he's
right?
talking about the firm itself, crystallizing?
Anyway, I feel like we've talked this too much. But I'm happy to move on to something else.
Yeah, we have.
Was
man.
that a
You got
taboo, sir?
destroyed a long time ago. You got destroyed on it. Yep.
Yeah, if I was you, I would have left it. You know. What's up, Andy?
Anyway, we can go on to different. I mean, when you have books written by different men in different time periods and all that, like the Bible is, you can have different books like that. And if you find one, let me know. That makes sense. But when you go to different writers, even the same writer, and they talk about clay under a seal, stretching a line, bounds of water, waters above, waters below, faces of things, which in context mean a surface, a flat surface, or a stretched out surface. When you talk about a whole day of 6-day creation, if you believe in the Bible, that book, which I that's where I put my faith in. I haven't read another book that talks to me like the Bible does, or has never lied to me. So when you talk about day 2 creation being different layers of a firmament, a dome, let's say, or I call it a bubble, because I think it goes all the way underneath and the land is in the middle, maybe even a square, 4 corners. But it's different writers telling you the same thing. It never mentions the earth being in some cosmic realm of chaos set out into billions and billions of other earths and all that. It says the earth is special for us. We're special. We're the center. The sun and moon and stars are set in this path above us. It doesn't mean we just see it like that, or it's telling us that's how it is. We see it like that because that's reality. That's how it is. That's how it was created. That's why he put it in the creation story. It's not just poetry. Oh, look how beautiful the sun is. It's like this. He says the sun rules the day, right? He created light before he created the sun, but he put the sun in a very specific path to rule the day. Then he knew there was going to be night, so he made the moon, which is a separate light, to rule the night. He put it in its path, and they reset every, they're on a cycle just like everything else. I'm not sure how simple to make it. I mean, you can start confusing things and reading things a different way and putting things in the chaos, but that is not, if you're a Bible believer, that's not what we're taught at all. We're taught that in the world, but then the same book tells us to be careful of that world. It's full of deception. Be aware, test all things, hold fast to my word. I don't know which book, you can choose which book you like. I don't read any other books. I don't need them.
Well, look, I'm happy to say that we agree on the big picture stuff, that Job 38 is about God questioning Job and saying, look at all the stuff that I know. And in the end, at the end of the day, what we can take from that is we need to be sure and be humble before God and not say that we know all this stuff when God is the one who made it all. So I'm happy to agree with you on that. So maybe we can leave it there for now.
Do you agree that the Bible says that the sky is something that is unknown to us and will be always unknown to us, and that shows God's handiwork, the mystery of things? Isn't it strange how, i.e., Globers, right? I don't really like that term, but people who disagree with the Earth not being a sphere always point towards the sky, the unknown. Like they never measure the boundaries of the Earth. And by the way, the Bible says the Earth is the land, and the waters that are on top of the land are the seas. It's two separate things.
Yeah, people use the word earth to mean several different things.
Well, you can go to the very beginning of the Bible and find out the earth is the land. So the land underneath the sea, the floor of the sea, the bottom, where the land is, that's the earth. And the waters above it are the seas. And then we also have waters below. You have waters above and below the firmament. It's very specific about these things in the poetic fashion that it's written. Amazing book. Would you agree?
I would agree. It's an amazing book.
You call it a book?
Well, it's like 66 books. It's God's holy scripture, so yeah.
Put in the book form, right?
It wasn't originally. It was originally scrolls, right?
Exactly. Put in the book form so we can read it.
By the way, I recently was interested to read the Mormon Doctrine and Covenants because it's claimed to be inspired directly by God into English. And I read it, and you're right. As you read scripture, it speaks to you in a way that is just, God's Holy Spirit illumines and inspires even the reading of his word. But you read something like the Mormon scriptures, and it's just like a whole different feeling. It has zero of that gravitas and inspiration. It sounds like it was made up by a 17-year-old kid. Because actually it probably was. But anyway, just in contrast, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, when I read the Bible years ago, when I was thought I was living on a spinning ball, the Bible never talked to me about a spinning ball.
Right.
But now that I have measured water not to curve, which it would have to on a sphere, and I go back and read the Bible, I can see how all the verses that are written about measuring the earth being the land only, why that was written that way. So when you start thinking about pressed upon a seal, I think Job says that, right?
Yeah.
Play under a seal, things like that. You actually do that, how it was done when that was written, and pretty dadgum close. By the way, just to give people encouragement out there that are battling, being so different out in the world. I went on a missions trip for 10 days. A bunch of Bible-believing men went into Costa Rica, into the mountains where the natives live, and they're all God-fearing Christians. Now, the one thing they differ from is they believe in God the Father, God the Mother, and God the Holy Spirit. They leave the Son as it's factual to them, and Jesus Christ is Savior, but they don't list it as the Trinity. That was the one thing that I learned that was unusual. But they don't, they don't scripturally believe that we live on a spinning ball and that we're insignificant and all that. We had deep discussions with the group that I went with, and I came to find out that out of the 7 that were there, 4 of them were questioning. The one of the ones that was adamant that it was a sphere, his wife is basically questioning, and they're having discussions about it. So it's wide open now. Like, people are receptive and talk to hours to a group of 3 men that were just had great questions, were very open about scripture, and what does the Bible say is our go-to. So if the Bible tells you one thing, that's fine. I don't try and tell you you're wrong. I just say what it says to me.
What happened? Did somebody? What happened?
No, we were waiting for you to bring up a new topic. That's all.
I don't know. You probably wouldn't like my topic.
Probably not. But go ahead if you want.
Let's tell stupid jokes for once instead of fighting with each other. How about that?
I see that ham you have there. That's a really nice
Let's
ham.
just do a roast on whoever we pick. Yeah.
I was saying I see the ham that you have there. It's a really nice ham, but you should be careful. It'd be a shame if somebody put an S in front and it ended with an E.
Nice.
Take ham and put S in front and an E on the end. Never mind. I tried.
Cookie Monster.
Shame. It'd be a shame if you put an S in front, E on the end. Matthew, if you knew for sure the Earth wasn't a globe, do you think you would look at the Bible differently in terms of the heliocentric model? Like, do you think you would see the heliocentric model as some kind of an evil doctrine at that point if you knew it wasn't the globe? I wouldn't call it evil. I would just say it's wrong. I mean, yeah, I would definitely see it as wrong if I came to that conclusion. You wouldn't categorize it like, I mean, in terms of your beliefs, you wouldn't categorize it as like, satanic or demonic or like, yes, connected to the devil or anything like that, or any of the. No, and the reason why I would say I would categorize it just like I categorize the idea of naturalistic evolution right now. I think of it as incorrect, and there's good reasons to not believe that we're all descended from one ancestor through natural selection. And I would say that idea itself isn't evil, but I do see what you're getting at, that people can use that idea for evil purposes to try and show that God doesn't exist, or to try and encourage people to live however they want or whatever. So I guess I'd separate the raw idea with what people do with it. Yeah. Well, I know what you mean. Like, yeah, that the globe would just be wrong, but at the same time, like putting it in the context of the fact that they've promulgated it for so long, and it seems to be, every time you watch a movie, there's a big globe that pops up, Universal Pictures, and just everywhere the globe is, and then all of the other implications for what the globe has in terms of keeping people limited in their scope of what the Earth itself, like the actual land and water we have access to, the size of that. Granted, they do think the sky is much bigger, maybe, or very expansive because of the light years and all that, but the actual ground. So in that way, it's limiting that, possibly limiting access to other lands, possibly even like in terms of the Bible, the Garden of Eden. If that has anything to do with the center region of the Earth, the North Pole region, then it's kind of blocking that off from people.
and then all the other implications for the globe being connected to evolution, the whole evolution story. So, I mean, I know what you mean that like you're saying it would just be wrong, but at the same time, like, would you, if you knew for sure it was physically incorrect, then would that somehow make you consider like, okay, who's behind this? And there must be some force that is actually, I'm just trying to go into your belief system, like that is actually like against God in some way, then they were trying to deceive people. Because that's how a lot of people who have come to the earth, not a globe, I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but I'm saying there are people that come to that, be like, okay, that's kind of the work of the devil kind of thing. So at least to some extent, some level of control and deception and criminality that's going on at those higher levels. So I was just wondering if you would see it that way.
Yeah, I see what you mean, and definitely, I would say the forces of evil can use wrong ideas to advance, you know, the ideas of not relying on God and believing that God isn't real and that type of stuff. So, like with the idea of evolution, if you think that there's that naturalistic, unguided evolution from natural selection is what caused all the life on Earth, then you wouldn't need to believe in a creative God. And so I could see that idea is an evil idea of like dismissing God's work and not giving him glory for what he did. But I think there might be just some people who believe it without that evil intent in their mind. And so that's why I would guess I would separate the intent of evil versus just the raw idea, even if it can be used for evil. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nuanced with that. I see what you're saying, though. I do understand the force of what you're saying.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, too. I think we've speculated the idea that this is obviously in the realm of speculation because who really knows going back in history. But the idea that we've talked about, which did resonate the one day we were talking about it with a lot of us, which is the idea that perhaps originally, like, okay, let's go for the, and this, what I'm about to say, the premise that the earth is not a globe. It's not actually a ball floating in a vacuum, but that it is actually a stationary surface. The planar geometry is there in terms of topographical plane, like land coming up out of the water and all of that. So from that perspective, well, and even a lot of the ancient depictions that show that we're like kind of on a stationary plane sort of within a sphere of some sort. You have kind of the dome above or the kind of containment and then the underworld below, and perhaps that whole thing is some kind of a magnetic field of a toroidal or a spherical nature, the whole thing surrounding us, but the earth itself being stationary and planar. But anyway, so if I'm coming from that being what it actually is, and then the idea that the globe model is an idea, basically, like that the globe idea, meaning to take what I just explained, even if you have a stationary plane that is in some way surrounded by a spherical magnetic field in some way, now you have the sphere component in it as well. You have a plane within a sphere. So if that is the case, then it would be able to be modeled in the way that the heliocentric globe Earth model does it, meaning you could take that and say, okay, well, instead of the sphere being outside surrounding a plane, let's invert this. Let's put the sphere, let's make the Earth itself a sphere. And then we got to spin it and we got to tilt it 23.4 degrees to account for the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn and the equator. So you got to tilt it, and then you got to come up with this kind of idea of the planets, as it were, all circling the sun, in these, make them balls and put them way out there. So what I'm saying is that if it is actually the plane, stationary plane surrounded by the sphere, you could invert that into a globe model, and you could make the the actual sky, you could call it a celestial sphere. Basically, just like in Stellarium, where you can switch back and forth between the equatorial grid, which is basically the globe model with the stars way out there, but you can just flip the switch and flip it to the azimuthal grid, which then makes it be a plane with a dome above it, and that's how the stars are mapped. So even in Stellarium, you can swap those. So in that same way, it could be the actual stationary plane, but then there's like a way that it could be modeled as a globe, in that sense. And so
yeah.
If that can be done and it can be modeled that way, then that's like, it's like an idea. It's actually like even a pretty interesting kind of, from that perspective, just on a philosophy base. It's like, oh, wow, I can do this. We can invert these geometries. And so anyways, sorry for being so long-winded, but the main point I was trying to make is that perhaps originally the idea of modeling the earth with the earth as a sphere and then doing everything I just described, could have even been theorized by someone who was pretty clever, pretty inventive, and had no ill intentions at all. It's just like a way of modeling it. It's like, oh, we can transform these geometries and do this and that. We can model it this way. So what if that's what it was originally, that actually didn't have any negative intent, but then whoever is in control now basically got a hold of it and decided, hey, we can use this to control people, and we can use this for our own purposes, kind of thing. And anyway, so that's a long-winded way of saying that, like, the way you're describing it today, if people believe it, it doesn't mean that just those people that believe it are some ill intent people. They're just going with it, and it is a model in and of itself. It's an idea. It's a kind of way to model things, but doesn't mean, whether or not it's actually reality or not is another question. But it just made me think of that, how like some people could kind of believe it now, and it's not they're not necessarily involved in anything evil. They're just going on that model of it, that modeling. But perhaps at the same time, what could be underlying the way that it's pushed in today's world, especially if the people pushing it know it's false, then yeah, there would have to be, I think, ill intent there.
Yeah, and I don't dispute that you can reverse things, from spherical to a flat plane with a dome over you, a spherical dome over you. And so then the question would be, okay, if you can like convert back and forth between those two different models, so to speak, if you don't mind that word, then how would we distinguish between the two? And the answer is, the way to distinguish is that if you have two different observers on the Earth, because that your description of inverting it assumes that like one point on Earth, from your standpoint, you invert it, and you're at the center of your own personal circle, your own personal sphere. So the question is, what happens if you have two distant observers observing things in the sky? And that's where you end up with different predictions based on the different models, like the size of the moon, for example. If two people, if the moon's directly overhead you, and your friend is in a distant city 1,000 miles away and sees the same moon, and the moon is a physical object, which we could debate, but then you would expect that person would see it smaller because he's farther. And so there's an example of something where you could sort of distinguish between the models. So you're right, it does work to flip back and forth until you put more than one spot on the Earth.
Well, two things on that though. One, you would have to know how the sky works to make
and
any.
the moon phases. Sorry, the moon phases are the same.
Hold
right?
on. Well, let me just say my 2 points real quick, and they'll be quick, and then you can. I was just gonna say, I mean, the two things, Matthew. Number one, you'd have to know how the sky works, so that part would have to be validated. If you're using assumptions, then you're not really delineating models. You're just going off an assumption. And then secondly, I would say with that is then you're getting into the mapping too. Because if you're going to say my buddy's over here and I'm over there, well, now you have to actually know the correct map and all the correct distances. So that's the other thing.
So I posted the trigonometry of a simple example, and I'm not going to talk about the phases. I'm talking about, I admit that it makes an assumption that the moon is a physical object. But there are times where the moon appears directly overhead one city and 30 degrees above the horizon in another city. So that would imply the 30, 60, 90 triangle that I drew at 52 or 12 past the hour. And so the question is, why would the moon appear the same size in the two cities when it's literally twice as far from one city as the other?
Yeah, let's let Sugar Cookie get in. Sorry, man. Sorry, Sugar. I just wanted to finish my 2 points real quick, but go ahead if you wanted to. You got the mic.
Yeah.
No worries. I was. The moon has always fascinated me, and I think when you say something like somebody over at one point sees the moon, and then somebody over another point sees the moon, there's still something about the moon where it's in the same phase no matter where you are. So I always thought that's weird, and you've always or not you. I apologize. You said that you posted. Is this Matthew Learns?
Yes, 12 past the hour. I was talking about
where you're
not the phase.
Where you're saying so. Are you saying that you have a triangle there? Because that
Yes,
implies that implies a lot of things, right?
Right. If the Earth were flat and the moon appears directly over Guatemala City, but it's also at the same moment in time 30 degrees above the horizon in Montevideo, then we could draw that 30, 60, 90 triangle on a flat Earth.
And he's saying, with that being said, he's saying that if the moon was, let's say, a spherical ball and it was of a particular size, I think that's another assumption he's saying. He's saying, why wouldn't the angular size be different? Why wouldn't it be, what you're saying, be 2 times difference?
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
twice the distance, so we'd expect it to be twice as big if you're at the closer place.
Right, but this isn't I guess for lack of a better term, this is Muppet vision or a side-on view.
Right, which is an accurate view of how things are.
I'm sorry, say again.
What's wrong with the side view? It can accurately depict the location of things, right?
Well, I think it is because there's so it gets wonky because that moon is not at the same on the same axis or the same x. It's further away. Just because you can point up from one side and then put an angle to it from the other side, like Montevideo, it gets like a wonky thing that when you put it into kind of like a 2D diagram like that, I think it seems to me like there's missing a lot of there's no depth here, right?
Right. Yeah, we're taking away all the depth, and so it's just a simple question. At that moment in time, do you think the moon is closer to Guatemala City or closer to Montevideo, or the same distance away from both of them?
I would say it's probably pretty close to the same because that's what I'm saying is you're missing depth and distance because you're flattening it out with this diagram, aren't you?
Well, it's a three-dimensional. It's talking about a three-dimensional reality, but sort of slicing it to look at one of the dimensions of that. So it's not changing the distance. It's ignoring some of the information, but not changing the other information. So the blue line is half as big as the yellow line.
Yeah, but as a Bible believer, you believe the moon is inside the firmament, so it can be projected to each viewer in different ways. Do you agree with that?
No, I think the moon is where it appears to be. I look and see the moon. I don't think God is fooling us. I think when we look at the moon, that's where it is.
Well, it's not fooling. It's just projecting through a crystal-like sky, right? And again, you're pointing to the sky like you have to because that's God's domain. As a Bible believer, Matthew, the sky is his handiwork. We won't know. We will never know what he knows about the sky. But here you are trying to figure it out.
And yet
Plus
he says the heavens declare
atmosphere
the glory
alone.
of God. So we do know.
Yeah, it's his handiwork. But he also says it's not our domain, it's his. We can't figure it out. We won't know. There are things that we won't know.
There are things we won't know, but there are also some things that we will know. This is one of them.
Yeah, and we know how the atmosphere can. You believe in atmospheric lensing, or you deny that?
Yeah. So in fact, you guys have brought up two of the best answers for my question. One is that atmospheric lensing makes the moon appear bigger when it's farther down, and the other is that maybe there's some kind of distortion happening. My arguments against those is that lensing is not affecting the stars behind the moon. So I don't think there is lensing happening because the constellations aren't being warped and changed as
the phase of the moon. The moon looks the same to those two observers, even in your diagram.
Well, the phase is a
that's
separate
another
thing.
problem.
He's talking about that's a separate thing entirely, though, because the phase is caused by really. And I mean, if you're going to take the two kind of main like models or layouts, then the phase would be the same because it's caused by something that is separate from your angle of looking at it. It's caused by the actual illumination.
Yeah, you're assuming that the stars are behind the moon also, which is a big assumption.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
If you
stars
see, you
behind it
can
have
you
no
can look at
appeal.
you can look at the moon, get a telescope, and it slowly moves across the sky, and it covers up stars as it goes. You can see it happen.
Well, or it fades them out, as a
No,
light.
they go
drown
behind. They go behind the moon, and
Yeah,
as the
they
moon moves farther, they
appear.
pop out the other end.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. They appear to go behind, but there's more than one way to make that appearance happen. And again, you have no idea, right? It's just your opinion on how it's happening. Because
I
as a Bible
trust
believer,
my God-given eyes.
Oh my goodness.
Well, but Matthew,
Something
but
else right in the
how
middle.
do you know? How do you know it's actually going behind it though? Because there's other things that could occur that could be that, like Rocky has said, like how Well, one of the things. Okay, before you. Well, okay, I was
Yeah,
going to say.
Rakia, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, Gio, you're right. I shouldn't have interrupted, but basically, Rakia is right. We don't know exactly what's happening. I'm reporting what we observe is as the moon approaches a star, right when it gets to the star disappears, the moon goes where the star is, and as the moon keeps moving, the star pops out at the other end after the moon moves beyond it. And so it appears like the moon is going in front of the star.
So there's several things that you said that kind of make me go, what? Because the moon doesn't approach a star.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
it moves
he's
across
saying
the sky.
when it overtakes a star, yeah, is what he's saying basically, because the moon's it's moving at a different rate than the fixed star. So, but Matthew, but you would agree that you would say it appears that way, but you still don't know for sure that a star is going behind a moon, because there's
That's only if you're moving also. Then
there's like 5 other explanations that, for example, I could come up with off the top of my head as to what's happening. Something different than a physical star going behind a physical moon, and even though still having that thing where the stars are not visible where the moon is. A lot of ways.
Have you ever seen it?
That's what it looks like, though. It just looks like the physical object, and it looks like it's covering up things behind it. So.
Have you ever seen a time lapse with the moon in it of the stars?
I don't think so. No.
Well, Matthew, the other thing about the angular size thing that I brought up to you several times, which you usually actually kind of agree with, I think when I've said it before, but there's another thing in the sky that happens that doesn't change angular size, which is rainbows. So we know that there's something in the sky that can make light emissions that seems to not change angular size with distance change.
Right.
So
right.
if a rainbow can do it, just saying, if the moon is also part of that system, that's another explanation, potential explanation. Right. Meaning, if the moon functions in any similar type ways, or if it's some kind of prism. I mean, I know that rainbows have their own kind of explanation, but I'm just saying the idea of something not changing angular size, it's a luminous object in the sky, is not like, even if one were to say that that's what's happening with the moon, and it's not a physical object, and that's why it's not changing angular size, but it's more of some kind of a light, a phenomenon of light, a light phenomenon, whatever that means. Meaning, if it's not a physical rock, the way that a rainbow is a light phenomenon, then the angular size restrictions that are put on a physical object are not relevant now, because now you're in like a whole different system. It's sort of like if you were in one country and the speeding limit is 50 and you go to another speed limit, another country, and the speed limit's 70, well, you can go 70 in that country because the 50 is just not relevant anymore. So in that same way, if the angular size thing is relevant for a physical ball, then I do hear what you're saying with that in a general sense. I do think the lensing, because we have seen how lenses can actually make an object also not change angular size with distance. The lensing is a thing, but also even the way rainbows work, and maybe there's even a connection between the way rainbows, angular size, lensing, that could all be connected. But I'm just saying, even outside of the lensing idea, because you were then saying the stars would have to change, even just the fact that the moon does that shows that there are luminous objects that seem to function that way.
Yeah, and I think that you have articulated sort of the best answer to that image that I've shown a couple times, with the idea that your analogy with the rainbow, that the rainbow doesn't change no matter where you move. It's always like in your own person. You see it one place, somebody else standing next to you, it sees another place, and so on. So yeah, fair enough. I just think that, gosh, when I look at this moon through a telescope, it looks like a physical object. It doesn't sort of have that kind of fuzzy, ethereal hologram look the same way the rainbow does. And it doesn't look like a reflection. It looks like something that's actually there. So I know saying something looks like it isn't proof, but that's why I assume it's a real thing.
To me, it looks like it's very luminous. Like, it really, it's like looks very like an illuminated thing. That's for sure. Like, I know what you mean, though. Yeah, it doesn't quite, like, rainbows do look kind of more, almost, transparent, semi-transparent. But some argue the moon is like that. Like when you see the blue sky, as it were. There are claims of seeing the star through the moon. There's like 30 different flags of countries around the world that have that star in the moon thing. It's like an ancient concept, like seeing a star kind of in the moon as well. And then there's the claims of the observations when it looks like there's like the blue sky behind the part of the moon that's not illuminated. things like that. So some might argue that actually visibly it does seem to have a semi-transparent effect, at least at times. Maybe not, because I know what you mean. In the dark of night when it's a full moon, I mean, that thing is beaming up there. I mean, but there seems to be other times that it seems to have more of a kind of almost elusive, kind of semi-transparent, kind of visible phenomenon going on with it.
What if you can see that bright star in the blue part of the moon sometimes, or through the moon or past you, but that bright star is actually in front of the moon. It's just not being drowned out as much as the other stars. I mean, there's so many different explanations that, you just can't even say the moon is a round rock, right? I've taken thousands of pictures, high zoom pictures, that still doesn't prove to me. I know I can easily be fooled, right?
Well, I think Rakia, you asked the question a bit ago. Is that moon inside of the firmament or within the atmosphere? And I've gotten some funny answers on that, like just trying to ask that question, because I've seen quote science say,
It
that
says
it's
it's
now in the
inside the
atmosphere.
layer of the firmament, and then the atmosphere is held by the sky is the first layer. There's a layer that holds in that, and then the sun, moon, and stars are in a different layer. So there would be not only the atmosphere, but some type of layer or different density of what I call a superfluid. I mean, I think that's what the sky is. You have different stages of water turning into superfluid, or different stages of gas turning into that superfluid. And we call it air, but it's actually moist. It's actually a liquid. It's just so much gas, it's called air. But as it rises and becomes cooler and under different pressure, it turns into different types of superfluid or different types of that liquid, whatever you want to call it. And I think it reaches a point of super solid, is what I'm going to call it, because that's what the scientists are calling it now. But that's the layer, a different layer. And I think things can sit upon that. So God tells us that his throne sits on that firmament, that layer of firmament. Anyway, I mean, it's blue. It's, even in the lab, it's blue. That's helium-4, I believe, or helium-3. But this is a new science, right? This is just now coming out. They're even saying, there's papers now that saying they can do the superfluid at room temperature or different pressures and temperatures that they weren't expecting to be able to create it.
What do you know of superfluid? Is that like something like it's in multiple states at once by saying super, or how does that work? Do you know?
It's a tough deal, right? They can produce it in the lab. And the way they do it is high pressure and temperature, and it using helium and a process like refraction. So then you can also put it's frictionless. So once you put something in motion, it stays in motion. But you can also create a track with electromagnetism and put something in motion on that track. So let's say the sun and moon are on a certain track in the superfluid, and once it's set in motion, it resets every time. It stays in that same motion, goes through the phases, go through the cycle, but it stays on that same path forever. There's nothing going to stop it.
So does it have more to do with electromagnetics at that point within?
It's a combination.
Deal?
Yeah, they call it. The word is escaping me, but they call it a superconductor type of thing. But oxygen can actually be this. So there's known elements that we deal with that can be a superconductor. So once that happens, you can have solar luminescence. You can have everything that we see, right, or that we can imagine, is scientifically being proven in a lab now. It's strange, right? And it's not really talked about a lot. I fell upon it, but it was something I'd come up with myself. Where does all the helium go? And then when I fell upon the superfluid and learned that it was made of helium, it just kind of started all adding up, and then I started doing research. But a lot of the research that I did, it's gone, right? You can't, it's tough to find. It's one of those things that just went away almost, but I don't know why. But it's come out in the last couple of months. It's come back, it's made a resurgence, but superfluid and super solid, you can go look it up and see what you can find. I'm not a great researcher, so on that, I don't really spend a lot of time on it. But I went to a lecture at a major university, and they talked about that. And then quantum locking, they gave an example of that. So it's really interesting. It'll freak you out. Like it defies known physics, right? And I think that's why they don't really push it a lot, because they try and act like they have physics figured out. And this is defying gravity, but also they use it as it's what they need in the outer space to have gravity. It gives them that volume, that mass, because superfluid would have a mass. So it would explain a lot about gravity, but then it defies gravity in the same instant.
It can't defy physics if it happens in reality. But are you saying it's kind of like they're trying to figure out how it actually works in reality and like rework the physics for it then maybe?
Well, known physics, how they've taught physics forever, it defies that. And
what Rakia is trying to say is this super helium stuff, it climbs up the wall of the beaker, so it appears to defy gravity.
But that's made of helium, right?
Sorry?
If that's made of helium, that would make sense that it goes upwards, right?
Yeah, but
it's in a liquid state.
Yeah, it has a lot of mass going through beakers and climbing up the walls and doing all type of things. That's why they say it defies known physics. Like they're having to rethink physics, and they also state that they having to rethink if space, for example, is a superfluid, then all their observations, like thinking that the stars are beyond the moon and trillions of light years away, they have to rethink all that. You see what I'm saying? So it's really a world changer. Like, a lot of people's worldview, would have to change. Like you wouldn't have a choice at that point. If space is known superfluid, right? They discover this, then everything you've been taught is basically, not as it seems. Distances, speeds, ability, everything.
Well, at that point, Matthew Lawrence's diagram would be accurate, minusing the distance of whatever you think that moon is with this 30, 60, 90 triangle there.
Well, yeah, and my diagram doesn't specify distance, just relative distances. It says the distance is X. So you can pick whatever distance you like.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It not only could be a close local moon and sun, but it could be hundreds and hundreds of times further also. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's just the unknown. You're talking about perpetual motion. You're talking about affect how energy is stored, batteries. It affects everything if this superfluid exists. Well, we know it exists, but.
So, according to that, is a superfluid only outside, or is it inside what we would consider the atmosphere, or is it just fluid?
This becomes my personal opinion. I think what we're in is superfluid. Like when ancients talk about waters above, I believe, in the sky, and I think that is some type of fluid. I think we live as humans. We're born in a certain type of fluid. We live in fluid. We're going to, we exist as in this fluid, realm. We call it air, and we call it water, and but it's all a fluid.
The main thing of this thing is superfluid is the zero viscosity. It's like anything could go through it as if it's not there. That's one of the main features of this.
Yeah, frictionless. And then they get into the super solid, which is a different state of superfluid, which can hold back certain things and let other things go through it. Like it's a strange phenomenon.
And it's funny that helium is one of the most abundant things there is. And they tell us it's one of the first things that arose.
Yeah, I got to get up to speed with all this.
Yeah, super fluid, super solid. It's a big thing, man. Absolutely.
Well, I think Matthew had also originally brought up the idea of the angular size change of the moon because he was saying that would help decipher between, because we were talking about like a globe or a flat plane and how those can have, there's certain geometries that you can interchange between those. Like we were talking about like on Stellarium where it has the equatorial grid with a globe with the stars all going out light years around it, like a celestial sphere around a globe versus you can put it in the azimuthal mode where you're on a planar surface, and then there's sort of the dome of stars that you can see, your local area of what you could see in your, and then you can be mapped that way as well, meaning that you just see that kind of dome as it were, just like in a planetarium or something. And then Matthew was saying, well, the angular size change of the moon would be one that we could delineate between the two. But then I would want to throw it back. If you guys want to stay on the superfluid, I'd love to hear about, we could stay on that as well. So I'm not trying to change the topic back. I was just looping it back because we're talking about, Matthew was saying that the angular size thing would help delineate between them. But Matthew, do you still stand by that, or do you now agree? Well, the thing is, wouldn't you have to know what the sky is, to really know that? Because what if it is some kind of? It's like the handiwork of the creator, etc. Like, what if it is some kind of superfluid? What if it's a different thing entirely? Then how could you really use that to delineate between the models?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We'd have to kind of like figure out what we can tell about the nature of the sky and how it bends light, or if it bends light, and what types of things are going on up there. That's why I think the evidence of the stars kind of maintaining their constellations. The constellations don't bend and warp as they rise and set. They're always exactly the same angular size. So I think that's pretty strong evidence that there's not much distortion happening. Talking about like above 10 degrees above the horizon, if there's a lot of haze and stuff. But, if something's up high in the sky, the Orion's belt pretty much stays the same angular size as it rises and sets. And so do all the other constellations. So to me, that's good evidence that not much distortion is happening. So I don't see why there would be distortion with the moon either.
On either model, you're getting further and closer to the moon.
Right, but on our model, it's not much. On our model,
if you can see something though, it's laws of perspective on how we see. So you see the moon, and if you get further away from it, how you see it due to perspective, even on your model, you're getting further away as you spin away from it. Right. It gets lower in your horizon, then it should get smaller due to perspective. Right. It doesn't on either model, so it doesn't prove one way or another. It just proves that the moon is special. It's different than, like a plane going away from you or a building or whatever.
So you're right. On our model, even on our model, the moon should get smaller as it gets farther away. But to be clear about the numbers, we say the moon is 238,000 miles away. And as it sets, it might go from 238 to 239 to 240. And so the difference between 238 and 240 isn't going to be that apparent. The moon might get like a tiny bit smaller.
But did you understand if you can see it? Like you're seeing the moon, and then it's getting lower in your sky. It's definitely getting further away from you. So you would.
How much further?
Well, it's getting lower in your sky. You know what I'm saying? Like it sets.
Yeah, but the relevant question is how much further? And the answer is from 238 to 240.
I'm just, maybe my mind doesn't,
It's
So
doing the other things, right? Like it's,
to put it clearly, when on our model, if the moon is straight above you, right above your head, and then it sets, it gets farther and farther because the globe is turning away from the moon. But the amount of distance between when it's straight above you and when it's setting is 0.8%. We say that
Honestly,
the distance
though,
changes by 0.8%.
I've never seen the moon directly above my head ever.
That's because you don't live far enough south. If you lived in Guatemala City, you'd see it occasionally.
I just got back from Costa Rica, and Wednesday night it was like the sun. You could walk outside, and it was as bright as I've ever seen. Like it was like daylight.
Yeah,
Like there
'cause
were times during the day that it was cloudy, and that night it was clear, and it was clearer at night than it was during the day.
Nice. Yeah, part of it is because they don't have light pollution down there, so your eyes adjust to the darkness, and then up comes it was a full moon, I think, then, and it's nice and clear skies. They don't have as much smog and pollution. You walk outside, and it's amazing how much you can see with the light of a full moon.
That is part of it. I'm sure it would be from what he's describing. But yeah, Costa Rica, I just looked up. It's 9 degrees north. So yeah, depending on what was this just recently? Because yeah, we could look up where the moon was, like how close it was, between the.
It was Wednesday night. I know exactly when it was. Wednesday night was my daughter's birthday.
Okay, this last full moon.
Yeah, I went out about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was bright. I actually woke up and thought it was daylight. Thought I'd kind of woke up late, and I went outside and looked. I looked at my phone and it was 1 o'clock in the morning.
Because yeah, I've been at a full moon when I'm like near the Tropic of Cancer, like under the Tropic of Cancer, actually right under it. I've been right on it during a full moon, and yeah, just like you're describing, you literally don't need a flashlight to walk around. It's that bright. It's unbelievable. It's almost like daytime. It's almost like a cloudy day. Of course, it's not the same color light as the sun in the blue sky, though. That has a warmer. So even in a cloudy day, there's a different vibe, of course, from daylight versus moonlight. But in terms of brightness level, like the lumens, yeah, it seems like it would, maybe rival, maybe not be exactly the same, but rival a cloudy day, or maybe like a cloudy day where the sun's near setting and it's all cloudy, where it's bright enough that you don't need a flashlight to walk around, obviously. And yeah, when it's a full moon like that, it's amazing how bright it is.
Well, I'm out in the moon, like I filmed the moon, and I'm out on the ocean where there's no light pollution, basically. You know what I'm saying? And this amazed me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was crazy bright. It doesn't look like reflected light to me. I mean, I'm biased now, but I wasn't biased before, and it always didn't make sense. Like this, this looks like a light. Like that, whatever it is in the sky looks like a light bulb,
So the full moon was Friday. That's why it was so bright when you said Wednesday.
Yeah, it looked full, but it was probably close to full.
Reflected lights can be pretty bright. If you look at a headlight, many headlights are built such that the most of the light comes from the reflection on the back of the headlight, the shiny part of the headlight. So that's reflected light.
Yeah, I guess you put a headlight through the atmosphere, it would look a certain way, and the moon looks a certain way, or whatever. But it's a lot of unknowns there.
But the main point Matthew is making, I do understand where he's coming from. The idea that the angular size is consistent would, I guess, that part of it would fit with the idea of the stars being way out there and being on a globe. Would you agree with that, Rakia? At least to some degree, the way the angular sizes are consistent. Like, can you see where he's coming from?
Absolutely. I see it both ways. But I don't. It could be the 10th way, right? You understand? There could be ways that we're not even thinking about that. It could be. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it could be always straight above us and just appear to be here and there and whatever, depending on what it's in or how it's being reflected or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we just don't know. I can tell you, I take a high zoom telescope or camera or whatever, it looks like just what I've been taught all my life, right? Craters, it's a rock, it's, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I'm smart enough to know, or there's different ways it can be. I'm easily fooled. I can fool myself in my living room, right, with a glass of water and whatever. But so to look 250,000 miles into the sky and think that I can't be fooled, that's foolish. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
and since we don't know, and you're saying we can't know, why not just assume the simplest thing, that the sun, moon, and stars are where they appear to be? Seems like the
or as a
simplest thing.
Bible believer like I am, I say, what does the Bible say? And I think it tells me, right? I'm not telling you, it tells you this, but it tells me it's its own light. It was made, created by the creator who wrote this book. It's telling me that it was made to rule the night. It doesn't mean it's not going to come out in the day. It doesn't mean this, but it doesn't mention it's a reflected light from the sun. It doesn't. I think, you know, these are important things. You know, we either trust it or we don't. I just trust. I would rather go by that. Right. That's how I live my life. I'm fine with it. I'm comfortable with how people think about me, about that. I don't really care about all that. That's just what I'm going to be judged on, according to the Bible anyway, that I'm going to be judged on that. I believe that part too. You understand? So I don't deny the judgment or that it rules the night. It's its own light. You know, it was created after light was created. Like, I don't, you know, the Bible tells me a man was eaten by a whale and was spat out 3 days later and spread the good word of gospel of this. I just trust that. I have no reason to deny it. I don't even need to deny it. Doesn't matter to me. Like, that doesn't change the way I live or whatever. I'm fine with how people view that or can change it around. That's up to you, man. I'm not gonna judge you. You're gonna be judged. That's how I feel. I don't roll the dice on that part.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think God's going to hold it against you if you get the shape of the earth wrong in the final judgment. It's more about if you live your life in a righteous manner and treat other people
Yeah,
well and trust Him.
I agree with that. The only part, and we discussed that this weekend at the hotel when we were on our way back from our trip, a bunch of Christians, and I said, salvation isn't an issue of salvation for you and I, but it is for an atheist. When he turns in the Bible and he says, I don't, you know, the reason I don't trust the Bible is because it's the opposite of what the world has taught me and all of technology and all of science teaches me in the first book. I mean, and then you have Christians saying that the book doesn't teach, you know, the opposite of science. Yes, it does. 100% it does. That's why most atheists are atheists. They don't believe the Bible. The first book, the first chapter, the first this, you know, the first verse, the first, you know, it's the total opposite of what all their authority figures here on earth have taught them all their lives, or, you know, that it's a fact. So it is an issue for them, right? I teach a lot in my community. I teach creator through creation. So it's up to you to decide who that creator is. I can't teach you that or push that to you. Don't want to. But I will teach you that creation teaches you about a creator, and then the creator takes over from there. I believe they call it planting seeds, which is part of creation. Gio, you still there?
Yeah.
So particulates in the air, like dust particles, you actually have sand being carried, from the desert here. The more particulates in the air, the more release of gas in your area, these fumes, exhaust fumes or whatever create smog, blah, blah, blah. So you agree that would distort or even obstruct a distant object, correct?
Yeah, I think that can be a factor. Yep.
And if it's thick enough, like thick fog obstructs an object in the distance, right? Just say yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that I'm not saying that I would agree that that's like an entire explanation for why things obscure from the bottom, but I do think that it can happen that way for sure. Yeah. With certain like cloud, fog layers and particulates and density layers. And so, yeah, that can definitely be a factor, especially right down at the water level.
Yeah, and that's the point I was getting to, of course. I mean, the more dense layer is, of course, at the ground layer in all scenarios, right? Like, that's how we have gradients. You can have a thick layer up in the sky. Like, you can have a cloud, and that can block out the sun, right? You can't see the sun because of a cloud, right? But just think of how dense the layers are where all the gases are being created, where all the dust is settling or being stirred up. Just the dust, right? Just the water vapor, especially looking over water, you have that mist, you have that dense layer. So when you get low to that and you're trying to look through that, of course things are going to be obstructed bottom up. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to be obstructed any other way until I learn about, the mirroring and things like that. But just talking about obstruction, if you want to call it that, but the light not getting to your eyes, for the reflected light not being received by your eyes and interpreted by your brain, which is a whole nother thing, right? Because you can receive information, but your brain, if it's not in its normal, why it was, what it was made to interpret for a human, right? Because an eagle or some other bird or animal sees differently, a snake or whatever, or a fish that lives 1,000 feet down, right? A human can't see 1,000 feet down, but some fish can. They can see certain light. You see what I'm saying? Like, our brains are made to see certain distances, and once it gets past that, it gets jumbled up, it gets distorted, it gets turned upside down or twisted this way, or you understand that? I think that is what the optical illusion is.
Yeah. Definitely down at the water level layer there's a lot of turbulence and particulates over distance. And like you were saying, if you're like 6 feet above the ground looking out over the water, then the angle between basically the horizon, where the horizon is visually to you, and your eyes, like basically that dip angle as it's used in celestial navigation, that angle from your eyes to the horizon and from the horizon to your feet is so small considering the massive angle going upwards to the sky. It's like a fraction, like that angle from your eyes, that little 6 foot over the surface, compared to the angle looking up at the sky is so disparate, between them, that the angle down at the water level is going to be it's going to be affected even that much more because it's that much smaller. It's so much smaller. It's only like a fraction of the whole span of which you can see, and then there's so much compacted there that there's all those effects that can occur, like you were saying, the mirroring, and then when you add like particulates and temperature and all of those factors, then
yeah, it gets crazy. But just in the optical illusion realm, like if you're out on the ocean and you're in 5 foot seas, it is bumpy as hell right near you. You can see the white caps, blah, blah, blah. Like when you look out, a half a mile, you can tell it's wavy. But when you look out into the distance, it looks like it's really smooth, right? We pick on people all the time. You know, people that's never been offshore and it's rough, we say, oh my God, we're going to head that way because look how smooth it looks. And like, yeah, how does that happen? You know, it's an optical illusion. It appears smooth, but it's actually, once you get over there, it's rough, right? They don't know that because they've never been out there. They don't think that way. Their brain doesn't interpret that. They just see smooth water, you know, out in the distance to the west. You see what I'm saying? Head west, the water's smooth. No, it's actually not. It's just in the distance. So your brain is telling, you know, your eyes are interpreting or gaining that information of seeing into the distance, and your brain is interpreting as smooth, but it's not. You just aren't capable of seeing long distances and interpreting correctly. It's an illusion, right? If you're trusting your senses, if it's rough or smooth over there, you know, 10 miles away, when it looks smooth, then you know, I got a bridge to sell you. It's not smooth. You know, you understand what I'm saying on a rough day.
Yeah, no, I have experienced that to a degree. I've experienced that out on the ocean where you look out and you think, oh, it doesn't look too rough out there. And then you go out there and it's like,
yeah. Look at it from a plane. You know, you get 10,000 feet up and it all looks smooth. But you get down to water level and it's 10-foot waves. You know, you just can't, you know, your eyes, your human eyes aren't made to do that. So optical illusions are your brain, you know, interpreting things and fooling you, are all over the place, you know, everywhere, especially when you know, mirrors are involved or water or both, right? So if you obviously have the mirroring effect, you know, on the ground and the sky, you know, like the water, the ground, the sky, it all mirrors one way or another. And then you have that illusion created by seeing into the distance along with the mirroring. How do you know, man? I mean, there's no way to know. You can measure things. I think you can know by that.
Well, you've been out on the water probably more than anybody here, Rakia. Is that kind of what, like, your no pun intended, but your perspective comes from that, right? Like,
well, when I first learned about this through the Lake Pontchartrain power line deal, right? So I went out there with my son and we saw the bulge of the water appear in front of us. We couldn't see the distant shore. And then I learned about how that can be just due to the conditions. So I went back like 7 days later or 10 days later, I forget which. That was a long time ago. And I could see the distant shore. There wasn't a bulge of water. You see what I'm saying? So then I started learning about that. But being out on the ocean, it's scary sometimes because you know, you get turned around, like your brain just isn't made to do that. But yeah, one of the first tests I did were with other captains and going away from each other, and we had a helicopter, we had drones. I mean, we did all kind of stuff and proved to ourselves that on certain days, you know, the boats appear to go over the curve very quickly. On other days, you can see much, much, much further. And on some days, you know, you can't see at all. You know, it's just so many different factors that go into it. One of the first things I learned really quickly is the appearance of a clear day, like bright blue sky, you know, just a light wind, and it looks really clear, like you should be able to see forever. And then you zoom into the horizon and it's distorted to hell and back. Like, you understand what I'm saying? I can't explain it other than like maybe a temperature change, you know. It has to be temperature in that aspect because there's not a lot of other factors going on. But when people say, oh, it's a clear day, well, yeah, the horizon looks clear, but zoom into a distant object, you know, that you can't see with your human eye, and it's just all just, I have videos of this, like it's crazy. But the shrimp boat, I went out one morning and we were wanting shrimp. So I called a captain. I said, where you at? Y'all catching shrimp? Blah, blah, blah. He said, yeah, I'm right in front. You know, I'm about 3 miles offshore. I said, well, I'm on the beach. Where you at? So I located him. And when I took the video and pictures, he was like half hidden by water, right? 3 miles away. I mean, I'm on the phone with him. I ate dinner with him that, like, you know, it's a close community. You know what I'm saying? We were buying fresh shrimp from him.
You know, that's a phenomena that told me right there that bottom up obstruction can happen, and it has nothing to do with earth curve. It doesn't prove that the earth isn't curving. It just proves that it can happen in a different way.
It also may not be bottom up obstruction. It's more of a mirroring on that line. Can I show
Well,
you
that's
something?
what I'm calling it.
Can I
That's
ask
what I'm
you?
calling it.
Can I show
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
something and ask you something? Here's a picture, and I went to go show this to the ballers, and they caught me on something that freaked me out. When they asked for citation of where this is from, I'll share my screen too. When they asked me, I go, "Oh, it's from this video right here," and I was all proud of myself and shit. And the guy goes and watches it, and if I was to go forward on this video, there's a portion where we can see the parking lot where we ended up identifying cars and shit up on the parking lot. Now, this part of the video was interesting because we damn well knew Jaron was standing at the base of this pole, and we could see the cars going by behind him, but we never saw his mirror flash from this position. So the obvious suggestion is that that position at the bottom of that pole is completely obstructed by some kind of mirror line because we never spotted him. Yet when you watch the cars go by to the right of this yellow circle on the screen I'm sharing, you'll see that there's a clear mirror line above that circle. Anyway,
Is this infrared?
Yeah, it is. So I upload this picture and I go, look, man, you can see that, the camera can show cars on the road. And the guy gets back to me and he goes, hey, asshole, that's water all the way up to the water line. And I'm like, no, it's not. There's a beach there. And he goes, well, take a look. And since then, I've been watching what I think is the water line more. And it seems to be more like turbulent air. So I'm going to ask you, if I go forward on the video, if you think we're looking at air or water as we approach the scene that's in the still over here with
I
the
would say
parking lot.
even then there's a mirroring effect.
So are we looking at an airline or a water line moving here? And it's
some sort of reflection. Look.
Yeah, look, watch the truck. You see the truck come into view? Watch its mirror as the truck rolls through. Here it comes again. Truck now. See that?
Yeah.
So that shows you we're seeing some weird shit out there. We're not seeing 15, 20 feet of coastline. Somehow we're seeing the parking lot and we're not seeing the coastline. And in the still frame I put in chat, you can see the difference. Is that beach that they're on here in the moving video is in front of the parking lot, yet it doesn't appear in the video the same because there's all this movement. Here it is. Here's the shot. So is that pinkish line? What the hell is that? Because it's not the beach. I thought it was the beach. And now when you zoom in, you'll see all this movement there that makes it look like water. So is it the water up to there? Or is that just a shitload of turbulent air? I understand it's not very stable. And there's other
I think
shots.
it's turbulent air.
Me too.
Because there's a clear delineation between the water and the like the dark or the light pink and the dark pink, right?
I'm gonna slow
Where
it
there
down.
actually is land.
I lost
Slowing
your
it
video.
down. I slowed it down and I blew it up. How about now?
Is my mic working?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't get my stuck.
I'm gonna lower the quality and frame rate here. Yeah, so here you can see just a shitload of movement across the top that they're busting me, telling me it's water, and I'm not sure what the fuck it is anymore.
Well,
It sure looks like water.
I would
It
think there's
looks
a
like
huge. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
A huge temperature difference between water and the land, right?
Generally, yeah. Generally.
I think that's might be where the fucked upness of it comes through, I guess.
Yeah, boy, it should be reflecting water in the air, is what I'm seeing. There sure is something unnatural about this, and as I look at other images, I'm starting to notice that turbulent water line probably isn't a water line.
Well,
I mean,
one thing that you just
go
said that
ahead.
I might disagree with is I don't think there's anything unnatural about what we're looking at. You
All
know,
right.
Well, I have one thing to ask. I mean, maybe it's just me. Sounds stupid, but isn't it weird that it's pink looking?
Well, that's the infrared. That's why we're getting clarity. What you're seeing on the other side is cars, picnic benches, and a bathroom. So that's interesting. And what happened here is we kept saying, "Hey, we see both mirrors," and they're like, "What do you mean both mirrors? We're not even shining them." It turned out to be Jaren's headlights on his vehicle. So we became aware, quite simply, a lot easier what we were seeing over there. You could see the car's tires versus the cars. So I thought we were looking at something pretty clear until I was nearly busted. Like, it was like they're going, dude, that's water all the way up to there. Where's the beach? And I'm going, fuck. He's right. There's certainly waves up there.
Yeah, the water. I mean, you know about mirroring, but all the other refractive effects definitely happen. Lumen, sinking, magnification. I mean, everything happens, and it can get jumbled up. Also, I believe that's why I call it a mirage. It's just an optical illusion created by the conditions. But when you're doing infrared, I think you're gonna eliminate. I don't
A
know how to
handful of
say it.
factors, whatever the fuck
Yeah,
they are, it eliminates a
whatever
handful.
they are, right? You're reducing it, so you're gonna get overall. Like if you go back on a different day, you know, because you had real bad turbulence this day, on a different day under different conditions with infrared, you're going to get a clearer image. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think the most clear images are when there's less turbulence, less factors, and with infrared. That's just my opinion because, man, science doesn't teach us that. They teach us infrared increases refraction, which is, I don't see that at all. Like, I see the opposite of that. Who am I?
Mm-hmm. I really been keying on refraction lately and the different classes and the different things that cause it, because I'm pretty sure when they keep telling me I don't measure the gradient, I kind of realized, wait a minute, if I'm at 20 feet and I walk down with the camera and maintain the same observation down to 2 feet, I've moved through the gradient. Whether I recorded it or not, I have been through 20 feet of gradient air. And now when we go from 70 feet to 2 inches, we have also moved down through that gradient and found, of course, no variation. So the assumption is maybe in the bottom of the gradient that even though it's the densest, it's probably the same density all the way across. And even though it's it's in a gradient, it's at the bottom of that gradient, so it's probably consistent. So the biggest variation at the bottom, meaning under a meter, is going to be between the surface and the air, not between the air and the air. In other words, atmospheric refraction don't happen down low. It's up in the atmosphere. It starts to happen wherever you want to pretend, but they're going to have to grasp that part, is that we're really not experiencing variations during natural gradient that they're calling for within the vertical column, right? So take their vertical column, shove it up their vertical ass. Let's move on, right? So if we want to talk about now the fact that I'm lucky, I have instances where we've matched air temperature and water temperature. So that means your surface and air aren't any different. And that's been at both 63 degrees and 83 degrees. So we've shown those variables don't matter. Then I'm glad you're here because Walter Bislin chimes in on me recently, claiming that overall temperature and barometric pressure is a bunch of caca. Actually, his words were, it's minute compared to gradient. So if I've eliminated the vertical gradient, I've matched the air and the surface, I now have reduced the possibility of that causing a gradient. The density I believe to be equal all the way across, even though I'm in the densest part of the medium, I'm still in one medium. And now I'm starting to present this argument like, okay, first of all, what's really causing your refraction? What gradient of what? Pick any numbers you want and fucking demonstrate it. Go out over a sidewalk, let the sun go down, knowing the sidewalk's warm, bust out your laser and show me it bending. Wait in the morning when it gets warm outside and the sidewalk's still cold. Do it again. Show me it bending the other way. It ain't fucking happening. These guys gotta put up or shut up. And that's why you speak the way you do, because you fucking know in your heart, you know? It's like, you may not know the shape of the earth, but you know that when you're being fucked with. And that's what they're doing with their fucking excuses. And Fight the Flat Earth got worked last night. I started him and I got out when I was tired of it. And Toraforia took over and Snell's lawed his ass to the pavement. Then, so if we just get these guys to speak, particularly the loudmouthest and the most professionals, they know fuck all, and their logic is gone. And here I am with legitimate questions on my own shit still, and fucking Professor Tony came around and he goes, I don't have to watch your shit because I know the shape of the earth. Well, you're not a scientist then. Get the fuck out. You know, you can't just come in with bias and think that's cool. Fuck off. So I'm running into some good luck right now with my deeper understanding of the causes of refraction and what it really means, because there has to be variations to be a gradient. And whatever numbers they pick, because they don't know our gradient. First of all, I think I've moved through it and they can fuck off, but I didn't write it down. 5 feet, 4 feet, 8 feet. If I wrote that down, they could say, I could say, look, I got no variations under these conditions, but all I did was walk it, so I don't have it written down, so it's funny what people measure as proof or evidence or such, but they can pick any numbers. They got to predict it, demonstrate it, then wait for conditions to change, like midday or the seasons, do it again and show the laser did something different. And they can pick any distance, they just got to do past the horizon with the laser. Because that's the key to what we were doing. We weren't proving the bending of light. We were proving that we can see past the horizon. And their comeback is the bending of light. They got to prove it. Shut up. So the idea of getting anyone with credential to fumble where their reputation is on the line, either their honesty, their integrity, or their scientific know-how, because at some point they can't keep saying it. Science doesn't work that way. You have to go demonstrate it. Or it's not a scientific statement even. It's like potential. Well, there's potential.
So what do you think about this? Like the static electricity, can bend water, basically. I'm just going to say that as a statement, right? When you rub a balloon, you put it near a faucet, you can actually see the water appear to bend, or it does bend, or whatever. I think that's the same type of thing that's happening with the light.
What do you think of tides? I talked to Rick Hummer today, who thinks that that's tidal stuff too. The tides are affected by magnetic behavior.
Of course, I think magnetic electricity, static electricity, however you want to say it. I mean, I think it's a combination, affects all movement. So that would be tides too. But I think you have a lot more going on. You have, your temperature change, you have your flow of natural water flowing into areas and flowing out. You have undersea vaults. I mean, I don't think it's...
Well, when we get certain things right, like what's a field? Well, when the way you're starting to talk, it's like, well, when we start talking about, it's more of a completed circuit, than just like a force field. It's not like a shield. It's a circuit. It's part, it's part of a path. And it's interesting when they talk about, let's say your spirograph designs, flower of life designs. They don't have to be consistent because that's where the frequency comes in. So shape is really, key on frequency, and there's so much and at the same so little going on. Like later on, this is all going to seem so childish.
Well, of course it would be correlated with the sun and moon, right? Like if tides were some type of electromagnetic, the field, right? The current, the flow. I mean, it all makes sense. And I think that's why salt water is influenced by that current more than fresh water, because it conducts electricity better. I don't know. I mean, I've seen tides like we had a pier, that had to be on rollers because the tide was like 17 feet. You understand what I'm saying? You had to have floating docks and this pier, this ramp that went down to low tide and then also would roll up and be almost level at high tide just to make the pier function so you could walk up and down. And then you go 100 miles down the coast, to the next marina, and they don't even need floating docks because they hardly have any tides. It's a strange, you can't tell me that's just how the land is shaped. That's way more than how the land is shaped. That's so much water movement. When you talk about feet of a water mass, that's a lot of volume.
Hey, Ricky, can I ask you a question?
Go
Sorry, go ahead. No, I find what you said interesting, and I'm going to obviously you're gonna know way more than me about the actual layouts of the land. So I'm just gonna ask you and just be. I'm not calling. Like I said, you're not gonna be honest. I'm just saying, just be as honest as you need to be about the two different lands of those two different piers. Like, are they in bays? Is there any difference at all that you can think of that differentiates these two piers? About the land masses around it and the area and stuff.
I can't specifically say yes, but I'm going to say it. Like, I can't describe it, but I'm going to tell you yes, there's, of course, differences because no two areas are basically the same. They're both behind, they're not in the Gulf. They're both in the Bay Area behind the land. How the distances and if they're down a river or, tides are affected by many different things, and land being one of them. I don't discount that at all. The way it flows into a Bay Area that might be like a horseshoe or, protected more, or, I'm on an island where my boat is. So we have two different passes that the tides come in and out, so it's a more even flow. So we get that gradual rise and that gradual, evening out and then the gradual flowing out because it goes out multiple different places.
How close are you to the nearest, like that island? How close is it to any other island or mainland or whatever?
Well, real close. It's close to marsh and it's other canals and it's close to other land, another landmass. It's just connected by a short bridge.
Well, I agree with what you said though, that there's a lot of dynamics that go into what would influence that, the differences or whatever. I thought that for a second, like maybe well, it sounds like you're making the claim that it shouldn't be that extreme of a difference, or they shouldn't be that different. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm saying on that drastic difference, the 17 feet to, like 1 or 2 feet, and it's only it's a short distance away. That's an extreme case. In my area, the tides are more uniform, but I'm on a peninsula, I'm on the edge of my state. Like it's, out in the Gulf, basically. It's all basically the same.
It's interesting stuff, man. Like I said, you're gonna know way more about this than me, and I'm no way an expert. I think it'd be interesting to look at because there's a lot of different tide schedule differences in different places, like the extremes between tides and then just the amount of tides even. So it'd be interesting to look at like a couple of case studies and see what the differences are, especially not just with the land layout, but even the surface beneath the water. Like,
And the
it's like,
correlation with the moon. Like,
yeah.
I don't believe every place is correlated like other like how can it be? Because the full moon passes over some places that have no tides. Like the sun and moon pass over those places just like they pass over places that have 17 feet. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
it'd be
places that have zero time.
confusing for me to say how I imagine it to be, but it's almost like the way I imagine it is that if you sum up the attraction of the sun and the moon, obviously in my model, where the sun and the moon are in reference to the earth, like it's sucking on the water and the earth, and based on where they are in reference to each other, it's going to create like another suction, basically, like another attraction, and the earth just rotates inside of it. And so I can understand why people would be skeptical, because it's not where the moon's supposed to be, but at the same time it is kind of, it's behaving in a way you would expect, and in my opinion, behaving in a way you would expect something to be behaving if it was just influenced by the gravity of the sun and the moon. Plus it's a fluid. But yeah.
The tidal nodes really threw me for a loop. I didn't even know that existed until I started studying tides, but I believe in undersea vaults too. So,
Say
like a breathing, like a flow, a filtration system. I think that's what beaches are. The sand filters the water, but I think you have other ways of transporting water, like pressure. I'm not really 100%
really
sold
interesting.
that all the water evaporates and is carried by clouds into the mountains and then creates all these raging streams and rivers down to the sea again. Like that dog don't hunt in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like there might be a filtration pressure system that, like it does pumps water up in the trees that we can't really replicate. I think the earth might do that in a bigger way.
That's interesting what you said about the sand down the filtration system. It does actually, it would kind of work a little bit like that, right? Where it's like a natural sort of,
Yeah, of
just kind of
course.
like some of the ones that we use even.
Yeah, of course. Sand filters. I mean,
It's
my
interesting.
pool is sand filtered.
I never heard that.
Yeah, the undersea vaults and all that. I mean, even the clouds are a mystery, right? Like we have a best guess scenario or a good description, but it doesn't all add up, at least to me. You can say it does, but you can't. Everyone who says it adds up. Okay, explain it to me. Well, I'm not really an expert.
How about this?
Yeah.
Let's just go on. Just what are your reservations? What when you say it didn't work?
Well, just the amount of water. Like I just got back from Costa Rica. It's in the rainy season, and the amount of water that's fallen out of the sky it just doesn't equate to me. The raging river that we live, like our cabin was near, it just doesn't add up. Like the volume, something's
Fair.
it can't be just rain, right? It can't just be. It just can't be. There's no way. Now there's natural springs. I learned this. They get their water. They don't have water like we do here. What they do is they go up in the mountaintops, and these natural springs are coming out, and they put a big container, and they put like 20 hoses coming out of the bottom of that container. So the water's going into that container and then overflowing into the stream, right? So the water is not being stopped or diverted; it's being put in this container. And then they have hoses that they run down the mountain, like across the road and all that, to these houses, and that's what pressures their water system. So they can leave their water on, right? You see what I'm saying? It's not wasting water because it's just water flowing down from the mountain.
Where are you talking about exactly?
This was in Costa Rica near Panama.
Oh no shit. Okay.
Yeah, this was
That's
on a native land.
That's what I was going to say to you. There's of course places that get a lot of rainwater, but the places that have springs are the prime places, in my opinion. And there's a place in Texas that I went to school called San Marcos. And it's called San Marcos because there was a saint who found that place or whatever, and he found that spring. And the spring, it still runs a river in front of the school, and it's still most of our fresh water comes from that in that town. In San Marcos.
Do you
But
know
yeah,
the
if
term?
you have
You know the term primary water versus the water cycle? There's new water called
is that
primary
spring?
water.
Is that water? Primary water?
Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, the water
Yeah, it's the
cycle
best,
is the
man.
water cycle. But new water
It's
is
the
called
cleanest, dude.
primary water.
It's a clean. Honestly, I think it was the best tasting water. Like we used to have a reverse osmosis machine that came down to the sink, so it was like faucet water with like went straight to reverse osmosis. But I fill it up every day. That was the best water, I'd ever had.
That's what
I
I
would
do
drink it
for.
every day, all
That's what
day.
I do every day. That's my job. I am down the water
Oh
man.
yeah, waterman. Yeah.
Reverse osmosis. Every
That's
damn
But
me.
day, man.
every damn day. So that's a lot of pressure, right? To make that water go up, you know, let's say 5,000 feet or 14,000 feet or whatever. I don't know how high these natural springs go, but these springs were at elevation, right? You're surprised. Like I know I was when I researched all of this, like how many natural springs there are around, even in my area. So our water table can get, really high. Like you dig a hole and you hit the water table sometimes. But, just an hour, I mean, not even an hour north of me, Kentwood is Kentwood spring water. I used to swim in that creek and it was freezing cold because it was natural spring water. Um, you know, my son's buying a piece of property, has a natural water well on it that's only 12 feet deep. Like that's
You,
nuts to me.
you know what's crazy? The spring that's here in San Marcos, it comes, it comes right out, basically in front of the school, and then it goes right through the school, and so for graduation, like people always, in their gowns, they jump into the river or whatever. And the point is that supposedly, I mean, I've tested it's true, but the spring is year round 72 degrees. So you said that yours is cold, but for some reason this one's it's just always 72 degrees, like year round. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how this one is freezing cold. So, where's the,
Uh,
hot temperatures down in where this water is? Same thing in Florida. It's 100 degrees outside, but you're swimming in this natural fed lagoon that's crystal clear, that's freezing cold. Like you
Wait,
have
hold
to
on,
put on
hold
a
on.
wetsuit.
Is it freezing cold? You talking about like in the summer, or is it like especially freezing in the winter or something? Because
No,
maybe it's
no,
the cases.
in the summer, a natural spring fed lagoon that's cold, and like the spring water in this creek feeds this creek in Kentwood. It's cold. I mean, it's in the
Okay, well then
summertime.
maybe saying the same thing then because like I said, the spring it's always 72 degrees, and here it's usually like 100 degrees in the summer, like 100 plus. So it's cold in the summer, but it's just 72 degrees all year round. So yeah, maybe it's also cold, but it just happens to be warm in the winter, obviously.
Well, I understand where I just came from, the mountainous area. It doesn't snow there, but the spring water from the mountain from elevation is freezing. I mean, I took a shower, and the one that's all three showers were fed by this spring water, but the other two showers had this. I'll post a picture. Quote, hot water heater. But the other shower didn't have that. It was just freezing cold. Like, let me post this hot water
Wait, so
heater.
you were just in Costa Rica?
Yeah, I just got back Sunday.
Do you have a place over there, like a timeshare or something?
No, this was a mission trip. We
Oh
stayed
wow,
with
okay.
a preacher that has 8 brothers and 5 sisters. Ugh,
Wow.
can you imagine? But we were on reservation. I forget the name of the tribe, but
How long were you there?
10 days. I was gonna stay
they always
longer,
talk.
but they're having a lot of trouble over there right now. Like 40,000 Venezuelans are like flooding the streets trying to get to America right now. That's what
Oh,
they
no
said
shit.
anyway. We saw them all over. I gave one of them a pack of beef jerky.
Well, I know a couple of people that have time, like I guess you say like a share over here, and then everyone always talks about how the land there is like super expensive and stuff, and so it's almost like going to like the Philippines or something. It's like you can live off a lot of like you live off a lot with just a little bit of money. But was it like that when you were there? Like it was like the land's inexpensive and cost of living, I guess. Maybe. Hey, what are you posting, Dan?
Where?
You post. It looks like you're looking at.
Check out that hot
The,
water heater, Kosha.
I'm posting me going after FTFE yesterday and details on refraction as I'm seeing it now, needing a cause instead of just a word. I've broken down 3 different causes that aren't there in our general work. It's like I don't see a vertical gradient. I don't see a density change across the one medium. And I don't see a temperature change between the surface and the air. And that's unusual
yeah.
conditions. That's like 3 of the strongest features of refraction kind of knocked out. So you'd have to ask, well, what is gradient? Where, what's gradually doing what to now cause the curve? And people like what's his name, Shubil and Jesse are down to saying that 0.13 of a degree is enough to cause curvature of the Earth across the globe to match the globe, 8 inches per mile squared. That less than a degree is enough. And I'm thinking, could you imagine your vision in the distance? If a variation of less than a degree, a tenth of a degree, made things start jumping up and down, the unstable air would be ridiculous. And their answer is yes, unstable air is everywhere. So it's an interesting point, but I beg you to take 5 and 10 degrees as a gift and show me the bending of light. Gun a laser
Well,
over a
can I ask
sidewalk.
you,
Yeah. What do you got?
what were you using to make this measurement? You used
Which
something to make
measurement?
the measurement?
Which measurement?
Of the I guess the differences, and you said pressure or density or something.
Well, I used to be shit out of luck when they mentioned that we never mentioned the gradient. But imagine me doing an observation up on the road. It's actually this road shown right here. If you look on I'm sharing a screen, if you can
I'm
tell.
looking, yeah.
Yeah, that road, you see those guys, they're up there at 15, 16 feet plus a tripod, 20 feet. Imagine this is the other side, but imagine being up there at 20 feet and then catching an observation from sand level like a mirror during the day,
Oh, yeah.
and then walking down through the gradient to make sure you're still holding the observation. So if I'd have marked those as the gradient, 1 foot, 2 foot, 4 feet, I would have measurements of same results throughout the gradient. What I have is I damn well know we get same results throughout the gradient. Same thing at night when we go from 70 inches down to 1 inch with a flashlight. We moved through that gradient and had no variation whatsoever. So that's our claim now is like you can pick anything you want and then adjust it any way you want, like let's say morning and afternoon in terms of temperatures. It isn't going to change the path of light. We know that. We've done it too many times in different conditions. So I say at night when the sun goes down, the sidewalk's hot, still shoot a laser across it and see if you can get anything to move. So it's either going to stay at the angle you shot it, horizontal, whatever, it's going to stay however you shot it, or it's going to bend up or down due to the temperature difference. And then in the morning, you could do the same thing as it warms up and the sidewalk's cold now. So like you can, in other words, you can create an environment to test this. So they need to shut the fuck up. They don't have a cause for a gradient. Again, if there's no vertical gradient, and then we're at the bottom of the stack of the pressure gradient, we're at the very bottom. I think the only gradient you can get is between temperature of the surface and the air. And we've got some conditions where we're matching for sure. And you could do that somewhere too. Either way, take a few degrees yourself, take 10 degrees and try it. See if you can get stuff to move. Now, remember they did that with the iron in front of the flashlight? And they got the light to move? Like it might have been an iron and a laser. It's one of those little videos they show us, or you show us. So I just don't think you can create those conditions in real life, that kind of gradient. Yeah, if you put an iron, jillion degrees something next to it, you'll create a gradient and create a bias towards the weak side of the gradient or the cold side of the gradient. But this is easily demonstrable. So you guys should stop talking. Somebody should get around to doing it. And that's what I'm saying is we've completed so many of these where we achieve line of sight that if you backwards math one and say, well, this is how it works out mathematically, what are the odds of all of them working out at different light sources, different distances, different temperatures, different everything? And it's like, yeah, each one you're going to figure out has to be perfectly 8 inches per mile squared. Otherwise, it would shoot above or nosedive into the water. Like the calculation has to make it across. It can't just shoot anywhere, somewhere across. If it's too high, it won't hit the people. And if it's too low, it won't make it to the people. Amen.
Sorry, man, I was shaving. I was listening to the whole time. I was just shaving too.
So I'm starting to get a leg to stand on with our completed observations because they're actual demonstrations. People don't look at them, and that's interesting to note that they don't look because they do say something. I mean, they actually get around to saying something. And I'm starting to realize people, it's like either I'm right or the earth ain't flat. Like they describe a lot of properties of bending of light, but I'm sure we're going through only one medium. The word isotropic starts coming up when you're reading Snell's law. And are we moving through more than one isotropic medium? And it starts to get a little more technical than I understand and a little more languagey. But I do know we attained line of sight with different conditions that in the globe world requires math. And in our world, it doesn't. We just shot straight over there. And they keep asking us for our numbers. And it's like, what numbers? You keep asking me for pressures and temperatures. We've had nowhere to plug them in. That's why I'm laughing. Finally, Bislin says, yeah, don't worry about the overall temperature or the overall pressure. It's only gradients that you're going to get light to behave through.
Hey, keep in mind, I'm still shaving, but I do have a question. You can answer it as I'm shaving. I'll listen.
Wait, what are you shaving?
Good question.
Whom are you shaving?
It's a better question. Anyways, I know you weren't at this. I know you're not on best terms with Globebusters or Epicor, but my question is about Epicor's Lake Balaton. You weren't there, but what do you think about that test?
They're liars, so it doesn't matter. They hide their mistakes. They argue amongst themselves. There's nothing credible about FE Corp. There never has been. That's why everyone that left.
I would have said the same thing. You know, I talked to a liar who was there, Human Sheeple, who turned out to
Yeah, I
be
heard that
not.
guy was an incredible liar.
Yeah,
What a weird
yeah.
looking dude too, right? What a character.
No, he's a real character because you know he did that voice, and it turns out he's a British guy, and the whole thing was an act, and he's over there. I did an interview with him once. I still have it. It's like he was in his dumb accent because I thought he had the accent, you know, at that point.
Coach, if Flat
But,
Earth wasn't so fucked up with all those characters, we'd have our shit together so much. But everyone's
yeah, but then it wouldn't be any fun for people like me, man. This is it's the characters that make this thing fun.
yeah, but you'd be flat if we had our shit together.
Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. Regardless, listen to what Human Sheeple said. He told me the craziest stories about how you know their results. They didn't get any results the whole time, basically. As a matter of fact, they got results that it was a globe for the first 4 days, and you know he had done some weird stuff where he was in Karen B's bed, and they had to like isolate him in a room, and I'm not gonna get into all that, but
Well,
about
he
the
wasn't
results,
even part of FE Corps. Remember, he was just all over
right?
them. He was just there. He wasn't
Well,
part of FE
exactly.
Corps.
Yeah, and he was making he stole a canoe, dude, because they couldn't get the laser to the target, and so it's day 3, and it's getting pretty stormy or something, and they get the laser to hit. Since they can't hit the target, they aim it to the hotel. It's 23 miles away or whatever. They're 17 miles away, and they aim it at the hotel. It's a 5-story hotel, and the laser can't hit the first floor, the second floor. It can't hit the second floor, but they can see it at the 5th floor, and they aim it down to the 4th floor and half of the 3rd floor,
Now,
and so
just
they
so you
never get
know,
it below the
before
third
you
and
go
a half
further,
floor.
we had
Yeah.
trouble with that over ice too. Over ice was hard.
No, there
Just so
wasn't ice yet at this point. There was no at
okay.
this point. It iced over on the 5th day, but this is still the first,
But I
second,
mean, when
third
it's
day.
that cold, it's hard to bring down. It was hard.
Well,
We
regardless,
failed. We
the
failed at Bear
craziness.
Lake.
Sheeple had the idea to put a target in the middle of the lake, and they said no, that's crazy. And still, he went and he stole a canoe from someone's garage, and he brought his own wetsuit, and he was gonna go out there, and they had to lock him up in the in his hotel room because he was being nuts. But anyways, they didn't get any results that time, and they misinterpret that on the 5th day they supposedly looked back at where the laser was being pointed and supposedly saw the source, right? But at no point did they hit the target, and they express that test all over. They have like 100-page report on it, and they claim that they hit the target. They claim that it was successful or whatever. So I do definitely think they're liars and misinterpret their data.
Yeah, and Bob had such a major ego that he could never progress because he clung to whatever he said. And it's like, dude, relax, let's move forward, But with Bob, you ended up arguing about him defending his premise, and it's like, dude, they're talking about your results. So they hit a lot of results. They had a lot of problems from within, and it's been very costly for us because it cost Jaron some integrity having to sit next to Bob after that. Because Jaron's always been blamed as part of Globebusters as being part of whatever the fuck Bob does. You think Jaron isn't fucking glad Bob's gone, you're wrong. Because he finally doesn't have to fucking defend Bob. So, the bureaucracy within FE Corp prevented anyone from being able to. It's one of the reasons why Jaron left. He wasn't allowed to talk about it. They couldn't make a decision. Everything's overseas. They couldn't meet because everything was overseas. It was a dumb idea to have an organization be international like that. And the people that care peeled off. Hummer peeled off. They had some fake president. Rick told me to write the president. I'm all the president. It was some guy that was already gone. He was just some poser. Like, I don't even know who he was. Nobody does. They just called some guy up the president at one time. Nobody knows him. Anyway, that's done. Problem is, I mean, I got blacklisted everywhere for trying to tell people. Karen thinks I'm a troll. But I was just trying to move forward, babe. Just trying to move forward. Yeah, so Fight the Flat Earth was really wrong about a lot of shit. And everyone we seem to get in the right position seems to be wrong about a lot of shit. So I'm looking forward to us getting more people of credential going. I had a really good idea. If we could establish the measurement of the Earth conundrum and present it to college kids, maybe people will go out and work on it as part of their studies when they find out it's something they could work on. Same thing with light and refraction. Just think if we phrase this as a study group for kids, they might be more apt to go out and do work as part of a workshop.
Sorry, Dan, I'm still shaving. But I gotta tell you, I had come up with that like 3 years ago. I wanted to make like a camp, like a 2-week camp to get kids engaged with science. And the whole point was you were going to get a guy who was going to be like a flat Earth a proponent, whether it was fake or not, real, it doesn't matter. He's just a guy giving the same points you guys give and providing something for the students to engage in, and then give them the incentive to learn and attempt to, you know, s- you know, show their points. You know what I mean? Like give evidence to their points.
Yeah, where was the flat Earth course in space camp?
They should have had it.
Yeah, man. Well, where was that? We were just doing mission controls, going to outer space.
It's okay. I'm going to be the solar system. It's like, okay, you be Earth. You sit there stationary, and whatever you do, don't rotate. You're a flat. Okay, you be a normal globe, and be a flat, non-rotating Earth, according to this manual. You're okay. According to the NASA manual, you're flat and non-rotational. Like a play. Like, okay, let's do this like a play. You be the test aircraft. You be the Earth. It says here you're flat and non-rotational. Those are pretty big words for them to mention. Seems like you wouldn't mention it for any reason. Seems like on the globe you'd say something like given any state, given any position at any one time, or something like that. Zoom Truth called me after watching a Dr. Parks video tonight, and he's like, "That guy's insane." And I'm like, "Why?" And he goes, "He says he knows what gravity is." And it's like, "Really? What'd he say?" And he goes, "He said it's the warping of space-time." He goes, "3 things you can't define." He goes, "Define warp, define space, define time." It was so funny. He was so pissed. Because even
Sounds
warp
funny.
is funny too. Yeah, it was like, and then I was going, well, I found out something. I used to give them shit for hyphenating, space time. And then I found out it's not hyphenated, it's one word. Because I thought, let's just go out hyphenating. This will be fun. But it turns out they
I gotta tell
made
you,
it
Dan.
one word. They made it one word just to fuck me up.
I was about to
Otherwise,
respond to the last thing you said. I came back from shaving to respond. I was going to respond to this thing now. I don't remember what the last thing you said. What was the last thing you said before this?
how would I know? It's the time is fleeting. I don't know.
So FE core? I don't know.
If I knew what I said, I'd probably wouldn't say it again.
Well, Coach, I was going to say before you were talking about like doing, what you were talking about, having like some course thing, but I don't really think it's going to go down like that in my viewpoint. Like, I don't think that like debating the shape of the earth is like really where the finale is. In fact, I kind of think ultimately the debates are kind of on their way out a bit. I mean, people may
Totally.
still enjoy them to some extent, but yeah, it's just looping in circles at the end of the day. And
I just
there
blew
needs
off
to be more
Jaron.
like proof in the field is where it
Yeah.
really is all about.
I was
And once
supposed
that
to be on Jaron's tonight. I'm all, no thanks, man. Who wants to be on a debate? Fuck that. So what do you think's next? I mean, I think talking to scientists. I think approaching people in their field and getting them to talk. Because it turns out we spend all this time and we get smart, right? So let's talk to them. And we can hold people accountable who are in the field of like education, like Matthew, we can hold them accountable. In other words, the bending of light requires mathematics. And there's no way the math's going to work. So holding people accountable for their end of it, anyway, I think is our job. And I think we need a form letter to send to schools, different departments in the sciences, so we can challenge them. Otherwise, we're not challenging academia at all. So debate with the right people. Maybe that's the difference. What do you think of that? Debate someone that well, it shouldn't be a debate at that point anyway. It should be a conversation. If we're into science, it shouldn't be anything. I blew off Jaron. He wanted to do like a debate format for me and Ruhef. And I'm just like, me and Ruhef can talk. We don't need to do a show for you and dance like that. And he had this huge amount of formatting. And I read I got to number 2 of a big long list. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm out. Instead, he sat through a religious debate.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of factors. I mean, I think debates can in my viewpoint, can definitely be interesting, bringing the ideas to the table. But yeah, the actual like Earth-shaped debates, it does seem like the kind of vibe in the air is sort of a little bit different these days, just in terms of for some individuals, it is kind of a standstill situation. Like the mainstream model has all of its claims and all of its data that you really can't prove ultimately. So and then there's all the assumptions that are involved in the globe position. However, even on the idea of the perspective of the Earth, having a planar geometry, I mean, there is planar surveying, but I definitely think there's a lot more work that needs to be done in the field to validate that.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like almost like if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, like the real like definitive side, it's almost just unresolved currently. Even though, I mean, a lot of people would think differently, obviously. Some people can be very strong on the globe. Some people do think that a planar and stationary Earth surface is proven. Some may say that, perhaps, or have their obviously perspectives and reasons as to why it's a very solid position and or, resonance with truth and a lot of different avenues, but I mean, I've said this, Dan, like, just as like a thought, if you went up again, you or anyone really, it just could be anyone, the kind of idea of like, you went up, you're in the United Nations, you're giving a presentation. There's thousands of scientists from all around the world in all different fields, and they're going to listen to your 2-hour presentation on how the Earth is not a globe. And if you can show, valid, solid everything, then they'll change the whole paradigm and the whole world, and it won't be a globe anymore. I mean, this is just obviously right out of like a movie script. It's just like a dramatic example. And then if you're unsuccessful in showing valid evidence or proof or however you would see it, then they are just going to kick you off the stage and the Earth stays a globe. So it's just like a dramatic idea of a way to think of it. And so when I think of it on that level, for the Earth having like planar geometry, for example, like that's the thing. Do we have that absolutely like sealed up, done and done? That's the thing.
Okay. More importantly, fuck no. And more importantly, though, does flat Earth continue to trigger people and get attention? So maybe we can just run straight to the other problems. The fact that the CIA has taken over this country and it runs the oil business and drugs, and that there's an undermining that's ignored. An undermining that people would call even evil. So whether it's evil or these people doing business and undermining peace and clinging to oil too long now, it's really one interest since that Eisenhower thing, and the Kennedy thing. It has been Bush family interest, really, in oil.
Anyway, I can say something about Jeranism, Dan.
Yeah. Who's a
How often do you talk to him?
Well, one of the problems is he won't talk to me. He says that I don't.
Okay, never mind.
No,
I don't know. I was just thinking if you talk to him, you were talking about you talking with Ruhif in front of Jeranism or something. Like, what was that about?
No, Jaron and I message back and forth.
Okay.
But he won't get on the phone with me, and we disagree a great deal and bicker about misunderstanding because we type, and I keep begging him to stop doing that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he teaches a lot of things that are just absolutely lies. So I would, like to talk to him about that. But if you don't, I don't know if you could call him out on that. But he says all kinds of things that aren't true, obviously. So
yeah,
there's not a lot of critique in these communities. I mean,
I know.
I don't know what to tell you. So
yeah,
I mean,
they call me a glober if I fucking say anything.
All right. Well, there's a lot of objectification, a lot of terminology, a lot of just the big flat earth channels just all do it, and it just is what it is, man. So,
yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, trying to get anything together and work together. For instance, Jaron says he's going out for an observation on the 7th. And it's like, really? Where? Like Monterey Bay. And it's, why? We've already done Monterey Bay. And it's like, so I said to him, I go, if you're not doing the middle point, to pick up the problems of this to dispel the myths of Netflix is what I said.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not doing that, that's nuts. And if you're not asking us about any advice about what you might do or might not do, for instance, my advice to him is to make sure that you have equal air and water temperature. That would be my advice. But he's like, yeah, I don't need to help you. And I'm dude, what do you mean you don't need to help me? You think it doesn't go both ways? And I'm fucking furious his pompous attitude towards things. So that's what we've been talking about for a couple of And when I saw all the rules to be on his thing, and
Okay.
realized that he was trying to make a puppet show out of it, I backed out.
Huh. Okay. What do you message on? He's not on Discord, obviously. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I have access to his phone and to his Facebook.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I'm just trying to be
But,
nice.
but I
He's
mean,
not here, so I don't get to
I've
talk to
called
him.
him.
That's the thing.
I've called him out for a couple of days, and I'm barely able to
Well, what's
maintain
the okay? So
a
you mentioned
relationship.
observation. What's the longest observation that you guys are talking about now that you see near a body of water?
You're talking about daytime? Or are you asking him about what they're doing or what
Any
we've
of
done?
you ever? Anybody ever? Any of you? Anybody ever? Anything? What's the claim? I mean, you just said someone's going to go out and see them. So I'm asking you, Dan, since you've been on this topic, what's the longest observation that you have near a body of water, or somebody else has that you've seen and goes, "Oh, look at."
Does it have to be water? Or do you ask you
Well,
for
when
overall
you're at
distance? What are
no,
you
no, no,
asking?
no. Anything, yeah. Like, what observations has Jeranism done in the last
37.8 miles.
Okay, that's Jeranism's.
No. That's our stuff. Our stuff.
What is that?
That's a laser over Bonneville Salt Flat area.
Oh, that's what you did.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what is that on? You got that on video?
Sure.
Put that in the live stream.
Okay.
What do you think the observation is of the person taking your photo on your icon behind you in the horizon? Well, how far do you think that is?
Oh, it's pretty far. Yeah, I'm 7,000 feet elevation, and my
Right.
wife's behind me, about, I don't know, 7 feet. We're on this little peak area that's kind of a hidden. I call it God's Rock out there, just just north of Mexico. We're literally on the border of Mexico, but it's a mountain, so it's not like you would never want to cross over to the border this way. You'll die, right?
Right on.
So there's no way there's not gonna be any coyotes coming anytime soon. But yeah, bro, there are some distances out there. If I look at the map of the miles, there's 50s, there's 70s, and there's beyond. There's 80s, 100s that we can't tell. It
Right.
just gets too far, and it just starts to get a little bit too foggy. You can't tell. You lose sight.
Sure.
Everything is just linearly, losing itself right in front of you, like a hallway floor coming up to you. Like as you look outwards, like the end of it just is like the end of a hallway. Yep.
Sure. So it being that like the context of it, how are you trying to I guess were you trying to kind of like pin Dan the Waterman into like what observation of any sort? Because that's what I thought you said. That's why I kind of brought it up, like
No,
of
I
any
wanted to
sort of
know what.
observation.
No, well, I'm just wondering what Jeranism's doing, because these guys are
Ah,
literally.
shit. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
I'm just talking about these other guys because literally, just there's some basic things that I have. That's my avatar. I don't use my avatar for evidence, but since you brought it up, that's funny. I don't. We'll go there later, but I got some good shots, and I just don't see a lot of fruit from these groups. I just see a lot of stagnancy and stalemating. And actually, this is still 2016 in a lot of ways. And these other groups out there, surprisingly, Geo says things that are far beyond a lot of even the Bible oriented groups don't know some of these things yet, that it's just there's a different understanding coming to fruition. It's not something that I can just roll out a spreadsheet or a scroll and explain these things, but the flat earth is also a deception,
Is
and
there
that's why I
something?
like. Mhm.
Oh, sorry. Is there
Go ahead.
I can't read what looks to be Hebrew on your name. Would you be able to pronounce that for me, just so I know?
Yeah, it's Ha Ambrami, but you can just my last name, my real last birth name is on my profile, Mr. Mazda. You could that's just a professional
Oh, okay.
title.
That's cool.
I've done some teaching in the past, and I like to keep it professional if you need to say that, but nobody likes to say Ha. I've never been called the Amrami one time, I don't think so. But
All right, Mr. Mazda, then, right?
MASTA, Mike Alpha, Sierra Tango Alpha. There it is. The 41
Can I
years
call you
so
Matza?
far.
Can I call you Matza?
No, it's got to be professional so it doesn't confuse people. Yeah, plus that
Come
I'm
on.
pretty serious
Matza
about
and
what I
butter?
do. So yeah,
Matza and butter?
no,
Come on. So
no.
good.
I mean, you
But
can
you're
you
so
can stay
young.
a flat earther
Mr.
though, I
Mazda.
guess.
That's cool. That's whatever.
It's Masta, just like a rapper's name.
But so
Masta P,
anyway,
something
yeah,
like that.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I didn't mean to interrupt you all's
Thanks.
conversation, but
No, go ahead.
I didn't know that
Continue.
you
Yeah.
were trying to get it. What I had no idea what Jaron and all those guys are doing at all.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, I'm not a flat earther, and every single flat Earth channel, this is not one, this is different. All these other flat Earth, they all teach deceptions greatly. They all teach huge lies, and I can't talk to them because as soon as I start to get close to them, they get scared. So the flat Earth channels are scared to death of the truth. Sorry, guys.
Big time. No, big
I don't
time.
think you have
I'm
anything to
with you.
sorry about, but like when you're asking about an observation of any sort, that's why I
Mhm.
brought up your profile. That's all.
Hey, bro, that's funny. Yeah, I've never talked about that. Yeah, I've never. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, yeah. You just go up high in a clear season. My favorite is Puget Sound. You know, looking past Seattle. Maybe I'll show that tomorrow. But yeah, it's very far out there. When you're on the water looking inland, it kind of takes away all the variables. You're proving you're at near sea level, and of course, when you're looking inland, you know, that's the land. So when you're trying to disprove Earth or talk about the Earth, which I actually don't do that often, but if you're going to keep it Earth, let's go to Earth, you know, because when people point at the water, they're creating a huge fallacy by saying there's the ocean, it's flat, therefore flat Earth. No, that's an absolute lie. And, you know, the term that, you know, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. That's an absolute lie. The whole thing is the same concept of the objective idol earth ball religion. It's almost the same thing, just a different color, really.
That's interesting. I think there's several things we might have in common there, but I think I'll let you go ahead and. Sorry for interrupting with you and Dan.
No, it's not my show. This is Geo's place. I'm here very rarely. I'm not here, especially with Stormfire and Rose Patton in the room at the same time. This is a Red October Resonance Cascade, 3 days into the month. Looks like it's about 2308 west of the Rockies right now. I'm sitting here under the stars, guys. Wow, the first time I've been on here at nighttime in a long time. It's a beautiful firmament, guys, and it was about the Word of God the whole time. And when you get into that Bible, this deception, the whole point of this deception of the outer space religion, I'm being very careful with my terminology, was to discredit the Bible. And that's the only ticket into this understanding. And I can't make it any easier. It's just unbelievable how this Bible just comes to life now once you just let it speak for itself and don't interpret it.
I'm sharing what you're asking to see the bottom of that stuff. Do you
Good.
really
Yeah, let me put that. I'm going to check that
do you
out
really
tomorrow.
do you really
Hold
care about that? You don't really care about it.
on. You'll have to pay attention,
I
Dan.
can
I'm
tell
very
you.
different. I'm alone.
Right.
I'm very different. So if you have preset, let's see. Hold on. Where are you, Rocky? Alive, Truth. That's the wrong. Am I in the right spot? Here you are. No. Okay. What? How many minutes past the hour did you post it?
I'm showing it live. I'm
Oh,
showing it.
I can't look at your screen right now. I don't have enough data. My poor ass has
There's no
got to wait a
chance
week.
to put it
No,
up
I
right
wanted a
now. You
link.
said.
I wanted a link so that I can look at this later and actually focus on it because I'm not going to watch anything right now. So I was looking for live stream 1, but yes.
Hey, Rose.
Hey, I hear somebody. Like everybody's like glitching out right now.
Radio check.
Do you guys hear about the FEMA check that's gonna happen? You guys hear about that?
Well,
Like probably on all your devices.
23rd or something like that.
No, today, the 4th.
Should I Faraday my phone? Or should I not worry?
Huh? Should you what?
Should I block the signal? Or should I not worry?
Well, I'm gonna put my phone in the. I'm gonna put my phone in the fucking microwave. I'm just gonna be honest.
Are you gonna like shut it off entirely and then put it in the microwave?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. All day? Like all day?
All day.
Yeah, I mean it is crazy. Yeah, they're supposed to be running like this emergency, which they just say it's like the emergency alert system, right? They're like testing it out. That is crazy.
Would
though.
you trust that? Would you trust
know.
it?
I know. The fact
No.
they can just hit us all
No.
with it, and then the fact that like, yeah, we don't exactly know, like all those microchips are proprietary. So yeah, they could be running a soft test of something.
Exactly. So wouldn't you be better off just to be safe than sorry? Put it in the microwave. Like get it away from you. You know, it's okay.
But then also shutting it off entirely, like not just clicking the power button once to where it goes to sleep mode or
But you
whatever.
don't.
You're saying like
You don't
hard
know when
shut
it's
it
gonna
down.
happen. But you don't know what's gonna happen, though.
Now, if you turn it off, like put it like not only in airplane mode, but you actually shut the whole phone off, and even if you put it in the microwave, and then when you turn it on the next day or whatever, is it still going to blast the alert?
No, nope. It's only at that time, so it's kind of like if somebody, kind of like the
Wow.
same alert, like somebody, like say a kid is missing in your area, and they're gonna put out an alert, right? An Amber Alert, right? Bleep bleep bleep. Everybody's phone knows the license plate, the make of the car, the kid that's in the car, whatever, right? Like that. So
Yeah, they have like a
I mean,
they have like a presidential one. Isn't that the one? Because I went into my phone and I turned off all of those because there's a bunch of them you can turn off, but there's like one or two of them that's required. And one of them is like the presidential one. So it's like if the president is like in your area, or I think they have it like technically if the president was shot or something, they probably would, you know, if he was like assassinated or something like that, they probably would actually do an alert, you know, and everyone's phone. Or something. That's what that. So, but you can't turn that presidential one off. Isn't that crazy? Like just the programming, they're trying to make us think like that president is so important. That's the one alert you can't even turn off. You know, it's crazy.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So if you get an alert out of nowhere, it doesn't hurt just to put it under a pillow or get it away from you. You know?
You just like if it goes off in your hand, you just throw it, just chuck it away from you.
Exactly. Just get away from you.
Like what is those? Oh my god! Oh, a grenade. Yeah, like a grenade. Just chuck it.
Like a grenade. Yeah, chuck it. Exactly.
Well, the question is, is there going to be any different like signal that's sent along with it? Because that's the thing. Isn't that still speculative? Like whether there is some extra signal, or what if they're testing it just for some psyop in the future, or some event they're going to do?
Well, it's going to happen on the 4th, today. Like literally, that's what they said.
Is your phone already in the microwave?
I guarantee my microwave is open. It's ready.
That's funny. Just leave the door open, and then like the minute the alarm goes off, just chuck it in the microwave.
Yeah, just chuck it in there. Yeah. I'm not playing. No, I don't think it's a game.
Yeah, but what if it only affects people that drank the Kool-Aid?
Well, what do you mean by Kool-Aid, though?
I'm
How
talking
do you
about
know? How
the
do you know you didn't drink the Kool-Aid?
I'm talking about the recent jibby jab, the recent one, the main recent one.
Yeah, but maybe the
Yeah.
Kool-Aid isn't the Kool-Aid that you think it is.
What I'm saying is that what if this alert thing only affects people that got that, you know, that took that, and what if the
Well,
rest of it?
yeah, I understand that, but how about if you think you okay, so they like to make you think that you're smart, right? So you didn't do anything, so you don't have nothing to worry about.
Because I mean, like whatever they're doing with the 5G and whatever like signals, I mean, we're all pretty much exposed to it, unless you live way out, you know. But even at that, there's still signals. So no, I'm just saying, like if that whole 5G thing is related, like or all the updates they did, like in 2020 and 2021, where they upgraded the whole grid. Like if that is all putting a
Yeah.
system in place that has the ability to affect people that did drink the Kool-Aid, as it were, then is it a scenario that that those of us that didn't get it are actually not going to be impacted by these things, that and then these other folks will be.
Right. That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know, but I still want to fuck with it because you still have GMOs that are in your system.
That's true. And if the nanotech
And
yeah, that's
yeah,
true too.
and then
You know garlic,
the
bro?
chemtrails, bro. You can't help that. That's over your head every day.
You don't garlic, bro?
Garlic is good.
I
That's a
mean,
good one.
Dr. Stormfire said if you do a clove of garlic every 3 days, you can keep a certain high percentage that's guessed at the moment called a statistic out of your body. So that would be
Yeah.
nice.
Did you say, do
Yep.
you even garlic?
Do you garlic?
Yeah,
do you even garlic, bro?
Like I mean,
Yeah, it works on the vampires. That's good enough for me.
yeah, I mean, you don't even need yeah, garlic in your system, solid coppers in your clip, good to go.
Let's go, Stormfire.
Water world.
That's it.
It's untouchable. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, those big channels are gonna get really mad when you're like, well, what is it then? Like, bro, Earth isn't an it. It's just dry land and water world, bro. Dang.
Yeah, but
No.
let me ask you something,
Go ahead.
Exo, because it's not a secret thing. I mean, everything you're saying is right there in Genesis. There's nothing secret about it.
Oof. What about Psalms?
Yeah, Psalms 148:4.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's a big one. That's the high. That's the high level. The high level. That's
Yeah,
a
I know.
frightening level. That's a big deal.
Yeah,
Well,
it's not. Well, I
there you
know
go.
everything you're saying now. I know everything you're saying.
Oh, it's
It's
not
not.
even my word.
I know it's not your word. It's
Calling me
God's
out.
word.
I mean,
But
as you calling me out in public, I
but
just feel pathetic now. Okay,
no,
thanks.
no, I'm not. No, not like that. I
I'm
agree
kidding. Go
with
ahead.
you. I actually argued with people today. I argued with like 6 people today because I was telling them how that the water was there before the land. And I actually heard somebody today tell me that the land was there before the water. And I was like, no, because the Bible says the waters were gathered. If the waters were gathered, that means that they weren't there in the beginning. Okay? They had to be gathered. And then they said, well, the land was there. And then the land came out of the waters. And that was dry water. That means there was mud before that. And I was like about to rip their face off Like, what the fuck do you mean that there was mud before the? Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Welcome to Earth Awakening
Ah,
Station Identification 2321.
yeah.
Wow, look at
Oh,
this, guys.
unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I went to Ward. Hey, Exo, I went to
It
Ward
was
today
fun, was
about
it
that.
not? Wasn't it? Isn't it fun being
It
able to
was
do that
fun.
and nobody can touch you? You're untouchable. There's no straw man. It's over.
Well, it is. Amen. It's
Too
just about the
easy.
word. That's it. And this person kept adding words, and I was like, you know what? You're speculating. You're adding. I'm not adding anything to it. And they're like, well, and then the land appeared, and I was like, yeah, it appeared. That's it.
Can I
Well,
tell you what
it
Jemsy said? Do you
appeared.
remember what Jemsy said? What about what
Oh, it
Jemsy
was
said? Do you remember
crazy.
what he
Go
said?
ahead.
Jemsy said
Mhm.
that they have all the elements or all the elemental particle, whatever that terminology is. I've never studied elements, but they found all the elements of existence in seawater. Right.
Mhm.
So that actually adds right up. So when it says the earth was without form and void, that's I'm not saying it was seawater, but there's earth inside seawater that's unformed and voided. It's
Mhm.
loose sand. It's in the water though. And that could be how Elohim started things. I have no idea, but you could have water and earth, in a bucket of water is a little bit of earth in there as well, right? So that's interesting to me
Right.
because then it took form, then he formed it, he brought it out of, now it's dry. Remember, it's technical. He says the dry land he called earth. So that's the point. Once it's dry, he named it. So on that third day he names it. So that is the chronological order of things. Yeah. So the earth came after. Yeah. It doesn't even say he created them. That's the funny thing. If you look again, there is no mention of creation. The pseudepigrapha or apocrypha books that mention God creating the water, I probably just lagged out. Those books are incorrect anyway. But there's a reason why they don't match up, because the waters were there. Remember, the word shamayim, heaven, in Hebrew means water over there or water here. So even the
Right.
first thing when it
Well,
says God created
but
the
but
heavens, that's water. Go ahead.
but the okay, but the fucked up thing is this guy. I was talking about how the waters. Okay, first there was the void and the deep, right? We can say, can you say
Darkness.
that the deep is the water? Can you say that the
Yeah.
deep is water?
Well, yeah, my pool. Yeah, my
Maybe.
pool's only deep when it has
Sure.
water. Watch this. Wait, let me say it. The pool's only deep. Okay, I used to have a 20-foot, 40, like a 15-foot list was like a 1970s pool dad had. Let me tell you, it was deep. The only reason it's deep is because it's full of water. Okay, it has to be
Right.
full of water to be deep. Uh-oh,
Right.
there you go. Thanks.
Right. Okay. So I agree. And then I said, okay, so it was void and it was the deep and the void. So that means there's nothing there. And then it says gathering the waters. That means it came from somewhere else. If you're going to gather something, that means it wasn't there to gather it, right? Why do you have to gather something that's already there, right? And then out of nowhere, land appeared, right? Okay. So this
Out of
guy
the
was
water.
trying to say out of the water. Amen. Out of the flood in the sea, right? We have multiple resources that say that. But this guy said, no, the land was already there. And then the waters gathered, and then it was muddy. And then the dry land
Okay.
came out of that.
All right. Well, I'm
And
going to
I
get
said,
short with you. Hey,
whoa,
all right.
what the hell?
Good.
I
Amen.
was like,
Amen.
yeah, no, you're not doing that, bro.
But can I point out one thing? Let me point out one thing, please. Okay, I want to
Yeah,
point
go
out this is
ahead.
the same. Watch this. This is the same religion, because on the television they teach everybody that there's an object, Earth, that then acquired water. That is the exact same religion that the secular system teaches. Again, proving that, again, that's a guy's a staunch flat earther. He's teaching the same lie. I rest my case for tonight. I don't want to go too much further into it, but he's teaching the same lie, that it's an object, Earth, holding water. That's it. I'm done. I really appreciate you guys giving me some time tonight to speak. Yep, it's late for me, so I got to go. So, Baruch Hashem, guys. Thanks for playing.
Sleep well.
Red
I'm gonna go.
October, Resonance Cascade.
So, Rose, is this signal going to go out while you're sleeping, or is that not likely? Do they want everyone's attention? So America can't be asleep.
Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
This signal that's going to go out.
Yeah. Oh, we're done? Okay.
What?
There's solid people here. Okay.
Yeah. What do you? So the signal that's going to go out. It's going to be while everyone's awake, right? Probably.
Oh, okay. So no, but listen, the signal is going to be happening today. It could happen while everybody's asleep. That's possible. I would suggest, just to be safe, take your phone, throw it under your mattress. If you're sleeping, put it under your mattress.
enough?
Better to be safe than sorry. Huh?
I don't even sleep. I don't even sleep with my phone in the same room. I have it all the way across the
Oh,
house.
that's good. Well, you're amazing then. That's good. That's good. You shouldn't. Because in the Bible it says, beware of Satan and his devices. And we have these devices in our bedroom, right by our head, right on our nightstand, in our pockets, in our purses. We're always carrying around Satan's devices. You know
That's
what I
not
mean?
what he meant, though. That's not what he meant. He meant
Yeah,
Satan's
that's
way.
why choose the same word?
I just think that's why I can't talk
Yeah,
Bible, because
I just think.
it opens up too much interpretation.
Okay. Well, anyways, in the Bible it says, beware of Satan and his devices, and everything we have in our home is called devices. That's not by chance. Thank you. It's not by chance. So I would just recommend that you put your devices somewhere. That's all. And if you don't want to, that's up to you. If you want to become a zombie, who knows? You never know.
So
I
in
mean,
in
better
like
be safe than sorry.
so in like 5
Yeah.
Faraday bags inside of a microwave buried underground.
You know what? Laugh all you fucking want. I don't give a fuck. Keep that phone right by your head. I don't care.
No, I was actually serious. Like that's what we should do. We should just
I'm dead serious. Keep your phone by your head. I don't care. That's a you problem. Okay?
Well, a lot of people do that. A lot of people have it right there.
All right. All right. Well, if you're so dumb, I don't give a fuck. Okay?
Yeah, I would say
All
I
right.
haven't had a cell phone near my head probably since I was like 18.
I don't care. I really don't. I'm just saying they're going to do a FEMA thing. If you want to protect yourself, protect yourself. If you don't, you don't. I don't care. Okay? If you take your neighbor's head off with your teeth, I don't give a fuck. All right? And if you don't take your neighbor's head off with your teeth, I still don't give a fuck. All right. Moving on. Don't care.
Yeah,
Well,
I do have the phone like in my hand usually when it is on and stuff, but yeah, I definitely don't put it near my organs or near my head ever. I don't ever put it near my body, like anywhere within like yeah, only thing I'll do is have it in my hand. And even that, like it's still radiation, but it's not too
Yeah.
bad.
And well, that's good. There's this lady, she was working at, I think, Walmart or something, and she wasn't supposed to have her phone on her while she was working. And she put her phone in her bra on her breast. And she literally got cancer on her breast. Yeah. I mean,
Do you think it
it's
causes
up
it or
to
do
you.
you think it like triggers it somehow?
I don't fucking know, dude. I really don't. I'm not going to pretend like I know the answer. I'm just saying you should be careful and be aware of what you're doing. You know, it's up to you. I don't know. It could be a trigger, it could be a cause. Who knows? Who freaking knows? But why wait and find out or try to figure it out? We could just avoid it, you know?
I actually bought this phone case called a safe sleeve. Doubles as a like a phone holder and a wallet. And it's supposed to block certain radiation and things. Pretty cool actually.
Is that like a bag you put the phone in, or is it like a blocker that goes between the phone and your body?
Yeah, I posted it. You can get a good look. It was only $65 actually, and it's kind of cool.
I wonder if it would help to put the phone in one of these every night before you go to sleep. Like I always put mine in airplane mode, and I do have it far, like it's not in the bedroom at all. Like I have it, elsewhere in the house. But I can actually notice, like I even have the phone, like it's not even in the bedroom; it's somewhere else in the house, and I have it in airplane mode. And I always turn it into airplane mode before I go to bed. But if I leave it in normal mode, like meaning not in airplane mode, like all the cell radios are on and everything, I can actually tell when I'm sleeping that it disrupts like my sleep. And that's just from having it in airplane mode or not in airplane mode, even though it's all the way across the house and in a different room.
What about Wi-Fi? Have you tested that?
Yeah, I could. Yeah, Wi-Fi. I don't have any Wi-Fi in the house at all. I've had no Wi-Fi for many years now.
That's crazy. I guess I can kind of tell when I'm camping that there's no Wi-Fi out there. It does feel different, but I don't know if I could describe. Maybe if I could go into like an intense Wi-Fi building and then go out somewhere where I knew there wasn't and kind of, in the moment try to describe it, maybe I could. I don't know.
Yeah, because some places are really concentrated. Yeah, like certain office buildings or store, like a mall or something. Just trying to think where there'd be a lot of
Or a
like
school. Yeah,
hundreds
did
of
you say
signal.
school?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people experience it as kind of like a bit of a head fog, and kind of like they call it like being in the soup is kind of a term that's used. Like when you're in the Wi-Fi soup, it's kind of like this dissonant kind of vibrational energy that causes like a little bit more tension, kind of like pulls you away from nature a little bit. And then people obviously report all kinds of different symptoms and things, from like brain fog or like sleep issues, like just overall well-being in a lot of different ways, even like physical health. With the Wi-Fi thing. And it does seem like maybe some are like more sensitive to it than others or more aware of it or mixture, to where it does seem to affect some people more than others. And that could have to do with like maybe heavy metals in the body or other things in the body, that might be different for different people perhaps as well.
That's a good point. So have you seen any changes within yourself or your life or anything like that?
I would say for me, it's a pretty big difference. Like having Wi-Fi in the house versus no Wi-Fi. Yeah, I would say it's a huge improvement to not have it for me,
Huh?
in my
How?
experience of it. Well,
Can you
whenever
explain how?
yeah, sense the entire Wi-Fi signal, and it does have like a dissonant kind of energy vibe to it, as it were, like a negative sort of overall. Like it seems to kind of like it's like it weakens life in some way, even though it's only subtle. It's only a subtle weakening. It does seem to weaken like the cellular function and even like I think even brain function to some extent. Because whenever when I don't have Wi-Fi, it's like I feel like it's like I'm on vacation or something. I feel like I'm on vacation from back in the '90s or something, you know, when there wasn't a Wi-Fi.
But wait, maybe that's a knowing that you don't have to be connected. So maybe it's a disconnect type thing right there. So it's like I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi, so I'm free and I could do whatever the fuck I want. So maybe it's kind of like that. Like, do you have proof of that?
Well, I mean, what happens? I mean, they call it non-ionizing radiation is what they call it, non-ionizing, and they claim that this non-ionizing radiation is not harmful to the body, like cell phones, Wi-Fi. That's all non-ionizing radiation. So they just claim that it's all, basically has no negative
Yeah.
effects, But
Right. There's no proof of that. Yeah, we know
But I mean,
that.
the Wi-Fi
Mhm.
itself, I mean, that like the signal, obviously, where you get the signal around the house. We all know, like you get, so the whole field is being radiated by that signal, that you're
Right.
kind of enveloped in. And so,
No, I get that. I get that.
I mean, I don't think it's like life and death necessarily, although some people may have health conditions that are negatively impacted by Wi-Fi. And I also think that they're programming them these days to have like even more like
I mean,
kind of dissonant
okay,
energy,
let me.
like disconnected from
Okay,
nature.
so you're all over the fucking place. So let me ask you a question. Do you think that what you eat is contributed to how you feel from the Wi-Fi? Do you think the Wi-Fi has effect on your eating habits?
Yeah, that's a good point. Or whether it reacts with GMOs, for example.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's very interesting. Whole layer of it too.
Do you know, or have you thought about that, or are you just interested in it?
I would say all of the above, but that is
Okay.
I'm saying it's a very interesting field of how like like you're saying, are they like the idea that they're like designing the signal to interact with the GMO foods.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Because we are a signal. Okay, so the signal is based on what? Right? So then you have to think of what's the counteract of that signal would be you. Right? So do you know what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like that you're like the receiver of it, you're saying. Like that you're
Yes.
the reception point.
Yes.
Reflect
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Right,
So, yeah.
Like a tuning fork.
Right.
Like a tuning fork. So are you almost
Yes.
suggesting like
So-
could you walk through a Wi-Fi field and not be affected by it because you're just on a certain frequency or because of your diet? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
Totally.
So basically, can you not be seen based on how you choose to interact with your space? So say you drink a lot of distilled water and you do this and you do that, blah, blah, blah. Would that affect the signal that's coming in to your body? Because sorry. Stop. So does your body and how you eat? I'm sorry. Stop, babe. Shh. Come here, babe. Come here. Oh, look at you. I love you. I love you. Okay. So how you interact? Stop. Stop. Okay. You know what I mean, right? You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. So like maybe the material or the enzymes or the whatever you have going on in your life, it could different from somebody who say only eats fast food or only eats frozen food, right? And yeah, it's cheaper, but it's cheaper for a reason, right? Because they want you to have that type of diet, right? And then why? Why do they want you to have the dollar menu diet? They're not trying to feed you cheap. So why are you eating cheap? You know, so what is the backlash from that, right? So you have to look at all those different aspects. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a whole thing going on with
Right.
the food. I mean, like the heavy metals and the other like nanoparticulates and toxins, and then the GMOs as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, it's like they're trying to make our
Yeah.
bodies like tuning forks for their network.
Yes. Antennas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And then control us
Yeah.
perhaps through that in various ways.
Yeah. So then, like, you're a cyborg. You're like, when you hold your phone, that's an extension of you. That's a cyborg. Do you not? You know that, right?
Yeah, in a way, it is. It's like a
Yeah.
digital extension of your mind and body, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the way they
And
are
they
now,
can.
it's even more so because you got your personalized phone, you got all these apps and all this stuff. So yeah, even more so. It's like a cyborg add-on, or it's the beginnings of
Yeah.
that. I mean, maybe in the
It's
future
an
they'll want.
extension.
Yeah,
It's an extension. And sometimes your phone knows you better than yourself, or you just get pissed off at your phone because your phone doesn't know you at all. And you're like, what the fuck? Yeah. It can, you know, go either way. Yeah. It's interesting. I think, we are we are energy, right? Obviously we're energy, right? And everything that's happening around us is energy. So we're giving and taking energy all the time. So either you're being bombarded with energy or you're giving off excess energy where maybe you might seem hostile to somebody because of your excess energy, right? That's why people can say, well, I don't know, I just don't like her. Or I don't know, I just don't like him. Well, maybe they're just giving off excess energy, too much energy, and you're just like, I don't like that, right? And so we have that around us at all times, at our fingertips, within ourselves, within the solar system, the sun, the moon. We're constantly being bombarded with energy, and we just need to learn how to deal with that, I think. Yeah. Does that make sense or no?
yeah, that was well said.
Thank you. Okay. I will be quiet. I digress. Unless nobody's not going to say anything, and then I'm going to keep talking. Come on.
Yeah, keep going.
What?
I was just thinking, like, is there some way we
What the
could
fuck?
like build something to like protect our property or our home from, that we could be totally free from any signal?
I don't think the signal is the problem. I think it's how you deal with the signal is the problem. It's the energy. How do you okay. So like a battery, you have a positive and negative on the battery, right? And in the Matrix, what did he say? We're like batteries, right? So I think it's more about how you process shit. Are you more on the positive or the negative? You know? And that's how they harness you. They harness you if you're on the negative effect. So if you're doing negative stuff and you have a lot of hate and you're a lot of jealousy, pride, whatever the negative emotions, then you're being harvested on that emotion like a battery.
Exactly. That's so well
You
said.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and thinking
Yeah.
of like all of humanity as like a massive battery. Let's say all of our minds are like one big battery. And if
Yeah.
we were all like harmonized or synced up, perhaps we have like infinite potential. Maybe we even naturally telepathic. We could access knowledge, free energy, and literally all get along in a way that could be like amazing. But
Mhm.
like, but with all the negativity, like the trauma, the GMOs, all this stuff. I even noticed when you flip through those YouTube short videos, there's always like people getting shot and getting robbed, and
Yeah.
I just think that's
Negative.
purposeful. Yeah, exactly. Negative,
Yeah.
negative, negative. And so if there's a ton of
Yeah.
people that have that, all that stuff, then what if that's like weakening our battery collectively, and then they're
Yeah.
harvesting and like
Yeah.
benefiting off of that?
Yes. Yes. So if you look at it from the plus and the minus, so if you surround yourself with good people who are doing good things, that they love you and you love them and you support them, they support you, it's all good shit, right? But if you happen to get involved with somebody who is not a good person, and then everybody around you is saying, "Hey, be careful. That guy's not good. He's not good." And you're like, "Well, I'm going to give him a benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're wrong. I think he's nice." And you're being manipulated, but everybody can see it, but not you. So then that drains your battery. That's draining you, right? And then it drains them too because they're looking out for you. And when they're looking out for you, that's draining them to have to do that because they have to look out for themselves as well. And so it's a constant battle of positive and negative happening there. Do you see that right there? Just being in a scenario where you're not in a good situation and you have all your friends looking out for you, but you just don't see it. That's very draining on them as well, you know? And that's draining the positive battery because you allowed somebody to come in who was a negative. Everybody sees it's a negative. You know it's a negative, but you want to ignore it. But what you're doing is draining everybody around you and yourself. Yeah, that's not okay. But that's what happens. It's a draining. And people go, I am so tired. I'm so exhausted for dealing with so and so. They're being drained. You're draining them. Yeah. You guys see that or yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
No, that is definitely a factor. Yeah, like what you surround who and what you're surrounding yourself with makes a huge difference.
Big.
Yeah, like let's
And it
say
can
like
take
yeah.
Mhm.
I just
Go
think of
ahead.
how much is in like movies and TV, how much just like intense Yeah, just basic. I mean, I guess one could say negative things are a part of life as well in some ways,
Sure.
but when I think about like just even like a lot of the mainstream movies, where they're just like fighting and shooting each other, and there's all these dramas and crimes going on. I mean, I guess like it is obviously entertaining in it, and all that, but at the same time, like what actual effect is that having on us? To like just have your heart rate
Nothing.
pumped up while these people are in like some like death survival thing, shooting each other and
Right.
running through the streets or chasing or whatever. Like, what actual effect does
Well,
that have?
what effect that has is that you go to the Navy, you go to the Army, you go to the military, and you fight wars for cowards that wouldn't put their own children in there. Yeah. So they want you to feel like you're a hero, but for a cause that they wouldn't even put their own children in. And that's the system that we deal with, That's war. These high level criminals never put their children into the battle at all. But they are more than willing to put your children in the battle, or your parents, or your father, or your great grandpa. You ever heard about your great grandpa fighting in World War II? It's devastating, and it's trauma in generations of a family, because that's trauma in that individual. So when he has a child, say somebody who fights in World War II, right? Then he meets his wife. They want to have a good family, but he has trauma now. And so when he has a child, in his seed is trauma. It's passed on to that next kin, to his child, right? And so that child has trauma of war, but doesn't even understand where that came from. But it came from their dad, because their dad doesn't want to talk about his trauma. And then it gets passed on, boom, 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 like that. And we're all traumatized. We have a traumatized society. And if you don't have trauma within your family, well, we'll give you 9/11. We'll give you Sandy Hook. We'll give you this. We'll give you that. We'll give you trauma. Oh, let me give you, and if that's not good enough, I'll give you a celebrity that died just unexpectedly. I'll traumatize you anyway. They'll traumatize you any way they can. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. It's almost like
Yeah.
it's like a refined system designed for trauma to take place. Like the whole
It's
idea of,
trauma-based mind
yeah,
control.
exactly. It's
Hmm.
like a system that has that as like the baseline of it, which is then linked to the
Right.
military and the whole like Rockefeller medicine. It's connected to all these, and then the big pharma.
Everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like the
So
whole
if we
agenda.
can't get
Like
you here, if we can't get you here, we're going to get you here. And if we can't get you there, we're going to get you there. And if we can't get you there, we're going to get you there. We're going to get you somewhere. Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off myself. I apologize. Go ahead.
yeah, no, that's exactly. You actually just took the words out of my mouth, because that's what I was about to say. I was going to say trauma-based mind control. Yeah, it's like a system that is designed to. I mean, it goes pretty deep. I mean, we were talking about the other day about the birthing process in America and in the world today, like how we give birth to our children, like in hospitals and all
Right.
all the trauma that happens. So it's like it's designed even in the mainstream medicine level, right at the beginning.
Right.
The whole like process of the way we give birth in the mainstream, as it were, is it's so bad. It's just setting up the child with just a load of traumas right when they come in, either like drug
Right.
induced birth, like the
Oh,
C-sections, all these
let me
different,
tell you
let alone
something.
the
Let
jab.
me tell you something. Hold
Endless.
on.
It's
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something that connects to the Bible, where it says piercing of the sole of the foot. So every baby that is born in the hospital, they get pierced in the sole of their foot. It's the same thing in the Bible. It says the piercing of the sole of the foot. Look that up. And they pierce every baby. It doesn't matter if you don't want it to happen or not. It doesn't matter. You can fall asleep. They're going to creep up in that room and they're going to take that baby out that room and they're going to pierce the soul. And it's the same Bible verse. And they pierce the foot. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know that verse?
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm talking about? Okay, good. What's that verse? The piercing of the sole of the foot.
Yeah, I'm like aware of it. It's ringing a bell, but I don't know it word for word though.
Okay, but you know what I mean. So that's the verse that they use when they get a hold of your newborn baby. Yeah. It's crazy. It is really crazy. But that's what a lot of people should probably, I think that's why people do look into having home births. So you don't have that happen, you know? The piercing, yeah. Yeah. They will do it. It doesn't matter. You fall asleep, they're going to creep in the room, they're going to take your baby out the room and they're going to do it. Doesn't matter. You can't stop it. You're going to fall asleep eventually and they're going to do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But that's a Bible verse that happens in the hospital. I've seen it happen personally with my own eyes. They will do it.
Which one? Which?
The piercing of the soul. The soul. It says of the foot. Piercing of the sole of the foot. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it if you look it up because I like to make sure that what I say is confirmed because I don't talk out my ass. So the sole of the foot is pierced. Yeah. Just put Bible verse foot piercing. Maybe like that. Maybe that might show it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah. But that's what they do. And so if the Bible is irrelevant, then why is hospitals doing that to every baby? That should be a question people should be asking, especially atheists. Yeah. Do you see the verse? Why is there so many people in the room but nobody's fucking talking? Like, what the fuck?
Well, no, I am here, but I am kind of back and forth from my mic, but
Okay.
I'm listening. But yeah,
Okay.
I could try to look it up.
Okay, I'll look it up. Fuck it up. Fucking it. There's hella people in here. Nobody's fucking saying shit. Okay. Piercing of the
But you're saying
foot.
they actually pierce the foots of the children, you're saying? Or are you saying like
Yes.
that the overall stuff
Yes.
they're doing has
No, they take blood from their foot.
that? Ooh. Wow.
Yes. Yep.
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They have pierced my hands and my feet. They have pierced my hands and my feet. No, that's not it. See my pierced hands and feet. See for yourselves. It is I standing here alive. Touch me and know that my wounds are real. Okay, it has to do with Jesus. So see my pierced hands and feet, right? So there's a couple of Bible verses, Luke 24:39 and Psalms 22:16, and then there's a few of them. But there's one about the here we are. Let me see. There are debates around interest password. No. There's a couple of verses about it though. The actual piercing of the foot. I know that says piercing of the feet, so that does hold up. You know what I mean? That's two of them. But there's another one. So like, what's around me? Circles. They pierced my hands and my feet like a lion. My hands. Yeah, because they do it to every baby in a hospital. Every baby gets their foot pierced with a needle, and blood is took from their soul. Their soul. The sole of your foot, right? It's called your sole of your foot. Right? Yeah, it's pretty much Psalms 22, but there is more. But I'm not prepared for right now. But maybe tomorrow I'll be more prepared. But that proves my point. I gave 2 verses, and it's piercing of your soul. Yeah.
That's intense. Wow. That is deep. My
Yeah.
goodness. But you add that to everything else, the jabs, all the injections, all the other the way they treat them. They stick like there's all the other things they do. They're like poking and prodding, and it's so but yeah, that in addition, that is wow.
Yeah.
That is not what you want to do to a newborn baby. That is the last thing you want to do.
Amen.
Is draw blood from it. My gosh, give it all its fresh blood that it just came into the world with. And leave the umbilical
But
cord
that's
on as long as possible so it can get all that oxygen from the placenta too.
no, it's about smacking the baby on its ass. And that they spank the baby. And then it's about trauma at the beginning. You are trauma-based mind control at the very beginning. From birth. I hate to say it, but it's true. Yeah. Yeah. But thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry if I've been ranting all night, but I just really want you guys to be aware that these are the things that they do. And if you know somebody who's about to give birth to a baby, watch the baby. The baby's going to be took from the mother and brought to another room, and they're going to pierce the foot with the needle, pull the blood, and in the Bible, it clearly says about that. I can't find the exact verse right now because I wasn't prepared, but I guarantee I can be prepared tomorrow with that information because it is true. It is absolutely true. I gave 2 other verses about the feet and the piercing of the feet, but there is more. Definitely more.
No, that's a very interesting line of understandings and connections. Yeah, if you find that verse, definitely let us know. And
I will.
Yeah, and then the question is where that blood goes
Thank
off
you.
to, where they're sending that blood.
Yeah. And that's to the vampires. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to do you want to go into there? Yeah, the vampires.
Adrenochrome reptiles.
Yeah. Those fun people. They're fun. Yeah. Yeah. Generational vampires. You know what?
Yeah.
Gio. You know what I was thinking? Gio, right? You're there, right? Is that you, Gio?
Yeah.
Okay. I was watching a couple of documentaries a while ago, and they were saying that okay, this is weird, but okay. Werewolves and vampires are the same thing. And I was like, actually, I was told you have an option. But they were saying it's the same thing. And then Brad Stoker's movie, they were pretty much saying it's the same thing too. So why give an option then if it's the same thing? You ever heard about that? The werewolves and the vampires? Because, you have Twilight with that bullshit. There's werewolves and vampires. And I know they both exist, but I thought you had an option. But then just recently I was told that they're both the same thing. I don't think so, though. What do you think?
I mean, I guess I would think of them as different in a sense. I mean, there's some similarities because they both kind of turn into something else, I guess. There's different types of vampires, I suppose, though. Some of them like kind of turn into it, or other ones
Shapeshifter.
Yeah.
Type.
Yeah, kind of
right. Gotcha.
Which is basically what
Right.
the werewolf is. Like it's like the dude who shapeshifts into like an animal. Whereas with the vampire thing, it's like you might kind of look like a normal dude or whatever. Or well, I guess what is it? During the day they sleep in like a coffin or whatever, and then at night, they go sucking blood and all that. But yeah, those are similar in terms of like the idea of like some kind of a transformation a bit that occurs. But is the werewolf like living off though, or is it just like aggressive and crazy? Whereas the vampires like want to actually suck the blood.
Well, the werewolf wants human blood as well. They want human. They are hunting humans.
That's true. They just go nuts.
Yeah.
What's the main?
They're not. You remember they're not eating. They're not eating rats or cats or dogs or anything like that. They're like want to kill humans.
Is it just?
And they're always
killing?
being chained. Huh?
Is it just senseless killing? It's just out of control, like a werewolf is just going nuts and just killing anyone he can.
Well, most of the time, like if you look at it in movies, right? Let's just go with movies. That they don't even remember what they did, right? And they just killed humans. They just killed a couple of people, and they wake up and they're covered in blood, and they don't even remember. And they have to be chained down. Remember, most of them have to be like, chain me down because I don't want to. I know what's going to happen to me at the full moon, right? And then so like their friends chain them down to the bed, and then they're changing, like that kind of bullshit, right?
Yeah.
So
funny.
So it's human. It is human in both aspects. It's human. Vampire and werewolf is still human. I think vampire
or some kind of hybrid,
remembers more. Well, vampires usually goes back generations, right? They're like, 1900s, I got changed, and I still look like I'm 20, right? So that's still a shapeshifter, right? Because you're like 1,000 years old or 900 years old, but you still look like you're 20. That's still a shapeshifter. Right.
Yep. And what is it in the show True Blood where like it's like they get high off of like sucking blood? It's like a drug for them, right?
Oh, so that's the adrenochrome, right? So that's the same thing that we see going on in Hollywood. And then you can also Google, there's a teen blood, a real place. Like this is not a conspiracy. This is a real place. Type in teen blood. And it will tell you that they found that teenager blood, so we can go as far as baby then, that it will make you younger. So you can get like like shots or something of blood to make you feel younger, teenage blood, and they sell that. There's actually a website of that in LA. Yeah. So if teenage blood can make you younger, what makes you think that baby blood wouldn't make you even younger? And then you have like a lot of celebrities that came on talking about using products, right? Like beauty products of like baby, you know, penises and blood and stuff like that. That's in the product. And they put it on their face and they look younger. That's witchcraft. Yeah, that's what that is. Anyway, do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, that rings a bell.
Like
That's
Jennifer
Sandra
Lopez
Bullock.
is
It was
talking
Sandra
about.
Bullock.
Yeah,
On
Sandra Bullock. Thank you.
Yeah, she was
She
talking
was
about
talking about putting
some literal
baby
witchcraft.
penises. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stormfire. I appreciate you. Thank you. I love you. Appreciate it. I love it when people know what I'm talking about. Makes it better. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And so these celebrities and these people are promoting, you know, witchcraft. It's witchcraft. It's alchemy. You know, really. That's what it is. Harry Potter. He's the Potter. He's the alchemist. Yeah.
What do you think about the idea that there is some other, let's say, type of like either race or type of being or something that's like non-human, let's just say? There are the ideas of reptilians or other types of but what do you think about the idea that there is some other actual race, as it were, or some other beings, even if there's only a few of them, like doesn't even have to be a whole race, and the idea that they actually are able to shapeshift into human form by consuming the adrenochrome? And then that's how they become like some like the queen, you know, these different ones that people have
Right.
speculated might be one. Or, you know, so what do you think about that? That it's like a totally different type of
Okay.
creature that can actually shapeshift, and then that would
It's
be
not.
why they're getting all of our blood and
It's,
doing all this crazy stuff.
it's not. Well, first off, that's an excellent question. Second off, it's not a totally different creature. What it is that they like to rebrand themselves. They're kind of like Gucci and Calvin Klein. So they're demons, but now they're aliens. You know, a lie. Look at the word alien. It says a lie in it. So they just rebranded themselves. They've always been demons. And if you look at Crowley from back in the day, 1900s, I think 1920s or something like that, Pan looks exactly like an alien. But he says it's a demon. They're just rebranded. They're demons. They're not aliens. Mm-hmm. What do you think about that? I have more proof if you want. I can give you more. You guys are quiet. I can give you more. Want me to give you more?
Yeah.
There's proof. Okay. R.L. Hubbard, the guy who started Scientology, and Crowley went into the desert and opened the portal and did like a ritual. And then after that happened, that's when Roswell happened. After that, they opened a portal to the demons to come in, right? And so then that's when Roswell happened. They weren't able to close that portal. You can look this up. I'm not making this shit up. This is what happened. And then if you go and look at portraits from 1200s, you see crafts, right? UFO crafts, right? Alien crafts, dimensional. Hell is real. Hell is not spiritual. I think hell is literally real. It's here. And heaven is here. And the Bible says how heaven, there is levels of heaven on earth. It literally, like, we're not talking spiritual. See, when we watch movies and stuff like that, they want to make you think that it's not here, it's somewhere else. It's like when you die, it's not here. No, it's literally here. Hell is here. Heaven is here. And I believe that. And I think there's a lot of evidence of that. And then I can go through that as well if you want. I
That
don't
is
want
freaky
to.
to think
I don't.
about. Keep going.
Okay. Okay. So in the Bible, it literally tells you about the levels, right? It doesn't tell you. It tells you that humans is not your threat, right? It tells you that, right? So if humans are not your threat, then who is your threat? It's it's higher places, principalities, right? These are real things. I think that the spiritual world is more real than our world, to be honest with you. That's what I think. I think they're more real than us. Do you want me to keep going?
Yes. Keep
Okay.
it rolling.
Okay. Do you have a question? Can you help me?
No, I'm vibing.
I need.
I'm vibing with what you're saying. It's good.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think the spiritual world is more real than our reality. Our reality is a construct of somebody else's mind, and it's not our own mind. It's the elite's minds that make us create our reality. So we think that our life is about getting a nice house and a nice car and going on vacation and having kids and being married and having blah, 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 blah. That's what they created for us to be our reality. But that's not our reality. That's what they want us to agree with. Because if we accept that, we don't ever look at what reality really is, or who they are, because we're too consumed with I'm tired. I work all day. I don't care. I just want to watch my sports. I just want to hang out with my family. You're never looking outside of the bread and circus. Do you understand? Because we're too tired to. Why would we want to? Everybody's too exhausted. I was like, oh my God, I go to school for 10 years to get my PhD, or I go to school for 5 years, and then I get this job, and now I got my wife, and now I got my kids, and now I want vacation, and now I have to pay bills, and now my car, and now this, and now I have to worry about food, and what are we gonna do? Blah blah blah. And now we got a pet. You're never looking outside of that, of why that is your construct. Why is that even your life?
So
Did
Morpheus
you
is
choose
right.
that? Yeah. Amen. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. They construct your life where you don't even go beyond what it is. You don't even go. You're too busy. They keep you too busy. So when you're not working, now you're watching sports on the weekend because you're too bit now that's your mind frame now, because you know what, I work all week and now I'm going to watch my sports team and I'm going to
Is
barbecue.
this
Is
So
this
you
the
don't
new
even have
form of
time.
slavery?
Yes, it's bread and circus. Absolutely. That's what they did in Rome. Yeah, that's why Rome never fell. They think Rome fell, but Rome never fell. No, you keep people entertained on their, you give them holidays, but you tell them what they're going to do on their holidays. So it's Halloween. So what are you going to do on Halloween? You're going to dress your kids up and you're going to go trick or treating. Okay, it's Christmas. So now you're going to go buy some products and you're going to give those products to your kids and you're going to lie to your kids where those products came from, even though you worked hard for it, but you're not going to tell the kids that it came from you. So you're going to lie to your children. And so Memorial Day. So everything is just, we're going to give you your vacations and we're going to give you your holidays and you're going to celebrate them the way we want you to do it. And then it's just creating a workforce, not thinkers, but workers. That's what they create in the colleges and universities and schools. Not thinkers, workers.
Wow. Yeah.
Mm. Amen. That's what's happening. And then when somebody like me comes in and tells you about it, a lot of people go, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's a conspiracy theory. See? Sure. Sure it is. Yep. That's what that is. Yep. It's a conspiracy theory. Yep.
That's deep.
Yep. Yeah. That's what's happening.
Yeah, it's almost like the
They don't want
Yeah,
thinkers, they want workers.
yeah, it
to a
also
degree,
happens
the
to be true.
technology is evil or something.
Mhm.
What was that, Joe?
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying it also happens to be true.
Yeah, it is true.
Well, I was just saying,
But
like,
they
'cause
don't want you to think about it.
well, I was just saying because you were
Huh?
joking. I was just saying that right because you were jokingly saying, "Oh, like it's a conspiracy theory," and then I was going to say, "Yeah, but it also happens to be true," because it's
Yeah,
definitely.
but that's what they wanted. So if anybody tells you differently, then you automatically go, "Oh, well, that's just a conspiracy." You know, it's like, well, they don't. If you try to point out what they're doing is exactly what they want you to do, they automatically label you a conspiracy theory because you're thinking outside the box that they're in. They're in a box and they want you to be in the box too. And when you don't belong in a box, they automatically label you a conspiracy theorist. That's 1984.
Yeah, yeah, complete mind control. Actually, it's mind control
Mhm.
without feeling like you're being controlled.
Yep. Yep. And anybody who points out that what you're doing is probably you should think about what you're doing and why are you doing it, then they look at you like you're the enemy immediately, like a virus in the system. It's a
Yeah, which is
system.
like that's how cults work. Like that's how
Yeah.
cults function. Yeah,
We're
you have.
all in we're
Yeah.
all in cults though. You're in a cult whether you realize it or not. And I guarantee you I can point it out to you. And you might not even know it. Yeah. And I might be too. But that's how the system works.
Well, they're
Is
running.
that
A,
we
they're running a cult, and then they want us to be in like a cult for the plebes, a pleb cult
Yeah.
that they wanted to control us in. But it's like kind of an off branch of their actual cult, and they're Luciferian, and Lord knows what. Their whole kind of. I wouldn't even call it spiritual. It's like black magic, basically. It's like a dark, I guess, dark
it's
spiritual.
magic.
Yeah,
It's spelling. Okay, so spelling is a spell. So words matter. Okay, so you have to be careful what you integrate into your life or into your brain, because sometimes, like, okay, you ever get a song that gets stuck in your head and you're like, I don't know why I keep singing this song.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's a spell. That's a spell. If you wonder, why can I not get this song out of my head? I keep singing this song in my head, or I keep thinking this in my head and I don't know why. That's a spell. If you ever question why you don't have control of your own fucking brain, it's a spell. It is just
Good
that
point.
simple. Hmm.
You're nailing it.
Amen. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
I
you,
have a good
Stormfire.
example. I actually broke free of this. I don't know how long ago, but I noticed it was it was like almost a everyday occurrence. But I would reference things to movies, like no matter what it was always reference something back to a movie, and really see if the other people knew the movie too. Like there's even like that's so important. It's another spell, you know.
Right.
This Hollywood stuff
Yeah.
is crazy.
Well, but the Hollywood stuff, no, that's not actually crazy. That's actually really good that you did that, because they put the truth in the movies. So therefore it's science fiction. It's not real. And then when you find reality where that's actually happening and you point that out, somebody says, "Oh, well, that's the Matrix," immediately. So if I go, wow, you know what? They're using us like batteries, they're pumping our energy and da da da. Say, oh, well, and then if I say that to somebody, then they go, oh, you're talking about the Matrix. So it's
Yeah,
easy
it mentions
dismissal.
Morpheus, really.
Dismissal. It's dismissal. It's like, well, no, well, oh, you're talking about the Stepford wives.
That makes
So
sense, yeah.
say you see somebody acting like a robot and mind control, right? A mind control slave, and then they and then you make reference to that in your real life, and they go, oh, you're talking about the Stepford wife. That's a movie. That's not real. In their head, they're dismissing your reality of what you see happening as science fiction. Yeah.
Wow.
They're really, yeah, and that's why they do that. That's why they put that's why they put truth in shows, in movies and cartoons and stuff like that. Because it's easy dismissal. It's so easy to say, well, that's not real. You're talking about The Exorcist. Huh? That's not real. Or you're talking about da da da, whatever. You know. But actually it's really happening to you, you know. Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, now and then you can factor in your idolization of especially the people in the movies.
Mm. You know what's really fun is that they all play similar parts. So Keanu Reeves plays in Dracula, and he also plays in The Matrix. But the French bloodline is prevalent in both.
In which one? Matrix and the other one?
And Dracula. Bram Stoker's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
You said
and a lot of people Yeah, it's French. It's French. I don't know how to say the name, but it starts with an M. I don't know how to say it. If you guys know, please help me. Mencheloni or something. But it's in the Matrix and Bram Stoker's. Both. Yeah. And they're both played by it, and both times the French is the vampire.
How do you say that?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to say it. I don't want to say it wrong. But it starts with an M. Yeah. But Keanu Reeves, and then a lot of people say Keanu Reeves is a vampire because it looks like he hasn't aged. Right? A lot of people say that.
Merovingian.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. So that's in the Matrix and Bram Stoker's. Both. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, and it's also in the time thing that he does with that one guy in the phone booth.
Oh, back in the day.
Yeah, what's that called?
Dumb and Dumber?
No. You know which
Ted,
one I'm talking about, though.
Ted's Ridiculous
Ted.
Dumb Adventure? Something like that.
Bill and Ted's
There you go.
Excellent Adventure. Yeah, there you go. And they have the French guy there too. Napoleon, right?
Oh, wow.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, Napoleon
So
actually plays a big part in what the churches teach. Pretty interesting. They teach that he arrests the Pope. I guess this actually happened in history, allegedly. But Napoleon arrests that current Pope at the time, and that's supposed to be prophecy.
Mm. Well, he's also the hidden hand because if you look at his portraits, right, he has his hand in his coat. He's the hidden hand. He's a Jesuit. Yeah.
Right, no doubt, yeah.
Yeah. And so a lot of these assassins, whenever there's war, they have their hand hidden in their coat. So Pope Francis, Abraham Lincoln, Napoleon, George Washington, Fauci. Yeah, Fauci is actually an medical assassin. Yes, he is.
A medical assassin. That's almost like
Yeah. Yes, he is.
like
I
a
would bet
ninja,
everything I
but
have.
instead of stabbing a neck, you poison a drink.
Yeah. Well, yeah, even worse. Yeah. Yeah. He has no conscience at all. Zero. Hmm. Yeah. He's an assassin for the Jesuits. If you look at his education, they're always, even Trump, Fauci, the Bushes, all of them. They always have Jesuit, Jesuit school, universities and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Which connects back to the mystery schools of the ancient times.
Mm. Well, I mean, they call it Catholic though, but yeah. 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 Yep. Fun. Hold on 1 second.
just gotta run to the fridge real quick.
All right. Do you guys have any questions? Or no? Everybody's muted. It's really weird. Thank you, though, Stormfire, for asking the questions that you do. I really appreciate that. I've been studying this for a long time, and so I just want people to know the truth. And that's all I care about. So I really appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Geo, or it's the I'm. What's up? Come on, you guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
No, I've been appreciating listening to everything you've been sharing. It's good stuff.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. I take the truth very seriously, and I've read thousands of books, and I've been doing this for over 18 years, more than 18 years, probably like 25 now, and I just love the truth, and that's all I care about. I don't care if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine. It's not about being right. It's about the truth, and the truth should stand on its own. You know what I mean? It should just not be. I mean, it is what it is. That's it. So, anyways, yeah. Do you guys have a question, or do you guys want to say anything, or change the subject, or I don't want to take over your room.
Oh no, I mean you're good. I think it's good sometimes like to have a chance where things are a little bit quieter, where you can actually get into something. And so yeah, it's awesome that you were able to. I mean, if you want to go more with it, yeah. I mean, people are still listening on the live stream, and we're listening here. But yeah, it seems like it's a little bit later at night.
Is there any questions
on the East Coast versus yeah, it's also a little bit so people are. But well, does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. Is there any questions? Because I know a lot. If you could just ask me, and if I don't know, I don't know, and I'll tell you I don't know. But if you ask me, I'll tell you.
Okay, what are the stars?
Oh, what are the stars? Oh, that's a good one. I love that. I can answer that, unless you want to, Stormfire. Okay. Well, can you guys hear me? Okay. So what? Can you guys hear me? Yes or no? Okay. So what I would say what the stars are is I think the stars are underwater, first off. I think there's waters above us. And it's like light in the water, because you could take like a laser and shine it in water and it looks pretty much the same thing like that. So I really think that there's and the Bible verses say that there's waters above the heavens, plural. So I think there's waters above us. And then saying that, I would say that the waters, the stars look like prisons. I think they're prisons for the fallen angels. And then that would make sense why the in Revelations, where the dragon takes his tail and flings out a third of the stars from the sky, is to release those fallen angels to
Oh, yeah.
fall down. It makes sense. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, it does.
It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So then you explain it. I just explained it and I gave proof. So what do you got?
But your proof was the Bible, which is
Yeah, that's right.
okay. So
What
could
do
I
you
give?
have?
How about what if I said the Encyclopedia Britannica? Is that
Okay.
proof to you?
Well, what does it say? Well,
Who
not
cares
just
what
that.
it
I'm not.
Like,
No,
you
it
want to know what
does.
it
Because
says before you decide.
now you're being sarcastic. I can take
Yeah,
a glass
I
of
am.
water and put a laser in the water, and
Uh-huh.
it will look exactly like a star.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, really. So, can you
You did that.
replicate that?
You did that.
Oh yeah, I could do it right now. You want me to do
Oh
it right
no,
now?
it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
I could do it right now.
I want to troll you on your use of the word exactly.
Okay.
How
Great.
many
Let's
lumens?
go.
How wide was it? What do you mean exactly?
What? You weirdo. What are you talking about? I just told you I can prove that the stars look the same thing as a laser in water, and you're telling me you want to
But the word
put me on
lumens,
exactly?
the word
Okay,
lumens got
Loomis.
you all tripped up.
No. Okay, buddy.
Okay.
Okay. Pet your
He's
cat.
talking about
Pet your
like
cat. Pet your
measuring
cat, bro.
the amount of light or something.
My cat?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, pet
I don't
your
have a
cat.
cat. I don't have a cat.
Maybe you shouldn't. What a weirdo. Look,
I'm a weirdo.
I don't. Yeah, you're a
Why am I a
weirdo. I don't, because you're not listening. If I can
Let
take
me
a
listen.
laser, okay, please listen. So I have a glass
Listen.
of water, right? Yeah, listen. I have a glass of water. Are you okay?
Yep, you got a glass
Yeah.
of water.
Okay. Maybe you need a glass of water because you're coughing like that. Okay. So
I'm
get
not
a
coughing.
glass of water. Oh, that's not you? Okay. Get a
No,
glass of water.
I'm not coughing.
Okay.
Glass of water. Cracking.
Yeah, get a glass of water, get a laser, and point the laser in the water. If you take a camera and you point it at the glass of water with the laser pointed in it, it looks like a star. It looks identical to a star.
What's holding the water? Just curious.
A glass.
Is it a square glass? Hexagon?
It doesn't fucking matter.
Round?
It doesn't fucking matter, bitch. It does not
You've done it
matter
with
what
all
it
of
is.
those? You've done it with all of those.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Are
It's
you
still,
sure
you
it
still
doesn't
get the
matter?
same thing. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
You still get the
you're
same effect.
okay.
It's a
You're
light
very
in
sure.
water.
Hold on. You're
Yes.
very sure
I'm
that I
very
could
sure.
not get
I'm
a
very sure.
glass. You're not even
It
letting
doesn't
me
matter.
talk.
Go
So
ahead.
you're very sure that I cannot find a shape that fucks up your argument. Like a special shaped glass does not exist.
Nope.
Always
Not at all.
lasers in water look like stars.
Laser. That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
we can conclude from this that stars
We
are
can.
lasers.
We can conclude from this that light is in the
Stars are
water.
lasers. Wait, what?
No.
What?
No. No, dum dum.
Okay, dum dum.
No. No, dum
Tell me
dum.
more.
No,
Educate
dum
me.
dum. No, dum
I
dum.
love
No,
this.
dum
I love
dum.
this. This is great.
Good. I love it too. You know
Well,
what?
Rose, hold on, Rose. This guy has come in to antagonize. I was actually appreciating when we were just in like a chill mode. So unless you want to debate him, I would rather go back to when you were just
I
drunk.
don't. All
Well,
right,
then
just
I
get
will
rid of
bow
him
out.
then.
Oh, don't get rid of me,
Bow
but I
out.
will politely bow out.
Politely bow out.
And
I will bow to you, sir.
oh, I did
But
not mean to.
I would.
Good luck to
No,
you.
I'm bowing to you. I'm bowing to you. But it doesn't matter what the shape of the glass is, but you could put the laser in the water and it still looks the same. Doesn't matter if it's a round glass, a square glass, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's still under. All stars, I believe, are underwater. I don't believe that. I believe the stars are in water. Let me just say it like that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving on. Thank you. Thank you, sir. What was your name? What was his name?
My name?
Roland, my
Yeah.
boulder.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm Roland.
Do you have a
Oh,
question?
I remember you. I remember you rolling my bolt. I
Oh,
remember
that
that name.
cannot be good. No way that can be good.
I remember that name. Okay. Okay.
Do you have a
All
question?
right.
Do you have a question for Rose? Roland, my boulder. Do you have a question?
You want me to ask Rose a question, or Rose will ask me a question?
I'm not going to ask you a question. No.
No, I mean
so I can
someone
ask
asked her about
Rose.
stars.
Okay.
Someone asked
Okay.
her
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
stars.
Rose.
So.
Rose.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh.
You good? You all right?
I'm
While
thinking.
you think of
It
the.
was on the spot. It's on the spot, and I
All right,
don't
well
want to
then
make
just
it
take a
count.
minute. Take a minute to think of a question. But I was going to ask: were you talking about sonoluminescence, or were you talking about like an actual laser in water, or were you referring to the sonoluminescence, where they emit light or they emit sound wave in an air bubble and then it emits light, a star in a jar? Is that what you meant, or did you mean an actual laser?
Well, you can. No, I was actually talking about how you can counterfeit the stars in water. And so, like what you see above us, you can counterfeit that. I'm not saying it's identical, but it's pretty similar enough that you go, wow. Okay. So if you were to take any glass of water in a laser, point it in the glass and videotape it, right? It looks like a star. Like there's people who have been fooled and thought that that was a star. That's how good it is.
My
Yeah,
question.
I can show you.
Is this? I'm
go
I'm
ahead.
putting it in chat. Is this what you're referring to? Sonoluminescence?
Let me see. Hold on.
Oh, I better write it down. I totally
In
got my
this,
question.
hold on. In the chat in here right now.
Yeah, I just posted it in live stream
Okay.
text.
Somebody needs to share those fresh and flowers. Laugh out loud. Look up. No, I don't see what you're saying.
Gio, can I get 2 questions? Because really, it's 2 questions. I don't.
Okay, go ahead.
I need 2.
Yeah. Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
Cool.
Oh.
No, well, she's not ready. I will wait till
You're
she's
over
ready.
here. I thought you meant the actual room that we're in. Okay. I see.
No, I do.
Soliansens. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's very, very similar to what I'm talking about. Thank you, Gio. Yeah. Very, very close. Exactly. It's underwater. It's obviously underwater. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Roland. Ask
Yep.
your question. He said it's a
Okay, great.
two-part question, right?
Well, no,
I
not 2
guess.
parts. It was 2 totally separate things. I'll just jump in with the 1, and if we ever get to 2, that's great. Number 1, I was listening, and water and lasers. I think that Rose is very knowledgeable about lasers and water and stuff. Rose, what would you do to prove the globe Earth using lasers and water? And maybe your
wouldn't.
proof would fail,
I
but
wouldn't.
what would you do
Well, hold on.
to
I wouldn't
attempt to
prove.
prove it?
I wouldn't prove the globe Earth. First
Well,
off,
you see, I'm saying you might try to prove it, and that proof
you
might fail.
you said no. Hold on. You said prove the globe Earth. I wouldn't do that.
I said I didn't say that. I said, what would
You
you
did.
do to? Oh, you've
You
chosen
did.
like some of my words, but not all of them.
No, you said prove the globe Earth. I heard
No,
you.
I didn't. Well, yeah, that was some
You
of my
did.
words. Do you know the rest of them?
Well, that is what you said, but just state it again. That is the
That's
words
what.
you said, but yeah, just
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, she has chosen a few of my words in like
Okay. Okay. You said prove the globe
you're
Earth.
good.
I'm not.
You're good. Well, you're good with lasers and waters. It seems to me. And I said, what would you do with laser and water to prove the globe Earth, given that proof might fail? Like if you were going to try to prove the globe Earth with laser and water, what would you do? And understood
first off,
that proof might fail.
Well, first off, I wouldn't prove the globe Earth because I don't believe the globe Earth exists.
And why are you here?
I don't believe in the globe Earth. No.
Okay, but do you not understand anything about, like, I will attempt to prove XYZ and do my best. I failed, therefore XYZ must be false. I mean, do you not understand anything about that?
That's fine, but
Okay,
I
so given
understand
your
that.
water and your lasers.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy.
Nobody.
You
Nobody.
just
Nobody.
yeah,
You're not
buddy.
even listening to
Yeah,
the
buddy.
question asked of you.
You just said
You're
you don't even
totally
know who I am.
deflecting.
No, you don't even know who I am. You're saying I'm going to
I don't
prove the
care who you
round
are.
Earth.
I don't care who you are. In fact, it's better
You're
that I
saying
don't know who you are.
I agree.
In
Thank
fact, I
you.
don't want to know who you are.
But you're still not saying it correctly. That's the
Yes, I
problem.
am. I'm asking you.
No, you're not.
You
You're not.
seem to be very knowledgeable about lasers and water. Yeah? Lasers, water.
What is wrong with
So,
this guy?
if you were going to prove that the Earth was a globe, what would you do?
I'm not going to prove that the Earth is a globe. That's the thing. You're saying it wrong. That's what's wrong with you. Why would I prove that the Earth is a globe? I'm not
Do you
proving
want?
that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. Can I answer your question?
God, you're an idiot. What is wrong with you? Go ahead. Go
You're
ahead.
wasting
What?
such an opportunity. I
Am I?
as a glober, given the opportunity to
Why
prove
would I
the
prove
flat
that the Earth?
Earth,
Why would I prove that the Earth is a globe?
because I mean, from your point of view, because you can't. Like that's how
Dude,
science works.
are you?
That's how science works.
You're crazy.
The
You're
inability.
crazy.
Look. The inability.
What is wrong with you?
To prove a thing. Like
This guy wants me to prove that the Earth is a globe when I'm telling you I don't believe that the Earth is a globe. Okay.
Right. Do you really not
Okay.
understand? I mean, are we really talking past each other this much, or are you a troll, or what's going on? Look.
Well, I'm about to troll you in a fucking second if you keep pissing me off.
Oh.
Yeah,
Go for
I
it.
will.
Troll me. Take it away.
All right. I probably will.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Well, wait, you said you were going
Go
to
ahead.
troll me, and I said go for it. So it's your turn.
Okay. Stop being a weirdo. I'm not going to prove that the Earth is a globe because the Earth is not a globe. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's back up.
Okay. Yeah, let's back up. Can I not talk to you anymore? Can I talk
I
to
don't.
somebody else?
At
Why am
this
I
point,
Why am
at
I
this
talking
point,
to
no. I
you?
think you're stuck with me.
You're annoying. You're annoying
You
right
can
now.
you can appeal to Geo and he will mute me, but otherwise you're stuck with me because I have questions. You have answers.
Are you fucking serious right now?
No.
Dude, are you guys serious? This is what I get?
I think this has gone south here. I think Roland, you should just maybe stay on mute and don't and just let's just if I'd rather hear what Rose was on before.
I'm getting creeped
So
out.
why does Rose win?
I do.
Well,
I
you're
win.
just being,
Rose didn't make any really compelling argument. Rose just trolled the shit
I
out of
did.
me.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
hold
you
on.
did.
All right, if we want to try to salvage it,
Just Geo, tell me straight up, why does Rose win? I mean, Rose made no point.
I think I'm pretty
just saying,
good at what I'm doing.
dude, before you got
I don't
here,
know.
she was dropping knowledge. We were listening. We were having a really good, positive conversation. Ever since you got here, it's just been antagonistic and awkward and weird and toxic and just kind of. It hasn't been productive.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's
So
pretty
you're
weird.
not saying that Rose made an actual good point that stands on its own. You're just saying the history of the conversation. Therefore, Rose.
What the fuck?
Well, dude, what I'm saying is we were having a good conversation, like a podcast style discussion where there's information being exchanged. It's good to listen to. Now, where are we right now?
It sounds like it was bunk information.
What is going on right now?
Trollish,
If you've come in
it sounds like
and
it was trollish lies that you were podcasting. I mean, Theo, come on.
All right. Let's move on.
Can we move on? Can I not talk to him anymore?
Yes, Rose. You and Geo and cybersex your podcast. Go for it.
Yeah. Geo is very smart. I love Geo. So, whatever. Anyways. So, does anybody know about the orphan trains? Do you guys want to talk about that?
Yeah, I'm up to hear your
Can we
thoughts.
move on? Okay. All right. So okay. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what do you know about the orphan trains already?
Well, there's a lot of different ideas related to them, but the idea that there was a reset and they ended up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's different ideas, but even the idea that they took a lot of people off the land and then basically tried kind of repopulate taking certain of the children and then raising them in these asylums that they would have to try to get them to. They were medical and psychiatric type places where they were almost kind of brainwashing the new people, and then they brought them all in on these orphan trains, and they mixed up a lot of the population and then repopulated people, which is pretty intense because no one has any actual history of beyond a few generations. We have our grandparents, great grandparents, maybe great great grandparents, and then it just cuts off. And there's a lot of orphans and people that don't even know their date of birth, and then the idea that these orphan trains were what we're bringing people, these repopulated people into the cities. But yeah, I would like to hear your thoughts on it or more about it. But I mean, I know kind of the basics and some of the theories about it, but it's, I guess I'm curious to hear more on what your thoughts are.
All right. Well, thank you. That's actually really well said, and I appreciate that. I think that it came with the mud flood, though. The mud flood was associated with that on multiple levels. So, if we look across America, the re-establishing of the orphans, we always see the mud flood. Always. there's always a flooding and the mud. And you have to go, okay, hold on. So you have these beautiful cathedrals and stuff like that, but you're still with horse and buggy. It looks like these people were pick up and drop down society. Like this society was here, and I'm just going to pick you up and drop you down into this society. And then when people start questioning too much of the society, maybe then we have to get rid of it. So we have an earthquake and a fire and destroy it, kind of like that. That's what I've seen in Chicago, San Francisco, New York, across all of the United States. And of course, probably other places as well. So you have the orphan trains, and the orphan trains are where it's kind of like, okay, if you ever seen the movie, what's it called? Hold on. Snowpiercer. If you've ever seen the movie Snowpiercer, please write that down. Snowpiercer. That's what they do. Exactly in that movie. The lady's name is Mason. They take children. They use it to run the train. The train runs on children. Children. Okay.
Wait,
And
could you
that's
elaborate
kind
a
of
little bit?
like,
What do you mean?
yeah. So the movie
On children?
Snowpiercer. Yeah. So children literally run the train. Yeah. Yeah. And so that's how our society is literally run, is on the backs of the children. The children go into the train and they run the train. And they're being abused by
I think I
running the
remember that.
train. Like they're being, yeah,
They're the only ones that
Snowpiercer.
can fit in there or something like that.
Yeah, they're the only ones that can fit. Yeah, you're right. Oh my God. Best fucking movie ever. If you want to know the truth about what's going on in the world, that's the movie you want to watch. Snowpiercer. For sure.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Yeah. No, it's real. That's true. That's truth. It's not weird. That's actually truth. Anyways,
Well, that's why they say the truth is stranger than fiction.
right. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Okay. All right. Does anybody have a question? Yeah. Go.
I was listening in to that one lady about how the world is ran.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
What's up?
I don't think it's really like that because I don't know if you remember back in France they did uh I guess the garbage collectors stopped collecting the trash and it got
Okay.
pretty bad over there in France. Do you remember that?
No, I don't live over there. And
Well,
then what happened?
yeah, it was pretty bad because the garbage collectors were striking because of the gasoline prices and pretty much everybody's striking over there because of that. Anyway,
Okay.
If we look at around at all our cities, you know, they're still maintaining it. They're still collecting the trash. They're still fixing the roads. So
Yep.
I don't think it's as apocalyptic or diabolic as you say it is. I think we'd see a different picture. I mean, maybe we could have it, you know, maybe better, but as of now, I think it's pretty good.
Really? So you think it's good the way it is right now? We can just go on like that forever. La 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 la. Yeah, perfect. It's good.
Okay, well, tell me how it could be better.
Tell me how it could be worse.
Well, it could be a whole lot worse. I don't think you realize how bad it could really get if their agenda was really to do with the things that you say they're doing right now. Because we could be in FEMA camps. We could be in. Nah, I'm not going to name all the
Yeah.
names. I maybe I shouldn't, but
Well, let me tell
you
you
know, we could be
something,
locked up
buddy.
in jail.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me tell you something.
No,
If
you
a
hold on,
FEMA
Rose.
No, you hold on, bitch. If a FEMA camp comes up in your
Wow.
neighborhood, I suggest you run away. Do not go to the FEMA camp. They're not there to help you. Just so you know. They're not there to help you. All right, moving on.
Yeah, I don't know
La
how to
la
follow
la
up with
la
that.
la 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 la.
Rose, you
I
know,
don't get.
Geo said, go away, Roland, because Rose is so civil. And this is what you're doing? La, 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 la.
I never said
No,
it,
well,
never said anything
I
like that.
love you, Gio. Thank you, Gio. I love you. No, but you know what? Gio knows that I talk real shit, and so if
You
you guys
don't
want to
talk
talk
real
shit,
shit. You don't
yes,
talk
I
real
do.
shit.
Roland,
No, you
Yes, I
don't.
specifically,
do.
what I said, dude, is that we were having a really good convo. We were exploring a lot of topics,
Yeah.
and then all I was saying is that you came in and instantly took it into like this bickering kind of antagonistic thing. So I mean, you tried to ask a
Okay,
question,
but then I was
even
gone, and it
even the
was
question
still the same thing.
you tried to ask a question, but even the question went south. Do you want to try again?
Yeah, but then I was gone, and still we've got Rose going la 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 la.
No,
So clearly
no,
not
hold on.
me, clearly Rose.
Okay.
No, it's because the good white light dude came in on another sock account. Both of you guys that have made hundreds of socks, so you're both sockers.
Thank you,
Who's the
Gio.
other?
On new
I'm not a
sockers.
The
soccer.
other
I'm not a soccer.
Rose.
But thank you, Gio.
Rose.
What? What?
Yo, who's the other sock accounter?
Well, I'm gonna sock you, bitch. I'm gonna sock
Rose.
you, bitch.
Shh.
If you don't.
Rose, you're
What?
shushed.
Sure thing, hon.
You're shushed.
Why am I shushing?
Yeah.
Because
Let's
it's
just move
Geo's
on.
turn to talk.
Let's
Sorry.
just move on. Okay.
I love
so-
you, Gio.
Love
I
you
love
too.
you, baby. I love you.
I
Okay.
hate
So what do you, Gio? Don't fucking talk shit about Gio. Okay. What do you want to do, Gio?
Rose.
What do you
How
want to
many
talk
times
about?
have I shushed you?
Well, I was still thinking about
Shut.
the
Too
orphan.
many.
Rose.
I was thinking about the orphan trains. Is there some other like nugget?
Why is this guy talking to me, Gio? I'm talking to you, and this
Because
guy's
you
fucking
won't
talking.
stop talking. That
Yeah, we'll just
I'm
have
not talking to you. I'm talking to fucking Gio, bitch. Okay, Gio, go ahead, please.
Well, I was just still thinking about like the orphan trains. Like, yeah. So I mean, do you think that like
All right.
like yeah, the mud floods, but I mean, do you think they really like do you think it was real or do you like what else do you
Yes.
think about it? Do you think they
Yes,
really
I
did it?
can prove it. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to prove that the orphan trains and the mud flood is very real, and I was talking about that just a minute ago. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
Very
know
real.
Mind and Field?
The what?
that YouTube channel called Mind Unveiled.
Mind and Field?
Mind Unveiled. They also talk about mudflood and stuff. They say they were growing babies from cabbage farms or something. It's some real weird shit.
So the Cabbage Patch Kids?
Yes.
I
So
don't
you're saying
know.
they were growing humans for the orphan trains?
Uh-huh.
Or
Well, that was the conclusion that video came up with.
I mean, it does seem like we're in some kind of a strange reset, like a trauma-based mind control reset thing, because we don't have very much knowledge about our history. Like we're told a lot of stuff about ancient Rome, and we're told a lot of stories about Aztecs and Mayans and all that. Obviously, we see a lot of the ruins, and there's some of the artifacts and things, but we don't seem to have any actual like knowledge of our history. What I mean by that is like, okay, the year is what it is right now. Going hundreds of years into the future, my whole family lineage is all going to know who I am. They're all going to know, oh yeah, they're going to know who I was and what I was into and stuff, because my brothers and sisters, my parents, grandparents, there's plenty of people that know me in my family line to where who I am will carry on. Now I know that happens to some degree. You think about your great aunt or your great uncle or grandparents. Like we obviously have some knowledge, but it does seem like there's like a cutoff point. Like, why don't we have like more of a direct understanding of what really was going on in the 1600s, 1500s, 1400s, other than just stories we're told? Like, if there wasn't a reset, I would think that we would actually have much more like knowledge and history, and much more like oral history, and a lot more like direct writings from family members. I just feel like there would be a lot more actual connection to our past, whereas it seems like now that it's all kind of just a unknown, and then we're just told certain history to memorize and to consider as being true. So it seems like there's a huge disconnect. And then they've rolled out this whole globe model and the Rockefeller medicine and all this stuff as well, and then like the suppression of Tesla. I mean, there's such a history to all this, but like, why don't we have any memory before like 1800 or 1850? There's very little.
Yeah.
Were you talking just America, or like how about in Europe? Like, some of these cathedrals are like, 1,500 years old. I mean, the one in Spain is what? They started constructing that one in what, 400 AD?
Well, those are claims about those. What if there's a whole nother history to what those are, though? I mean, they exist. Yeah, the architecture's there. We can look at it, but are you believing a story told about it? Because I mean, that's a claim.
Yeah, that's going to be a pickle there, because they say Arabic is about 2,500 years old, and Spanish is about 1,500 years old. So the people in Spain got the language from the Arabs. But like, as far as like even further east, like in Italy, we got Rome and what they established there. So yeah, you're right. I mean, like, people just automatically, take the Colosseum to be however old, 2,500 years old. Like, but we really don't know, right? These are big claims that they made, the age of, or how old things are.
Right, and the history that goes behind them. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just like the globe is a huge narrative and a story, and it's backed up with, Well, nowadays, I mean, they're claiming obviously satellites and pictures and all this other stuff. And I'm not saying history is the exact same, but we're also told an entire story about, the Romans. I mean, do we have any way to know for sure whether the Romans even existed the way they claim? Meaning that could be an entire narrative. Now, I know that there's some physical stuff. There's Colosseums, there's architecture, but that doesn't mean that it was the Romans the way they describe it. And a lot of the other knowledge that they claim is Roman, even Plato or Aristotle and some of these different symbols, like the Greco-Roman gods or whatever, like Venus and Mars and Jupiter and Neptune and all that. I mean, that's obviously a real lineage. Like that those are real archetypes. Those are real symbols and so on. But do we have any way to actually validate that those came from what they call where they claim they came from? Because if they fabricated the entire globe, they clearly have a lot of ability to fabricate entire narratives and stories and get people to believe them. So to what level has that been done with history? Like, I'm just saying, let's just, from the perspective that the globe is 100% false, like it is not real, then they've sold it and gotten people to believe it's real. So in the same way, what have they sold about history that they've convinced people is real that also is completely not the case?
Like, how far do you think they would go? Like, say, Galileo, like his hometown, like going into his hometown and being like, so and so lived here, right? They do that a lot for famous football players, famous people, right? That have moved, let's say, out of a poor neighborhood or whatever, but this used to be the house of such and such. Well, I'm, do they do that with some of these, scientific figures like Newton? I'm sure somewhere there's, Newton's house or Newton's laboratory, and if we could show that was faked, just imagine, okay, why are these people trying to concoct or cook up a story for us, what I'm saying is I'd like to investigate, the authenticity of, some of these famous globe scientists, their past, right? Because they had to have come from somewhere.
Yep. Yeah, totally. Well, yeah. There's Isaac Newton, all characters.
Yeah,
Yeah, are we
yeah,
being is
dude.
this real history, or are we just being sold a whole narrative? But the people who win the wars or if there's a whole repopulation event, if there's some kind of reset as well. But even just from the perspective of them winning wars and then controlling the printing press and the thing that gets information out. Yeah, I mean, these Galileo, these figures. I mean, I'm not saying none of them existed or whatever, but these could have been different guys with certain philosophies. This could have been compiled from multiple people's different works. I mean, could have been just hijacked from certain people, and then they just relabeled it and created, certain. There's just a lot of options of, these shoulders of giants or whatever. Like what the really the history, like the true origin of those. Because, dude, I mean, people can be smart and can come to certain things without a doubt, but in general, we don't just pick one person and then worship their ideas. It doesn't really seem like that's how things work. It's much more of a, I'm just saying to just carry on like these couple of people that they try to claim. It just seems like it's woven together and they're putting their guys or their narrative, in front of us basically. And the knowledge may have come from multiple different sources that they're attributing to some of these figures.
Here's one more, Gio. So 1776, right? Birthday of America. Well, 1776, they only sent, maybe a few thousand people, right? And then Further on, there was, more expeditions, to America. But the amount of people they had back in like the early 1800s, I don't know if I was breaking up. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So the amount of people they had back in the early 1800s. I don't know what the population numbers would be. That'd be something good to look at. But I know it wasn't over 1 billion, right? But look at where we at now. Look at where we're at now, where they've supposedly 8 billion, right? Now, in 200 years, if we can populate to 8 billion, which is mind-boggling, right? And the establishment's already saying it's overpopulated. The whole overpopulation talk. I'm just thinking, hey, and they chalk it up to the Industrial Revolution, which was a great help in speeding along the expediousness of the population growth. But I think this happens. Even I think it could happen without that, because we did see this population increase in other places that don't have this. But I just wanted to think what you think about population growth, and where we're at now.
Just a fun fact, you can put the world population inside Texas, right? And give everybody plenty of room.
What was that, dude? I didn't hear that.
You can put the world population, everybody into Texas, and they will still have enough room to live, I think.
Yeah, they say that they can give everybody a house and whatnot. Texas is pretty big too, but compared to America, it's really not. I mean, gosh, America's huge,
Well,
according to them.
Well, we'll see if we can summon new perspective, Dave. If we say outer ponders, so we'll see. We'll see if it works. We'll see if we can summon them in, because like there is like what if there's other lands, and like if they did a repopulation, what if like they like selectively populated a certain number of people in certain areas as a population control type of thing? Because if there was some kind of orphan trains or some kind of reset or something in that category, then yeah, it seems like our population would be like somewhat well, and that's even coming from the idea that there's like other lands as well that there would be people on. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of things to consider with that. But I'm just saying from that perspective, then if there was some kind of repopulation and a deceptive history that was given, and uh, obviously deceptive cosmology, and then the Rockefeller medicine, and this whole like takeover that we're in basically. And so yeah, it's just made me think of like just speculating on the idea of other lands and then having some kind of way to like transfer people from that land to this land, and then in that way perhaps like even trying to control the population in that repopulation effort, to then have some kind of like possible eugenics or transhumanistic kind of goal behind it, in that sense, and then pushing the rest of the narratives with this kind of current sort of reset, because it does seem like we've been taken over and we're in some kind of like narrative that's been corrupted.
Well, what I'm thinking is, pretty much every generation they usually have it like if 30 years, but I think it's more likely like every 20 years. Like, so women can give birth, they grow up to be about 20 and have a kid. Great. So we got 20, 40, 60, 81. So we got 5 in 100 years. And then, so 10 generations in 200 years. So with 10 generations, 200 years, we got 8 billion people. That's mind-boggling. Like, I don't even believe that 8 billion number. I really don't. But do you kind of see where I'm getting at?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've definitely questioned a lot of the numbers they tell us in terms of population. Yeah, my sense always
Like,
that it's less than what they're telling us. Yeah, for whatever reason.
yeah, like looking, like, let's say, let's take all the big cities. Let's take LA, let's take New York, let's take Miami, let's take Chicago, right? 1800. Let's say 1810. I don't even know if some of those cities were even, yeah, maybe. They're starting off. I don't know about Miami, but gosh, 200 years and all those cities have millions and millions. So it's pretty wild, right? In 10 generations we can have that many people. I get it, women can have multiple kids, but I mean, would it multiply that much? Like, I mean, perhaps they could be like farming everybody, and or they could have farms and then injected us with new memories and you know flick us on back in the matrix, and we're none the wiser. It's not far fetched. I mean, it could happen.
So how did we get back to the farm?
Old MacDonald.
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Yeah.
It's kind of a dark thing about the population thing, but also I would imagine part of the fudging. You know how many like children are kidnapped every year? It's like I think there's some operation going on with that too, where they're
Good point.
yeah.
Sorry,
It's
Drew, I clipped you,
pretty
but
dark.
God, yeah.
They're fudging the numbers, and it allows them that wiggle room, as it were.
Yeah, right. Millions of kids going missing. It's like, come on, like, who just loses their kid, right? And like is okay with it. Like, I'd be like, if my kids, I'd be on a never-ending quest, like, you know, talking like that guy from Taken. You have 1 hour to tell me where you're at, or I will methodically find you and torture you
Okay.
till you tell me where
Okay.
my kids are. Sorry, that's a
Okay.
bad
So
Liam Neeson accent.
do you guys know about the smiley face killings? Do you guys know about that?
No, tell us about it.
Okay. So it's like college aged kids that just wind up dead in water that they wouldn't drown in. So it's not even 4 feet of water, but they're drowned in it. You don't know about that?
No clue.
No? You never heard about the smiley face killings.
I know what smiley is, but I think that's the same.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying maybe you should be aware of that. I don't know. Smiley case. Yep.
What did they do again? I walked away from my phone.
Oh, okay. So basically, there's like teenage kids that like 25 to 20. Okay, I'll say about 20 to 35. That's a big gap, but 20 to 35, and they just end up dying in water, and not water that you would drown in. So, like 2 inches of water, 3, 4, 5 inches of water, like not even deep, you know, not like in a swimming pool of 9 inches or something like that. They just die in 2 inches of water. They're just dead. Have you
And
never heard
they're
about that?
and you're saying that the cause of death is drowning, like on
Drowning
their
in
death
two
certificate.
inches of water. So there's obviously something else going on.
But I don't get it. So they're finding people dead in
Yeah.
like little like cups of water or like little pools of water.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's called a smiley face killings. So can you Google that? So you
Oh, so and
understand what
then
I'm
what
saying?
is somebody like putting a smiley face on them?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Look it
weird.
up. Yeah.
Smiley is when
Can you
you
look it up? Look it up. And
Yeah, I'm
then so
googling
at
it
least
now.
we can be on the same so we can be on the same level. Yeah.
a smiley kill is when you
It's
like
called
put
a
a knife
smiley
through
face.
somebody's mouth, right?
It's called a smile face killings. Yeah.
Wow, by retired New York City detectives.
Yeah. There you go.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So this was
It's
just like
like
in the New York area, or like
no, it's
cross
actually
country.
happening. No, no, it actually started in the New York area, but it's actually happening across the United States.
Could it be just like, something that like goes viral, like no pun, but or like something that goes, that catches fire, no pun, but like something that becomes like a trend and
It's not a
people,
trend
other people.
because no, because it has the same significance. If you study, uh, okay, so I know about forensic psychology because I took it and criminal justice. And so if you actually look at the killings, you can see there a pattern.
Yeah, I know,
There's a
but
pattern.
why couldn't somebody else, not this Richard Gannon dude or Kevin Gannon? It could be,
Mhm.
somebody else and not him doing it all.
Well, actually, type in William Ramsey. He actually wrote a book about it. Has a
Yeah, I
better
don't read
one.
books.
William Ramsey. Anyways. And there you go.
Wow, that really killed the whole, vibe. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
I don't think so. I think the vibe
How,
was killed a long time ago.
how do we follow that one up?
Yep.
The
But
Napoleonic Wars.
William Ramsey talks about the small face killer. Yeah.
I'm not too into like the whole killing thing. I know women are kind of more like intrigued by that. I'm not.
No,
It
no,
don't.
no.
It don't
Not
do
like
me
that.
nothing. It don't
Shut the
get me
fuck
off
up.
or nothing.
It's not like that. It doesn't
No,
do nothing.
I'm sorry. You just happen to be a woman, and we started talking about this. But
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh wow.
No,
Oh wow.
there does seem to be a phenomenon with women and killings, and I'm not too into killings.
I'm not either. I'm just telling you about. Okay, look. So now you're being dismissive because I'm a
No,
woman.
not at all. I'm just saying, like,
Okay. Okay. So don't be dismissive, dude. Like, what's wrong with you?
no, I did. I mean, we talked about it. I listened to it.
Okay, so the Smiley case. Okay, so obviously you don't get it. So you should just maybe shut the fuck up and not talk about it then. Maybe you should just remove yourself
I'm all
from that
for this.
topic.
Wow. Okay. I
Okay.
did. I mean, I was even trying to
Yeah.
figure out
Bye.
how do we
Bye.
follow it up.
Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right, see you in the next
All
Because
right.
it's real.
Bye.
It's real. It's happening. Okay. Yeah. I can't help you. I'm sorry. I can't help you.
How are the puppies, Rose?
Oh, my baby is good. We walked. We did 3 runs. I appreciate you asking me. Thank you, baby.
Nice.
Thank you.
What kind of
We
puppies do you have, Rose?
German Shepherd.
Oh,
Yeah.
those are great dogs.
Those are the only good
Yeah.
dogs.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
A lot of work. I tell you that. I'm gonna run myself into the grave for her. Just for her. I will do it. Yeah.
Like, there's a bunch of videos of, German Shepherd dogs. And I've even, had neighbors with some, that had those dogs, and just how attentive they are. And, how they want
And
to, please their master. It's pretty
I
cool.
think we need a video of the people who want to attend to them. Like, I should make a video of how much I attend to my dog. Like, I love my dog. You know? Ugh, I love her so much.
Yeah. Dogs are a man's best friend. I love my dog
And
too.
I don't even look at her as a dog. I look at her as my extension of family. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, they're definitely family. I agree.
Yeah.
I have a
I don't
Labrador, and he's man, he understands English. Uh, I mean, you say his name and his ears perk up. You say certain words,
yeah.
uh,
Oh.
when you tell him go for a walk or go to the river, because he's a
Oh.
swimming dog. So I take him to the river a lot. And
Oh, so
yeah,
cute.
like he just knows, like when it's time to go.
Can I ask you, have you heard about, okay, now this shit fucked me up. Are you guys, okay, are you guys okay with me telling you about this? Because this really fucked me up.
No, not
I'm gonna
really, because now
okay, close your ears. Close your ears. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to tell everybody in here about this because it really fucked me up. And if anybody, I'm gonna warn you right now. This is sad. It's really sad. Okay. All right. So anybody who's still in here is because you want to hear about it. All right. So there is this dog named Happy. And they taught that dog how to talk like us, like a human, and gave the dog a mirror to look at itself. And the dog started started saying, "Why dog? Why am I a dog?" Like that. Why am I a dog? Why am I a dog? But they didn't remove the mirror. I think they should have removed the mirror. I don't think that was a good thing. But anyway, and so they started giving the dog depressive like medication. And it's all fucked up. And so the dog kept saying, "Why am I a dog? Why am I a dog?" and looking in a mirror. And so they gave the dog depressive medication and stuff like that. And then I don't even know what happened to the dog after that, but I think that's really sad. You know, that's really fucking. I personally would have removed the mirror, and yeah, I would have removed the mirror. I wouldn't let the dog look in the mirror and say, why dog, why dog, for sure. You know, because they teach like gorillas and stuff like that, like sign language, right? And so to teach that to a dog and not remove those things, I think that's abusive and disgusting, personally. But anyways, yeah, okay. Do you guys agree or no?
Is there
No.
anything good happening?
I think that was abusive to the dog.
No, I just mean
But,
in general.
okay.
Like, is there any good ever?
Okay. So everything I said, nobody even fucking heard what I said.
Well, I did. Talking dog.
Yeah, they taught the dog how to. Okay. I'm so done.
All right.
I can't believe there's that many people in this fucking room and nobody's fucking saying shit. See?
one at a time.
What is wrong with you guys?
This is a lot of the I don't talk very much or I'm sleeping right now crowd.
Oh wow. Well,
Possibly.
they suck. I
Aw.
just said like a sad ass fucking story, and nobody gave a fuck.
Mm-hmm. Wants to hear
Problem
shit.
was his sad.
Nobody wants to hear
Yeah,
sad shit. Yeah, you could leave that somewhere else.
I guess
I'll just
so.
leave if you start talking about some sad shit right now. So
I guess so.
go ahead and
All right,
stop doing that.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up. You
Well,
know
all you
what?
can talk about is sad
Nobody.
stuff, I guess. Yeah, that must be that's a terrible affliction.
I guess so.
If that's what you have, yeah, I wouldn't want it.
You know what? At least I have a fucking story. Nobody else said anything.
That's
Little
right.
bitches.
You can comfort yourself with
Fuck
that.
you.
All right,
I
I'll do
am.
that.
I will. I'm gonna comfort myself with. You don't have nothing better, bitch.
I'm gonna go fuck myself. Thanks.
All right. Amen. Have fun with that. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? You guys suck.
Do you like coffee, Rose? I like coffee.
That's the first thing I drink when I wake up. Thank you. Yep. Are you in Australia? Are you like? Is it morning for you?
Rose, are you drunk?
Not yet. I wish I was, to be honest with you.
Me
Because
too.
if I
Yeah,
was, I'd be asleep.
what planet are you from, Turtle Beach?
What
I'm
planet?
from not from your. I'm from not your planet.
I think Venus.
Venus. Venus. Come on, dude. What the?
Do you know that song?
Ah,
Which song?
I think it's from Bananarama, Venus.
Oh yeah, I'm Your Venus.
Yes, yes.
That's a hot tune.
I like them classics.
You're talking about Laura Branigan? Shit's been in my head all week. Thanks.
Self-control.
Like, and I'm like, that's a cover. Laura Branigan's the second person to do that song. There's a queerer version of that song. I'm like, damn.
I believe so. Yeah.
It was like a heavy Euro version with some dude with a lot of moose. I assume it's moose, just given the time. Yeah, remember that? Hair moose, then cell phones. Now we got robot wars.
Skynet.
Yeah, and then the whole time I really started this, even from the beginning, I was joking about Terminators, and then what we got? Possibly Terminators
there
happening
you go.
soon.
Terminating. You are terminating.
Have you seen those drones they use in Ukraine? They just throw them in the air and they find somebody and they explode.
Yeah, no, they got all kinds of jazzy ways to kill people now. But back in the old days, you'd think that this was like too far.
Yeah.
Just old fashioned atomic warfare to the end, right? That's because that's all we were ever prepared for in the 80s, 90s apocalyptic things. And then it's like, oh yeah, also like asteroid might fucking smash your planet, and Bruce Willis gonna have to come save you. So let's die hard about it, right? Die hard in space, if you will. That all happens. That's never gonna happen. But it's just like as long as we're always being prepared for the thing that never happens. Therefore, we never prepare for the things that are going to happen.
Wouldn't it be fun if they would redo that movie, but then pretend it is real? Like there is a comet coming, and we're gonna blow it up with a nuke.
I want like a Sharknado version of this where they have to like take 2 asteroids and they need 2 Bruce Willises, so they have to clone him or something like that, or send back one in time, and then they have 2 asteroids and then smash them into each other to save the day. I want something impossible like that. What do you think?
That could be. So they make like a black hole with the CERN proton
Man, that's
beam.
even better. I like that. Yes.
We're gonna save the world.
That's good. Where are you from? Like
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Wow. I was not thinking that, man, at all.
What do you think?
Are you like? It's not that big, is it?
It's tiny.
Isn't that where Amsterdam is?
Yep.
Isn't that where Rotterdam is?
Yes.
Isn't that where Amstelveen is?
Yes.
Amstelveen is my favorite place to say. It's probably nobody should have named anything that.
I'm surprised you even know it.
I took the train to Amstelveen and I was like, this is dope because it rhymes. And I went to a museum and I was like, this is the greatest museum I've ever taken a trip to go see. I'm really happy I did.
What museum?
The Kober Museum. Copenhagen, Brussels, Amsterdam. Surrealist post Dadaist art movement. It's the only art movement of your country.
Yeah, again, I don't know shit about art. No, we had Van Gogh.
But yeah, Amsterdam was pretty cool. It's like a little tall old, maybe.
Yeah.
You like blow up half of it and then just make these tall things without character. And then it would be like
the next World War, like they did with Rotterdam. World War
no
I.
one's gonna bomb up there. It's not even worth it. Like it's too cold for us.
Just pull a 9/11 on that bitch.
All right, I'm with you. We need like an international cabal of people that could move in, like interests, and then we'll like exploit laws that are going on in your country, and then we'll make money on it. We'll control the market.
Yes, get good insurance.
And we'll hire Liam Neeson as a bodyguard.
Is that John Wick or not?
Liam Neeson's like the guy that we used to talk to people. John Wick, we used to handle people.
Right.
They both have a very particular set of skills that are a nightmare for. What are we talking about right now? I forget.
Blowing up Amsterdam.
Blowing up Amsterdam. It's just like all bricks and old buildings, you know, as far as I can remember. And I'm like, the roads are a little bit narrow. You know, you got to put all those like metal penises up to stop people from getting hit by drunk drivers because you can do whatever you want to do.
No.
What do you mean?
We don't just hit people.
I know people just don't hit people, but since you could possibly be doing any kind of drugs, I guess, why do they have them in there? I mean, that's a lot of effort made to like plant what are maybe 30,000 or so metal pipes that look like penises with triple X's on them for no goddamn reason. But they're all over Amsterdam. That's the confusing part about that place to me. One of the most confusing parts.
Another story
Can you
behind
can you defend the shape of those items?
I don't remember the story about it, but.
What do you mean? When was the
There's
last
a
time you
story
went to
behind
Amsterdam?
those things you're talking about with the axes.
They're like 3.5 foot tall penises, and they have triple X's on the bottom, and they stop cars from hitting people. And they're everywhere through Amsterdam. I thought this was going to be an easy convo. Okay, so take my word for it, I guess. And like, still have the Laura Branding in my head right now as we're speaking. Sucks, but it is a pretty good song. It is pretty good. But the other version, we need to talk about the other version. The other version has got way better synths. It's got like, they're using like weird like Russian analog synthesizers. Sound good.
So those poles you were talking about, they are for parking, so people don't park there. They were built
Parking.
from the 1800s, so people on horse and wagon wouldn't park there. And it has like those axes, because that's the symbol from the flag of Amsterdam.
All right. Well, you're making it seem like I'm crazy.
Wait a minute. I just told you what they are. There might still be a conspiracy behind it, but
They just like line walkways, you know? They're like protect pedestrians.
yes.
I like the canal systems though. I gotta say, it's pretty cool looking. You know, the rivers and streets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're not designing smart cities with like cool like Venetian canals, right?
Well, if you're in a car in Amsterdam, driving through it is shit, because those channels, like, it was only used for transport, like, years ago. Now it's like not necessary.
Okay, coffee is gonna happen soon. That's good. That's good news. Starting the day off nice. Yeah, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning here. Are you like +8 or something? Or -8? I'm +8 to you.
+6.
What? +6. Man, I need like some adamantium or something. Start injecting that. I might just have a adamantium habit.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know. Shit Wolverine takes makes him super strong so he doesn't break.
Sure. If you find some, give it to me.
I want to make my bones like steel somehow. Is that possible? What supplements do you take for that? Iron? No.
Be quite useful to be indestructible.
Yeah, I want to be indestructible. That would be the best. Alright, I'm going to get started on this plan for indestructibility. Just start working on that, you know? Eventually get there. And then you're there.
Maybe you could fuck with your DNA and make your skin out of steel.
That sounds not that good. And I don't know how to fuck with DNA just yet.
Okay, maybe not fucking with DNA.
Alright.
Or at least feel like you're invincible, like you did when you were younger, or at least I did when I was younger.
Right.
Even if we're not, as long as we feel like we are, right?
It was a great illusion.
It's like you can't be too accountable for anything and be invincible. If you start worrying too much, then are you really invincible? So that's like the trade-off. It's just to be inconsiderate about others, probably. But I'm invincible.
You're right, because when I was younger and I felt invincible, that's when I was arrogant and didn't really consider others as much. It kind of goes along with it. I think you're
All right,
right.
so we'll start the list with that. That's probably the easiest thing to start doing. All right. Let's
Probably.
start that right today. Okay. We're just going for things we can do, targeted things with. Is that going to help? That's going to help. That's totally going to help. But that's going to affect our conscience, I guess, eventually, because we'll just know that we're kind of arrogant. But we can just like pretend that being arrogant's fine. So then we'll just like supplement it with other things that we'll do randomly that are good because we're always going to fuck up. So we can kind of balance the scales here, you know? All right.
That's the spirit.
Okay. So open doors for babies. What? You know, that kind of general thing.
What is it with getting older that? Because I used to do cartwheels and backflips and, but you know,
Let's do this.
and when I played other sports and rode skateboards and martial arts, basketball, softball, you name it, I used to do cartwheels and backflips. I tried to do a cartwheel the other day. I can't, like my body doesn't to put to be on my feet and to touch my hand to the ground and roll. It won't. It doesn't work. It just my body doesn't move. It won't. No matter how hard I try, I can't do a
Were,
cartwheel.
were you arrogant enough while you were trying it?
I was trying to be as arrogant as I could be.
Yeah.
This didn't work.
All right.
I'm like, I've got this. Even after the third or fourth try, I said, I've got this. It just didn't work. I never got it.
Yeah, I've never been able to backflip. I was thinking I'm going to break myself doing that.
What about on a trampoline?
Oh man, I was muted that whole time. Trampoline, I never did get into the trampoline much. But my roommate pointed something out to me about the ratios between your arms and legs. So when you're trying to do cartwheels, you generally don't try to do them after you become an adult. And I don't recall ever trying or having a need to or desire to once I became an adult. And once the ratios between your arms and legs and you're fully grown, the ratio's different. And that probably has a lot to do with being able to do a cartwheel. You know, because you're not fully grown. I think maybe. I'll tell myself that anyway. Sounds like a good enough answer.
Like, I really kind of want to write like an 80s album in a way. It's just like it's all up in my head already. You know, I feel like I don't have to do much. I guess the 80s music is really not straight pop music because it's like it's theatrical almost. It's like some kind of put on. You need a music video or hairspray or some shit, you know. Or,
Doesn't it always come full circle anyway? I mean, the bell bottoms already came back.
can bell bottoms come back again? I don't think so. Like,
They did come back, like, what was it? I don't know, I guess about 7 or 8 years ago.
the yoga pants destruction has like really shifted the landscape of advanced pants fashion. Everything's gone slim, but nothing's flare and slim. But if that starts happening, everyone's going to look really, really gay real fast.
To have the flare and the slim.
I mean, like
They
you
already
couldn't
do
have
look that way.
like yoga pants with bell bottoms. If that starts happening, we're in trouble. That's all I
They
can tell.
already do look gay.
Just super gay. But stretch pants, right? They've been around since what? Spandex or the 80s. It's 80s still, right? So this is just like Spandex Part 2. It's like The Reckoning. China Returns or something.
Yeah, but even then, though, when they were a thing, people didn't wear them as common pant apparel. You know, it's not the breeches that they'd wear out. They would wear them only if they were working out or doing yoga or exercising or around the house. Like, it was never nothing that I knew people wore out. There were the tube dresses. You remember those? But people, they didn't really wear the spandex pants, or at least I don't remember. Not where I was at. I was in a very remote area, so I don't know what happened in the world, in the rest of the world beyond, say, 15 years ago. I see people out, women, and I wonder if they've even got any pants on. All I see is their shirt, and their shirt tail, it's like I'm not staring at their butt, and I'm afraid that they'll see me looking, because I'm trying to figure out if they've got breeches on, shorts or something, and I never do see anything. Like, well, not never, but with these particular ones, like I've seen it several times. I really doubt whether they even had anything on under their shirt.
Wow.
What, you've not seen them? Have you
Yeah,
ever
I
seen
think
them?
before it really got to be like where everything was like tactical yoga shit. That it was like it's just stretch pants. you know, and that led to like bad runs of stretch pants or too stretchy of stretch pants, where it's just like, yeah, that's not something you can wear where I can't see what your underwear looks like. But then it's all just very. It's like it makes my soul hurt. All this terrible fashion. We need to just wear like barrels with suspenders. I think that's the way to go. Or like, yeah, totally like rebel from this like form fitting shit and just go to like shit with right angles. Like yo, your pants are just right angled now.
You
It's
say
already a chair.
barrels.
It's just like already a chair, you know? You fit like a Lego piece and shit. That's how it works.
Make it. Build it.
Yeah.
Let me know how that works out for you.
I mean, it could be advantages. Yeah, maybe it's heavy, but you know, you can start building motors and that stuff. Make it a little bit robotic, you know? Keep some batteries in there. We'll cover for chips or whatever. That's convenient. You know? Try and walk around with a bag of chips in your pocket with cargo shorts, you know? It's not gonna go well. You need rigid corners. That's our new pant line. Yeah. For the grab. You know what I mean? They have like a built-in seat cushion. You know, they're a chair. This is the greatest idea ever. Carlos, what's up? What's up, mate?
How are you,
Yeah,
Snacks?
hey, oi.
Snackety Dax. How's it tapping?
How's the tapping?
No, no,
What?
no, no strange arguments today.
It's early yet.
Yeah, I popped in and out. There were a few moments today with all sorts of people. Yeah, it's one of those weird days.
Yeah.
I wasn't
It's like
listening today. What did I miss?
I don't know. It was like some like the cousins came in from some other server.
The cousins. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They're putting their feet all up in the couch here.
What's the topic of the day? The world is drowning, or the world's on fire? One of
I
those
was
options.
yoga pants are an epidemic.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fair day. Yeah. I don't know what's next after yoga pants, right? I guess you just like use some of that cling wrap, maybe. Cling wrap would be the next fashion.
Or just like smoke.
The world.
Yeah.
The world kind of is on fire, though. That's it. It's not really the topic, but it is kind of on fire.
Or
It
just like
is, yeah.
really, really flat, well ironed pants.
What?
I know, I just heard pants and then talking to flat earthers, so
Yeah. No, it's I was thinking
well
like
ironed flat pants.
the grab it version of pants is going to be pants with right angles. It'll be made out of wood. It'll have like interior cushioning and stuff like that. It'll have hinges. You know what I mean?
Made out of that stuff that they do flooring with. A cork. Made out of cork.
Oh, like that. Okay, it's even lighter. Sure.
What about the woman's curved dresses in the 1800s that
No,
were
we're
made
no
out of
curves.
whalebone ribs?
Is that what they
That's
were made out of?
crazy.
Apparently, I wasn't there to verify it, but I'm not paranoid enough to say that that wasn't what they were made out of.
If you don't think that that's what they're made of, would that make you paranoid? Or would it just make you skeptical?
Yeah, super going for like Minecraft fashion. Like you want to look like you're a
Skeptical
Minecraft
slash
figure.
paranoid.
That's our new thing.
Actually, I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure that's the thing.
Yeah. I think we're gonna change the whole fashion world now. We go blocky.
Well, they were saying there was a channel I was watching yesterday talking about Russians having a nuclear drill, and apparently they've got enough room to sort of bunker more than 40 million people in bunkers. Bunkers.
In Russia.
Yeah, 40 million? Nuh-uh.
Yeah, they did that last time, and it was last time the 40 million. It wasn't the entire country, because apparently there's like 11 time zones or something. But like in Russia, this time they're doing the whole country and their scenario is that Russia's 70% of all residential buildings have been lost. That's the scenario for their drill. And then the very next day, which is suppose that's supposed to be today, America's having a similar type of a like a practice drill or something for nuclear fallout or something.
One's a literal drill, one's just a literal drill.
Right, and well, it depends who's involved. Like I don't know, in the States, you must be having the the military forces involved, yeah.
But that happens in New Zealand too, also, man. If there's a major natural disaster, I don't see what your point is.
Oh, it's like when you say it, it's like you said news, like you heard it on the news, and then but you really live in eel land, like where there's just tons of eels.
Mm-hmm. We do have a lot of eels.
I never thought about it like that. And eels have a lot of zeal. Am I right? Yeah.
Well,
those guys never
if you want to catch an eel, you just go down to the river with a a whole raw chicken, and put its bum in the water, and the eels will swim into the chicken's bum, and then you just grab them.
This is the most gross and genius thing. Wow.
It sounds disgusting, right? But yeah.
Way too low. A friend of mine used to do the same thing with the chicken, but put on steel cap boots and put the chicken blood or just any animal blood all over his boots, and then walk through a creek, and an eel would bite his shoe and he'd just fling it up onto the shore.
Oh, okay. Ingenious fishing. That's a little bit different than Crocodile Dundee style, when he just throws a stick of dynamite into the lake.
Yeah, no,
fish.
He literally bloodied up his steel cap boot and then kicked the eel up onto the shore.
Mm.
He kicked an eel? What? How do you kick an eel?
Just like you kick a football, the eel would bite onto his foot, latch onto his boot from the blood that we put on it, and then he'd just flick it up, only in a wee creek, not like a river or anything. And he'd just flick it up onto the shore and
wow,
and bring it to its demise.
That might be even more genius than chicken's ass.
Yeah, we could make clothing out of eel's teeth.
Oh, what about Crocs with eel catching devices on them?
Mm. If you're hungry and you're at the beach and you don't know how to fish, you really just don't know, or you can't be bothered, and you're really starving. You just get a fishing line with a hook on the end, and you put a hot chip on the end of it, and a seagull will come along and eat it. And then you've got first of all, you have a free natural kite.
Eating seagulls,
you can
really.
control this kite while it's flying around, and then you can
but you
pull
could
it
use
down.
the seagull to catch something else, maybe.
Exactly. And then you got the seagull, and then that will float on the water.
This is great.
The shark will eat the seagull, and then you catch a shark.
Like some genius. This is some genius economic theory here too. This is great branding, right? This is You just need the worm to catch the bird to catch the something else.
Hmm.
I'm just LeVar Burton temple pointing right now. Yeah.
That's the theory of the lure.
That's gold. And so you don't even have to cast your bait out. The seagull does it for you.
Exactly. It just lands on the ocean, and then you just drag it in with a shark on the end.
That is gold. You should take that to Shark Tank. Pitch it.
Yeah, I'm going to make it like a special hook that no one else knows how to make. And I'll
But if
say
we did,
only this hook works.
we're just trying to figure this out because I was talking to Platypus yesterday, and he was talking about like making some 3D printable things that he could sell. And I was like, yeah, if we 3D print like attachments for your Crocs, that we could make like little decorative ones. But I think we should make tactical ones. You know what I mean? Like a seagull catching device, eel kicking, whatever.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Tactical spikes. I don't know, whatever.
Tactical
Steel toe
yoga
attachment for Crocs. We got this. All right.
There's definitely a market for it.
So it's voting season. It's quite strange how it's all simulcast. Like, I mean, it's sort of like synchronized, isn't it? There's international voting throughout the Western world. So our voting's starting now. I don't know about in the States is next year, is it?
Oh, yeah, fucking what day is their election? The 10th or the 17th or something?
Yes. Yeah, you can vote now if you want to. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure when the election is. It must be soon. Yeah.
I'm going to vote Flat Earth Party. Is there one of them yet?
I've never
You've
voted.
still
I've
got
only
Flattoberfest, yeah.
I've only been duped once, and that was for Trump.
I'm glad
After
Karen
that,
kept it going.
I said I would never vote again.
I also fell for Trump.
Yeah, well,
Fell in
it
love with his
depends what
eyes.
the other. It also depends what the other option was.
This is true.
But here's the crux of the situation when it comes to elections, and this is why you flat earthers, who I love and respect, think that the governments are all lying. It's because they make promises on policies that they're never gonna fucking adhere to. Never ever. And people vote on that, but what you should be voting on is who's the best person to run the country, and a country's like running a company, and if you have a fucker running a company, it's going to go bust. So you don't vote on the policies, you vote on the best person to run the country.
That kind of
So
doesn't work too. I mean, it's like, so you believe one thing, but you don't believe. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why do you think this person's not going to be corrupt?
Yeah. No,
Obviously,
this is not how it works. This is capitalism.
Hang on and see way too low. You're automatically assuming that every government, no matter who gets in, is going to be corrupt. That's not the case. All the corruption stories in the Western world are because you don't believe in them, because the promises that they make in their policies never happen. They make those promises to get into power, but they're never going to happen. That's why I'm saying you vote for the best person to run the country / run the company.
But you're not really voting for who do you think is going to run the country the best. You're not picking out someone who you know personally who's capable of doing it. You're only choosing the best of the worst options that they put forward from what you know about them. And these are people that they put forward. And it doesn't matter which one you choose. They're going to be pushing the same policies regardless.
No, each part, well, in New Zealand anyway, each party has many, many different policies which are polar opposites to the opposition party.
Yeah, but think about the political, like the money pool that's the warfare that will be happening with just dollar bills and advertising and all that stuff like that is nothing like what New Zealand's doing. Like
oh no,
that,
we're just a small fart in the globular ocean.
if you threw like a zillion dollars worth of political campaigning, like people would just be like warring on this stuff. Basically, it's like it takes away from these like more minor, I don't know, thing. Everything becomes like super cartoonified or whatever through the news cycles and stuff like that, and then the constant programming with the advertising. And it's like, do you want Jazzaconda running your economy? It's like, no, vote for. You just hear that constant programming. It's different. It's.
I wonder if it would throw them off of their game if like someone started running and they were campaigning really hard and told everyone just to write them in and started winning the votes of the people, and then when the people went to the vote and went to vote, everyone wrote that person in. Like I wonder if that would throw them off their game.
Well, it's kind of like, I'll use this analogy. It's probably not a very fucking good one, but every country is like a company, and this is why I'm saying you need to vote for the best person to be the CEO, not the president or the prime minister, the CEO of the company.
We just need the person with the most influence, just so they can cut all the deals with all the companies that we need. So
no, but
it's like you still need corruption, because you need corruption to make business happen.
No, you don't. Would you rather Tom Cruise run the country or Robert Jones from 1733rd Street, Eastwood, Delaware?
Yeah, but when these guys are doing their campaigns and stuff, most of the time you need to have some discernment from what they say to know who they are, and it's all about the argument and the policies that they put forward, so that you can understand, because you don't know this person from a piece of shit. Like, you have to do some serious background research to know who the hell they are, besides the stuff that you see like in the public eye anyway. So like, how are you going to know like if this person is the right person to run the country alone, like besides the policies that they talk of?
You just made a very good point. Have you ever seen the show Dragon's Den or Shark Tank? You know, the business.
Yeah, and that's just entertainment. That's like these dudes like what?
No. That's real shit. 90% of the deals don't go through, but this is what I'm saying about every country. The prime minister or the president of any country is the CEO, and this is why you need the best person for the job. And a lot of the deals on those shows don't go through, and they make investment because it is entertainment. But like a technology company, they'll say, if you don't have a founder that's in technology, then that's just going to cost us more money because we're going to have to pay someone to do it. So I want more equity. And this is exactly the same thing. You need the right person to run the company, which is every country in the fucking world. And if you don't have the right person to do the job and have the right network to run the country, then the country's going to lose money and it's going to fail and go bankrupt. I might mention Greece a few years ago in 2007, 2010. That's corruption. That got fucked up.
Back when Trump ran, maybe Rand Paul was the one. Maybe he was the one that was not, one of the players, part of the system, even though he works in the system. But when he was running and Trump was running right before the election, he got, I don't know if it was right before the election, but it was after the primaries and it was before the actual election. Someone caught him in his yard and beat the crap out of him. He was hospitalized over it with, I think, a few broken ribs and some other stuff. So that's what happens if you're not towing the line. Like, that was just a warning, I'm sure.
No truth. Again, that's premeditated or preemptive paranoia. Like the US.
Like, you're saying the guy didn't get beat up in his yard, and that it
No,
wasn't between the primaries and the election.
I've never heard that, but I'm saying that's paranoia that led to that. What I'm saying is that what happened in Greece in 2007 or 2011, I can't remember. But people were literally lining up at ATMs to get their money out of the bank. That hasn't happened in the US since 1929 or whatever it was in the Great Depression. You guys are doing fine. I don't know what you're paranoid about.
Well, I don't see how you can tell anything about any of these guys when they give you a handful to choose from, and you're saying don't listen to their policies because all politicians lie just to get in. But then how are you supposed to know and discern when you've got the pitch that they put out between this group of people, and that each political party also has its individual sort of like a characteristic or a personality or a lean to the left, a lean to the right. It doesn't matter who the person is. If they're in the left party, they're going to be swinging to the left, for a more socialist sort of a regime. And if they're on the blue side, on the right, they're going to be more capitalist and more gung ho. So, like, yeah, you have to look at all of the things. To me, it's just a giant fucking orchestrated. You don't actually. It's pretend. You're not actually really voting someone in. Because it doesn't matter who you vote in. It's the same agenda.
No, it's not. Way too low, and this is exactly what I was just saying about you don't listen, you don't vote on what the left or the right policies are, because they're all fucking talking shit. We all know that. It's never going to happen. This side's going to lower taxes by this much and lower this and lower that, and we're going to give you this and give you that. Never going to fucking happen. You vote on the best person, the leader of the party that is the best person to be the CEO, not the Prime Minister, not the President, the best CEO for your company that you are literally, as a taxpayer, an employee for.
Well, I get
Yeah,
what you
but
said. You've said it quite a few times, but how do you know that? What are the things that are going to let you know that about that person?
But the CEO of the company is going to look out for the company's best interest, not the people. And it's supposed to be of the people, for the
No,
people,
no.
and by the people. Yeah, that's what the CEO of a company is going to do. And it's a foreign company. It's not even an American company.
Nail on the head, truth.
So, and here's
No,
the
no,
quote. This is what okay, back in 1924, there's this quote that I found. And when I read this, I was like, well, if this is what they were saying in 1924, then politics hasn't meant jack shit since. Like, because and our intuition saying that our vote means nothing was right. We should have followed our intuition in the beginning, right? Because here, I'm not going to read all of it. I'll start at the third line. It says, "These truths are well known among our well." You kind of have to read it all, unless you want me to read it to you. Just read it. It says, "It is thus by discreet action we can secure for ourselves that which has been so well planned and so successfully accomplished." And right before that, it said, "By dividing the voter through the political party system, we can get them to expend their energies in fighting for questions of no importance." It's no importance. All the questions, all the campaign promises, all of those things have no importance. Whoever gets in office is of no importance because they all work for the company, not the people. It needs to be given back to the people. It's not going to be given back to the people. The people have to take it back. Now, how that's done, I don't know. But now that's your truth.
Especially since Washington is separate from the rest of the states already.
In the
It's its
Dominican
own.
Republic, yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the language too, claiming to be a citizen. A citizen is a resident of Washington, D.C., or the Dominican Republic, or a worker of the company, if you want to put it that way. An employee of the company. Those are your citizens. So when everybody claims to be a citizen, that's what they're claiming. They're giving them dominion and authority.
You know, when the politicians, they're studying and they're learning and they're going to university and they pick up a few subjects like political science and maybe sociology and maybe fucking probably witchcraft, I don't know. They pick up all of this stuff. That's just a tool for them to use to be able to actually get into the position that they will have the chance to maybe get voted in one day. But they also have secret societies as well that they're all members of, and they know that if they do become prime minister or president one day, that they're not actually the end all be all. That they're actually being controlled and manipulated from the left and the right, up and down, north, south, east, west. Because there are definitely other groups beyond the prime minister, beyond the president, who are pulling the strings, in my opinion.
Yeah, they have meetings beforehand. I don't know if it's still a table of 300, but they have meetings beforehand to figure out what the meeting at Davos is even going to be about. And then everybody gathers at Davos to get their orders and make agreements upon, who's going to push what agenda and what their timeline is and so forth, how the means by which they're going to do it. All that stuff is already decided. These fires, I guarantee you, were decided at Davos. To push the smart city agenda.
You see, that's the difference between flat Earth thinking and glober thinking. Glober thinking that globers are just so naive. That's just the honest truth. I mean, it's not putting down a globe because, like, a lot of flat earthers once were there in that paradigm, but once you break through that, you can sort of tell that if you haven't broken through and become a flat earther, you're kind of like just brushing the surface and just going with the flow of the paradigm, and it's not digging deep to sort of find out and get down to the real truth. And the real truth is everything is a lie.
No, because if you had it dug deep, you would have understood what you didn't understand in the first place, which would make you not a flat earther. So that doesn't work out.
But do you think these government agencies are efficient? Because for them to be efficient and to accomplish the things which they set forth to accomplish, you're just disagreeing on what those things are. But if they're efficient and if they do that, look back, like that was their purpose many years ago. Was it Edgar Casey? Was it Edgar Casey? I don't remember which one it was that said it. I think it was Edgar Casey. But anyway, said that they'll know that their propaganda campaign or their disinformation, not propaganda, same thing. But the words he used, he said, we'll know our disinformation campaign is successful when everything the American public believes is a lie.
But also in that context, the lie, I think it was George Washington, don't quote me, but it is a well-known quote, you can look it up, that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. The best quote ever fucking made.
Would you agree, though, that shows intent?
No, not at all.
Really?
Because just like the quote says, 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead, meaning only one person can know, meaning
No, I'm talking
that.
about the one the one that I was referring to, where
Sorry.
where he said that he know that his that their disinformation campaign was successful, and the American public, everything the American public believes is a lie.
Do you really think 370 million people are going to believe complete horseshit? Seriously.
They do. They kind of do. So yeah, why wouldn't I? It's the way it is.
Okay, so you're saying 370 million people in the US are going to believe a lie. So you're saying, let's say there's only 1 billion people on Earth, and you're saying that 500 million are going to believe a lie.
Okay, let's say that not all of them.
No, that's not realistic. 900 million of them are going to believe a lie.
I don't know the numbers, but I'll just say this: that not all of them will, but the majority. The majority, and those who have, and when the majority has the impact, then it matters, right? It's like the whole of of who makes the impact, who makes the decisions. Enough of them.
In the nicest possible way, the majority people aren't dumb.
Do you know that George Bush Jr. obviously his father too, right? Because they're blood relatives, aren't they? Obviously, are related to Obama.
Yeah.
And that's just one example. It's a bloodline system. It's a bloodline system.
How?
Blue bloods.
You must have
And
the evidence for this.
a lot of them are related to the Queen of England, and you can keep going back, and it goes all the way back to the Knights Templar and further.
Oh, holy
And
shit, you're going to have some good evidence for this. We too low.
And it goes back even further than that. It's deep. The story is deep, man.
But you
That's why
don't.
Friday
You're
the
continuing to tell your story to gullible people that are going to believe it. Go ahead, Truth.
Well, I think I've posted links before, but maybe I haven't shared them with you. I'll have to find it. The Knights Templar from Solomon's Temple. That's why Friday the 13th is got this superstition as being an unlucky day, because allegedly it was the day that the Knights Templar was exiled from Solomon's Temple due to the evils that they were doing. That was the claim that was made, that the evil sorcery and things that they were doing, the demonic stuff that they were doing in the temple, is what they claimed was the reason that they were exiled from Solomon's Temple on Friday the 13th, which is why it's an unlucky day. From there, it branches out into different branches, and from there you get your Illuminati, which is the Hollywood control, and then the Freemasons, which is the political control. And then, of course, you have your religious control, which is the Vatican. Not really the Vatican, but I mean that is the head of it. But we know who really pulls the strings. It's still religious.
So
it's your three tiers.
Truth, does anyone that strive to be an actor out of high school, not me, are they a half Thai tier member of the Illuminati? Is there such a membership?
Okay. So what, you don't? Are you? I'm surprised that you're even asking this. Like, this is something that's commonly known. You're not born to be. Some people probably are born into families that are, family lines that their offspring, will also for generations and generations may be part of Hollywood. But that's not how it works.
Not many.
They catch these young actors and actresses, and they mold them and shape them. They get them coming out. If they go to a school, it's like they all speak out about it. They catch it, or they don't get the notoriety that they need to be successful as they'd like to be.
I can only think of one top tier actor, actress, that their parents were actors. I'm sure there's more. I'll be able to think of them, but one was the mother was Goldie Hawn, and the actress was totally fucking just lost me. Kate Hudson.
Yeah,
Look
but
at Billy
most
Ray Cyrus.
Is she Illuminati?
most
Look at Billy Ray Cyrus and Miley Cyrus. I wasn't saying the family lineage
Oh
did it
shit.
anyway.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
was,
So
I was.
there's two.
Well,
most
that's
of
just
the A grade actors, they've been training since the day they were born.
Okay. Trained by who?
They've been they've been in the industry since the day they were born. That's what they've been prepared for.
Trained by who?
Just the industry that they've been in. They've been training to be an actor, a singer, an entertainer since they were born.
No. No, not really, because singing and acting is a talent. It's not something. I mean, some people are trained for it, but the ones that have a real talent for it are the most famous ones. It's not science and rockets. It's just like the creator gave them the gift. Ironically.
If they just magically had this gift, then why did they need to go to all sorts of training from the age of 3?
No, a lot of the top actors didn't have to go to drama school.
Yeah, there was
They,
one. I mean, there's one
oh,
famous
there might be
story,
might be
and
one
that
or
is
two. Carry on.
Sylvester Stallone. He went to like 129 interviews and failed every single one, and then he got it, something like that. It's like, yeah,
I
there
wouldn't
are these stories, but I mean, you still have to believe that story anyway.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's still the shittest actor in the world. Acting school didn't do him any good, but he got the parts, so all ups to him. I could name a shit ton of actors. I don't even know because I'm not paranoid enough to know if they went to acting school, but I could name a shit ton of actors that probably never went to drama school and they just had the gift.
Have you ever been to a society meeting, like a meeting of people of society, where they rub shoulders and they have like gatherings, and then they certain tiers of that society they will go and have like a meeting in a room, or you know, it's all about who you know, not what you know. Most of the time in this world, that's what it's about.
Okay, so do you mean like an airport board meeting or?
Do you admit that it's who you know, not what you know, most of the time, if you want to get anywhere in this world? Like,
Absolutely. It is. It is. It
yeah.
totally is in any industry. But things like
So
acting,
why
things
would you not?
creative.
Yeah.
Hang on. Things creative. You can't just fucking do that. You're making your uncle's friends with me, and I say I know this person that's a really good actress, and then he sees her and goes, she's really actually fucking shit, but we'll give her a job. She can't act for fucking horseshit. She's like a flat earther. We can lead her to water, but we can't make her think. And then he gives her a job, and then his movie makes nothing because she's shit. It's the same thing that that does prevail in every industry except in anything that's creative. Unless you want to lose a fuck ton of money and you're a dumb cunt.
So for the Masons, I'll tell you how it works in the small community. Like if you go to the
Make it
Mason
quick.
meetings and you know people that are in the Masons, right?
I
You
don't,
go up
so
to
make it quick.
a shop, yeah, any shop, pick your shop, and you shake the person's hand, the shopkeeper, the owner of the business, and if you shake your hand with a special Mason's handshake, they'll say, "Oh, this product or this meal or this service, it's on the house. Don't worry about it. All you have to know is the special handshake. You
This
don't have to
sounds
pay any."
like a completely gullible horseshit story, but carry on.
That's how it works. I know someone that is a Mason, and that's how it works.
I bet you $1 million you don't, and that you've heard the story from someone and you believe it because you're gullible as fuck. We too low.
So do you just trust everything that you're told as if it's truth from them, like how they present it? It's just that way. Do you ever question anything? And if you do, like, is that what you consider paranoid?
No, truth. We've talked many times before. I don't, as you guys seem to have, you flat earthers, in the nicest possible way, seem to think that you have to be able to test everything yourself in order to say that it's true. I'm not paranoid. I am with some things, but with things about the earth, there are many, many people before me that have gone forth over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years and work shit out. And I haven't done the math. I haven't deconstructed their equations because I'm good at math, but I can't be bothered doing that because they've done it. And that doesn't make me a ignorant asshole. That just makes me go, okay, someone's done this for me, and everything I observe matches what they're saying, so I have no reason to go back and fact check it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I was just curious what you considered paranoid because it sounded like in any time that you question what they claim in any aspect, because we were talking about Hollywood and Illuminati and we were talking about politics and then when you mentioned flat Earth, it's so I guess it engulfs like all of it, just any aspect of any of the information that they give. That if you question any of it or require verification or look into it, that automatically means paranoid. But paranoia is unjustifiable fears. Right? For one, if it's not fears and you're just inquiring and it's only suspicion, and there's a healthy suspicion and an unhealthy, which falls into the realm of paranoia. So if there's no justification for it, I kind of get it after a long period, but it's still healthy to check, like to keep reconfirming. But there's never been a time where it can be checked into and they've been found to be 100% honest. So would you agree that it's not really paranoia, right? Just to question it and look into things yourself?
Truth. You kind of got me on both ends there because what you said straight away, I was like, that's totally paranoia. And then midway, I was like, okay, you got a point. And then right at the end, you're like, you're absolutely totally saying that's paranoia. So I don't know if you could break it down into the first section. The first section, I
No,
would say.
I never said it was paranoia. I explained what paranoia was and then showed that their behavior doesn't match the realm of paranoia. doesn't match the definition of paranoia. Like people looking into it when they've got reason and it's justifiable because their past behavior has proven that they need to be questioned because they've done some
Yes.
nefarious shit. They've lied quite a bit and played a lot of games with the American people. So
Yes.
it's justifiable, right?
Yes, but well, let's go back to July 20th, 1969, when humanity landed on the moon. And you guys say that we didn't do that. And if we only did it once, I would be totally with yous. I'd be like, that's totally fucking fake. But you don't try a hoax. Not 6 times. They tried it 7 times, but Apollo 13 fucked out and they had to come back. You try a
Well,
hoax once, and if you get away with it, then, and you don't do anything else, that can be called a hoax. But they did it 6, they landed 6 times and tried 7, and there was 5 other missions around the moon. You can't fake that. It would be cheaper to do it on Earth. It would be cheaper for the taxpayer.
Another thing I couldn't get past, Chaz, even if I tried to, I'll do it real quick. The thing I couldn't get past when it came to the moon landing was when they darkened the room and put the cutout piece of cardboard over to the window to make the Earth appear to be a half sphere. That did it for me.
Truth, this is what I mean by gullible in the nicest possible way. There was no round windows. They were not triangular, but they were a triangle, but curved, because you can't have a straight edge to an adjacent.
Have you even watched that? Have you even seen the video that?
Yes.
Have you seen that? Like, can't you tell? Like with the special lighting and the cardboard cutout and the narrative and the words you hear the astronauts say and the Houston.
Absolutely.
Oh my God! And it's like it's so obvious that it's that they're still in
It's so obvious. Here we come. Hang on. Here we come back to the Richard Simmons thing. It's so obvious because you guys never understood how the Earth actually worked. You just believed it, and then you heard the flat Earth and go, "Oh, none of the real shit made sense." I hear you say that all the time. That doesn't make sense.
They had diffused,
and then the flat Earth shit made sense, and then you watch the moon landings, and you go, "Ah, fuck, that is so fucking fake as fuck." When it's actually real as fuck, you just don't fucking get it. Just like you didn't get that there is a fucking globe. It's not science and rockets. In the nicest possible way.
Truth, I think it's too late. There's nothing we can do. It's just too far gone.
Well, there's nothing we can do for you guys, but thankfully, the majority of the Earth isn't insane.
I heard you say earlier on, with all the greatest respect, because you respect flat earthers, but when you go onto another channel, you just talk shit about flat earthers all day long. Because I've heard you.
When in Rome.
When in Rome, and I do, and this is what I'm saying right here, right now, and literally what I just respectfully said is that it's not science and rockets. You guys never understood. You say that you believed, but you never understood how reality actually worked, and you're always going, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I don't know how many times I hear that. And I'm sitting there going, just because it doesn't make sense doesn't make it wrong. Seriously. It's like you guys are narcissistic ignorant, arrogant assholes in the nicest possible way that if you don't understand something, then it's wrong. That's not the case. I don't understand a lot of
It's
shit.
because we're not old geezers like you, mate.
I don't understand a lot of shit, me old mate. But just because I don't understand it, I don't make fucking YouTube videos about that it's fucking completely wrong. And then some other fucking geezer will come along and have a look at my video and go, okay, that didn't make sense, but what you're saying makes sense to
But
me.
you really think that?
What?
Forget it.
It's like they tell you exactly what's in the center of the spinning ball water testicle, like,
No, they don't.
and they can tell you exactly what's in the interior, what the core is made of, and all the attributes about it, and they've never been there.
Why would you expect them to go there? This is what cracks me up. Why the fuck, in the history of mankind, would you expect them to have gone there?
Well, you need to have a first order measurement to have any type of experiment to be truthful.
This is the second thing that cracks the shit out of me. Like you guys say, oh, you need to have a direct measurement of the Earth. Fucking hilarious.
First
Keep going.
order, a first order measurement.
Exactly. So how the fuck are we going to take a measuring tape to a black star? How the fuck are we going to do that?
Exactly,
Black
and you
hole, sorry.
believe it.
It's probably
I've got-
possible now with drones
I've
if
got-
you use
I've got-
altimeters and keep them coplanar. But like with the drone
Yeah,
shows,
oh fuck. See,
you probably
this is
make a big one that way, stretch over a lot of.
see, this is where shit gets funny, Truth, because you just said we could take a drone with a measuring tape to a black hole.
No, not to a black hole. I was talking about to the Earth. I didn't realize you were talking about a black hole. Maybe I missed that part.
Oh,
Right,
sorry,
but it's
Truth.
like they tell you what's in the center of the Earth, right, and what it's made of, and all the composition, all the way, and you trust what they tell you, right?
And
You,
I
you
do.
trust that. Okay, well, but
I have
why?
no reason
Because
not to.
listen, I have a question. Yeah, but why? I don't understand why, and you do have a reason not to. Because the furthest they've ever went down is 7.84 miles. And they were wrong with their predictions every step of the way. Every time they turned around, they were wrong. They were wrong. And again, they were like all the way down to 7.84 miles. But yeah, and 7.84 of what? 3,959? And they're going to be right the rest of the way when they were wrong for the first less than 8 miles?
Well, see, here's the thing, Truth, is that's completely true, because it's a fucking long way, and I don't know why you would expect to be able to drill all the way, but there are ways seismically that we can determine what is down there, because it goes straight through the Earth to the other side. And
How do you know
way,
it's not just going? Hang on. How do you know it's just not going across the Earth to the other side?
because it goes straight through to
How do you
the
know? Straight through to where?
well, from where I am in New Zealand, it goes straight through to Spain, and they've got totally different, the
Hang on.
complete
How do you
opposite
know?
sunlight.
How do you know what direction that is?
It's straight down 180 degrees. It's not science and rockets. The demipole, you know about those?
Yeah, that's at Hooters bar, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll fucking swing around that. Yeah, the complete opposite side of the sphere has the same equal sunlight and daylight, which can only happen on a spherical Earth. So I don't know what the fuck you're on. You're
Do you know
definitely
anything
not
about?
on a flat Earth.
Do you know anything about marketing?
Yeah, don't fucking fool people, or you'll end up getting fucked.
Yeah, so it's a kind of marketing for your mind, the way that they manipulate your mind with all sorts of propaganda and lies and deception. It's kind of like how they do with marketing. They put
Okay.
advertising everywhere. Hang on. They put advertising everywhere for a particular brand, for a particular product, right? And they just pump out the advertising every avenue that they possibly can.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I
And
just
I can
had an
finish. Hang on,
amazing idea. Hang on.
1 second. No. And then what they do is they make the product not available. So they advertise it heavily. And when you get to the outlet to go and buy your product, oh, sorry, we don't have it. And it just makes want people to have it more because they think it's so popular that it's sold out. They hold back on the product purposely to make you think there's a scarcity of the product or to make you think that it's so popular that everyone else is buying it.
Hang on. Hang on. I just had an awesome marketing idea. You're obviously in marketing, right?
Fuck no, I'm a builder chef, a chef builder.
Yeah, good. I'm a former helicopter pilot, so we're on even terms. Are you in Christchurch?
No, I'm in a place with a lot of drone zombies in Auckland.
Okay, so me and hopefully we'll be coming up that way. I'm gonna hit you up, and we're gonna go to the same market, and you're gonna market the flat Earth, and I'll market the reality Earth, and we'll see how our marketing skills go. I'm guessing maybe late, early, mid-January.
Okay, we'll do it like this. I get to choose my 10 questions and we'll do a poll of just the general public. I have my 10 questions
No.
to see if to see if they can answer those 10 questions of mine and to see what they are. And you do the same thing. Let's see
No.
how much the general public knows about the world that they live in.
Exactly, but the questions aren't they're question and answers. They're not just fucking questions because that's you're trying to fucking feed people into your cult. So
No, I won't be persuading
let's
anybody.
see how we
I'll
go.
just be asking them. Hang on, I'll just be asking them questions like, how many miles is it to the moon? How many
And
kilometers?
why the fuck would you expect anyone off the street to know that?
You see,
Because all you're doing.
you
Hang
see,
on.
you see, because I'll be able. Hang on, I'll be
Hang
able
on.
to
Way too
prove.
low.
Hang on,
Way too
I'll be able
low.
to
All you're
prove
doing
that
is
the
trying to
wait,
accentuate that you know more than they do, making them think that they don't know more. So all you
no,
have to do, actually,
no.
we should have the exact same questions. That would be fair.
What? No, what I'm talking about is to analyze the level of knowledge about the place we live on.
No. We should have the exact same questions because all you're going to do when you go, how far is the moon? And they go, oh, fuck, I don't know. And you go, it's 248,000 miles. You don't know what the fuck distance is. There's flat. Welcome. That's exactly what you dumb motherfuckers do. You nice motherfuckers do.
No, I'm trying to. I would be trying to prove. I would be. Hang on, wait. Just wait. I just want to prove that there is a massive population of people who are in total ignorance of the place where they live.
Okay, so to be fair to both models, we come up with the exact same 10 questions, and then we come up with 2 questions, like an A and a B per question that we agree with. per question, so there'll be 30 questions in total. That would be a fair way to do it, so you're not fucking gaining cult members when they're fucking on the street and don't know what the fuck they're doing. I think that's fair. I'm going for a smoke.
People don't know where the fuck they are. There was a show that I watched many years ago. Someone going around the streets in the States and with a map of the world, and they were asking the people to point out on the map, because it was a map specially made with no words on it, just like the shapes, and they were to point out where specific places were, and like mostly all of the people on the street didn't know where the fuck they were or where anything was. And that's only it's like only local. Like, people don't know where they are. Genuinely. They have no idea. They're in
Don't
their
you
own
think
little
it's
bubble.
don't you I think it's very relevant. Like if the questions that he asks people, like I thought about this, like gauging the public just to see how knowledgeable they are about many different things. But I think it's very relevant to ask questions. It doesn't matter, like if you have the question, just ask it, see what they know. Because they count on the people not knowing and trusting that what they're telling them is true. That's what they count on. Because if people look into it, they realize it's not true. It's very relevant, even the fact that they don't know. And just like when you said that, why would you expect them to know? Well, that's what they count on. They count on people not knowing and not having any reason to look into it because they trust them. I don't know why you have so much contention against flat earthers or think they're dumb. There's a lot of very intelligent people in the community, and it's like the leading them to water and them not thinking, and because building a cults when that's not what we're doing.
Yeah,
Like we don't
yeah,
tell people what
Jezza.
to think.
I haven't even like met any cults, and you'd think I would have right by now. So you're full of shit as usual, as per usual. Yeah, you're just fucking paranoid about cults when you're in a bloody cult.
It's a doctrine, it's a religion, it's a belief system, it's a big in the question paradigm. And it's the epitome of living the lie. It's pure, unobliterated, unadulterated ignorance.
Which I have to take that back because some people do try to tell people what to think. But you're not talking to those people right now, so.
I mean, all the religious things that go on in FE isn't standardized to one type. So it's multi-observational,
Yeah, well, it's still good to listen to those people that have the literal Bible meaning and their way of sort of relating the earth to the text in a religious text. But like you can take take pieces from the knowledge that they're sharing, and you can make your own discernment. You don't have to uh, agree to the extent that you're going to suddenly go and get baptized. Like if that's the path that you want to take, go for it. It's a it's a honest, steadfast, well-meaning, adjusted, and it's a path earnestly and diligently worth striving towards, because you have good intentions, and it's backed by relatively agreed upon, safe and moralistic ideas, which sort of are supported by people of the same ilk, you know. But like, everyone's got their own path.
You put your love into everything.
No, that's
That's
your
loving,
intent.
right?
That's the difference between love and intent. You could have a girlfriend or a wife, that's good intent. But at the end of the day, your blood relatives, that's love. Because people get married and then they get divorced. Was that love? I mean, you can have family and you can have a fallout with your family, but you can still love them.
Well, maybe for them it wasn't. Have you ever had a relationship where, or been in a relationship where you got butterflies in your stomach when you hadn't seen them for a while in the beginning, or at least in the beginning, and then instead of trying to find a way to get away from them, to have time to do something other than be with them, you're always trying to find a way to find time to be with them. Did you ever have a relationship like that?
Yeah,
I guess
I
some of them
believe.
call it young love, but I think it's true. I think it's real.
I don't know, because it has to work both ways. Like, you might have that feeling towards that person, but the other person might not have the same feeling.
Very true.
You can have more love for a friend than a family member too. It doesn't just have to be family.
So you could be like, you might be connected some other way. Like, you could be a soulmate. You might have met them in a past life or something. You have some connection. You just jive well, and wouldn't that, like, you could sort of extrapolate that to being connected because of your birth date, maybe. Because, like, in astrology, they say, the different signs. There are some that are more compatible to others.
What about passion? Doesn't passion seem to be love? Like if you do something and you put your heart into it, then you've got a passion for it. Or if you care for someone, you can care for someone. Or you can care for them passionately. So it's like that passion seems to be essence of the love.
I would say, on that level, Google the word infatuation.
I've experienced that a few times in my life, I'd say more than once. And infatuations are fun though. But it's not the love and the passion that I'm referring to.